Chapter 1 The High Martial Age. In March, Donghai Bay City was like a big furnace, the weather was hot and irritating. East China Sea Chopper Division, Accommodation Building. 2:30 p.m. Hiss. Headache. Confused, Sui sat up from the bed. He leaned against the wall behind him, his head bulging with a headache. Sue, awake? Go! Let's go downstairs and jerk off. At this moment, a voice pulled Suya's mind back. Jae Wang. A fragmented memory, in Suya's mind, kept surfacing. Suyi looked at the young man on the side, the face was somewhat familiar, gradually remembering the identity of the other party. Wang Jie. This was a friend who had graduated from the East Sea Martial Arts Academy at the same time as him and had entered the Zhanfeng division together. No. You guys go ahead. I've got a bit of a headache, so I'll take a break. Suyi hadn't figured out the exact situation yet, and his head hurt like hell. So he waved his hand and said, Ouch, what are you doing? Wang Jie came forward and pulled Suya's solid and strong arm, anxiously saying, Brother Su, it's been a long time since a few of our friends got together. Now that we happen to have a few days off, it wouldn't be any fun if you didn't go. Come on. Brother Su. Seeing Suyi frowning, Wang Jie immediately said, If you're not feeling well today, how about getting together tomorrow night? Tomorrow night, then. Suyi rubbed his brows and said somewhat helplessly. Wang Jie cheered as he laughed immediately afterward. Then I'll call Wang, Li, and the others tomorrow. Oh yeah. And Xiaomei, Jade, and the others, pull them all in two and get together. This guy Wang Jie was energetic and had been Suya's follower since the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. Brother Su, I heard that you broke through to primary martial artist the other day, it's really enviable. Alas. It's a pity that my qualifications are so poor that I'm still an advanced martial apprentice. Previously, Suyi was still sleeping, and he didn't dare to disturb him when he came in. Now that Suyi had woken up, he sat beside Suyi, hooked Suyi's shoulder, and opened his mouth. Suyi had a good talent and cultivated faster. Plus, before graduation, Suyi was a dozen off campus. As an advanced martial arts apprentice, he fought off a group of punks and saved an intern teacher of the academy. So, in the end, he was honored as one of the top 10 graduates. And Wang Jie is a bit more generic. With an average family, average talent, and average looks, he's never had much of a presence. Even after entering the fierce beheading division and obtaining some resources, he had only broken through to senior martial apprentice. Wait. Advanced martial artist? Junior martial artist? Suyi caught the point of Wang Jie's speech and his expression froze. What the hell is this? Wang and also Li, who joined HT Alliance right after graduation. Now it's almost time to break through to primary martial artist as well. There's also Xiaomei, who is long and pretty, and has been spotted by the East China Sea Auction Association, becoming a front desk teller with excellent pay. Sister Jade is bold and powerful by nature. Entered the Rose Mercenary Corps, and I heard that. Is on the verge of becoming the deputy leader. Before Suyi could react, Wang Jie gushed. With a brain, he told Suyi all the information he knew. After entering the fierce beheading division, Suyi had been cultivating diligently and practicing hard, not hearing about external matters. And he was born with a good nature, and with many inquiries, it became clear the specifics of these close friends. Ignoring what Wang Jie said next, Suyi began to comb through the scattered memories in his mind. He hemmed twice every now and then as a reply to Wang Jie. Maybe it's been too long. Wang Jie had been talking for almost half an hour, and his throat was almost smoking from talking. Ahem. Finally, he coughed dryly, then got up and laughed. All right then, Brother Su, I'll leave first. Tomorrow night, let's get together again. After Wang Jie left, Suyi sat on the bed for a long time before figuring out the situation. He crossed over. This world was a far cry from the blue star he was familiar with before. The technology of this world is a bit ahead of the previous blue star. And almost everyone in this part of the world practiced martial arts. The practice of martial arts was widely spread. A strong person with profound martial arts cultivation was strong enough to take the stars and catch the moon, crossing the stars. It's simply horrible as hell. It was an era of high martial arts, and everyone was proud of practicing martial arts. And after he graduated from the East Ocean Martial Arts Academy, due to his status as one of the top 10 graduates, By the senior management of the academy, he was recommended to become a martial artist of the Zhanfeng division under the martial pavilion. The division of fierce beheading, as the name suggests, the meaning of their existence was to kill ferocious beasts. This world, the area is just too vast. Su Yi muttered, somewhat shocked. The size of this world, compared to the blue star of the previous world, was so much bigger. 10 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Maybe even more than that. The human community, however, only occupied less than 30% of the land area, and the rest of the place was basically occupied by terrifying ferocious beasts. Human powerhouses had created base city after base city, and in each base city, there were a large number of martial artists guarding it. In this way, the safety of the general public is ensured. This world, it's really dangerous. After figuring out the situation, Su Yi said with some caution. Luckily, his talent was okay, and now that he had become a junior martial artist, he wasn't too weak. You can still have a pretty good time with a little bit of caution. Much better than 007 in his previous life. A few moments later, Su Yi changed into a casual dress and skipped downstairs. He noticed that passers-by were dressed in fashion, and some wore mechanical prosthetics that flashed with colorful light and were extremely cool. The whole street was neat and tidy, with the occasional small robot flying over and sweeping up trash. The surrounding vegetation was lush and the trees towered over 10 to 20 meters high. Shortly afterward, a beautiful woman in a gorgeous cheongsam with excellent posture, holding a kind-eyed golden hair, walked past Su Yi. Is this a dog? Su Yi was confused on the spot. Have you ever seen a pet dog that can grow up to 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall? It's more than enough for a ING ride, isn't it? Su Yi slowed down his mind. Then towards a scenic park. This old man. As soon as he entered the park, Su Yi was numb on the spot as if he had seen the twilight of the gods. Only in the center of the park, an old man with white hair, topless. Quickly and with great regularity, he did push-ups without taking a breath. If it was simply just this, Su Yi would not have been shocked. Outrageous! He laughed and shook his head with a somewhat self-deprecating sigh. And there are few old people like this one in the park. Moncler Outlet Store online. There's an extraordinarily large old man with gray hair who possesses a special gift. His skin changed into a black iron mold, and he held a gun, crackling, hitting himself, laughing joyfully, working on his physique. There is a stooped grandmother, left hand crutches, right hand holding a large iron ball with a diameter of 1 meter, leisurely, back and forth walking. After returning to the room where he was staying, Su Yi sat down on a chair and let out a long breath. This world, it's crazy. Ha! What's this? Suddenly, a 7-colored point of light appeared in his mind. Chapter 2, Laws of Origin, Addition. In the next moment, the 7-colored light spots in Su Ye's mind suddenly spread out. It began to integrate into Su Ye's body. It hurts. Su Ye's hands subconsciously squeezed tightly, his body sweating profusely and trembling. Pain. It hurts too much. Indescribable pain filled Su Ye's entire body. Soon after, Su Ye's entire body fell into a coma. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes and regained his senses. What the hell is this? Su Yi resumed sitting on the chair, his face a little pale. Is it hard to believe that it's my gold finger? His eyes twitched, then he pondered. Suddenly, an information panel surfaced before Su Ye's eyes. Is this my message? Source, Su Yi. Talent, none. Realm, elementary martial artist. Remaining number of absorptions for the month, 3. His information was simple, he didn't have any talent, his physique was unusual, and his cultivation realm, on the other hand, was that of a primary martial artist. After a period of time, Su Yi knew the exact situation. There was an origin law in his mind, and now this law fused with him. At the current stage, he could earn attribute bonuses by virtue of defeating and decimating his opponents. Afterward, he could absorb these attributes and become stronger. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that from the feedback of the laws of origin, for each opponent, he could only absorb it once. And every month, he could only draw on the attributes 3 times. I don't know if there is a way to break this kind of number of times limitation behind, or to enhance the number of times of absorption. Su Yi stared at his panel information and pondered in his heart. Just in time, try it with Wang Jia. Suddenly, Su Yi thought of Wang Jia, his good friend, and revealed a smile. He called Wang Jia, and not a moment later, the other party came running over in a hurry. "Brother Su, what can I do for you?" Wang Jia came to Su Ye's front, his face showing curiosity. On the phone, Su Yi didn't say it explicitly, but told him to hurry over. Su Yi looked at him and revealed a sincere smile. Somehow, Wang Jia's heart shivered when he saw Su Ye's smile. "You let me punch you. Just for a little while." Su Yi squeezed his fist and said with a smile. "What?" Wang Jia was confused on the spot. "Hopping to call me over? Just to beat me up?" No matter how much Wang Jia wailed, Su Yi pulled him and headed directly to the training ground on the first floor. Su Yi took out his ID card and applied for a small training ground. On the square field, Su Yi and Wang Jia, facing each other, looked at each other. Su Yi was a bit eager to try, looking excited. Wang Jia, on the other hand, drooped his head and smiled bitterly. "Su, I'm only a senior martial apprentice." Between a senior martial apprentice and a junior martial artist, it seemed that there was only a difference of one realm, but in reality, the gap was huge. Martial apprentice is the most basic realm of martial cultivation. Generally speaking, the strength of a primary martial apprentice was around 200 pounds, and the strength of an intermediate martial apprentice was already 400 pounds. And the strength of a senior martial apprentice had reached 600 pounds. However, if it was compared to a junior martial artist, it was far worse. Even the weakest junior martial artist possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. Not long ago, Su Yi had tested his strength, and his punching power was 1,500 pounds. In contrast, Su Ye's strength was more than twice that of Wang Jia's. It was no wonder that Wang Jia wailed. Not to mention, Su Ye's speed was also quite a bit faster than Wang Jia. It's a war that can't be fought. "Jai, I'm coming." "Come on, you kid, I didn't even push." Su Yi came back to his senses and walked forward with a smile. He patted Wang Jia's shoulder and continued. "Tomorrow morning, I'll treat you to dinner at the third-floor fancy restaurant." "Really?" Hearing this, Wang Jia's eyes lit up and he couldn't care less about the pain as he gushed. "Look at you bear." Su Yi laughed and cursed, then waved his hand with some bravado. "Eat. Take a big bite. Eat whatever you want. Eat all you want." The third-floor high-class restaurant of the Zenith Division used exquisite ferocious beasts' meat to produce delicious dishes with expensive dishes. Not only do these delicacies taste great, but when consumed, they grow some more power. Unusual martial artists, who were simply unable to spend money for a long period of time, could only gather for a meal once in a while. Su Yi had also accumulated some money during this period of time, so it was still no problem to treat a meal. "Hey!" Shortly afterward, Wang Jia left with a smile on his face and a beautiful smile. After Su Yi separated from him, he immediately returned to his residence. He sat down on the chair and looked at the column of assignable attributes on the panel and shouted in his mind with some excitement. "Laws of origin. Give me more." After choosing to use it, a wave of pure energy filled Su Yi's entire body, rapidly quenching his body. The feeling comes and goes quickly. When this energy disappeared, Su Yi got up and clenched his fist, sensing his power. It should have added 200 or 300 pounds of strength. After roughly sensing it, Su Yi's expression was joyful. Cultivation at the martial artist stage required the use of some decent resources. For example, ferocious beast blood, ferocious beast meat, and various grades of yuan qi liquid. By utilizing these resources to quench their bodies, martial artists were able to increase their strength faster and thus break through to a higher realm. But Su Yi was all alone, without any backing. Even if one worked in the division of decimation, these resources, too, needed to be exchanged for money, or contribution points. His talent was good, but it wasn't to the point of being amazing. Therefore, there was no great power that would choose to cultivate him. For some time before, I relied on practicing the basic body forging method to increase my strength. But after practicing for a month, I've only increased my strength by more than 100 pounds. Today, it's different. Su Yi's eyes were scorching hot. Next, he just needs to keep beating his opponents. You'll be able to earn attribute bonuses, which will allow you to grow in strength quickly. Chapter 3, Elementary Kendo Talent. Next, Su Yi checked his information. Source, Su Yi. Talent, none. Realm, Elementary Martial Artist. Remaining number of absorptions for the month, 2. Assignable attributes, none. Sure enough, after absorbing the attribute once, the number of times remaining on the panel decreased by 1. This month, he had 2 more chances to absorb attributes. It's March 21st. Sui picked up his cell phone and glanced at today's date. It seems that I have to use up these 2 absorption opportunities as soon as possible. In the communication with the laws of origin, Sui gradually understood. The higher the cultivation level and the stronger the talent of the martial artist he defeated, the greater the rewards that would be brought to him. This meant that Sui needed to constantly defeat strong people in order to maximize the efficiency of absorption. Moreover, the attributes he can absorb can be more than speed, strength, defense, etc., these basic attributes. Retracting his thoughts, Sui suddenly remembered something. By the way, I can go test the speed and power today. He just remembered that the attributes he just absorbed included not only the strength attribute, but also the speed attribute. This meant that not only had his strength, nowadays, grown significantly, but his speed should have increased a bit as well. But he hadn't felt the exact amount of enhancement yet. Sui walked to the wooden cabinet and took out a black martial artist costume from it. This was a standardized martial artist's clothing issued by the steward of the Department of Decapitation and Murder, made from the skin of a special ferocious beast. Not only is the defense superior, the lighter weight does not affect movement at all. They are also very comfortable to wear and are great for use against the enemy and in combat. After changing, Sui looked at himself in the mirror, reached out to touch his glistening white shin, and laughed lightly. Well, the mold is still a little bit handsome. This wasn't Sui's narcissism, but the fact that it was, indeed. Previously, when he was studying at the martial arts academy, there were many young and beautiful young girls who were enamored with his face. One after another, he confessed his love for him. But he, Sui, is that kind of person? In his life, he cultivated martial arts for the rise of mankind. Sui was on the spot, sternly refusing. I'm not interested in women, no. His words, at the time, also broke the hearts of many girls, too. Returning to his senses, Sui took a step out of the room, locked the door, and headed to the testing grounds. The martial pavilion was the most powerful force in the human world. As a subordinate organization of the martial pavilion and one of the most important organizations, the Department of Fierce Destruction was naturally decorated with extremely luxurious and complete facilities. Sui drove around in circles along the way, occasionally and a few acquaintances, saying hello. In the end, he headed to the main building of the Division of Severance and took the high-speed elevator, arriving on the 7th floor. Hello, your ID card please. Sui came to the front of the counter, and a female teller with a trademark look revealed a light smile and said softly, "Here." Sui handed over the ID card in his hand to the other party. This card was one that a steward had brought with him after Sui had entered the Division of Severance and Murder, and had gone forward to apply for it. The purpose is to confirm that the identity is correct. In this world, not only humans possess talents, but many ferocious beasts, too. Moreover, due to the greater number of groups of ferocious beasts, the ability to reproduce is extremely strong. Among them, there were some ferocious beasts that possessed talents that were so strange and extremely special that one could not defend against them. Years ago, there was a ferocious beast that possessed the gift of camouflage as well as the gift of stealth. It changed into human form and gradually blended into the higher echelons of the human race, ultimately bringing great loss to the human side, in the end. From then on, every martial artist would need to apply for a special ID card to confirm their identity. Generally speaking, after martial artists entered a major power, there would be special personnel that would lead them to apply for an ID card. Only martial artists of small forces, as well as free martial artists, needed to personally visit the martial pavilion branch and pay money for the process. If more than a year has passed and the martial artist has not applied for an ID card, he or she will be arrested by the martial arts cabinet and will likely face prosecution, as well as jail time. After confirming that his identity was correct, Sui entered the third test site. The test site is vast, with all kinds of test facilities and a high degree of accuracy. It was able to the greatest extent possible, gauge the exact strength of a martial artist. Huffing and puffing. Boom. Ka-ching. Inside the third testing ground, many martial artists were using various instruments to measure their strength. There are also martial artists who utilize the various facilities to work on their physiques. Ha ha. Finally reaching 1,500 pounds of fist power. Nice. Not bad. My speed increased to 15 meters per second. Must be the slippery floor. How can I be only 14 meters per second? Ha ha. Little Blackie, you really suck. The room was filled with a mishmash of voices, with occasional shouts of delight. Suyi casually found a machine to test his punching power, and when the screen responded, he inserted his ID card. Tester, Suyi. Realm, elementary martial artist. Fist power, 1,530 pounds. Test date, March 13th. On the screen, Suya's general information was displayed, as well as the results of the last test. After taking a deep breath, Sunite slowly raised his right fist, then violently blasted it towards the machine. Ding! Soon, the machine responded, showing the force that Sunite had today. Test results. Fist power, 1,800. The speed has increased a bit, but not much. Oh my god! I saw Linyu heading our way. Just at this moment, a panting young martial artist ran in from the third training ground. His face was flushed with excitement. You're talking about the one, Linyu, who possesses the talent of the sword Dao. Upon hearing the name, there was a commotion. Linyu. This name would not be unfamiliar to anyone who was a martial artist in East Sea Bay City. It's a kendo genius. He possessed a special talent for swordsmanship. There are few in the human community who have the gift. However, martial artists with powerful talents were incredibly rare. As it happened, Linyu was such a genius. He possessed a primary sword Dao talent and practiced sword Dao with half the effort. I heard that he was only 15 years old this year, and he had already initially mastered the sword momentum. Although they were still senior martial apprentices, there was no junior martial artist that dared to underestimate the other party. He had once defeated more than one junior martial artist with the cultivation of a senior martial apprentice. Not long after, Linyu really did arrive at the number 3 training ground. The crowd applauded him and surrounded him as if he were a star. You have a good talent. Suyi looked at him and smiled faintly. Then, in his mind, he whispered. But the next moment, it's mine. Chapter 4, Talent Arrives. After Suyi fused the origin laws, he found that the origin laws were extremely powerful. This is great, someone dozed off and sent a pillow to the door himself. Linyu. It's my turn. Sign for me. Surrounding Linyu were mostly young martial arts disciples with fervent expressions and admiration for him. There are relatively few martial artists. After all, those who were able to become martial artists did not have bad qualifications, and they still had to show some face. Good. Something for everyone. Facing the enthusiastic crowd of fans, Linyu smiled smugly as he asked the 2 black-clothed bodyguards beside him to step back a little. Then, with a bashful smile, he picked up a pen and signed for the group of fans with a dragon's handwriting. Linyu. Sign me up too. I'm your idol. No. You're my idol. Suddenly, there was a young martial artist with a flushed face who reddened and hurriedly changed his words. Ha ha. The training ground was filled with a fastidious atmosphere. Linyu didn't mind and gave him an autograph. Suyi wasn't in a hurry, and when Linyu was almost busy, he stepped forward. Someone with a keen sense of God seemed to smell gunpowder. These older martial artists looked at Suyi with somewhat intriguing gazes. Like Suyi, they were all martial artists from the Department of Fierce Beheading. They were the ones who had been on the front line and had killed fierce beasts together, and among themselves, they were more familiar with each other. What do you guys think Suyi is trying to do? One of the martial artists dressed in white hugged his arms and smacked his lips. Ha. Let's see, these two, 80% are going to fight. Beside him, an extraordinarily burly martial artist put down the 2-ton dumbbells in his hands and then laughed. Suyi wasn't too old nowadays, only 19 weeks old so far, and Linyu was considered to be of the same generation. They all came from a young age, and naturally knew in their hearts that the age of a teenager was the time when life was the hottest. When they were young, they also studied at the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. And at that time, the East China Sea Martial Arts Academy had an alias called the Hot-Blooded High Academy. Their consistent aim when it comes to things is, don't be a wimp. Just do it. They estimated in their hearts that Suyi and Linyu should have a match. A moment later, Suyi walked up to Linyu. Smiling. Linyu, how about you and I spar? Who are you? Linyu had never seen Suyi before and immediately frowned. A lot of the time, he was practicing within the family, so it was normal that he hadn't seen Suyi. A junior brother beside him hurriedly came to his ear and told Suyi's information to him. Oh. Junior martial artist. Lin Yu stared at Su Yi, who had a bland expression, and pondered in his heart. Su Yi was young, had no background, and had only broken through to primary martial artist not too long ago. The strength shouldn't be strong enough for him to deal with. Besides, so many people, all watching. In public, if he didn't take it, wouldn't he be afraid of this Su Yi? Yes. The two set an agreement and then applied for a junior ring. It's unusual for martial artists to compete with each other. If it was an ordinary martial artists fight, not many people would pay attention to it. However, this competition was unusual. One was a talented martial apprentice who had cultivated sword power, and the other was a young martial artist who had joined the fierce beheading division. Neither side is a savior, so I'm afraid there will be a dragon fight. As a result, it attracts a lot of people who come to watch. Within moments, the ring application went through and the two men walked to the ring, looking away from each other. Lin Yu held a special wooden sword in his hand, his eyes sharp. Su Yi was dressed in black, both his hands were empty, and his gaze was calm. Under the ring, various shouts rose and fell, mostly voices shouting for Lin Yu. After all, winning against the weak always makes the heart sing and cheer. Unfortunately, he was facing Su Yi. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Under the ring, someone asked. I don't know, I guess Lin Yu. Lin Yu's talent was there for all to see. He had already comprehended the sword momentum, and he had even practiced one of the Lin family's second-grade sword techniques. Although his cultivation level was only that of a senior martial apprentice, his strength could not be underestimated. In contrast, Su Yi's information was much simpler, and apart from his cultivation being a step higher, there didn't seem to be much of an advantage. And it wasn't as if there were no junior martial artists who had lost to Lin Yu's sword. Most people, therefore, were still more optimistic about Lin Yu. Brother Su. Awesome. Just then, this kid, Wang Jie, didn't know when he came under the ring, and with a red face, he roared loudly, startling everyone around him. The boy. Su Yi sniffed and looked over, crying and laughing a little. The heart is still quite moved. After Wang Jie heard the news of Su Yi and Lin Yu's match, he rushed to the match ring at the first opportunity. But as soon as he entered, he realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Almost everyone was optimistic about Lin Yu and were cheering him on. Grandma's drops. Su isn't so bad, alright. So the emotions were in place before he turned red and yelled. Begin. Returning to his senses, Su Yi looked at Lin Yu. After saying that, Su Yi's figure flashed, bringing up a strong wind. That was fast. Lin Yu's face changed slightly and he hastily swung his longsword to parry. Su Yi's speed was a bit faster than the junior martial artist he defeated earlier. Su Yi swung his right fist and forced Lin Yu back 3 feet. Boom! Lin Yu, who was slightly inferior, looked like he felt shame as he exuded an astonishing aura. The entire person was like a sharp sword, oppressing the air around them and making it seem sticky. The martial artists were a bit better, but many martial disciples had pale faces and trembling legs under the pressure of the sword's power, without even the thought of resisting. Su Yi, who was in the ring, felt the strongest sense of oppression. He felt like his body, as if it was overriding a mountain, and his breathing became a little short. This is sword power? However, Su Yi not only didn't panic, but instead, his eyes were scorching hot as he stared tightly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stared at by him and felt a little hairy inside. It had to be said that Lin Yu had indeed lived up to his name as a genius, and after executing his sword power, his strength had increased a lot. Even for Su Yi nowadays, it took some time to completely take down the opponent. Su Yi shattered the wooden sword in his hand, and also shattered the little bit of pride in his heart. I lost. Lin Yu looked at the broken sword in his hand with a somewhat despondent expression. Under the ring, the crowd sighs. Some of Lin Yu's fans were even crying out. And Su Yi ignored this. Ding! Congratulations to Sourcemaster for defeating Lin Yu. Gain 3 points in the strength attribute. Speed attribute 1 point. Sword Dao qualification 10 points. 1 point in enlightenment talent. He looked at the bubbles floating in the air with an agitated expression. When the bubble was integrated into his body, he immediately got rid of the crowd that surrounded him and let his good brother, Wang Jie, deal with them. He himself, at the first opportunity, returned to his residence. Absorb. Sitting on the chair, Su Yi immediately chose to absorb it. Boom! In his mind, many auras sprang up, and his understanding of the way of the sword increased by a great deal. Congratulations to Sourcemaster for absorbing 10 points of Sword Dao qualification. Gaining the primary Sword Dao talent. Chapter 5, Difficult? Then don't do it. Elementary kendo talent. After obtaining the talent, Suya's mind was agitated. There were a handful of martial artists in this world who possessed talents, but the vast majority of them were more ordinary talents. For example, the iron block talent, the sniffing talent, etc. And similar to the sword Dao talent, this kind of more special talent, there were very few possessors. Donghai Base City was a small base city, but it had a population of hundreds of thousands. But amongst the young martial artists of this generation, there was explicitly only Lin Yu of the Lin family, who possessed a special primary sword Dao talent. And now, after Suyi absorbed his attributes, he also managed to possess a special talent. I feel that my understanding of the way of the sword has improved quite a bit now. Suyi muttered. He stood up and then took out an iron sword from the weapons cabinet inside the bedroom. Upon gripping the iron sword, Suyi felt that the iron sword in his hand, as if it was fused with his own arm, into one. A little aura flickered in his head. Huffing and puffing, he made his way to the spacious balcony and casually swung his iron sword, bringing up the sound of breaking air. That's right, I can try and cultivate sword techniques. Suya's mind moved, then he gazed at his concentration and began to cultivate the sword skill, Silver Moon. This was a first-grade sword technique, which was given to Suyi by one of the stewards of the Department of Vicious Beheading, after he had previously received the honor of being one of the top 10 graduates of the Martial Academy. In this world, martial arts feats are roughly categorized into 1 to 9 grades. The specific realms are further categorized into initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. As for whether there were any higher gong methods above the 9th grade, Suyi did not know. After some time, Suyi stopped moving and a smile appeared on his face. Finally, I have cultivated the Silver Moon sword technique to the small completion stage. It had been a while since he had obtained this sword technique. On weekdays, he also practiced diligently without slacking off, but he always stopped at the introductory stage and was slow to break through. I didn't expect to easily break through the bottleneck after obtaining the primary sword Dao talent. This shows the importance of talent. This was also the reason why Lin Yu was called a genius. For martial artists, learning a profound technique was very important and could grow a lot of strength. And martial artists with special talents naturally get twice the result with half the effort when practicing their techniques. My efficiency in practicing sword techniques nowadays has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. In time, I will definitely be able to comprehend sword momentum as well. Returning indoors, Suyi put away the iron sword, then thought in his mind. Sword power. This was a kind of martial arts momentum that martial artists practiced after possessing a certain understanding of the way of the sword, the way of the sword. Similarly, there are fist gestures, knife gestures, and so on. Martial artists without talent were naturally able to master it, but the sweat and effort they needed to put in was much more than those with talent. Certain gongfu of better grades could only be cultivated to great completion and fulfillment if they had mastered the momentum of the martial way. After briefly trying out the newly acquired talent, Suyi laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep with slight exhaustion. Early in the morning of the second day, Suyi was shouted up by the exuberant Wang Jia. This kid heard yesterday, Suyi wants to invite him to a high-class restaurant to eat, a whole night did not sleep, until now are still in high spirits. Go go go. Brother Su. Let's go to a fancy restaurant for dinner. Wang Jia pulled Suyi all the way to the 3rd floor of the high-class restaurant in a hurry. The high-class restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Chopper Division was extremely beautifully decorated, and the air was filled with mouth-watering aromas. Beside the neatly arranged jade tables, there were scattered martial artists, enjoying their food. Their clothes were extraordinary and their aura was powerful. Look! That's Su Yi. It is said that yesterday, it was he who defeated that sword Dao genius of the Lin family, Lin Yu. This son is even as terrifying as this. When they saw Su Yi, these people looked over and then whispered. Heh! Isn't just using a high realm and suppressing a low realm to win, what's there to brag about? It is. That's it. There were a few, however, who were sour. They are young in appearance and have a modest background, and they get together. This was a group of senior martial arts disciples and Lin Yu's loyal juniors. Su Yi and Wang Jia smiled at each other and didn't care. A loss is a loss. When it comes to the battlefield, no one will listen to your reasons. After exchanging greetings with a few acquaintances, the two of them casually found a seat. Woo! Su! Last night. You're awesome. Beside a jade table, Wang Jia opened his mouth while swallowing the food in a big gulp, his face reddening with excitement. Suyi looked at his reddened face, and when he looked at the side, there were a few martial artists, looking at him with somewhat strange eyes. Especially when one of the martial artists dressed in blue looked at him with an "I understand you" look. Suyi only felt his scalp go numb. "All right. Eat your food." Suyi glared at him, covering his forehead that had swelling, rather speechless. After eating and paying for their meal, the two of them hung out for a while before entering the training room and beginning their training. The time came to evening. Alongside a broad, clean highway. "Brother Su. They're almost here, let's go too." Wang Jia hung up the phone and called a car. The two of them entered the car and drove towards their destination. Wang Jia has booked a good place for the party. They are now heading towards the Li's Hotel. Shortly afterward, the crowd, which had been separated for a long time, gathered together once again. Located in the old town, Li's is a big classic steakhouse. Suya's few people, when they were still cultivating martial arts in the academy, often gathered here, and they were familiar with the flathead boss. "What, exactly, do you want?" Li Wenhua seemed to be cognizant of this group of people, and his face trembled lightly as he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Put." The bald man shot a puff of smoke in his face, at him. Then took the cigarette, pressed it against Li Wenhua's shoulder, and extinguished it with force. Li Wenhua held back the pain and didn't dare to move. In a word, $300,000. Casually dropping his cigarette, the bald man was emboldened. "If you can't get the money today, when the time comes, don't blame your brothers for flipping out." $300,000. Hearing this number, Li Wenhua's face turned pale as he trembled. "I can't come up with $300,000, my mother still needs money for her treatment, and I'm having a hard time with it." "Hard to do?" The bald man bared his yellowed, sharp teeth as he grinned sardonically and made his way over to a table of dining guests. "Then don't do it." Only to see his right hand gripping the corner of the table, he fiercely exerted his strength, overturning a table of well-made delicacies, in an instant. Chapter 6, Absorbing Fierce Beast Attributes? Ah! The guests at that table, who were nervously eating, were splashed with scalding hot water, screamed, and trotted out of the restaurant. "What are you doing?" Li Wenhua anger, he just wanted to go forward to stop, only to see one of the yellow-haired man, came up to grab his collar, forced to give him 2 slaps. Li Wenhua was knocked around, red and swollen. The little brother was just about to continue the fight when Suyi didn't know when, but came to his side, grabbed his collar, and ruthlessly gave him a slap. "Ah!" Accompanied by a miserable scream, that yellow-haired punk was slapped by Suyi as a whole, crashing into some furniture, and eventually spitting blood and falling to the ground, life and death unknown. How powerful was Suyi nowadays? Close to 2,000 pounds of force, slapped on a person's face, this yellow-haired punk only had the cultivation of an intermediate-level martial arts apprentice, not being slapped to death, all counted as his life. Boy! The remaining yellow-haired gangsters, their faces changed, they gripped their iron bars tightly and just wanted to go forward to teach Suyi a lesson, but they were stopped by the bald man. "This brother. Which way?" The bald man's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, scanning over Suyi for a few moments, then inquired. "This old town street, all falls under the jurisdiction of their bad wolf gang." The Suyi in front of him was young, but his strength was not bad. Either he was a son of a big family or the right-hand man of some gang. He'd have to ask about it. "Chopper Division." Suyi gave him a look. When the latter heard this, his eyes tightened and his face changed drastically as he immediately nodded his head and said, "So it's the lord of the Chopper Division. It's all my fault for not having the eyesight to disturb your lordship's meal, please don't blame me. We're rolling this way. We're outta here." The bald man opened his mouth repeatedly, so scared that he was close to kneeling down for Suyi. "Ha? The name of the division of chopping and murdering is so good?" Suyi glanced at the bald man, his heart alarmed. The bald man in front of him, his cultivation wasn't that bad, reaching the level of primary martial artist, the same realm as him. But when they heard the words Chopper Division, they didn't even dare to fart. After saying that, the bald man immediately led a group of juniors, wanting to quickly leave this place. "Slow down." Suyi stared at him and laughed lightly. "Don't want $300,000? Ha? What $300,000? This bald man, who was an expert at pretending to be confused, said with a bewildered face. "Get lost. Look at him like this, Suyi Heartclear, this is in the society, crawling and rolling the old grease," so waved his hand. Yes. The bald man was like being pardoned, lowered his eyebrows and immediately retreated with his yellow-haired little brother. This bald guy, he's a man who knows what he's doing. Suyi laughed, and didn't take this small matter to heart. Thank you all. For Suya's help, the little brother screamed miserably and fainted. This time, the remaining yellow hairs were instantly honest, each of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at the bald man. Why did I bring a bunch of idiots? The bald man's heart nestled in the fire, and ruthlessly stomped the next little brother a few feet. Ah, the chopper division. Is that something they can mess with? You're not afraid that the next day, you'll kill yourself with 10 bullets in your back? Bunch of idiots. After venting, the bald man was also glad that he, just now, didn't make a reckless move. He was able to get to where he is today in the midst of a gang with mixed forces by saying one thing. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Who can be bullied, who is dead, cannot be messed with, in his heart, can be clear. Lee's hotel, Suyi. Several people gathered for a long time. The relationship is a lot more cordial, almost to find the kind of feeling of the student era. By the way, Sister Jade, you may not know that last night. At this time, Wang Jia mysteriously opened his mouth. Brother Su is on a roll. Took that genius, Lin Yu, and ate him over. And this? Hearing this, Chen Meiling's eyes blinked, somewhat surprised. She was favored by the East China Sea Auction Association and became a front desk teller, knowing very well that the Lin family, which was a big client of the Auction Association, had a strong foundation. And that genius, Lin Yu, was a fierce man who was able to cross the border and win. Unexpectedly, this person lost in Suya's hands. Brother Su is awesome. Li Tian also revealed a shocked expression and couldn't help but lament a word. Lin Yu had defeated more than one junior martial artist, and there had been times when a self-righteous junior martial artist, wanting to give back to the martial artists circle, had personally challenged Lin Yu. Instead, they ended up losing big and fueling the other side's anger. Suyi was able to suppress Lin Yu. Clearly his strength was a cut above that of an ordinary junior martial artist. He and his cousin, Wang Tong, though, were spotted by HT Alliance after graduation and went to work in it. Yet, he had not broken through to primary martial artist either, and was still some distance away. That's fine, Sayaka. Do you want to leave the chopper division and come to Sister's Rose Mercenaries? Sister here, but there are a lot of pretty little wildflowers waiting for you to pick them. Oh? Luo Yu patted Suya's shoulder, then came to Suya's ear, blew a fragrant breeze and said in a teasing manner. This aroma made Su Knight's ears tingle. Sister Jade, what are you doing? Suyi, who was teased by Luo Yu, hastily stabilized his mind. Ha ha. The party was filled with fastidiousness. After chatting for a few moments, Suyi suddenly remembered that not only humans had talents, but many ferocious beasts, all had powerful talents. His status was low nowadays, so if he continued to defeat talented human martial artists, he would be too high profile, not conducive to obscene development, and might even attract a killing curse. If you are strong in the future, you can naturally run amok. But now that he was still weak, he had to take it easy. That's why he put his mind on the ferocious beasts. And I wonder, can I absorb attributes and talents from the ferocious beasts? Su Knight pondered in his heart. The laws of origin, extremely powerful, should not be a problem. And as he had just arrived in this world not long ago, the knowledge regarding this aspect of fierce beast talents was not very clear to him. So he took this opportunity to open his mouth and ask. Do you know what ferocious beasts there are that possess special talents? For example, strength talent, speed talent? If he could obtain these talents, then Suya's strength could skyrocket by a large margin. In this world, strength is fundamental. The crowd pondered for a while, and Wang Tong, who had a robust body, thought for a moment and then opened his mouth. I've seen a special kind of ferocious beast named Flame Ant in the HT Alliance Company. Speaking of this, Wang Tang looked solemn. Flaming ants, not only do they possess the primary flame talent, and a mid-level power talent. Chapter 7, Black Iron Ants. Acid Bomb. Fire Ants. This was an extremely terrifying ferocious beast. It was also when he was within the company, assisting his superiors in dealing with an incident concerning fiery ants, that he learned the specific information about this ferocious beast. This kind of ferocious beast is different from ordinary ants. They are huge, not only can they spit flames from their mouths, but all of their strength, they are even more powerful. There were once squads of martial artists with notable reputations and extraordinary strengths who wanted to hunt this extremely high-priced ferocious beast and earn money. But in the end, this squad was easily annihilated by a primary fierce beast's fiery ant. Only the captain of that squad, who had escaped with his life, came back and reported the specifics to the HT Alliance Corporation. Wang Tang followed his company superiors and dealt with this very thing. Fiery ants. Hearing this, Luo Yu, the strongest cultivator among the several people, also became gloomy. Although the flame ants were generally not strong in cultivation, most of them were primary and intermediate fierce beasts. But even if it was a primary fierce beast ranked fiery ant, an ordinary intermediate martial artist wouldn't dare to make an enemy of it. Even if it was a high-level martial artist, one slip-up might be killed by the fiery ants. In this wilderness area of Donghai Base City, the flame ants were considered to be an overbearing ferocious beast colony. Very few people dared to hit them. Su Yi, why are you asking this? Returning to his senses, Wang Tang glanced at Su Yi with some curiosity and inquired. It was difficult to explore the specific information of the ferocious beast's talent and bloodline. Only some big powers have specific and relevant information. The Fierce Beheading Division certainly had this information, but Su Yi's cultivation level was low and his status was slight, so he didn't have the power to obtain this information yet. Nothing, just a little curious. Su Yi laughed, and then a few people skirted around the topic. They continued to reminisce the anecdotes of their past youth. Time passed in a flash, and soon it was time to part ways. Sayaka, here. Before parting, Luo Yu gave Su Yi a special golden ID card. Inserting this card, he could search for a lot of information about ferocious beasts. Thanks, Sister Jade. Su Yi collected the card and thanked him with a smile. After graduation, each of them had their own lives. It's not always possible to get together naturally because you have to be on the line with life. Go away. The sun is setting in the west. Beside the wide highway, after a few people parted ways, Su Yi and Wang Jie got into a car and returned to the chopper division. Brother Su, I'm going to train. Strive for an early breakthrough as a martial artist. After returning to the division of chopping fears, Wang Jie seemed to have his fighting spirit aroused by Su Yi. He clenched his fists, and after parting ways with Su Yi, he entered the training room with a serious expression and began to diligently cultivate the body forging method. He hoped to make a breakthrough and reach the realm of primary martial artist soon. This guy, I guess in a few days, he'll be hooking up for another song. Su Yi smiled and shook his head, then he took the high-speed elevator and returned to his residence. I didn't expect the flame ants to be so powerful. Sitting on the chair, Su Yi inserted the golden ID card towards the computer and searched for information about the fiery ants in the page that popped up. It's all just a few simple pictures to introduce the information, but that's enough. At the same time, he searched for information about power talent and was astonished. After reading the message, Su Yi's eyes sizzled. If I can obtain the intermediate level power talent from the fiery ants, then my strength will definitely be able to go to the next level. Through this simple information, Su Yi learned. The fiery ants resided in the D section of the wilderness area outside of the city and were extremely united and powerful, making them difficult to hunt. Often when you mess with one, you attract a bunch. And he had also learned from some basic information that the primary power talent was capable of boosting the possessor's strength by 3 times. This has been somewhat surprising. However, the intermediate power talent is capable of boosting the possessor's strength by 5 times. What kind of concept is that? Su Yi's fist strength nowadays was close to 2,000 pounds, which was not low among junior martial artists. If he had gained an intermediate strength talent after absorbing the attributes from the body of the fiery ants, he would have gained an intermediate strength talent. Then his punching power could easily be raised to 10,000 pounds. And 10,000 pounds of fist power, it was a power that only an ordinary advanced martial artist could possess. However, there's definitely no way for me to defeat such a powerful fiery ant right now. Su Yi slowed his mind and frowned. Kidding aside, even the primary ferocious beast's fiery fire ants, with all their strength, probably exceeded 10,000 pounds. Plus, the flame ants also had the primary flame talent, and the two were stacked on top of each other, which created the flame ant's dominant status. 10 Su Yi would not be enough to beat up a single fiery ant. That's right, I can take a step back and see if there are any ferocious beasts that have primary power talents first. Su Yi thought for a moment, and then started searching for relevant information. He focused his search on the ant-like ferocious beasts. These types of ferocious beasts often possessed the gift of strength. It didn't take long for Su Yi to search for a ferocious beast. Black iron ants. Su Yi looked at the screen, the corpse of the hideous, dead black iron ant, and revealed a smile. Black iron ants were a type of ant-type ferocious beasts with a large population, more than half of which possessed primary strength talents. However, the strength of black iron ants was basically at the level of primary fierce beasts, and it was rare to see black iron ants at the ordinary people, even if they have money, don't have this way to buy it. After getting the goods, Suyi took the iron sword with him, changed into the black martial artist costume, and rode the special train of the chopper division into the wilderness area. Suyi followed the safe route that had been scouted out carefully and came to a desolate place. This should be it. He looked at the map, marking the location of the black iron ant's nest, and then looked at a certain hole in front of him with a grave expression. The hole was about 1 meter high and half a meter wide, and dark and spooky. Suyi crouched patiently in the shadows, carefully observing the hole. Z. Soon after, one after another black iron ant crawled out of the burrow, letting out a hissing sound. There's a bit too many of them, it'll have to wait. Suyi watched the dozen or so black iron ants, carrying food inside the cave entrance, but he was not in a hurry and continued to crouch. After a while, 3 more black iron ants crawled out from the nest. These 3 black iron ants were smaller and their aura was also a bit weaker than the previous black iron ants. Good chance. Suyi's expression moved. He immediately activated the small acid bomb he held tightly in his hand, and then violently threw it towards the 3 black iron ants. Rumble. With a loud bang, those 3 black iron ants screamed a few times. 2 of them didn't die but were only seriously injured. But one, by an acid bomb, was blown apart. Ding! Congratulations to the Source Master for killing a black iron ant. Gain 3 points in the Strength attribute. Speed attribute 1 point. Power origin 10 points. Chapter 8, The Night Family's Visitors. Get the hell out of here. After hearing the laws of origin and successfully absorbing the attributes, Suyi's expression was joyful, and he hurriedly absorbed the floating bubbles and immediately dodged to escape. This black iron ant nest he had chosen was already explored though, and the colony wasn't very numerous. But with such a big commotion, it would definitely attract quite a few black iron ants to come out. If he stayed for a long time, Suyi was not sure that he would be able to retreat in one piece. Roar! Right after Suyi withdrew a distance of several hundred meters, an alarming roar came from behind him, extremely angry. Looks like it's that ant queen that's gotten angry. Suyi, who had withdrawn a long way away, vaguely saw a huge-sized black ant, hissing up to the sky, full of anger, staring at the direction he had fled from. Go away! Suyi dashed away as he avoided the places on the map, which were marked as dangerous, one after another. It didn't take long before he was back at his residence on the special train of the chopper division. Phew! Sitting on the chair, Suyi was excited, looking at his information. Source, Suyi. Talent, elementary kendo talent. Realm, elementary martial artist. Assignable attributes, strength attribute 3 points. Speed attribute 1 point. 10 points of power origin. Remaining number of absorptions this month, 0. Power essence? Suyi stared at the column of assignable attributes and then guessed. This thing, it should be similar to the Sword Dao qualification, able to enhance my power talent. Try it. 100 thoughts are better than 1. Add some. Suyi's mind moved and immediately absorbed all the assignable attribute points. Boom! A pure energy filled Suyi's entire body, quenching his body. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 10 points of power essence. Gain the primary power talent. A moment later, Suyi finished absorbing it and only felt refreshed. Primary power talent. Suyi smiled as he got up and clenched his fist, feeling his body filled with explosive power, as if he could blow up a small mountain with a single punch. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by too much power boost. Before, I tested my base strength at 1,890 pounds, then I defeated Lin Yu and got 3 points of the strength attribute, and this time I absorbed 3 more points. Doing the math, after absorbing 6 points of attributes, my base strength should be around 2,500 pounds. If you add to that, a 3-fold increase in the primary power talent. I'm afraid my strength today has reached 7,500 pounds. Suyi did some simple calculations and realized that the increase in special talents for martial artists was just too terrifying. With Suyi's strength nowadays, an ordinary junior martial artist would no longer be able to fight against him. Only a small number of intermediate-level martial artists, as well as advanced-level martial artists, could suppress him in terms of power. Of course, when martial artists fought, strength was certainly the focus, but factors such as defense, speed, and feats were also the focus of victory. Compared to his strength, Suyi's speed nowadays hadn't improved much. Still have to develop obscenely for a while. Suyi tightened his smile and warned in his heart. Some intermediate martial artists who were proficient in speed and slightly weaker in strength, even if Suya's strength was stronger than theirs, there was no way to hit them, so naturally, he couldn't fight against these martial artists. However, if he waited for Suyi to absorb some more speed, defense, and other talents, then it wouldn't necessarily be the case. Afterwards, Suyi practiced the silver moonsword technique on the balcony until late at night, when the old butler bowed and said, looking respectful. Well. Is good. Lin Hai got up and carried his hands behind his back. This defeat will also sharpen his temperament. He was able to become the head of the family as a concubine's son, so he naturally understood. Arrogance, often, is the root of destruction. His son's defeat this time made him even happier in his heart. The family had taught me a lesson. Butler Wang hurriedly opened his mouth. By the way, family master, should we send someone over to pull Suyi together? Butler Wang's mind turned, and he then spoke. Suyi was able to defeat young Lord Linyu, so his talent was obviously not low. In his opinion, it would be best for the two to turn their differences into peace, and to draw the Suyi in and make him work for the Lin family so as to maximize their benefits. There's no need for that, so just back off. Lin Hai waved his hand and told him to retreat first. Yes. Butler Wang knew that he had spoken too much and quickly bowed and retreated. Suyi. Lin Hai murmured softly and smiled slightly. Although Suya's talent was good, he had specialized in studying Suya's life story and knew that this person had a strong temperament, and it was bound to be impossible for him to stoop to enter the Lin family and work for them. However, he thought of the Knight family. I'm afraid, that old man, Knight Shanghai, is going to make a move against this Suyi. I just don't know if this Suyi can give me a little surprise. Lin Hai stood in front of the window, his sight looking towards the direction of the division of vicious beheading, and thought in his mind. Early in the morning of the second day, Suyi woke up and after finishing his meal, he began his cultivation. Beside him stood a young servant respectfully. The man's head was bowed and he held a white sheet of paper in his hand. Very strong. The middle-aged man intentionally exuded a wisp of aura that pressed towards Suyi, causing Suya's heart and mind to flinch. Of course, this was the beheading of murder division, and he wasn't afraid of this person in front of him plotting against him. Daring to make a move in the beheading fierce division was definitely looking for death. Who are you? Suyi walked closer and inquired. You're Suyi? The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, with a somewhat arrogant demeanor, he looked down at Suyi and asked back with some impatience. Seeing Suyi nod, the man took a contract from the servant's hand and threw it to Suyi, almost as if he was ordering. Sign the papers. Such an arrogant attitude made Suyi think of a certain family within the eastern sea-based city, and had a guess in his heart. When Suyi looked over the contract regulations, his heart churned with anger. The regulations in the contract are outrageous. Simply put, he had no power whatsoever, and everything was subject to the Knight family's arrangements. By signing this contract, even his body is no longer his own. This ing. What? You're not convinced? The middle-aged man frowned when he saw Suya's face. Suyi just wanted to transform into a key fairy and ruthlessly spray him in the face. But on second thought, he suddenly laughed. The Knight family sees my talent and wants to draw me in? It's good that you understand. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. It's fine for me to sign, but... With a change in tone, Suyi continued. I have a few conditions. Oh? Tell me about it. The middle-aged man laughed back in anger. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this kid in front of him was trying to pull. First, give me $1 million. Suyi stretched out his index finger, then spoke blandly. Second, give me a second-grade sword technique. Third. Suyi thought for a moment, then lionized his mouth. Give me a bottle of C-grade Yuan Qi liquid. Chapter 9, Ferocious Beast Blood. Body forging method. Suya's words made the middle-aged man in front of him laugh in anger. Kid. Do you know what the concept of a second-grade sword technique is? Also, you actually want a bottle of C-grade Yuan Qi liquid? The middle-aged man couldn't even figure out how Suyi dared to say this. C-grade Yuan Qi liquid This thing was extremely complicated to make and had a large cost, but of course, the effect of quenching the body was extremely good. It was so much more effective than any ferocious beast meat or ferocious beast blood. The price of a bottle of C-grade Yuan Qi liquid on the market was around $3 to $4 million. Even for their Knight family, only martial artists who displayed talent were eligible to receive a bottle. Hold your horses. Su Yi was somewhat determined to eat him. He smiled and opened his mouth, rather seductively. Think about it, I'm only 19 now too, I'm young, there's still a lot of room for improvement. And I'm also quite certain that I'll be able to break through to the senior martial artist realm in less than 10 years. Su Yi glanced at him, then wrapped his arms around his body and snorted coldly as he turned the tables. I don't think I need to say more about the value of a high-level martial artist, right? Well. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows in thought. Somehow, he actually felt that the kid in front of him. That's a pretty damn good point. The value of a senior martial artist was indeed far too expensive than these demands made by Su Yi. After all, even for their Knight family, with a population of thousands, the number of high-level martial artists was just a few dozen. And these are the people who are the backbone of the family. You're like this, you go back first and give me an answer after discussing with your family head. Here's my card. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to react, Su Yi grabbed the opportunity to speak. He tossed the middle-aged man a business card, then opened the door to himself and entered the chamber. Bang! It wasn't until the sound of the locked door came that the middle-aged man reacted. He gazed, somewhat dangerously, at the closed door of the room. Phew! I'm not mad. He squeezed the business card in his hand and mentally reassured himself. This was the beheading of murder division, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act wild here. But the kid is greasy though. After all, if he signed this contract, it would also mean that Su Yi would have to work for the Knight family for the rest of his life. Normally, the wealth that a high-level martial artist could create for his family in his lifetime was, at a conservative estimate, at least tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, these requests made by Su Yi were really nothing. I hope that the Knight family will be able to send the resources over quickly. On the balcony, Su Yi took out his iron sword to practice swordplay while thinking. As for what the Knight family would think after whoring out these resources, that wasn't something he cared about. Anyway, this contract, Su Yi definitely wouldn't sign it. So no matter what Su Yi did, he would offend the Knight family. It would be better to whore out a bunch of resources and use them to, well, improve yourself. When one's strength is strong, all problems, naturally, are solved. And with the division of fierce beheading, this big backer, even if the Knight family wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't be easy. 2 hours later, Su Yi finished practicing his sword, and his sword skill grew a little. He shuffled around, sat down on a chair, and began to think about what to do next, to improve his strength. The number of absorptions for this month has all been used up. After absorbing the attributes of the black iron ants, Su Yi had already used up the number of times for this month. This also meant that Su Yi had no way, for the time being, to rely on absorbing attributes and rapidly increase his strength. Suddenly, Su Yi thought of the fierce beast blood and the body forging method. Previously, one of the major reasons why his progress was very slow when he practiced the body forging technique was because he didn't use it in conjunction with the fierce beast blood, together. After all, this stuff is expensive too. The price of a single copy of a primary fierce beast blood was around thousands to tens of thousands, not something Su Yi could afford to consume. Ferocious beast blood is not the body of a ferocious beast, ordinary blood, but the essence blood in the body of a ferocious beast. A primary ferocious beast often can only be refined, 1 to 3 copies of ferocious beast blood just so the price will be so expensive. Before, I broke through to primary martial artist though. Inside the martial hall, for these warm invitations, Su Yi smiled and excused himself from all of them. Boom! Soon after, Su Yi rode the special martial artist train and entered the wilderness area. Su Yi was careful, avoiding some dangerous places, and then entered the hunting area of the primary fierce beasts, the Green Mountain Small Wild Area. Aoyama Ono Zone, a zone carved out by powerful human martial artists. There were almost all primary level ferocious beasts in there, and it was rare to see intermediate level ferocious beasts. Luck! An hour later, Su Yi crouched in the shadows. He spotted a lone wind chaser wolf. Chapter 10 The Ferocious Beast Red Inferno Tiger. Chasing wolves. This is a primary ferocious beast that lives in a group. The strength was not very strong, and often a beginner martial artist who had just broken through would be able to hold a weapon in his hand, maneuver around it, and eventually kill it. And this wind-chasing wolf in front of him was injured. Blood dripped from the location of its chest, as if it had been driven out of the pack. Roar! Suddenly, this wind-chasing wolf sniffed its nose. It spotted Su Yi and let out a low growl with some caution. Quite alert. Suya's eyes narrowed slightly, then his body suddenly stormed, like a sharp arrow, swinging his fist to blast at this wind-chasing wolf. Accompanied by a miserable scream, this wind-chasing wolf was unable to resist in time and was killed by Suya's punch. Try and see how many copies of Fierce Beast blood can be collected. Suya's mind moved. Then he took out his tools and began to collect the ferocious beast's essence blood within the wind-chasing wolf. The ferocious beast's essence blood is usually gathered at the location of the beast's heart. Sure enough, only one copy. After spending some time, Suyi only collected a single portion of ferocious beast blood from the body of the wind-chasing wolf. However, this was also expected by Suyi. After all, this wind-chasing wolf was severely injured, and the essence blood in its body drained away a bit. After simply treating the scene and covering the smell of blood with dust, Suyi looked around and found a cave that had been abandoned by martial artists. After exploring and finding no danger, Suyi took out the fierce beast blood. Try to see how effective it is when combined with the basic body forging method. Gulp. Suyi tilted his head and drank the ferocious beast's blood, his body filled with a hot mass of energy. He then concentrated and began to cultivate the basic body forging method. The basic body forging technique, after playing a set, had a total of 36 movements. This was the Eastern Sea Martial Arts Academy, the basic body forging secret method taught to the students, capable of steadily growing in strength. Within the division of fierce beheading, there were also secret body forging methods that were better than the basic body forging method. But that kind of secret method was not something Suyi could access today. Phew! Half an hour later, Suyi put away his movements and slowly exhaled a mouthful of white air. It worked out pretty well. Feeling the growing power, Suya's expression was slightly pleased. A portion of ferocious beast blood, in conjunction with the basic body forging method, had increased strength by roughly 30 pounds. Of course, as one's cultivation level increased, the effects of the fierce beast blood and the body forging method would become less and less effective. In the academy teacher's narration, at the advanced martial artist stage, the basic body forging method would not be of much use, and one would need to practice the Yuan power body tempering technique. However, for the current Suyi, the basic body forging method was already sufficient. Looks like I'll have to speed up the efficiency of hunting ferocious beasts. Suyi simply cleaned up the cave and then thought. Although the effect of primary fierce beast blood has gotten worse. But the power that can be boosted by a large enough number is also considerable. After resting for a few moments, Suyi proceeded to start hunting. If quality is not enough, then quantity will be. On a certain day, Suyi was collecting the ferocious beast blood of 2 wind-chasing wolves. Ah! Suddenly, he heard a scream coming from the eastern bit. At the same time, another ferocious beast's roar came from over there, like thunder. Check it out. After the collection was completed, Suya's figure swept to the scene. He crouched in the shadows, observing the scene. Team. Captain. Are you okay? A pale young woman, holding a silver pistol, looked a little panicked and said. Nothing. The middle-aged man held his shield in his hand, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and with a gloomy expression, looked at the ferocious beast in front of him. It's actually a red flame tiger. After seeing the appearance of the ferocious beast, Suya's expression was delighted. Red flame tiger. This was a rare species amongst the ferocious beasts, a mutated species of the red tiger, possessing a primary flame talent, not bad in strength, and covered in treasures. A mid-level ferocious beast? After sensing the aura emanating from the red flame tiger, Suyi didn't rush to make a move and prepared to observe first. And of the 4 people on the scene, only that middle-aged man was at the cultivation level of an intermediate martial artist, the remaining 3 were all at the cultivation level of an elementary martial artist. It should be the free martial artists in the city, forming a hunting squad. Seeing this, Suyi had a guess in his heart. Roar! The red flame tiger stared at that middle-aged man, then roared and opened its mouth towards him to spit out a blazing flame. Look out! The middle-aged man yelled. Good chance! At this moment, Suyi gripped his iron sword and his figure stormed. Chapter 11 Fire Spirit Flower, Mysterious Treasure Liquid. Suya's figure flickered, holding the iron sword in his hand, and towards the red flame tiger, he fiercely chopped out a silver sword light. Sword technique. Silver moon. The red flame tiger was in the process of toning down and was caught off guard by Suya's sword skill, which chopped his neck. Roar! In the next moment, blood soared from its neck as it hissed in pain. Suya's total strength today was close to 10,000 pounds, and with the addition of the sword technique Silver Moon at the small completion stage, he was able to increase his strength by another 20%. Therefore, the might of this sword nearly severed the head of this red flame tiger. The severely injured red flame tiger stared at Su Yi with an indignant expression. However, it didn't make a move to fight with Su Yi. Instead, it hurriedly fled towards a certain direction, extremely fast. This big cat, it's pretty smart. Seeing that the red flame tiger quickly fled the scene, Suya's figure swept and chased after him. Team Captain, should we give chase? In place, that female squad member, at this time, came forward and said with a somewhat fearful expression. Just now, if the captain hadn't been protecting them, I'm afraid they would have died. The intermediate-level ferocious beast, the red flame tiger, was truly terrifying. They, junior martial artists, were completely defenseless. That middle-aged man, gripping his shield tightly, stared at the direction Su Yi had left. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and waved his hand toward the three. Forget it, let's go back. The youth who had suddenly appeared just now, although he was only at the realm of junior martial artist, the strength he displayed was exceptionally astonishing. He guessed in his heart that this person should have some sort of special talent. Being able to cross the border. It's probably a hidden genius from one of the big families. On the way back to Donghai Base City, he thought this in his mind. After all, on the bright side, it seemed that among the younger generation of those powerful clans in the East Sea Base City, there was no such figure in front of them. And that's the kind of person they can't afford to mess with. He had been crawling around for years and deeply understood one thing. If your life is lost, then the treasure is no good, it's useless. Running in? Soon after, Su Yi chased the severely injured red flame tiger and arrived by a broad cave. The entrance to the cave was quite large, 5 or 6 meters high and 3 or 4 meters wide. On the floor, there was a clear line of blood that connected all the way to the depths of the cave. It seemed that the red flame tiger should have hidden in the cave. Su Yi stepped into the cave with a vigilant expression. Snap! Snap! The light inside the cave was dim and the ground was damp, so Yi stepped on the standing water and made a crisp sound. Roar! After sensing Su Yi entering the cave, deep within the cave, there was a roar from that red flame tiger, which seemed to be tinged with anger. The wound recovered so quickly? Su Yi came to the depths of the cave and was somewhat surprised to find. That red flame tiger didn't know what treasures it had taken. The wound at its neck recovered quite a bit, and actually started to scar. The red flame tiger didn't have any talent or ability to recover from injuries. Therefore, within this cave, there must be some sort of treasure that could restore the injuries. Roar! Enemies are not as good as each other. The red flame tiger roared up to the sky and opened its mouth towards Su Yi to spit out a blazing flame. Su Yi, who had prepared for this, dodged to avoid it, and then his iron sword roared, flashing silver streams of light. He continued towards the red flame tiger's neck and chopped out a silver-colored swordlight. Take it while it's sick. The two sides fought furiously for not long before the red flame tiger's state slipped and was eventually beheaded by Su Yi with a single sword strike. This red flame tiger has a huge body, so it should be able to collect multiple portions of ferocious beast blood. Su Yi took out a tool and slashed the heart of the red flame tiger, using a jade bottle to collect the ferocious beast's essence blood. Well, isn't bad. 5 portions of fierce beast blood. After a while, Su Yi finished collecting, and his expression was joyful. This was the fierce beast blood of an intermediate fierce beast, and the effect was quite a bit better than the fierce beast blood of a primary fierce beast. On the market, a single serving of intermediate level ferocious beast blood could be sold for at least tens of thousands to over $100,000. And often, as soon as they are sold, they are snapped up at a price. After all, this stuff is so cost-effective. For the large clans that weren't too bad with money, the ferocious blood of intermediate-level ferocious beasts was one of the better resources they used to train their offspring. Well, there's also tiger tail and tiger whip. These things, the price is not bad. After that, Su Yi used a sharp knife to cut the essential parts of the red flame tiger's body and put them into the package. Tiger penis, for example. This stuff, it's a great tonic. Because of the loss of color and weakness, many people like this for its value. That red flame tiger just now, most likely swallowed some sort of treasure. After collecting it, Su Yi remembered that the red flame tiger, recovering from its injuries, was really too fast and unusual. So it was inside the cave, searching carefully. The smell, it smells so good. Su Yi continued to go deeper and his expression changed slightly. He smelled a scent wafting ahead of him, slipping past his nose. This is fire spirit flower. Not long after Suyi advanced, he saw that in the deepest part of the cave, a large fire spirit flower, dominating a pool of water, was quietly blooming. There are so many. Suyi was a little excited to come close, and immediately proceeded to pick and collect. At the same time, he understood in his heart why there was a red flame tiger in this area where primary fierce beasts gathered. Fire spirit flower, this was a strange treasure, a rare elixir that could enhance a martial artist's strength after swallowing and refining it. At the same time, it was also one of the materials used to make yuan qi liquid. As such, it is of great value. And certain ferocious beasts, after swallowing a certain number of fire spirit flowers, had a chance of mutating, or having their bloodline return to their ancestors. This red flame tiger was probably the one that had swallowed a large amount of fire spirit flowers, thus mutating. From the red tiger, it mutated into the red flame tiger. Generally speaking, mutated ferocious beasts were still relatively rare. Without the fire spirit flower, this red tiger, most likely in this lifetime, would not have been able to raise its bloodline and produce a mutation. But now, all these things are Suye's law. No, although the fire spirit flower is precious, it doesn't have the ability to recover from injuries. Suyi pondered as he finished packing all the fire spirit flowers. After he finished packing them, there should still be treasures. Suyi then proceeded to explore around, carefully, before placing his gaze on a silver pool of water. What kind of liquid is this? There was something peculiar about this pool of water, he realized. The body was silver white, with a feeling that made him want to swallow and refine it, like some kind of treasure. But Suyi hadn't seen it before, and he wasn't sure what exactly it was. Forget it, let's collect it first and use the gold card when we get back to explore it. Suyi took out the jade bottle from the parcel, and carefully collected the silver-colored liquid in this small pool of water. After doing this, Suyi took the package and flashed away. Not long after, Suyi returned to the cave where he lived. Try to see the effect of the intermediate fierce beast blood. After he put the things away, he took out a portion of intermediate level ferocious beast blood, thumped it a few times, and swallowed it. Something like intermediate level ferocious beast blood, he had only seen others use it before and had always been too envious to wish for it. After all, a single serving of intermediate level ferocious beast blood would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Where did the previous Suyi have this kind of money? Boom! After swallowing it, a hot mass of energy filled Suyi's chest. Chapter 12: The Strange Procession. Suyi condensed and gathered his qi, then practiced the basic body forging method. In conjunction with the basic body forging method, the strength in Suyi's body was slowly growing. Once. Twice. 3 times. It wasn't until half an hour later that Suyi slowly retracted his movements and finished refining the energy in his body. I feel that my strength, at the very least, has increased by 100 pounds. Suyi clenched his fist in sensation and his eyes lit up. A portion of intermediate level ferocious beast blood, combined with the basic body forging method, was actually able to increase strength by 100 pounds. This effect, compared to the primary fierce beast blood, was far too good. Go on. Suyi's eyes were scorching hot as he continued to swallow and refine. As time came to evening, Suyi had already refined all of the remaining intermediate level ferocious beast blood. The physique is much enhanced. And at this moment, his base strength had grown to nearly 4,000 pounds. Counting the triple increase effect of the primary strength talent, his current total strength had reached 12,000 kilograms. Such a terrifying power was still quite rare amongst junior martial artists. Only specially gifted martial artists, or those who had practiced powerful techniques, could have this power. I still have so many fire spirit flowers. After swallowing and refining them, I'll be able to grow a lot of strength again. Next, Suyi set his gaze on the collected fire spirit flowers. Although the reasonable use of the fire spirit flower is not a simple and crude method of swallowing and refining, but rather, it is to cooperate with some other spiritual medicines to stimulate the maximum medicinal power of the fire spirit flower. In this way, the benefits can be maximized. However, Suyi still chose to swallow it directly. There was no intention of taking these fire spirit flowers back. The piker is not guilty, the piker is not guilty. This reasoning, Suyi naturally understood. With his current strength, he couldn't keep so many fire spirit flowers, so he might as well swallow and refine them to grow his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, he was not sure exactly what spirit medicine to pair with and what method to use in order to stimulate the maximum medicinal power of the fire spirit flower. Gulp. Suyi picked up a fire spirit flower and swallowed it. In the next moment, it was as if there was a hot flame burning within him. Suyi didn't think much about it and hurriedly practiced the basic body forging method again. For a few days in a row, Suyi was swallowing and refining the fire spirit flower, and didn't go out to hunt ferocious beasts. For him at the moment, the primary fierce beast blood, which had lost its usefulness, had a minimal effect. The intermediate level ferocious beasts, on the other hand, were still quite rare in the small wild area of Green Mountain, and not that easy to find. Instead of exhausting himself, it would be better to refine this batch of fire spirit flowers and steadily grow in strength. On this day, Suyi finished refining the last fire spirit flower. His base strength at this moment, however, had grown to over 6,000 pounds, and he had long since broken the bottleneck of the realm. In fact, 2 days ago, Suyi had already broken through the bottleneck of a primary martial artist and became an intermediate martial artist. Not only was his strength increased by a lot, but his speed was also increased by a lot. When a martial apprentice breaks through to the realm of a primary martial artist, he needs to constantly exercise his body, temper his bones and blood, and raise his base strength to 1,000 pounds. Whereas a beginner martial artist breaking through to an intermediate martial artist would need to raise their base strength to 5,000 pounds. As for wanting to break through to senior martial artist, the base strength must reach 10,000 pounds. This time out, the harvest is too great. Not only did I raise my realm to an intermediate level martial artist, but I also obtained precious treasures. Feeling the powerful strength within his body, Suyi thought in his heart. Today, his total strength, with the triple increase, had reached nearly 20,000 pounds. Such amazing power was quite rare amongst advanced martial artists. Moreover, he had also obtained a large bottle of mysterious silver liquid from that cave, which was surely an extraordinary treasure. Overall, the rewards of this foray into the wilderness area are just too great. However, what made Suyi somewhat distressed was that the fire spirit flowers he had collected had all been used up at this point. This also meant that in a short period of time, it would be difficult for Suyi to his strength. Looking at it now, the blood of the ferocious beasts within the Aoyama Ono area is no longer of much use to me. After breaking through to an intermediate level martial artist, not only did the primary fierce beast blood lose its effect, but the effect of the intermediate fierce beast blood was also greatly reduced and weakened. Suyi needed higher level resources in order to break through the realm and raise his strength as soon as possible. Well, with my strength nowadays, it's possible to leave the Castle Peak Little Wild area and head to the Bright Moon Lake area. After thinking clearly, Suyi took out his map and carefully screened some areas. He eventually chose the Bright Moon Lake area. The wilderness area outside of the city was vast, and was divided into many areas, by strong martial artists. The Green Mountain Little Wild area, mainly a gathering place for primary ferocious beasts. The Bright Moon Lake region, on the other hand, was a gathering place for intermediate-level ferocious beasts, and occasionally, one could also see the figures of high-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, the Bright Moon Lake region, a region that had just been divided not long ago, had a wide range of resources within it. If he was lucky, he might be able to come across a superior resource for tempering the body. After picking, Suyi took the package with him and headed to the Bright Moon Lake. An hour later, Suyi arrived at his destination. He looked around the Bright Moon Lake, searching for a while, and eventually found a cave inhabited by a mid-level ferocious beast. Right here. After decapitating a few intermediate-level ferocious beasts, Suyi occupied the cave and was considered to have a stable landing spot. After a brief rest, Suyi gripped his iron sword and began to search for some resources. At the same time, during this period, he also went out to kill some intermediate-level ferocious beasts and collected quite a lot of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood. Even if the effect of each portion of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood became a bit worse, the amount added up was quite considerable. Moreover, with the excess ferocious beast blood, he could also bring it back to sell and earn money. 3 days passed in a flash of time. Sure enough, it's getting less effective. Inside the cave. After Suyi refined a portion of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood, he found that he had only grown by roughly 10 pounds of strength. During these 3 days, Suyi killed frantically and obtained hundreds of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood. Also looked for some resources, but they were rather ordinary. After refining all of them, his base strength today had increased to over 8,000 pounds. But the further one went, the more effective the intermediate-level fierce beast blood was, the less effective it became. Actually, thinking about it, if the effect of intermediate level, it made him quite depressed. After simply packing up, Suyi walked out of the cave. He compared the map and traveled to the inner area of the Bright Moon Lake. Someone. Not long after Suyi entered the inner area, he spotted a group of people. He hid in the shadows, not revealing his breath. Among them, a blue-clothed girl with a beautiful, elf-like appearance and skin as white as snow walked ahead. She was followed by several middle-aged attendants, as well as a white-haired old man. This maiden, very strong. Suya's line of sight landed on the blue-clothed girl with a gloomy expression. Chapter 13 Advanced Healing Talents. The aura that this blue-clothed girl unintentionally exuded caused Suya's heart and mind to tremble. This person's martial cultivation level could be that of a senior martial artist or a realm above senior martial artist. The middle-aged attendants beside her also had cultivation levels beyond Suya's perception. Especially that white-haired old man, his eyes were sharp and his aura was extraordinarily amazing. He should be the strongest one among these few. These people, what are they doing at Lake Brightmoon? Watching this group of people keep moving forward, Suyi was puzzled in his heart. In the map's labeling, the Bright Moon Lake was nothing more than a gathering area for intermediate-level ferocious beasts. Even if there are some precious resources, I'm afraid they've been taken away in advance by those powerful people who have divided the area, right? Returning to his senses, Suyi collected his breath and deliberately distanced himself from the group, not intending to follow them. Dark Forest Laws. In the face of an unknown powerhouse, he didn't dare to follow it casually. In case the other party found out about him and wanted to kill and silence him, he'd be talking out of his ass by then. In the wilderness area, fists, that's the way to go. It wasn't long after Suyi left. Miss, we're almost there. That white-haired old man, with deep purple eyes, looked to a certain direction and said in a deep voice. Aha! The blue-clothed girl nodded her head gently, a touch of expectation in her eyes. I hope that here, there really are ice crystal leaves. She clenched her fists slightly, darkly. She had traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea base city with the purpose of obtaining the one-star wonder, the ice crystal leaf. Thus awakening the physique. And those that are called wonders are invariably legendary treasures. Extraordinarily precious. Therefore, she could only bring along some of her close friends, and the old butler who had taken care of her since she was a child. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to keep this marvelous item in case the news leaked out. A few people proceeded to head towards the eastern bit and traveled forward for some time. Shortly afterward, they stopped in front of a collapsed cave. Along the way, the surrounding ferocious beasts, after sensing the powerful aura emanating from a few people, stayed away. Miss, let me do it. After saying that, the white-haired old man raised his right palm and blasted out a red-colored palm print, crushing the countless debris that had collapsed into powder. Then, the blue-clothed girl took out a square artifact out of thin air, and after using it, a blue formation that enveloped the entire cave. Let's go inside. The blue-clothed girl led several people and entered the mysterious cave. Unlike the outside, the inside of the cave was a bit spooky and quite cold. However, a few people's cultivation was not weak, so this bit of cold air, it did not matter. It's really an ice crystal leaf. Walking deeper into the cave, the blue-clothed girl looked excited when she saw a magnificent leaf blooming in the ice and snow. But it's an immature ice crystal leaf. The white-haired old man's complexion stared as he saw the clues and reminded. It's okay, Elder White, I brought that thing. The blue-clothed girl, it seemed, had guessed this a long time ago. She took out a blue jade bottle out of thin air, and when she a burst of fragrance overflowed out, filling the entire cave. However, with the suppression of the formation, the fragrance did not spill out. The blue-clothed girl opened the jade bottle and poured the blue liquid in the jade bottle onto the location of the rhizome of the ice crystal leaf. Next, we just need to stay here, for a few days. The blue-clothed girl spoke excitedly. Oblivious to the white-haired old man behind her. At the moment, gave her a rather thoughtful look. The time came to evening. Nice. Not bad. 15 portions of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood were collected today. Inside the cave, Suyi surveyed today's harvest. 15 portions of fierce beast blood, although it didn't seem like much, only a powerful martial artist like Suyi could manage to come and go as he pleased. After all, entering the inner area to hunt ferocious beasts was not that easy. In the inner area, there were many ferocious beasts, most of which lived in groups, and if you messed with one, you would attract a group of them, so there was no chance of getting down to business. Suyi had also encountered ferocious beasts surrounding him today, if he wasn't strong and incredibly powerful. If it was any other intermediate-level martial artist, I'm afraid that they would have been surrounded to death long ago. After spending some time, Suyi refined all 15 portions of fierce beast blood, growing some strength. That earth dragon beast that we encountered today is somewhat interesting. Suyi rested for a moment and remembered the earth dragon beast that he encountered today. That earth dragon beast, which was not very strong and was an intermediate level ferocious beast, possessed a terrifying healing ability. The sword wound that Suyi had chopped on its body had completely recovered in a single breath. In this way, even if Suyi's power was far above the other parties, it would still take some time before he was able to kill him. And Suyi, who was deeply surrounded, how could he still have time to slowly maneuver with it? However, after returning to the cave, Suyi had already set his eyes on this recovery ability of its. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, that earth dragon beast should have a good healing talent. Tomorrow is April 1st. At this time, Suyi looked at the time and revealed a smile. Tomorrow, he would be able to reset the number of times he had absorbed. This also meant that the recovery ability of that earth dragon beast. He, Suyi, wants it. There was no talk all night. The next day, Suyi got up early and headed to the place where he had encountered the earth dragon beast yesterday, and began to carefully search for that earth dragon beast. When he was surrounded yesterday, that earth dragon beast was the one that heard the commotion and burrowed out from within this cave in front of him, and fought with Suyi for a few moments. It should still be in there. Suyi collected his breath as much as possible, took careful steps, and entered the cave, secretly saying in his heart. Sure it didn't leave. After searching for a short while, Suyi saw the figure of the earth dragon beast. At this moment, that earth dragon beast was lying on its back sleeping deep in the cave. A ferocious beast like the earth dragon beast had thick skin and was known for its defense. The earth dragon beast in front of him, on the other hand, was an intermediate level ferocious beast with a pretty strong defense. Unlike ordinary earth dragon beasts, it also possessed an excellent healing talent, and some high-level ferocious beasts could not help it. That's why this area is all the territory of this earth dragon beast. If it wasn't for Suyi's extremely strong strength, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to break the earth dragon beast's defense. What an opportunity! As he walked closer, Suyi stopped his steps and his complexion stared. He looked at the sleeping earth dragon beast in front of him and slowly gripped his iron sword. Ferocious beasts like the earth dragon beast were somewhat sleepy, and if there was no big commotion, they could sleep for a day just by sleeping. Then chop its eyes first. After thinking for a moment, Suyi decided that he would first go towards the vulnerable parts of the earth dragon beast's body. For example, the eyes. If this part was shattered, even if this earth dragon beast's healing ability was strong, it might not be able to be repaired in a short period of time. Geoducks weren't stupid when they were asleep, they would use their hard, black scales and cover their eyelids. However, with Suyi's strength today, he was able to easily chop the scales. Boom! In the next moment, Suyi's figure flashed as he swiftly waved his iron sword, one after another, chopping out a silver-colored sword blade. The sword flashed, and in an instant, the eyes of the earth dragon beast were all chopped up. Roar! The earth dragon beast's face soared with blood, awakening in pain and roaring. But after losing its eyes, it could only panic and attack randomly, which Suyi could easily avoid. Sure enough! It can't repair both eyes in a short period of time. Take him while he's sick. Take his life. Next, Suyi went all out. Time slowly passed, and the earth dragon beast's injuries became heavier and heavier, and its breath became weaker and weaker. After a period of time, even though the earth dragon beast's healing ability was powerful, it still ended up dying under Suyi's iron sword. Ding! Congratulations to the Source Master for killing an earth dragon beast. Gain 10 points in the Strength attribute. Speed attribute 3 points. Healing Origin 200 points. Chapter 14, Medium Yuan Power Body Hardening Technique. Sure enough, this earth dragon beast possesses a high healing talent. Suyi looked at the various colored bubbles floating in the air, and his expression was delighted. Healing the Origin. Suyi guessed in his heart. This thing, it should be just like the Sword Dao qualification in Power Origin that he had obtained before, and after absorbing it, it would be able to allow him to obtain the healing talent of the earth dragon beast. Well, not bad. There are actually 5 portions of ferocious beast blood. After absorbing the bubbles, Suyi took out a sharp knife and collected the essence blood of the earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast was huge, with a heart the size of a basketball. Moreover, because it possessed a powerful healing ability of its own, the essence blood in its body had been actively quenched by it many times. Unlike normal ferocious beast's essence blood, the essence blood of the earth dragon beast flashed with a purple light that was quite splendid. The effect of this earth dragon beast's essence blood should be a bit better than an unusual intermediate level ferocious beast's essence blood. Suyi stared at the essence blood of the earth dragon beast and guessed in his heart. Slipped. After collecting them, Suyi left the cave. After a while, Suyi returned to the cave where he lived. Instead of the first time, choosing to absorb the attributes, he took out 5 portions of the ferocious beast blood of the earth dragon beast, intending to refine it first. Then, select the absorption attribute. Try the essence blood of the earth dragon beast and see how effective it is. Gulp. Suyi tilted his head and took a portion of the earth dragon beast's essence blood. A huge amount of energy gathered in Suyi's chest. Basic body forging method. The first stance. Afterwards, Suyi immediately practiced the basic body forging method. In addition to slowly growing a martial artist's strength, a move of the basic body forging technique could also speed up the efficiency of a martial artist's refining of ferocious beast blood. If he didn't have the basic body forging method, if Suyi wanted to refine a portion of intermediate level ferocious beast blood, I'm afraid it would take a long time. Half an hour later, Suyi finished refining a portion of the earth dragon beast's essence blood, and his power had obviously grown a bit. It worked out pretty well. Suyi clenched his fist in sensation. A single serving of the earth dragon beast's essence blood had probably increased his strength by around 50 pounds. One must know that a normal intermediate level ferocious beast blood could only grow Suyi's strength by a few pounds nowadays. The essence blood of the earth dragon beast was so effective that it far exceeded the blood of an unusual mid-level ferocious beast. 4 more. Then, Suyi placed his gaze on the remaining 4 bottles of fierce beast blood. Refine them all. 2 hours later, Suyi finally refined all of the earth dragon beast essence blood, all of it. The physique has grown a lot again. His current base strength had broken through 9,000 pounds. However, there was no way for Suyi to accurately perceive what the exact power was. Next, Suyi summoned the panel and checked it out. Source, Suyi. Talents, elementary kendo talent, elementary strength talent. Realm, intermediate martial artist. Assignable attributes, strength attribute 10 points. Speed attribute 3 points. 200 points of healing origin. Remaining number of absorptions for the month, 2. There are still 2 absorption opportunities left. I have to think about how to maximize the benefits. After closing the panel, Suyi then thought. This month, the first chance to absorb it had been spent on that Geoduck beast. With 2 chances left, Suyi would have to think about it. If only the law of origin could view everyone's specific information. Soon after, Suyi frowned. In that case, there was no need for Suyi to search for information about martial artists and ferocious beasts, and with a single sweep, he could know the specific information about the other party. In that case, there was no need for him to be so bitter. Add some. Returning to his senses, Suyi murmured in his mind. Boom! In the next moment, a huge energy filled Suyi's entire body, continuously quenching his bones, blood, skin and flesh. The feeling soon faded. Immediately after, Suyi felt that he had broken a certain bottleneck, and his body's strength, once again, grew by a fraction. The chi and blood surged. He understood that after absorbing 10 points of strength attributes, his base strength broke through the 10,000 pound mark. At this point, he had already become a senior martial artist. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 200 points of healing origin. Gaining the Advanced Healing Talent. Advanced Healing Talent. Suyi's heart shook with a joyful expression. When he had seen that Earth Dragon Beast earlier, able to quickly recover from its injuries, he guessed in his heart that the other party should possess a strong healing talent. It could be an intermediate healing talent or an advanced healing talent. I didn't expect that it would really make him hit the jackpot. Try the effects of an advanced healing talent. Suyi got up and took out a small knife, and then his right arm powered up, and on his own arm, he made a vicious cut. Thumbs up. In an instant, blood soared. But after just 1 or 2 breaths, the wound on Suyi's arm had completely recovered as before. There were no scars, no visible injuries at all. What a strong healing effect. Suyi looked uplifted. With this terrifying recovery ability, other than some fatal injuries, Suyi wasn't afraid of getting injured in battle at all. In this way, my efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts can still be increased by a lot. A big reason why he wasn't very efficient when he hunted ferocious beasts before was that he didn't dare to get injured easily. So when hunting ferocious beasts, he was cautious and only looked for those that were alone, injured, or weak. After all, he was single-handed, And once he was injured in the wilderness area, not only would his own status decline, but he would probably also attract some powerful ferocious beasts, which was not worth the loss. But not anymore. He was perfectly capable of charging fearlessly. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he wantonly slaughtered a group of mid-level ferocious beasts. However, one has to be careful. After all, this healing ability is not unlimited. Suyi proceeded to sense for a while the healing ability he had just obtained, and then alerted in his mind. He realized that when the healing ability was cast, it also consumed his own energy, and once the energy was depleted, the healing ability lost its effect. In the next few days, Suyi killed in all directions, and hunted down far too many intermediate-level ferocious beasts in the inner perimeter area. During this period, he also encountered some high-level ferocious beasts, some of which were killed by him, and there were also a few that possessed extremely fast speeds and escaped Suyi's pursuit. The fierce beast blood that I have acquired, it's too much. Inside the cave, Suyi looked at the bottles and jars stuffed inside the package and lamented in his heart. Right. Is the maiden still awake? Soon after, Suyi seemed to remember something as he took a step deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave was exceptionally cold at this time. On a huge rock, that blue-clothed girl was sleeping with her eyes closed, surrounded by frost. This young girl, Suyi found yesterday when he was hunting ferocious beasts. At that time, her breath was weak and frail, nowhere near as strong as it was back then, and she was deeply surrounded. If Suyi hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that this young girl would have already died in the mouth of the ferocious beast. Suyi brought her back to the cave and left her alone. As for the boring bridge of a hero saving a beauty and giving his body in return, Suyi wasn't that naive. After all, the status of the two men was there. He had saved the young girl, and it would be normal for the other party to hold gratitude towards him. To say that you have any feelings for him is pure bull. After a while, the girl in blue slowly woke up. She was silent for a while, thinking of all the images of the white-haired old man betraying her in the cave earlier, her expression in a trance and her heart in mourning. If she hadn't been prepared and prepared her cards, I'm afraid she would have died, at the hands of the people she trusted the most. It's hard to know what's going on. Thank you. A moment later, she got up and came to Suyi's side with a somewhat grateful expression, saying thanks earnestly. Nothing. Suyi waved his hand indifferently. This is a copy of the medium yuan power body tempering technique, please also accept it. Ding. With a flash of light, a purple secret book appeared out of nowhere in the hands of the girl in blue. She said with a serious expression. Her true cultivation was stronger than Suyi. Naturally, he was able to sense that Suyi had just broken through to senior martial artist not long ago, and was in need of a yuan power body tempering technique to absorb yuan power and temper his bones and blood. She had come out in more of a hurry this time and hadn't carried much with her. Otherwise, for Suyi's saving grace, even if he gave a copy of the higher yuan power body tempering technique, it would still be appropriate. Suyi's gaze, on the contrary, was not on the secret book, but was somewhat interested in the young girl's means of taking out the secret book. Is this a space ring? The next moment, he looked at the blue ring the young girl was wearing in her hand and inquired curiously. Chapter 15 Sweeping across the Lake of the Bright Moon. Regarding Suyi's reaction, the blue-clothed girl was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, after breaking through to the realm of an advanced martial artist, the body forging method had already lost its usefulness. Martial artists needed to practice the yuan power body tempering technique, absorbing the yuan power of heaven and earth, tempering the bones and blood, and growing their strength. And the yuan power body hardening technique, which is divided into elementary, medium, and advanced. The East Sea base city was a small base city, and the children of those big families, even if their cultivation had broken through to advanced martial artists, the ones who practiced it were all elementary yuan power body tempering techniques. Only the most outstanding geniuses, as well as individuals in power, were qualified to practice the medium yuan power hardening technique. After all, the cultivation efficiency of the medium yuan power body tempering technique was 3 times that of the primary yuan power body tempering technique. Very precious. Could it be that he's an outstanding genius of some great family within the East Sea base city? A quick thought flashed through the blue-clad girl's mind. She looked at Suyi's appearance was also quite young, at most in her 20s. At this age, in a small base city, being able to break through to a senior martial artist was considered very good. In that case, it makes sense. Yes, it's a level 3 space ring. The girl in blue didn't think much about it, she then raised her right finger and said seriously. Afterwards, she told Suyi the specific grade division of spatial rings. So it is. Under the young girl's brief description, Suyi came to a realization. For the spatial ring, there was also a preliminary knowledge. Space rings, divided according to the size of the storage space. Roughly divided into 1 to 9 levels, and the specific grade numbers would be engraved in the center of the ring in a concise manner. For example, in the center of the ring of the girl in blue, the number 3" was engraved, glittering with silver streams of light. The storage space of a grade 1 spatial ring was relatively small, only 10 cubic meters. With a level 3 spatial ring, the internal space was relatively large, a full 300 cubic meters. The price of space rings, on the other hand, was extremely high, and even a grade 1 space ring had a terrifying price. The point is, a lot of times, this stuff, money can't buy it. At the very least, within the East Sea base city, Suyi had yet to see any martial artist that possessed a spatial ring. Here, this is a level 1 space ring. The blue-clothed girl seemed to have seen Suyi's thoughts as her azure-colored eyes blinked. Then with a smile, he took out a spatial ring engraved with the number 1 and handed it to Suyi. Thanks. Suyi was slightly surprised, didn't push back and readily accepted. After all, with this thing, there was no need for him to carry the package on his back all the time. Carrying packages is not only a hassle, but also interferes with mobility. Moreover, with the spatial ring, he was also able to put some precious things and collect them, avoiding the risk of exposure. The blue-clothed girl then gave Suyi a secret technique that could be used to activate and recognize the spatial ring. Activated. After spending some time, Suyi successfully recognized the spatial ring and put it on his finger. After that, Suyi's mind moved. The parcel on the ground, as well as the purple secret book in his hand, were instantly collected into his spatial ring. Suyi, if you want to come and develop in Tianfu Base City in the future, you can take the token and come to the Luo family to find me. The Luo family still has a bit of weight within Tianfu Base City. Before leaving, Luo Ling handed Suyi a token and said with a serious face. After a few moments of conversation, the two men had an initial friendship of sorts. Suyi also learned the identity of the girl in blue from the conversation. She was the youngest daughter of the Luo family head within the Tianfu Base City, named Luo Ling. This time, he had come to the Bright Moon Lake in order to search for a treasure and awaken his physique. However, what exactly is the treasure, as well as the matter of her cultivation falling and being surrounded by ferocious beasts? Loring didn't say. Yes. Suyi received the token and nodded. After the two of them exchanged a few sentences, Luo Ling flashed away. The Luo family? In the future, it would be a good idea to visit Tianfu Base City. Suyi looked at the Luo character engraved on the token in his hand and thought in his heart. Tianfu Base City was not comparable to Donghai Base City. It was a large base city. Population in the hundreds of millions. The forces are mixed. Of course, Suyi wasn't going right away. At the very least, he had to have the strength to defend himself before he planned to go over. After all, there were more martial artists within the large base cities, and there were more heavenly prides with special talents and special physiques. And with his fusion of the laws of origin, he was able to absorb all attributes. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he is. Large base cities, he would naturally go. Purple Yuan body tempering technique. After Luo Ling left, Suyi took out the purple secret book and began to watch it carefully. Purple Yuan body tempering art was the name of this medium Yuan power body tempering art. After a period of time, Suyi knew all the contents of the purple Yuan body tempering technique. At the same time, he was a little fretful. This dollar stone, where are we going to get it? The cultivation of an advanced martial artist required the constant absorption of heaven and earth Yuan Qi, refining it within the body, and tempering the bones, blood, skin and flesh. Even with the Yuan power quenching technique, the process was slow. If one simply practiced the purple Yuan body tempering technique, it would be less efficient. However, the secret book explicitly stated that if one utilized Yuan Shi, the efficiency of cultivation would skyrocket, and the speed of breakthrough would also be much faster. Yuan stones, which were special stones that stored the essence of heaven and earth's Yuan Qi, were of great value. Suyi didn't have a high status within the Department of Severance, so how could he have a way to get Yuan Shi? It seems that we can only utilize fierce beast blood. Suyi's mind moved, and he could only retreat to the next best thing. The secret book also explicitly stated that it was also possible to use the purple Yuan body tempering technique to refine the Yuan Qi within the ferocious beast's essence blood to enhance some of the cultivation efficiency. However, this type of cultivation still couldn't be compared to Yuan Shi. Moreover, the amount of ferocious beast blood that needed to be used to refine a strand of Yuan Qi was simply too much. Unusual advanced martial artists could not afford it at all. Try it. Suyi took out all of the intermediate level ferocious beast blood, then executed the purple yuan body tempering technique to refine the yuan qi in the ferocious beast's essence blood, to enhance some of the cultivation efficiency. However, this type of cultivation still couldn't be compared to yuan shi. Moreover, the amount of ferocious beast blood that needed to be used to refine a strand of yuan qi was simply too much. Unusual advanced martial artists could not afford it at all. Try it. Suyi took out all of the intermediate level ferocious beast blood, then executed the purple yuan body tempering technique to refine the yuan qi in the ferocious beast's essence blood. After half an hour, the fierce beast essence blood was almost consumed, and only a few portions remained. And at this moment, Suyi managed to refine a strand of yuan qi. Boom! Suyi hurriedly executed the purple yuan body tempering technique and absorbed and refined this strand of yuan qi. This strand of yuan qi continuously quenched Suyi's body, and he could clearly feel that his physique was continuously strengthening. The sinews and bones in his body became tougher under the tempering of yuan qi. The power is also surging. Base strength, it's grown by roughly 1,000 pounds. After refining it, Suyi clenched his fist to feel it and gain some insight. At the same time, he understood the importance of yuan qi. As long as he had a large amount of yuan qi, he would be able to quickly break through the realm and raise his strength. I need a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood. Suyi got up, then took out the map and checked it out. Now my cultivation level has broken through to senior martial artist. Plus, I have the primary strength talent, as well as the advanced healing talent, so I should be able to sweep through the entire Bright Moon Lake region. Suyi stared at the map, delineating the area of the Bright Moon Lake, and thought in his heart. The Bright Moon Lake region, after all, was a gathering place for intermediate-level ferocious beasts, and advanced-level ferocious beasts were rare. Only in the core area would high-level ferocious beasts occasionally show up. Therefore, he decided to go all out and sweep the entire inner area, including that core area. Chapter 16 Silver Moon Wolf. Elementary Speed Talent. After making the decision, Suyi did not hesitate. He simply packed up for a while, and then immediately moved off to the inner perimeter area. A bunch of fire lizards. Soon after, Suyi arrived at the inner perimeter area. He collected his breath and hid in the dark, and found a large group of fire lizards, gathered together. Fire lizards. This kind of ferocious beasts, as long as they reach adulthood, they can grow into intermediate-level ferocious beasts, and almost more than half of them possess the primary flame talent, able to spit out flames from their mouths, and were not good to be messed with. Plus, fire lizards are a herd animal and are more united. That's why unusual high-level martial artists wouldn't dare to hit these guys. The number is about 70. After roughly sweeping a glance, Suyi gazed and gathered his energy. His expression was solemn, and he slightly tightened his grip on the iron sword in his hand. 70 fire lizards gathered together, and if he didn't possess an advanced healing talent, he wouldn't dare to mess with them at will. Boom! In the next moment, Suyi swiftly struck out. The iron sword in his hand trembled and chopped out several brilliant sword awnings one after another. As soon as he struck, he decapitated 3 larger-sized fire lizards. Roar! After seeing Suyi decapitate his clan members, this group of fire lizards immediately created a riot, roaring and spitting out hot flames. Towards Suyi, he fiercely killed. Suyi's figure flickered and dodged multiple flames. Even though his body was hit by the flames, it was under the effect of the advanced healing talent. He recovered from his injuries in the space of a breath. This was the power of the advanced healing talent. Half an hour later, Suyi waved his longsword and completely decapitated the last fire lizard. Try to see how much ferocious beast blood can be collected. After decapitating this group of fire lizards, Suyi's mind moved and took out a tool and started collecting the essence blood of this group of fire lizards. Not bad. 190 copies of fierce beast blood have been collected. After spending some more time, Suyi finished collecting all the fire lizard essence blood. During this period, there were also some intermediate-level ferocious beasts that smelled the blood in the air and rushed here, but they were all killed by Suyi with a swing of his sword. Keep hunting. After resting in place for a few moments, Suyi took out the map and continued towards the inner area. For several days in a row, Suyi had been frantically killing. He's like the Grim Reaper of life. The entire ferocious beasts in the inner area of the Bright Moon Lake were almost killed cleanly by Suyi. The remaining group of ferocious beasts, terrified, took cover and fled to the core area. Compared to the inner area, the core area was smaller in size and was dominated by several powerful high-level ferocious beasts. They were the dominant ferocious beasts of the entire Bright Moon Lake region, dominating the entire area of Lake Manhwa. However, during this period of time, these overlord ferocious beasts were quite annoyed and angry. They discovered that a large group of intermediate-level ferocious beasts from the inner peripheral region had actually come running to the core region for some unknown reason. Even if these overlord ferocious beasts' hands killed them, it would not help. There were still quite a few ferocious beasts that kept running towards the core area, as if they were hiding from some overwhelmingly great evil. Well, follow the map. Up ahead, it should be the territory of the Silver Moon Wolves. This day, Suyi took the map and arrived at the core area. It couldn't be helped, he had almost decimated most of the ferocious beasts in the inner area, and the remaining ones, all of them had run to the core area. Just like the outer area before, early this morning, Suyi had planned to go to the inner area and hunt the ferocious beasts. As a result, Suyi strolled through the inner perimeter area and didn't even find a single living ferocious beast besides the ferocious beast corpses. He had no choice but to move on to the core area. And in the past few days, Suyi utilized the purple yuan body tempering technique to refine all the ferocious beast's essence blood and gained 4 strands of yuan qi. After refining and absorbing it, Suyi grew 4,000 pounds of base strength. Today, his base strength had reached 15,000 pounds. It was getting closer and closer to breaking through the realm of advanced martial artists. Moreover, with the threefold increase of the primary strength talent, his total strength reached an appalling 45,000 pounds. Such a powerful force was what Suyi was prepared to deal with the high-level ferocious beasts. The Silver Moon Wolf, on the other hand, was a high-level ferocious beast. Out! Soon after, Suyi, who was crouching in the dark, saw a huge wolf with a silver-white body, slowly walking out of the cave with a powerful aura. This giant wolf, with a body length of 5 meters, was also more than 2 meters tall. At the center of his eyebrows, there was a special curved moon mark, and his eyes were sharp and fierce. It was one of the dominant ferocious beasts in the core area of the Bright Moon Lake and possessed a special primary speed talent. With the primary speed talent, its speed increased threefold. In this way, even other high-level ferocious beasts would not dare to compete with them. Roar! At a certain moment, this Silver Moon Wolf sniffed its nose, then faced east and let out a low growl as its body tensed up. It found Suyi. Kill! Since he was discovered, Suyi simply dodged out directly, wielding his iron sword, and fought with the Silver Moon Wolf. It had to be said that this Silver Moon Wolf was too fast. Although he was a bit behind Suyi in terms of strength, his speed was quite a bit faster than Suyi. It had been attacking around Suyi, not closing the distance with Suyi and slowly circling around. Suyi's mind moved. He didn't show his full strength, deliberately showing weakness, and the power he displayed was only slightly better than the Silver Moon Wolf. As time passed, the injuries on his body became heavier and heavier. But in reality, with the healing power, these were just superficial wounds. He also discovered that this Silver Moon Wolf was peculiar and guessed that the other party possessed a special talent for speed. And this kind of talent, he, Suyi, looked at it. Sure enough. Fooled. At a certain moment, Suyi, whose body was dyed in blood, watched that Silver Moon Wolf, excitedly pouncing over, his eyes slightly cold. He appeared to be severely injured and his strength was tenfold. But in reality, the fight is still explosive. Just as the Silver Moon Wolf opened its huge mouth and pounced towards Suyi. Thumbs up. Suyi's power exploded. Suddenly stormed up with a sword. Decapitate the Silver Moon Wolf's head, completely. In a flash, blood floated. This Silver Moon Wolf looked terrified and died. Ding! Congratulations Sourcemaster for killing a Silver Moon Wolf. Gain 30 points in the Strength attribute. Speed attribute 10 points. 10 points of Speed Instinct. Suyi activated his healing ability, and the injuries on his body quickly recovered as before. Then with a thought, the bubbles floating in the air were absorbed into his body one after another. Not bad. 4 portions of Fierce Beast blood. Suyi took out his tools and spent some time to collect 4 copies of the essence blood of a high-level ferocious beast from the Silver Moon Wolf's body. Go in and see if there are any treasures. After storing the things into his spatial ring, Suyi stepped inside the cave. These high-level ferocious beasts are dominating the core area, and the resources they've collected should not be few. With this thought in his heart, Suyi accelerated his advance. Soon, he came to the depths of the cavern, and his eyes lit up. Well. 10 purple flowers. Collected. Not bad. 3 green leaf fruits. Just like this, Suyi took the silver moon wolf and painstakingly collected the resources. All in their pockets. Go away. After collecting them, Suyi left the cave, swept his figure, and returned to his residence. Absorb. Immediately after, Suya's mind moved and absorbed all the attributes he had just obtained. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 10 points of speed origin. Gaining the primary speed talent. Chapter 17 Earth Elemental Liquid. Enlightenment Enhancement. After absorbing the attributes obtained from the Silver Moon Wolf, Suya's strength and speed both increased. Not only that, but he had also obtained the primary speed talent from the Silver Moon Wolf. Up to this point, Suyi possessed the special primary strength talent as well as the primary speed talent. Strength and speed all tripled. Plus, he had the advanced healing talent. It could be said that as long as he didn't encounter that kind of particularly perverted high-level martial artist, Suyi would be able to win in battle. Even among all the advanced martial artists, he was considered strong. Of course, he understands. The so-called martial apprentice or martial artist is actually the basic realm of martial arts cultivation. Only by breaking through to senior martial artist, as well as elite martial artist, and stepping into the realm of martial general. Only then is it considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of martial arts. And a martial general, even within the East Sea-based city's Chopping Fierce division, was considered to be at the top of the hierarchy. Then set a small goal. Suyi got up and clenched his fist, secretly. Within 3 months, break through to martial general. For the next few days, Suyi killed in the core area. With the primary speed talent, Suya's efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts had once again grown by a hair. Of course, he didn't kill all of the ferocious beasts in the Bright Moon Lake region, either. Rather, he had intentionally left behind a portion of his ferocious beast bloodline. If all of them were hunted down and killed, it would be too high profile, and the higher-ups would surely send people down to investigate. The Department of Fierce Beheading also had a clear rule that even if a martial artist was powerful, he could not kill all the ferocious beasts within the demarcated area. Failure to do so will be penalized accordingly. Otherwise, a powerful martial artist could directly monopolize all the resources, and there would be nothing for other martial artists to do. Moreover, if the ferocious beasts in the area, after being hunted clean, in a short period of time, replenishing the ferocious beasts, it would also be troublesome. It takes a strong martial artist to go to another region and capture it. Ferocious beasts reproduce very quickly, leaving behind a portion of the ferocious beast bloodline. In just a few years, the Bright Moon Lake area would be covered with ferocious beasts again. April 9th, inside the cave. Suyi took all the ferocious beast's essence blood that he had collected today and took it out, placing it in front of him. Purple Yuan Body Tempering Technique. Refine. He executed the purple Yuan body tempering technique and was refining the Yuan Qi in the ferocious beast's essence blood. Because the quality of the ferocious beast's essence blood varied, the amount needed to refine the Yuan Qi was also different. After these days of refining, Suyi realized. Usually around 200 portions of intermediate-level ferocious beast blood could be refined to produce a strand of Yuan Qi. And if it was replaced with high-level ferocious beast blood, it would require around 30 copies. This amount, which was still quite astonishing, was simply unaffordable to the average high-level martial artist. They could only consume a lot of time, slowly practicing the body tempering technique, absorbing the thin Yuan Qi in the heavens and earth, and slowly growing their strength. Not bad, refined 3 strands of Yuan Qi. After spending some time, Suyi looked at the 3 wisps of Yuan Qi draped over his palm and looked slightly happy. The ferocious beast blood obtained from the previous beheading of the ferocious beasts was all refined by Suyi and absorbed and refined to grow in strength. Today, his base strength had reached 28,000 pounds. It was only 2,000 pounds away from breaking through to the realm of an elite martial artist. And a single strand of Yuan Qi could increase Suyi's strength by 1,000 pounds. This also meant that Suyi would be able to break through to the elite martial artist realm today. Absorb. Suyi's mind moved, and then immediately guided 2 strands of Yuan Qi into his body. Under the effect of the purple Yuan body tempering technique, these 2 strands of Yuan Qi began to continuously quench Suyi's bones and blood. At a certain moment, the bone and blood in Suyi's body was quenched to the limit of the current realm. Boom! Subsequently, Suyi's body emitted a white-hot aura. The sinews and bones in his body emitted bursts of trembling. It's like thunder. Breakthrough! A moment later, Suyi opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body and came to a realization. Now, his base strength, which reached 30,000 pounds, had successfully broken through to elite martial artist. Elite martial artists. This was the high-end power of the major clans within the East Sea base city. Even if it was as strong as the Knight family, the number of elite martial artists was no more than 10. Of course, the number of elite martial artists within the division of fierce beheading was, well, greater. After all, it was an organization under the martial pavilion, so if it didn't have a strong power, how could it suppress the ferocious beasts eyeing outside the city? Maintain basic order within the base city? After the breakthrough, the Yuan Chi's effect weakened a bit. Suyi refined the last strand of Yuan Chi and realized that after his realm breakthrough, the effect of Yuan Chi diminished a bit. A wisp of Yuan Chi, roughly 500 pounds of strength growth. In this regard, Suyi did recall the relevant records on the purple Yuan body tempering technique. On the purple secret book that Luo Ling had given him, it was clearly stated that there were also 3, 6, 9 classes of heaven and earth Yuan Chi. 9th class is the least, 1st class is the best. Similar to Suyi, the Yuan Chi that was extracted from the essence blood of ferocious beasts was generally just 9th grade Yuan Chi. The higher the realm, the level of Yuan Chi required, the higher it would be. Time to go back. Suyi muttered, preparing to pack up and return to East Sea Base City. This visit to the wilderness area was so rewarding for him. Not only had his realm soared from primary martial artist, all the way to elite martial artist, but he had also harvested a lot of resources. However, he had already voluntarily used the number of absorptions this month twice, and only the last one was left. He'd have to go back, use the gold card to look up information, and pick out who to use it on properly. After a while, Suyi symbolically took out the parcel and carried it on his back, and removed the spatial ring and put it into the parcel. The space ring, for the time being, cannot be exposed. He followed the map route and began to return to East Sea Base City. Ha ha! Suyi! How was your harvest this time? It's okay. Along the way, he also ran into some of the martial artists from the Fierce Beheading Division and talked for a few moments. Half an hour later, Suyi rode on a special train within the Chopping Fierce Division. I also wonder, what exactly is the silver-colored liquid obtained from the Red Flame Tiger's cave? Inside the train, Suyi leaned against the window, holding his forehead with his right hand, pondering in his mind. That bottle of silver liquid was definitely a treasure that also had the effect of restoring injuries. I just don't know if it has any other effects besides quickly recovering from injuries. After all, the ability to recover from injuries was somewhat of a chicken rib for the current Suyi. Because, well, he's got an advanced healing talent himself. The time came in the afternoon. Click. Suyi returned to the East China Sea Zenith Division, and with a click, he unlocked the door and entered the interior. Closing the door, he sat down in a chair and took out the bottle of silver liquid, observing it carefully. Let me see, what kind of treasure are you? Drops. After saying that, Suyi took out his gold card, inserted it into the computer, and began to search for relevant information in accordance with the silver liquid's appearance. It had to be said that the gold card given to him by Sister Jade was really big in terms of authority. After only 10 minutes, Suyi found the specific information. I didn't expect that this bottle of mysterious liquid was actually the earth elemental liquid. Suyi clutched the bottle of silver liquid with an excited expression. Earth's Yuan liquid. This precious liquid not only possesses a strong healing effect. After taking it, it is more capable of enhancing a martial artist's enlightenment. The effect, it's unbelievable. Gulp. Suyi collected his mind, then held his breath and tilted his head to take this bottle of earth elemental liquid. Boom. After taking it, Suyi felt his mind flashing with one aura after another. Chapter 18: The Knight Family Schemes. It was a feeling that lasted for about a few seconds. After that, Suyi only felt much more refreshed and clear-headed. I feel that my enlightenment should have improved quite a bit. After taking the earth elemental liquid, Suyi silently sensed and then said with a happy expression. Previously, his cultivation qualifications, although not bad, had broken through to a junior martial artist not long after entering the division of fierce beheading. However, the understanding is just so-so. Otherwise, that first-grade sword technique Silver Moon he had acquired earlier would not have stopped at the introductory stage. As for the Lin family genius Lin Yu that Suyi had defeated earlier, the other party not only possessed a special primary sword Dao talent, but his own enlightenment was also very good. Lin Yu was able to defeat a junior martial artist at the level of a martial apprentice, and apart from possessing a powerful sword potential himself, one of the most important reasons was that he had cultivated a second-grade sword technique. Although he had also only cultivated that second-grade sword technique to the introductory stage, even so, it was somewhat astonishing. It had a lot to do with his outstanding enlightenment. Of course, Lin Yu's enlightenment, the reason why it was good, was also related to the resources that his father, Lin Hai, had bestowed down to enhance his enlightenment. Having a genius son, Lin Hai would naturally choose to vigorously cultivate him. After taking the earth elemental liquid, my enlightenment today shouldn't be much worse than that Lin Yu's. Soon after, Suyi got up and held his sword, walking towards the balcony while thinking in his mind. When he had defeated Lin Yu earlier, he had not only gained the other party's sword Dao qualification, he had also absorbed a little bit of the enlightenment qualification, and his own enlightenment had improved a bit. Plus, now that he had obtained the earth elemental liquid and had once again grown his qualifications after taking it, even if there was still some gap with Lin Yu, I'm afraid it would be very tiny. Then let's try to see how much my efficiency in practicing sword techniques has grown nowadays. After coming to the spacious balcony, Suyi gripped the. Moreover, Suyi himself possessed the primary power talent. Even if he got the intermediate power talent, the enhancement would not be great. His goal now was to obtain special advanced talents. He hadn't forgotten that the Knight family had sent someone over earlier, trying to buy himself off. Moreover, Suyi also learned. During the past half-month that he had been away, the Knight family had also sent people to look for him many times, but each time, they returned with anger. After all, for them, to be able to stoop to look for a little person like Suyi, who had no background, was already a rare thing. Unexpectedly, Suyi actually dared to play disappear with them? How dare he? That group of people from the Knight family, who have an unbelievably high character, are probably, at this moment, going to be in a rage, aren't they? Suyi revealed a smile, not thinking about it. With his current cultivation, he wasn't afraid of the threat of the Knight family at all. Once he was allowed to obtain another advanced talent, a person as strong as the Knight family wouldn't be able to put any more pressure on him. Well, Herculean ants with advanced strength talents. A few minutes later, Suyi managed to find a ferocious beast, but the specific information shown on the profile made Suyi frown. There was no way, this kind of ferocious beast like the vigorous ants was too terrifying. With the advanced power talent they had, a body of power, the genus was amazingly large. Even if it was a middle-ranked ferocious beast's vigorous ant pup, an ordinary elite martial artist would not dare to make an enemy of it. After all, the advanced power talent, it had a terrifying tenfold increase effect. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that ferocious beasts like the vigorous ants were rare in number. They don't inhabit wilderness areas, but hide in underground caves, and no one knows exactly where they are. Even if today's Suyi was able to kill intermediate-level ferocious beasts, or even high-level ferocious beasts with vigorous ants, he didn't have that chance to encounter a. Look again. Shaking his head, Suyi proceeded to search. Unfortunately, Suyi searched for half an hour one after another, but he couldn't find any suitable ferocious beasts. Either that, or the ferocious beasts that possessed special advanced talents were too powerful to be in the wilderness area outside of Donghai Bay City. Either that, or these ferocious beasts are so secretive that no one knows their exact location. Of course, there was also the possibility that the gold card given to him by Sister Jade was still a bit low in authority, unable to know higher-level information. Forget it, let's get the intermediate-level power talent of the fiery ants first, then. After searching fruitlessly, Suyi could only think this way. I also wonder if that brat Wang Jia has broken through to primary martial artist? Suyi thought for a moment, then smiled and sent a message to Wang Jia. The other person didn't reply, maybe. Is trying to practice? After that, Suyi took the package, got up and walked out of the room, heading towards the sales line within the division of vicious beheading. He was prepared to sell some of the more common resources and make some money. After all, he has to eat. Purchasing that small acid bomb before had almost emptied his family's fortune, and going out to the wilderness area had gotten him a lot of resources though. But the money he had on him was still empty. About 10 minutes later, Suyi arrived at the sale house. The selling row within the division of decapitation and murder was expansive, and there were official selling points as well as personal selling points. Hence the various yells and shouts. Suyi came to a personal selling point and handed over some resources to the other party. Well, these purple breath flowers and green leaf fruits of yours, they are all of good quality. It adds up to worth around $1,900,000. What? That Suyi kid is back? The middle-aged man who had last traveled to Suya's residence was sitting on the sofa after hearing his subordinate's report. The god's color was cold. Chapter 19, Am I a Clown? This middle-aged man was the third son of the Knight family's head, Knight Shanghai, named Knight Fenglong, an advanced martial artist. Of course, the fact that he was able to become a senior martial artist was practically all due to the large amount of resources that were piled on top of each other. Because his own martial arts qualifications weren't very good, he took up the position of chief steward in the Knight family, managing the Knight family's affairs, both large and small. Previously, after Suyi defeated the genius of the Lin family, Lin Yu, the first time he got the news, he realized that Suya's qualifications were not bad for a small person. You can go ahead and buy him off and make him, for the rest of his life, work for the Knight family. But he didn't expect the kid to disappear for most of a month after making the request. During this period, he also went to look for Suyi several times, but the results were all to no avail, holding a bellyful of fire. Yes. Young lord. That Knight family servant who saw Suyi in the restaurant said with a respectful expression. Yeah. Knight Wind Dragon's hands clenched tightly, anger surging in his heart. Let's go and meet the damn brat. He got up and drank a low, thunderous sentence, taking the two Knight family martial artists beside him, getting into the Knight family's black sedan and driving towards the chopping fierce division. Suyi was not aware that the Knight family's Knight Wind Dragon, at this moment, was leading people and had come to the fierce beheading division to look for him. Brother Su, then I'll go back and cultivate the body forging method first. After having dinner with Wang Jia, the other party's eyes were firm and he was ready to go back to practicing. After leaving, Wang Jia roared in his mind, sort of cheering himself up. I'm going to practice hard. Tonight, no sleep. This kid. Suyi shook his head and smiled. That's right, my cultivation realm, it's rising too fast. If it goes on like this, it's inevitable that people will covet it. I've got to go buy a meditative illusion bead. Suyi thought in his mind as he took a walk. His realm had risen so quickly that not many people knew about it today. But after a long time, it would naturally be exposed, and at that time, it would inevitably make people suspicious, thinking that he must have obtained some kind of treasure. And treasures move the heart. The human heart is most unpredictable. As for the underworld illusion bead, it was also a treasure that Suyi had explored through the gold card. It was able to mask the user's aura and possessed a special kind of will attack with a power comparable to that of an elite martial artist. However, its price is not low, worth millions. Buy it. Suyi made up his mind. He went to the sales house within the division of Severance and purchased this treasure from a private store for $1 million. Then, he headed to the main building of the Department of Vicious Decimation and rode the high-speed elevator to the 9th floor. He'd been to the 7th floor before, and that floor was all free training space. Martial artists can always train and test their strength and speed inside for free if they just need to show their ID card and have no problems with their identity. The 9th floor of the main building of the Chopper Division, on the other hand, was a more intimate private training place, which had very good and powerful facilities associated with it. The area is also larger than the training space on the 7th floor. Naturally, the training is better. The relative price of a personal training place, however, is more expensive. Greetings. Lord Martial Artist, how may I help you? Suyi walked to the front desk, and a young female teller with a trademark look and wearing black overalls immediately asked in a soft voice. She flashed a very standard smile, obviously professionally trained. Well, I'd like to use a private training facility. I wonder what the price is. Suyi slowly spoke, then handed over his ID card. This private training ground on the 9th floor, Suyi had never been there before, and had only heard other martial artists mention it in conversation. It seems that the private training grounds on the 9th floor, there are also specific quality divisions, high-quality training grounds. Naturally, the better the effect, the higher the cost. Of course, the other side didn't go into detail about how it was divided. After receiving the ID card and confirming that her identity was correct, that female teller explained with a smile. It's like this, private training grounds, there are 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. Among them, the hourly charge for a D-grade training ground is $10,000. For a C-grade training ground, the fee is $100,000, while for a B-grade training ground, it's $500,000. As for the A-grade training grounds, the counterwoman paused a little after saying this. Then, she looked a little apologetic and said, the A-grade training grounds can only be used by those at the top of the hierarchy within the Chopping Fierce division. Suyi nodded, and was considered to be initially aware of the grade division, as well as the amount of money that needed to be spent. Please apply for a Class C training ground for me. As for the time, 2 hours. After a little thought, Suyi opened his mouth. Yes. Under the operation of the female teller, Suyi paid the money and successfully applied for a C-class training ground. Inside the grounds. Try to see how strong my power is today. Suyi stood in front of a machine that tested his strength and concentrated his energy. The testing machines at private training facilities are much more accurate, and the limits of testing that they can withstand are much higher. Boom! A moment later, Suyi clenched his right fist, and towards the machine, he blasted out a punch. 30,526 pounds. Looking at the numbers displayed on the testing machine, Suyi muttered. This was the base power he possessed today after breaking through to an elite martial artist. Then, under the enhancement of the primary strength talent, Suyi once again blasted out a punch. 91,566 pounds. Looking at the numbers displayed on the machine, Suyi revealed a smile. This powerful force was one that could only be possessed by an unusual elite martial artist at the late stage. His cultivation level today was considered to be at the early stage of elite martial artists, and he had just stepped into this realm not long ago. As for the numbers on the machine, why aren't they 3 times the previous test numbers? It's actually normal, the size of a person's power fluctuates slightly all the time. With the power I have nowadays, plus the primary speed talent and the advanced healing talent, even if it's a late-stage elite martial artist, I'll be able to battle with it. After confirming his own strength, Suyi then utilized the 5 times gravity machine to work out his physical body in the C-grade training ground. The 5 times gravity machine in the C-level training ground had the effect of amplifying gravity 5 times, which was able to bring huge pressure to the martial artist, better quenching the bones and blood in the body and growing strength. 2 hours later, Suyi finished his training, dripping with sweat. My strength has increased by 100 pounds. Before leaving, Suyi tested the power again and found that the 5 times gravity machine was not bad. After the training was over, Suyi returned to his residence. The Knight family is coming? 1 senior martial artist, 2 intermediate martial artists. Upon seeing the middle-aged man standing in the doorway, Suyi's eyes slightly narrowed. At the same time, the mind was secretly on guard. Of course, on the surface, he collected his breath and still walked towards the front in a cloudy manner. Finally willing to come back. Seeing Suyi walking over with a smile on his face, Night Wind Dragon's expression was gloomy. He was just about to open his mouth, but he didn't expect Suyi to say it before him. How has the Knight family considered my last request? Suyi wrapped his arms around himself and inquired with a light smile. Upon hearing this, the Night Wind Dragon was furious. Boy! You're a real lion. He looked down at Suyi, then with slightly cold eyes that seemed to carry a ferocious intent, he continued. We agreed to the first request, and the money can be given to you now. Nightwind Dragon took out a silver card in his hand, then said with a slight mockery. As for the second-grade sword technique, there's some kind of C-grade Yuan Qi liquid. Don't even think about it, you kid. What? The Knight family wants to take a mere $1 million and buy me off? You guys go. Suya's complexion chilled, then he spoke in a cold voice and gave an expulsion order. Boy! Don't you toast me! As soon as Suya's words fell, Night Wind Dragon's face sank. Boom! Anger surged in his heart, and the powerful aura belonging to a high-level martial artist, like a gale, pressed and covered Suyi. Boom! However, in the next moment, an even stronger aura than his erupted from Suya's body. Put! Under the pressure of this aura, Night Wind Dragon's face changed greatly and he retreated several steps backwards, spitting blood from his mouth. He was so pale he couldn't believe it. Chapter 20, Space Talent Possessor. How is that possible? The Night Wind Dragon simply couldn't believe that the Suyi in front of him was actually able to burst out with such a powerful aura. This kind of powerful might was practically comparable to the elite martial artists in the family. But wasn't this kid a junior martial artist before? Could it be that in just over half a month's time, he had broken through to an elite martial artist? No, that's right. Upon seeing Suya's waist, wearing a silver-colored treasure, Night Wind Dragon's eyes condensed. The mind was then clear. I didn't expect that you actually purchased the Underworld Illusion Pearl. Night Wind Dragon raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, then rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead, his voice slightly hoarse. Underworld beads. The will attack of this treasure was comparable to that of an elite martial artist. Although the killing power wasn't strong, it still made the Night Wind Dragon feel bad, and it felt like his head was going to explode. For the Night family group, Suyi was already too lazy to deal with them anymore. Get lost. Sui ignored the night wind dragon's resentful and incomparable expression and spoke in a cold voice. Bang! Then he walked himself into the room and closed the door. Outrageous! That damned little bastard! Night Wind Dragon clenched his fists, his heart raging with anger. He stared ferociously at Su Ye's room with a crazy expression, and several times he wanted to make a move. What kind of honor is he? I've never been so angry. Phew! But the little bit of sanity left in his head still restrained him from making a move here. After all, this was the territory of the Fierce Beheading Division. If he dared to spread his wildness here, even if he was able to make a move to behead Su Yi, he himself would definitely not be able to leave this place alive. The more one knew, the clearer the power of the Fierce Beheading Division became. Let's go! Night Wind Dragon took a deep look at Su Ye's room, then greeted the two shivering martial servant behind him and left Su Ye's residence. With this today, the Knight family definitely won't stop. Entering the house, Su Yi sat on a chair and pondered. The Knight family was accustomed to rampaging within the East Sea Base City, and it was unlikely that they would swallow this breath. Aside from the Chopper Division, the Knight family was afraid of almost no one. How could he care about the thoughts of a teenager with no background and a low cultivation level? In the end, in this world, it is ultimately the fist that speaks. But it can't hurt. Su Yi didn't think much about it, then he got up and headed to the balcony and started practicing the Silver Moonsword technique. Although the Knight family was powerful, the strongest people on the surface were only elite martial artists. Even if there are still strong people in the dark, they must be family underpinnings and will not be able to strike easily. It wasn't that easy for the other side to deal with him. It's just a matter of soldiers coming in and water coming out. Kid! Dare to go against our Knight family. I want you dead. Sitting in the returning car, Night Wind Dragon clenched his fists tightly and roared in his mind. Within the East Sea Base City, it had never been only their Knight family that bullied others, and no one had ever dared to go against their Knight family. The Knight family's spies, spread throughout the entire East Sea Base City, had discovered some teenagers with no background, low status, and martial arts talent in the past. And these people, without exception, succumbed to the might of the Knight family and willingly signed the contract. Someone like Su Yi, who not only didn't sign the contract, but instead repeatedly went against the Knight family. That's a first. When we get back, we must explain the situation to Pops. Thinking of this, Night Wind Dragon roared towards the driver's seat in front of him. Hurry up! Give me more speed. Young lord. That servant didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly accelerated his speed. Shortly afterward, the black sedan drove into the Knight home. As soon as he returned to the Knight family, Knight Fenlong immediately headed to Knight Qinghai's residence with a belly full of anger. At this time, the night was already deep, and inside Knight Qinghai's residence, Knight Fenlong knocked on the door and walked in. Father! Night Wind Dragon told the other party what had just happened. Oh? A mere junior martial artist dares to go against my Knight family? Knight Qinghai's eyes narrowed as he seemed to be pondering something in his mind. He was old now, in his 80s, but because of his profound cultivation, his appearance was still quite young and his body was stout. Behind this Su Yi, I'm afraid there's someone high up. His mind raced, then he looked grave and guessed in his mind. Otherwise, a mere junior martial artist with no background would dare to go against his Knight family? No one would believe that. Moreover, the price of one underworld illusion pearl was $1 million. A beginner martial artist who just broke through can afford this? Therefore, behind that Su Yi, there must be someone high up to help. It was possible that the other party's purpose was to use Su Yi as an excuse to deal with their Knight family. Father, what do we do now? Night Wind Dragon also calmed down at this moment. He frowned and inquired. If behind Su Yi, there was really someone who wanted to deal with their Knight family, then things might become complicated. Well. Knight Qinghai pondered for a moment, then bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his mind, a figure slowly emerged as well. Find someone. Kill him. Knight Qinghai spoke coldly. Since it can't work for me, I'll cut it down. The Night Wind Dragon's face changed slightly, then whispered a reminder. Father, that Su Yi is a martial artist of the Fierce Beheading Division. If we want to find someone to kill him, we must do it seamlessly. Chopper Division. This organization, it's just too powerful. Even if the Department of Decapitation and Murder within the East Sea Base City was only a sub-cabinet, they wouldn't dare to go against it, in the open. Otherwise, the end would certainly be miserable. Of course I'm aware of that. Knight Qinghai waved his hand, then laughed lightly. I'm going to ask Zhou Kong to make a move. Chao Kong. Upon hearing this name, Night Wind Dragon's eyes widened as if he was stunned. That's Zhou Kong. He has a special spatial talent. It was also one of the most terrifying assassins within the Donghai base city. Father, inviting Zhou Kong to take action, that won't be a low expense. Returning to his senses, Nightwind Dragon's heart and mind trembled as he said. Just hearing that name sent a chill down his spine. The other party was only in his mid-20s, and he was already a senior martial artist, having hunted down some honorable big shots, and his movements were so secretive that no one knew where he was. Could it be that father has a way to contact Zhou Kong? He had also heard that the price of hiring Zhou Kong to make a single strike was at least millions of dollars. Humph. That Suyi dares to go against my Knight family on the basis of his backing of the fierce beheading division. Even if behind him, there is someone high up to guide him, what can he do? Knight Shanghai snorted coldly and carried his hands behind his back. I, the Knight family, have no fear of anything. Father is wise. Night Wind Dragon bowed slightly and spoke in a hurry. On the second day, Suyi woke up and washed up. Today, I will enter the wilderness area and absorb the intermediate level power talent from the fiery ants. He changed into a black martial artist costume, then brought his things with him, preparing to enter the wilderness area and hunt a fiery ant. Bang! After walking out of the room, Suyi closed the door. As he walked within the long corridor, he only felt that all around him, the silence was a bit eerie. Something's wrong. Suyi was secretly vigilant, still pretending to be relaxed on the surface. It's finally out. In the dark, a young-looking senior martial artist stared at Suyi with a fierce expression. Thumbs up. A moment later, he found the right opportunity and his figure stormed. Waving the black dagger in his hand, he stabbed at Suyi's chest, bringing up stinging blood. Chapter 21 Third Grade Sword Technique. Suyi was already secretly vigilant, and even more so with the primary speed talent, his speed naturally increased a lot. At this moment, although this killer was hiding very stealthily and striking out rather quickly, Suyi still reacted. He quickly retreated, pulling away from his opponent and avoiding the fatal wound. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. However, on his chest, he was stabbed roughly a centimeter by the martial artist who had secretly struck, dripping down some blood. What a profound concealment technique. Is it having some kind of special talent? Or is it practicing some kind of special technique? Suyi's eyes shrunk slightly, staring tightly at the young white-robed martial artist who had suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, Suyi secretly operated his advanced healing talent, healing his own injuries, and the internal flesh and blood tissues had completely recovered. But on the surface, his chest was still dripping blood, and he seemed to be quite injured. This person should be an assassin sent over by the Knight family. Suyi's body tensed up, gripping the black iron sword tightly as he guessed in his heart. Zhou Kong saw that his confident strike actually failed to score, allowing Suyi to dodge it. With a rather surprised look, he glanced at Suyi. Good boy, he's quite fast. Zhou Kong tossed a blood-stained black dagger in his right hand, then let out a cold smile as he slowly walked towards Suyi. Tread. In the next second, Zhou Kong, his natural means, and his entire person actually, inexplicably, disappeared out of thin air. If it was outside, he would definitely have to tease such a young genius martial artist, but within the division of fierce beheading, he didn't have the heart to, again, play these small tricks. Therefore, after a fruitless strike, he chose to continue with his full strength. Lest something go wrong. What a terrifying tactic. I can't actually sense his presence at all. Suyi's mind was startled, then he secretly alerted his surroundings. As he thought back to the scene where the man had just disappeared into thin air, a thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. Could it be that this person has the legendary spatial talent? Spatial talent. This is a legendary supreme talent. It is known as the two supreme gifts along with the gift of time. Of course, the legendary gift of time might even be more powerful than the gift of space, even more powerful. Space is king and time is king. These were the words of a teacher who had once taught his students at the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. In the beginning, that old teacher's words were filled with awe at these two supreme gifts. Suyi's thoughts were fleeting. Immediately after that, behind him, Zhou Kong suddenly appeared and fiercely stabbed towards Suyi's head, ferociously. Bang! Suyi didn't exert his full strength, he put his power, controlling it within the realm of a senior martial artist, after which, unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by his opponent. It hit the solid wall with a roar. Kid, you're actually an advanced martial artist. Zhou Kong revealed his figure and was completely shocked. His all-out strike was actually hard received by Su Yi, and the cultivation of the other party had actually reached the realm of senior martial artist. Damn Knight Chung Hai. This is punking me. Zhou Kong's expression was grim, his gaze bloodthirsty. He could imagine that even if this time he was able to kill Su Yi, he was afraid that afterward he would have to suffer from the vigorous pursuit of the higher-ups of the vicious beheading division. After all, the previous Su Yi, who was only in the realm of a primary martial artist, had yet to be taken seriously by the higher-ups. Senior martial artists, however, are a different story. He possessed the primary strength talent, as well as the primary speed talent, and coupled with his own cultivation, they were all a cut above that Zhou Kong. Zhou Kong was looking for death if he dared to get close to him. Previously, Su Yi intentionally showed weakness with the purpose of attracting this Zhou Kong to take the bait. If not, the other party saw that the situation was bad and disappeared into space. Su Yi couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Ding! Congratulations to Sourcemaster for killing Zhou Kong. Gain 30 points in the strength attribute. Speed attribute 10 points. Space origin 10 points. After killing Zhou Kong, the voice of the law of origin resounded in Su Yi's mind. Sure enough, this person really has spatial talent. Su Yi looked pleasantly surprised, then excitedly said. Originally, he had wanted to hunt down a fiery ant in the wilderness area outside of the city and absorb the mid-level power talent from the other party. And yet, I didn't realize that someone had actually taken such a great talent and delivered it to my door. Of course, he was glad that he, too, had the advanced healing talent. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether the battle would be won or lost. Look at this guy, what's all over him? After killing Zhou Kong, Su Yi then went over the other party's body and felt around for a while. This dagger is good, it should be a Yuan power weapon. Su Yi looked at the black dagger and then put it away. In a short while, the things on Zhou Kong's body were finished being searched. Su Yi. 7 cards and a slightly tattered secret book. And a few bits and pieces of clutter. Gotta clean up briefly. After the search was completed, Su Yi treated the scene briefly. The living place for martial artists within the Department of Fierce Beheading was located in a remote and quiet environment. And Su Yi lived in the most remote northeast corner, so for a while, no one noticed the sounds of battle. He found a deserted woodland and buried Zhou Kong deep underground. No one should find it for the time being. This woodland, near his residence, had been deserted for so long that few people came here. 2 gold cards from Donghai Bay City and 5 silver cards. After finishing his work, Su Yi quickly entered the house. He looked at the 7 beautiful cards in his hands and looked delighted. A silver card worth millions. A gold card, on the other hand, is worth millions. These 7 cards were worth a full $25 million. And this money was the same money that Knight Chung Hai had handed over to Zhou Kong last night so that he could come and hunt Su Yi. Now, it all went into Su Yi's pocket. These cards, they're the equivalent of ancient silver bills. I can totally go to any base city and take out all my money. With a thought, Su Yi took these cards and put them into his spatial ring, then picked up the somewhat tattered secret book and viewed it. This is actually a 3rd grade technique. After Su Yi finished watching, his expression was shocked, and then his heart was excited. This was a 3rd grade sword technique, broken killing sword technique. Chapter 22, Slaying the Night Wind Dragon. Well. But this 3rd grade sword technique is partially mutilated. Su Yi curbed his laughter and looked at the secret book carefully, his brows frowning slightly. This secret book was partially tattered and missing the last paragraph, making it difficult to cultivate it to perfection. However, there was still no problem cultivating to the stage of great accomplishment. And the 3rd grade sword technique at the grand completion stage was enough for Su Yi for a short period of time. According to the description on this broken killing sword technique, as long as this technique was practiced, it would be able to grow a martial artist's very strong strength, strong enough to cross the ranks and fight. In this world, there are countless types of gong methods that are roughly categorized into 9 major grades. And if you want to cultivate this 3rd grade sword technique, to the small completion stage, you must master the sword momentum. Su Yi looked at the contents recorded on the secret book and pondered in his heart. Although he had been given the primary sword Dao talent, he had been practicing sword techniques for a very short period of time, and was still some distance away from mastering sword momentum. The Knight family. After counting everything, in Su Yi's mind, the figure of that middle-aged man, then his face turned cold. The other party had actually sent such a terrifying assassin to come and behead him. Su Yi would naturally return the salute. Absorb. Suyi opened the panel and took a look at the absorbed attributes, then murmured in his mind. Boom! A moment later, Suyi finished absorbing it, and his strength and speed both grew a little. Congratulations to Source Master for absorbing 10 points of spatial origin. Gaining the primary spatial talent. Elementary spatial talent. After absorbing the attributes, Suyi successfully mastered this supreme talent. Although it was only the most basic elementary spatial talent, it allowed Suyi's perception of space to be raised by a notch. Try the ability of the primary spatial talent. After Suyi tried some indoors, he realized that the ability of primary spatial talent was relatively rare. It was able to increase Suyi's sense of space, in addition to allowing his body to vanish into space. Suyi named this ability, for the time being, as transportation into space. After exerting this ability, unless a martial artist who also possessed a spatial talent or had a strong cultivation level could see through Suyi's true body. It could be said that Suyi, who had obtained the primary spatial talent, would be able to retreat in one piece even if he encountered a strong martial general, even if he was somewhat undefeated. It's too risky to enter the Knight family during the day to assassinate them, so let's go at night then. Suyi sat on the chair and thought for a moment, then decided in his mind. The Knight family was heavily defended, so if he ran to the Knight family in broad daylight to commit an assassination, he would probably not be able to get away. After all, the Knight family had established the family for decades, so what kind of underhanded means it had was unclear to the onlookers. At night, though, it's a different story, and the defenses can be a bit lax compared to the daytime. And the sorrowful grudge between Suyi and the other party was already extremely deep and had to be brought to an end. Next, I'll diligently cultivate my sword technique, so that I can cultivate my sword power at an early date. After making the decision, Suyi gripped the iron sword tightly and practiced swordplay on the balcony. Time rushed by and soon it was night. Late at night, Donghai Base City, Knight family. Father, what do you say about that Zhou Kong? Why is there no news from him until now? Nightwind Dragon sat on the sofa with a frown on his face. By all rights, he possesses a spatial talent and is still an advanced martial artist himself. He should be able to chop that Suyi down very quickly. Could it be that? Rolled up the money and ran away? Nightwind Dragon carefully guessed. Hearing this, Knight Shanghai also had a grave expression on his face. He pondered in his mind for a while, then said in a deep voice. Zhou Kong has asked for more than $20 million from my Knight family this time, though the lion's share. But this man has a pretty good reputation and should not go back on his word. Knight Shanghai thought of Zhou Kong's disposition and then coldly snorted. This person has a debauched nature. It's not likely that after beheading that Suyi, he took our money and went to spend his days drinking. Let's wait a little longer and see if tomorrow, that Zhou Kong will send a message. If, still no news. As Knight Shanghai said this, his eyes narrowed and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. My Knight family's money is not that easy to take. Knight Fenglong proceeded to chat with Knight Shanghai for a while before getting up and leaving. He walked down the long, lighted corridor with a fierce look on his face. I hope that Suyi has already died at the hands of that Zhou Kong. Thumbs up. However, in the next moment, a piercing light, from his neck, flashed past, bringing up a gush of blood. Puff! The Nightwind Dragon collapsed helplessly to the ground, blood pouring out. Who killed me? Zhou Kong. Seeing that person vanish into space and leave, Nightwind Dragon's consciousness gradually became blurred. His final look was filled with shock, confusion, and anger. Well, there's blood. Just seconds after Suyi beheaded the Nightwind Dragon, Knight Shanghai, who was sitting on the sofa, seemed to have sensed something in his face changed drastically. It's no good. Master. The young Master he. The next moment, an old servant, in a panic, rushed to Knight Shanghai's residence. He said with a shocked look and a trembling voice. Say. Knight Shanghai tried to control his emotions and said in a deep voice. Young master, he's dead. The old servant crouched on his knees and shivered as he said. Bang! Knight Shanghai's breath exploded all over his body, and his skin faintly flickered with golden light. His terrifying might blew all the furniture around him into powder. And that old servant, with his low cultivation, spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Damn it! Who the hell killed my son? Knight Shanghai's heart churned with anger as he quickly arrived at the location where Knight Fenglong had been killed, his hands clenched tightly together as he roared furiously. The servants around them fell to their knees and buried their heads deep into the ground, trembling. Check. Give me a strict investigation. At Night Shanghai's command, shortly after, an old servant took a copy of the movie and respectfully handed it to him. And in the movie, the details of how Night Wind Dragon was killed are recorded. Only in the movie, a black shadow holding a dagger quickly decapitated the Night Wind Dragon before disappearing into space and leaving. Ka-ching! After watching the movie, Night Shanghai, he had evaded into space before, and was not far from Night Shanghai. His line of sight, when it landed on Night Shanghai's body, was able to clearly feel that there was a sharp and unparalleled might that pressed towards itself. Search and see. Suyi inserted the gold card and searched for relevant information. Soon after, Suyi looked at the graphic information on the screen and guessed in his mind. The talent possessed by that Night Shanghai is most likely the sharp gold talent. This kind of talent, which was relatively rare, and martial artists with this kind of talent were able to drastically enhance their attack abilities. A Night Shanghai with this kind of talent would probably be able to fight with a martial general. Not a bad talent at all. Suyi shut down the computer and then revealed a smile. This kind of talent of Night Shanghai, he looked at it. Both sides were already in a situation of immortality, so Suyi naturally wouldn't be soft. However, the number of absorptions for this month has been used up, so we'll have to wait until next month. Since that's the case, then I'll make another trip into the wilderness area to hunt high-level ferocious beasts and elite ferocious beasts, obtaining the ferocious beast blood from their bodies, refining the yuan qi, and refining it to grow my strength. It's best to be able to break through to the martial general realm as soon as possible. After Suyi pondered for a while, he then made a decision. Within the East Sea base city, the Knight family was after all a behemoth and definitely had some powerful underhanded means. Suyi was prepared to raise his cultivation some more and completely crush the Knight family with his absolutely overwhelming strength. This time, I'll enter Area D to hunt. Suyi took out the detailed map and after some thought, decided that tomorrow he would head to Area D where high-level ferocious beasts lived in groups, and where elite ferocious beasts were sometimes found. Area D was the area that was divided up by the high-level martial artists within the Department of Fierce Beheading. The area was vast, and most of them were high-level ferocious beasts with a higher level of danger. Of course, the so-called level of danger is relative. For Suyi nowadays, the level of danger in Area D was not that high. After making the decision, Suyi took a shower and went to sleep. But tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night for the Knight family. Since determining that the murderer was Zhou Kong, Night Shanghai had used all means in power to constantly search for Zhou Kong's whereabouts. But he never gained useful information. He only knew that Zhou Kong had gone to the Department of Fierce Beheading to assassinate Suyi. After that, no one could tell where exactly Zhou Kong had gone to. Bang! At this moment, Night Shanghai sat on a jade chair and crushed an exquisite jade pot, his heart churning with anger. Damn Zhou Kong! Just where did he hide? Having not been able to obtain any useful information, Night Shanghai was furious, angry yet helpless. Of course, Zhou Kong was already dead, so even if the Knight family probed any further, it would be useless, and they wouldn't be able to find out anything at all. And within the Department of Fierce Beheading, their Knight family couldn't infiltrate, so naturally they couldn't find out anything. It could be said that for a short period of time, the Knight family's attention was all focused on Zhou Kong. They were no longer concerned about Suyi, who was only at the elementary martial artist level. Of course, he had just sent someone, wanting to enter the Division of Vicious Decimation to explore the area, but he was forcibly intercepted. He learned that soon, the main pavilion of the Beheading Fierce Division, a big shot, was going to descend on the East Sea base city, which was why the Beheading Fierce Division was under martial law. The next day, the sun was shining. Everything's ready. After about 10 minutes, Suyi put all the things he had prepared into his spatial ring. He then headed to the martial hall and prepared to enter the wilderness area. Suyi. Ready to enter the wilderness area again? How about coming to my team? In my team, there are 3 high-level martial artists. Suyi. How about coming to my squad? I'll even give you the captain position. Hey! Go away! I'll give you another 30% of the proceeds. No. 50%. 50% okay? As soon as he entered the martial hall of the Beheading Fierce Division, there were sharp-eyed martial artists who saw Suyi. This person, on the other hand, was a shrewd person, specializing in picking on martial artists who had no background. Plus, he's on top of it, and he's hit up some money, so far it hasn't flipped. The only reason he invited Suyi was because he wanted to think about the wilderness area, then show his fangs and blackmail Suyi some more. Last time Suyi survived in the wilderness area for so long, there must have been a big harvest. Go, follow it. Seeing that Suyi got on the martial artist train, he also led his squad members and got on the train, preparing to secretly follow Suyi. Look for the moment to strike. Kind of. The movements of the Yanhu squad drew Suyi's attention. He sat on the window seat, closed his eyes and tuned his breath, and, on the surface, did not show anything different. Rumble. About 20 minutes later, the martial arts train slowly started up and headed towards the wilderness area. As soon as he entered the wilderness area, Suyi completely ditched the Yen Tiger squad after a few dodges. Damn! How is this kid so fast? Seeing that Suyi disappeared without a trace after a few dodges, Wu Yanhu was furious. Suyi's true cultivation level was that of an elite martial artist. Plus, he also possessed a threefold increase in the primary speed talent, so how could these talented senior martial artist realms possibly catch up? Get rid of them! Soon after, Suyi appeared in a woodland. He took out the map, then followed the route on the map and headed to Area D. Not bad luck, running into a mighty gold tiger as soon as I arrived. Suyi had just entered Area D when he spotted a mighty golden tiger, feeding. Mighty golden tiger. This was a high-level ferocious beast, not small in size, 7 meters long and nearly 3 meters tall. Thumbs up! Suyi's speed surged, wielding his iron sword in an instant, performing the silver moonsword technique, and decapitating this mighty gold tiger, quickly. An ordinary high-level ferocious beast, he was able to kill it in seconds nowadays. Not bad, 5 portions of high-level ferocious beast blood. Suyi took out his tools and spent some time to collect 5 portions of high-level ferocious beast blood from the body of this mighty golden tiger. After storing the ferocious beast blood into his spatial ring, Suyi continued to advance. There's the sound of fighting? At a certain moment, he heard in the western bit, the sound of a fierce engagement. Suyi swept his figure and headed to the place of engagement. Chapter 24 Hammer Squad. Kill the giant tiger. It's actually Hammer Squad. After Suyi arrived at the location of the engagement, he hid in the shadows, and then was surprised to find that the party that was fiercely fighting was actually the famous Hammer Squad. Hammer Squad. The name of this squad seems a little flat. Even when compared to the name of the Inferno Tiger Squad, it seemed to have fallen a bit into disrepute. But in reality, even 10 Yanhu squads put together were not enough for the Hammer Squad to fight. The captain of the Hammer Squad, named Xiao Feng, was quite handsome, but the weapon he used was a huge hammer, which was quite a bit out of place. As for all the members of the Hammer Squad, counting Xiao Feng, there were only 3 of them. But each and every one of them is an elite martial artist. Unlike Inferno Tiger Squad's infamy, Hammer Squad's reputation was good. They were often in the wilderness, helping some weak martial artists, and had also generously bestowed quite a few resources. Suyi had once been favored by the other party and received a medicinal herb that quenched chi and blood. Logically, such a powerful Hammer Squad, in Area D, there shouldn't be any ferocious beasts that can put them in a bitter fight, right? Thinking of this, Suyi looked towards the other side of the engagement. A huge black and white tiger with a powerful aura came into Suyi's eyes. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Suyi's complexion stared and said with some vigilance. This ferocious beast, Suyi had never seen it before. It could be a mutated beast, or some kind of rare and ferocious beast. And on the other party's body, the aura that emanated from him was really a bit shocking, exceeding the ordinary elite martial artists by quite a bit. Suyi estimated that this elite ferocious beast might be about to break through to a top ferocious beast. Top fierce beasts. That was a powerful beast that only a strong martial general, or even a martial artist of a higher realm, would be able to deal with. No wonder even the Hammer Squad is in a bitter battle. Suyi's heart was in awe, and at the same time, he was somewhat intrigued by the giant tiger ferocious beast in front of him. With such a powerful ferocious beast, the ferocious beast essence blood contained within it was naturally of better quality. Just as Suyi was thinking. Boom! In the middle of the battlefield, Xiao Feng, the leader of the Hammer Squad, frantically flung a sledgehammer and swept up a whirlwind, briefly repelling the giant tiger. After repelling the giant tiger, Xiao Feng breathed heavily and looked a little tired. They had already been fighting with this giant tiger ferocious beast for more than 10 minutes, and their physical strength had dropped quite a bit. Captain! Are you okay? A youth with a slim build and a silver dagger immediately dashed to Xiao Feng's side and inquired with concern. It's okay. Xiao Feng slowly shook his head, then gazed at the giant tiger in front of him with a heavy heart. This giant tiger was a ferocious beast that they had inadvertently discovered after entering the D area. The opponent was very strong, possessing a talent that could increase his defense ability, almost beyond the realm of what an elite martial artist could deal with. So far in the engagement, the other party hadn't been hurt much. If it wasn't for his recent strength, which had made a breakthrough, I'm afraid that he would have long ago withdrawn with his people. Kill. Then, the 3 elite martial artists from the Hammer Squad continued to fight with this giant tiger. There must be something good in the lair of this ferocious beast. Xiaofeng sword technique. Silver moon. Thumbs up. In a flash, blood splattered. Roar. The black and white giant tiger roared in pain, and its head was nearly severed by a sword. Suyi was already an elite martial artist, plus, he also had the triple boost from his primary power talent. Even if this giant tiger's defense had grown a bit after it had grown in size, it simply couldn't carry it. Of course, this giant tiger's vitality was also very strong. Even though it was severely injured, its overall state didn't seem to have dropped much, and it engaged Suyi in a fierce battle. We strike too. Seeing the sudden appearance of Suyi, who was so powerful, Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately led his squad members and joined the battlefield. A few minutes later, the black and white giant tiger let out a long whistle and died under Suyi's sword. Thanks to this brother, for coming to the rescue. After killing the black and white giant tiger, Xiaofeng came forward and respectfully thanked Suyi. Suyi was slightly stunned. Then the mind was clear. The number of people that the Hammer Squad had helped in the wilderness area over the years was simply too many, so naturally, they wouldn't specifically remember a junior martial artist. Moreover, Suyi, whose cultivation had made breakthroughs one after another, had also grown a bit in size, and there was still a noticeable change from when he had just arrived at the division of fierce beheading before. It was normal for Xiaofeng not to remember him. It's just a small thing. Suyi smiled and waved his hand. Afterwards, a few people made their hands and distributed what was on this giant tiger. Suyi obtained all the ferocious beast essence blood, while the Hammer Squad, on the other hand, obtained all the carcasses of the giant tigers. Brother Su, this giant tiger's lair, I'm sure there are quite a few good things, so we might as well go ahead and search for them. Then, Xiaofeng proposed. Without Suyi's help, it would be impossible for them to decapitate this giant tiger, and in the end, there was a possibility that they would be killed back by this giant tiger. Therefore, it was only right to share the harvest with Suyi. Good thing too. Suyi nodded. Several people explored the surrounding area and eventually found a large cave. What a big hole! Xiaofeng looked at the 10-meter-high hole in front of him with a shocked expression. Go on, get in there. Suyi walked at the front, gripping his iron sword tightly as he walked in. There are actually so many glazed lotuses. Ha ha! Brother Su. We're rich. A few people entered the depths of the cave and Xiaofeng saw a large blooming blue lotus flower and opened his mouth with a big smile. In Xiaofeng's explanation, Suyi then learned that something like the glazed lotus was a very good treasure. When taken, it can briefly increase a martial artist's enlightenment. In other words, taking this kind of thing could enhance the efficiency of a martial artist's cultivation techniques. It can even allow martial artists to comprehend the momentum of the martial arts. Great value. Not bad, there are 60 glazed lotuses. After collecting them, Xiaofeng looked happy. Then, he handed the 30 glazed lotuses to Suyi. Brother Su, these 30 glazed lotuses, please still accept them. This time, Suyi had a great deal of credit for killing the giant tiger, so naturally, he would share a bit more resources. He had lived for so many years that he had a scale in his heart for how to allocate resources. Naturally, he would not let Suyi suffer. Suyi didn't push back and gladly accepted it. Next, several people took the resources within the cave and scavenged them. And Suyi alone had obtained half of the resources. Brother Su, then we'll leave first, we'll meet again some other time. After a few moments of conversation, Xiaofeng left with the 2 squad members. Next, I'll take these glazed lotuses and cultivate my sword technique. Strive to comprehend the sword momentum in one go. After Xiaofeng's trio left, Suyi simply stayed inside the cave and practiced his sword technique. He was going to use the efficacy of the glazed lotus. Comprehend sword power. Chapter 25, Comprehending Sword Power. The first grade sword technique has come to great completion. Gulp. Suyi took out a blue glazed lotus and proceeded to swallow it, immediately feeling that within his body, a huge mass of energy had accumulated. And in his mind, some aura flashed, and his head cleared up a lot. Start practicing. Suyi didn't delay, and immediately within the cave, he practiced the silver moon sword technique. Although previously, after he had beheaded Zhou Kong, from the other party, he had obtained a third-grade sword technique called the broken killing sword technique. But the difficulty of cultivating the third-grade sword technique was just too great. Suyi had tried to cultivate before, but realized that he couldn't even get started. The difficulty was very high. Therefore, he had no choice but to continue practicing the silver moon sword technique, striving to comprehend the sword momentum and to cultivate this sword technique to the stage of great accomplishment. After comprehending the sword momentum, it would be much easier for him to cultivate the third-grade sword technique again. And the power of the first-grade sword technique at the grand completion stage was quite okay. It could probably increase Suyi's power by 50%. After taking the glazed lotus, the cultivation efficiency is just too fast. After a period of time, the energy in Suyi's body was exhausted. The aura in his head, too, dissipated. He sensed the efficiency of this cultivation and looked somewhat excited. Just a single glazed lotus plant had increased his efficiency in practicing sword techniques by more than 10 times. Suyi briefly calculated and found that the duration of a glazed lotus plant was around half an hour. This also meant that nowadays, half an hour of Suyi's cultivation was enough to be worth the 5 or 6 hours of hard cultivation before. Of course, this was just a simple calculation, and in reality, the effect of the glazed lotus was even more powerful than Suyi had imagined. Go on. After feeling some enlightenment, Suyi then took out a glazed lotus, then swallowed it and continued practicing the silver moon sword technique. Time passes slowly. Suyi had been inside the cave, practicing until late at night. I feel that the silver moon sword technique is not far from breaking through to the grand completion stage. Inside the cave, Suyi gripped the black iron sword tightly and looked surprised. Ordinary martial artists, even if their talent was quite good, but if they wanted to cultivate a first-grade technique to the grand completion stage, they would need to spend a long period of time. Even that Lin family's sword Dao genius, Lin Yu, had spent more than 2 months to cultivate a first-rate sword technique to the stage of great accomplishment. And Suyi had absorbed the primary sword Dao talent from him. Plus, now that he had the help of the glazed lotus, his breakthrough efficiency was naturally much faster than that Lin Yu. Tomorrow, continue practicing again. At this moment, Suyi put away the black iron sword, and then from his spatial ring, he took out a large, sturdy and exquisite bed. It was placed in the cave. He was ready to go to sleep and get some rest. Today, he had swallowed a total of a dozen or so glazed lotuses, and had been cultivating with the help of the powerful effects of the glazed lotuses. Therefore, he was a bit mentally exhausted and needed to rest and regain his strength and mental energy. Martial cultivation required hard work and hard training, as well as a combination of labor and leisure. Early in the morning of the second day, Suyi went out to hunt ferocious beasts and prepared to enjoy breakfast. He actually carried some high-energy foods, but they were, well, not very good. And the nutritional value of ferocious beast meat, as well as the energy it contained, was quite a bit better than normal high-energy food. The flavor, naturally, is better. Not only that, Suyi was also able to slowly grow a certain amount of strength after taking the ferocious beast meat. Not bad, a dark jade chicken. He was lucky, and it didn't take him long to see a black chicken-like beast, not small in size, standing on a hill. Raise your head and sing to the sun. This is a high-level ferocious beast. Suyi swung out a sword and killed him. Afterwards, he took out his tools and simply ate a meal of roasted chicken before returning to the cave to take the glazed lotus and continue his cultivation. Today, I should be able to cultivate the silver moon sword technique to the grand completion stage. Before starting his cultivation, Suyi thought this in his mind. Afterwards, he swallowed a glazed lotus and practiced the silver moon sword technique. Swallowing, refining, cultivating. And so, 3 hours passed. Soon. Suyi continued to swallow a glazed lotus, his eyes sharp. At a certain moment, Suyi suddenly came to a realization, and he violently slashed out a silver sword light towards the cave. Boom! With a loud bang, countless pieces of debris rolled down with a roar. Finally a breakthrough. At this moment, Suyi's mind was happy. He had finally broken through the silver moon sword technique to the grand completion stage. However, although I have cultivated the silver moon sword technique to the grand completion stage, but is still a bit short of comprehending the sword momentum. A moment later, Suyi collected his laughter and then pondered. In fact, Suyi's cultivation efficiency was already quite fast. When Lin Yu was able to comprehend sword momentum, it had taken him nearly half a year. This was still the amount of time consumed under the premise of the Lin family's vigorous cultivation. If he were to comprehend it on his own, I'm afraid it would take even longer. And it would be difficult for a martial artist without a talent for sword Dao to comprehend sword momentum. The time they needed to spend was at least measured in years, and the less talented martial artists might not be able to comprehend the momentum of the martial way for the rest of their lives. There's no rush, I still have 10 more glazed lotus plants, it should be enough for me to comprehend the sword potential. Suyi took the glazed lotus in his spatial ring and counted it. After this period of diligent cultivation and the blessing of the glazed lotus, his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened a lot. Perhaps after taking the next glazed lotus, Suyi would be able to master the sword momentum. Keep practicing. Sword, after Suyi took the glazed lotus, he danced his figure inside the cave, constantly comprehending. At some point, Suyi came to a sudden realization and slowly closed his eyes. The understanding of the way of the sword in his heart gradually transformed into a momentum of martial arts. The entire person's body, like a sharp sword, oppressed the surrounding air. Fronting. So, this is sword power. After mastering the sword momentum, Suyi's understanding of the martial way deepened by another point. He had previously accessed some information about the momentum of the martial way through his gold card, so naturally he was clear about some of the relevant knowledge. There is also a specific division of the momentum of the martial arts path, which is roughly divided into 1 to 10%. Similar to Suyi, a martial artist who had just grasped the momentum of the martial Dao could only be considered to have entered the threshold of the momentum of the martial Dao. Not even 10% of the sword's power. However, being able to master the momentum of the martial arts, Suyi was already satisfied at this moment. After all, it's always good to know what you've got. The martial way was simply too vast and needed to be advanced one step at a time. Next, I need to keep practicing sword techniques, and strive to cultivate my sword power, to 10%. After comprehending the sword momentum, Suyi's strength increased greatly. There is also a preliminary plan for the subsequent cultivation. Unfortunately, there are only 3 glazed lotuses left. Suyi checked the number of glazed lotuses in his spatial ring and secretly lamented. Then, Suyi spent some time swallowing and refining all of these glazed lotuses and practiced that third-grade sword technique, the broken slaughter sword technique. Introduced. More than an hour later, Suyi managed to cultivate the broken killing sword technique to the introductory stage, and his sword technique refined a lot. However, the sword power that one had mastered had only grown a little bit, and was still far away from the 20% sword power. Elementary sword Dao talent, still a bit weak. In response, Suyi vaguely sensed the key point. All he possessed was just a beginner's talent for sword Dao. If it was an intermediate, advanced, or even higher level sword Dao talent, it would naturally be easier to cultivate. But that kind of genius was not found within the East Sea base city. Returning to his senses, Suyi took out his map and prepared to go out and hunt ferocious beasts. Death Lakes? What is this place? Soon after, Suyi stared at a certain area on the map and his expression froze. Chapter 26: The Lake of Death. Suyi's line of sight landed on a circled lake. The D section of the wilderness area outside the city is so vast. Death Lakes, on the other hand, is a large, expansive lake that borders each other with Area D. It is surrounded by a myriad of forests that grow in abundance. The map also indicated that the Lake of Death was a very dangerous place. It was rich in resources, plus the geography was great, so it was inhabited by a group of elite ferocious beasts. These elite ferocious beasts, which could be called the absolute overlords of the Death Lake, dominated the best resources, commanded many high-level ferocious beasts, and were extremely powerful. What? Even a strong martial general once fell in the Lake of Death? Suyi brought with him the unique technological machine within the division of fierce beheading, and he roughly searched for a bit information about the Death Lake, and then looked surprised. According to sources, the Lake of Death used to have another name. And within the division of beheading fierce, there was once a strong martial general who moved to the Lake of Death. He seemed to be searching for something, but in the end, not only did he not find the thing, but he himself died in that lake instead, never coming out again. That lake, since then, has been known as the Lake of Death. After all, even the military general died in it. Most of the martial artists, when talking about this lake, also talked about it and were quite scared. That Death Lake, which can kill even a strong martial general, is obviously extremely dangerous. Suyi stared at the Death Lake on the map, then pondered. However, something that can make even a military general's heart flutter must be an extraordinary treasure. With my current strength, traveling to that lake is still a bit dangerous. Why don't I first hunt the ferocious beasts in Area D, obtain the ferocious beast's essence blood, refine the Yuan Qi, refine it to grow my strength, and then go forward to the Death Lake and explore. After Suyi briefly pondered, a decision was made in his heart. He possessed an elementary spatial talent, as well as an advanced healing talent, so it was reasonable to say that even if he encountered a very strong ferocious beast, he would be able to vanish into space and retreat in one piece. However, Suyi was still cautious, preparing to improve his strength before going forward to find out what was going on. Next, go out and hunt ferocious beasts. After making the decision, Suyi gripped the black iron sword tightly and followed the route on the map and hunted at a rapid pace within the D-zone. He had now comprehended the sword momentum, and with the addition of cultivating the silver moon sword technique to the grand completion stage, his strength had grown by a large margin. Even the elite ferocious beasts within the D area couldn't resist a few of his swords and were swiftly decimated. And so the time came to evening. Not bad, more than 200 copies of high-level ferocious beast blood and more than 30 copies of elite ferocious beast blood have been collected. Suyi returned to the cave and took out all the ferocious beast blood that he had collected today. Purple Yuan body tempering technique. Refinement. Boom. Then, Suyi activated the purple Yuan body tempering technique, continuously refining the Yuan Qi in the ferocious beast's essence blood. After a period of time, all the ferocious beast essence blood placed on the ground was consumed by Suyi. And he managed to refine 10 strands of Yuan Qi. Absorb. Looking at the Yuan Qi floating in front of him, Suyi activated the purple Yuan body tempering technique and induced these Yuan Qi to enter his body, continuously tempering the bones and blood in his body. Under the quenching and nourishment of Yuan Qi, Suyi's strength was growing rapidly. After completely refining it, Suyi grew a full 6,000 pounds of strength. And his base strength at this point reached over 36,000 pounds. Not bad for efficiency. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suyi revealed a smile. In the next few days, Suyi continued to frantically hunt ferocious beasts in D, constantly collecting ferocious beasts' essence blood, refining Yuan Qi, and growing his strength. During this period, Suyi naturally found some resources for tempering the body, and the quality of some of them was quite good. After taking it, his cultivation efficiency, once again, grew a bit. This day. After Suyi refined the refined Yuan Qi and finished refining it, the Qi and blood in his body surged and his breath strengthened by a hair. Breakthrough. At this time, he had already broken through the bottleneck and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of elite martial artist. And his base strength was raised to 50,000 pounds. Counting the triple increase effect of the primary strength talent, his total strength reached a staggering 150,000 pounds. Strength has increased dramatically. Now, it's time to head to the Lake of Death and explore. After thinking for a moment, Suyi decided to head to the Death Lake and hunt those powerful elite ferocious beasts. At his current cultivation level, the ferocious beast blood of high-level ferocious beasts, the 9th grade Yuan Qi that was refined, was already less effective. A strand of Yuan Qi could only increase his strength by about 300 pounds. However, the fierce beast essence blood of the elite fierce beasts, which was refined into the 9th grade Yuan Qi, was still very effective. With one strand, you can increase your strength by 1,000 pounds. Suyi guessed that even though they were the same 9th grade Yuan Qi, there was a difference between strong and weak highs and lows. Just like a group of high-level martial artists, although their realms were all the same, there were definitely strengths and weaknesses. The elite ferocious beasts within Area D have all been pretty much hunted down by me, and even if there are still some, they're all hiding, making it difficult to probe. In the past few days, Suyi killed like crazy, the elite ferocious beasts died and ran away, and the entire D area was just like the previous Bright Moon Lake. The remaining elite ferocious beasts, all of them away. Can't even find a shadow. That's why Suyi planned to head to the Death Lake and hunt elite ferocious beasts to quickly increase his strength. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of treasures the once powerful martial Suyi collected the Black Panther's essence blood and put it into the spatial ring. Next, Suyi executed the means of escaping into space and killed 3 elite ferocious beasts that were not weak in strength one after another, harvesting 13 copies of elite ferocious beast blood. That's an efficiency that's much faster than in the D block. Suyi looked excited and continued hunting. Until a certain point. How could there be a top-tier ferocious beast here? Top fierce beasts. The roar was heard. Suyi, who had disappeared into space, looked startled. Chapter 27 The Terrifying Octopus Fierce Beast. It's a sound coming from that direction. Suyi looked towards the direction where the voice came from, his expression grave. He disappeared into space and quickly advanced towards that direction. Along the way, he saw many elite ferocious beasts with powerful breaths crouching on the ground, shivering. They directed their heads towards the center area, as if they were making a pilgrimage to some ferocious beast king. Seeing this kind of scene, Suya's heart and mind were in awe. The terrain of the Death Lake was somewhat rugged, with many high and low peaks that surrounded the lake, coupled with the forests all over the place, which affected Suya's line of sight. Soon after, he came to the center area of the lake, and his sight then became open. Here, he saw a group of powerful martial artists in blue robes, fighting a group of crocodile-type ferocious beasts, fiercely. And in the center position of the lake, a huge octopus monster, coldly staring at them, did not choose to make a move. A bunch of elite ferocious beasts. Seeing this group of crocodile-type ferocious beasts, Suya's expression stared. The size of these crocodile ferocious beasts all exceeded 10 meters, and there were a few with extraordinarily powerful breaths that were even close to 20 meters in size. They move as if the ground is shaking. What a powerful aura! Is this the top-grade ferocious beast? Suyi then looked at the octopus monster with a shocked expression. The size of this octopus monster was just too huge, just the few tentacles that were exposed were more than 10 meters long. Who are these people? Afterwards, Suyi looked at the group of extremely unfamiliar martial artists with some doubts. These people, he had never seen before in the East Sea Base City, and the aura of each and every one of them was very powerful. In terms of martial cultivation, they were a step ahead of Suyi today. Obviously, these people, basically, were all powerful people at the late stage of elite martial artists. But even so, under the siege of a large group of crocodile-type ferocious beasts, they could only manage to hold on for dear life. Among them, a young man in fancy clothes, protected by these people in the very center, caught Suya's attention. These people are all elite martial artists, but they are surrounding this young man to protect this person's well-being, clearly a group of guards. Could it be that they are martial artists from other base cities who came to the Death Lake in order to obtain some sort of treasure? Suyi continued to stay in the space, speculating in his heart. In this era, there were a large number of base cities established by strong human beings. And in the vicinity of this area, apart from the Donghai Base City, there were two other small base cities named Ironblade Base City and Tanya Base City. Among them, the strength of Tanya Base City was the strongest one among the three small base cities, followed by Donghai Base City and Ironblade Base City. Suyi guessed that these martial artists might be from the nearby Tanya Base City. Protect the prince! Among the many guards, an old man with the strongest strength and white hair. He roared angrily and slapped out a crimson palm print, decapitating a crocodile ferocious beast that tore over. Under his leadership, the many guards fought and retreated, getting closer and closer to the shore. But the people present, their faces were still ugly, and they had no bottom in their hearts. It was because that terrifying octopus ferocious beast was still coldly glaring at them without making a move. Although these people are fighting with ferocious beasts in the lake, they are not affected by the lake water. It seems that on their bodies, they should have some sort of water-avoiding treasures. These martial artists' feet stepped on the surface of the lake, but they didn't sink, and their bodies were dry and weren't drenched by the lake water. At the soles of their feet, a circle of blue light blossomed, and it seemed to be this thing that insulated the lake. This is why they are able to move freely on the lakes. A few moments later, these martial artists' figures flashed rapidly and managed to return to the lakeshore after killing a few crocodile ferocious beasts. It's safe. A middle-aged martial artist had just landed his feet on the ground with a happy expression. Boom! However, in the next moment, an incomparably thick black tentacle broke through the air, letting out a roar, and tightly wrapped around him. Ah! Accompanied by a hiss of despair, that middle-aged martial artist was viciously torn apart by the octopus tentacles. Move! Seeing that the octopus monster struck out, the old man in the lead made an instant decision. He hissed for the other martial artists and quickly led the youth away. Then his body's breath exploded. Kill! With his eyes glazed over, he waved his right palm, and alone, he fought for his life towards that octopus monster. Uncle Fu! The youth looked mournful at the sight. Your Excellency, go quickly! The guards who knew the seriousness of the matter, a few of them had solemn faces and chose to break off the back, while the rest of the guards, with that young martial artist in tow, cast secret techniques and quickly left. The center of the lake. That old man didn't know what secret technique he had performed, and his entire body began to glow red as his aura skyrocketed. A piercing light enveloped his body like a large fireball. Die! He roared angrily, and towards the octopus monster, he slapped out a reddish-golden palm print. Boom! However, the top-tier ferocious beasts were extremely powerful and were not something he could deal with. Only to see that octopus monster, exuding a terrifying pressure, then waving its three tentacles at great speed, it resisted the palm imprint slapped by the old man. Immediately afterward, these tentacles quickly wrapped around the old man's body and pulled with force. In an instant, it churned up the old man's body. This man, on the contrary, is a loyal and righteous man. Su Yi, who stayed in the space, looked somewhat emotional. Knowing that the end would be death, this old man willingly gave his life in order to create time for that youth to evacuate. Such behavior is enough to qualify as a loyalist. Roar! However, the octopus monster that had killed the old man roared in rage after seeing the rest of the martial artists, all of whom had managed to withdraw. Originally, it only saw these people as toys, wanting to leave them with a little hope before killing them in despair. But I didn't expect that there were really those who weren't afraid of death, preferring to fight it for their lives and creating a chance for others to live. But, to it, these are just hiccups. Before long, the octopus monster dived into the lake and disappeared. At the scene, only a bunch of ferocious beast corpses were left behind, as well as the corpses of some martial artists. Blood spilled. This octopus monster, it's too strong. Su Yi had been lurking in space and did not choose to strike. With his strength today, he was still unable to fight this octopus monster head-on. Su Yi associated it with the fact that before, there was a strong martial general who had all fallen in the lake of death. He guessed that the martial general, most likely, was killed by this octopus ferocious beast. That martial general from many years ago, as well as this group of martial artists that appeared this time, their purpose of coming to the lake of death was most likely to search for some sort of treasure. Look for it. Su Yi had a guess in his heart about the purpose of these people's actions, after which he began to explore carefully. Strange, what kind of treasure are they trying to find? Half an hour later, Su Yi disappeared into space and searched all over this large lake, and didn't find any special treasures. Could it be that the treasure is at the bottom of the lake? Immediately afterward, Su Yi gazed at the lake of unfathomable depth and pondered. Chapter 28. Death Lakes is a large lake, expansive and turquoise blue, sparkling in the sunlight. On the surface, it seems quiet and relaxed. However, in the lake water, there were many powerful elite ferocious beasts surviving, and if they entered the lake without authorization, they would most likely be discovered by these elite ferocious beasts. After Su Yi pondered for a moment, he also temporarily gave up on entering the bottom of the lake to explore. Let's hunt the elite ferocious beasts first and explore after refining the yuan qi to grow in strength. After making the decision, Su Yi went around the lake and hunted the elite ferocious beasts. With his current strength, even the few powerful elite ferocious beasts that possessed special talents were simply unable to contend with him. Gotta find a safer cave. Su Yi searched the peaks around the lake, for a while, and then found a huge cave in a place farther away from the lake. After decapitating one of the elite ferocious beasts within the cave, Su Yi occupied the cave, intending to temporarily reside here. The next few days, Su Yi was on guard against the octopus ferocious beast while quickly hunting the elite ferocious beasts and collecting the ferocious beast's essence blood, refining it to grow his strength after refining the yuan qi. His overall strength was rapidly surging. It was also getting closer to breaking through to the late stage of elite martial artist. In fact, the reason why Su Yi's cultivation had risen so quickly had a lot to do with the purple yuan body tempering technique. This was a medium body tempering art, and it ranked at the top of all medium body tempering arts, comparable to a normal high body tempering art. Operating this body tempering technique could drastically increase the efficiency of a martial artist's body tempering. If the body tempering technique that Su Yi used was an unusual primary body tempering technique, even if he had the means to get a lot of ferocious beast blood, the speed of refining the yuan qi would still be very slow. The speed of the breakthrough, naturally, would drop a lot. Someone's coming? This day. Su Yi had just finished collecting the fierce beast blood of an elite fierce beast when he detected a subtle movement. He immediately vanished into space and rushed towards the source of the sound, then saw a group of people. He's back again? In Su Yi's line of sight, there was a familiar young man who was looking towards the center of the lake with an angry expression. This person was none other than the young martial artist who had escaped last time. Damn octopus ferocious beast! This time, I will make you pay for your life. The youth in the white robe roared in his mind. Uncle Fu had taken care of him since he was a child, and the two of them had been together for more than 10 years, with a deep bond. Last time, if Fu Bo hadn't broken the back and fought that octopus ferocious beast in blood, it would have been difficult for him to have a chance to escape. Therefore, he hated this octopus ferocious beast with a passion. Father! That octopus ferocious beast from before, it appeared in the center of the lake. He slowly withdrew his gaze, then turned towards a middle-aged man beside him and said with a respectful expression. Military General. When Suyi set his gaze on this person, he was instantly enlightened. This person wore a purple robe and carried his hands behind his back, his breath was calm and serious. On his body, a powerful pressure flowed vaguely. His name was Chen Tianfan, and he was the patriarch of a large family within the Tianya base city. Yes. Chen Tianfan's gaze was ghostly as he looked towards the center of the lake and spoke in a deep voice. He came here to hunt that octopus beast. By the way, capture the treasure. You guys stand down for now. After a word of command. In the next moment, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and with a flash of his entire figure, he arrived at the center of the lake. What speed? Suyi was secretly aghast. Chen Tianfan exuded the pressure of a martial general, and the large swaths of elite ferocious beasts within the lake trembled and swam their bodies far away from here. They understand that this kind of strong person cannot be fought against. Still not out? Seeing that the octopus ferocious beast still didn't appear even though he had exuded the pressure of a martial general, Chen Tianfan frowned and then waved his right palm. Towards the lake, he blasted out a palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the lake stirred. Splash several feet of waves. Roar! In the next moment, the octopus ferocious beast that had been awakened by the commotion roared and waved its tentacles towards Chen Tianfan to kill him. Been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Tianfan's expression remained unchanged as he dodged to avoid the entangled tentacles, then quickly struck out. The two fiercely exchanged blows, and the terrifying might and commotion traveled far. However, the power of this octopus ferocious beast seemed to be somewhat beyond Chen Tianfan's imagination. Immediately afterward, while dodging the attack, he seemed to have guessed something and his expression was joyful. Could it be that the treasure is within the body of this octopus ferocious beast? At a certain moment, after Chen Tianfan dodged the tentacle's attack, the entire person's might, once again, surged by one great mighty heavenly palm. Afterward, he shouted angrily and swung out a white palm print as big as 3 zhang towards the octopus ferocious beast. The white palm prints were mixed with a strong momentum of martial arts. Palm power. Suya's mind moved, clear that this person in front of him had already grasped the fist momentum. And the level of mastery, it's not that low. Roar! The octopus ferocious beast was knocked over by the white palm print and knocked out, with 3 of its tentacles broken, and its body was incomparably miserable and bloody. Chen Tianfan pursued the octopus ferocious beast and beat it back, its breath wilting. Just as Chen Tianfan was preparing to end this octopus ferocious beast. In the next moment, a silver light spot suddenly flashed up at the center of this octopus ferocious beast's head. Not good. The moment he saw the silver light spot, Chen Tianfan's face changed drastically as he hastily dodged to avoid it. However, he was still struck by a terrifying silver beam of light that struck his shoulder bone, and the entire flesh and blood on his shoulder exploded. His right arm, almost the entire thing, was broken. Seriously injured. Put. Chen Tianfan dodged and retreated to the lakeshore, his face pale, his right arm hanging down helplessly, and his body stained with blood. Roar! As for the octopus ferocious beast, seeing that it had repelled Chen Tianfan, it immediately hissed and dived under the water, unaware of its whereabouts. Father! That young martial artist came to Chen Tianfan's side with a somewhat alarmed expression. Go! Chen Tianfan didn't want to say much, he looked gloomy and immediately brought everyone with him, choosing to evacuate. His injuries were too severe, and if he didn't receive emergency treatment, I was afraid that his battle power would be greatly reduced. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Suyi, who had been lurking in space, brightened up. After these days of refining and cultivating, his base strength had been raised to over 80,000 pounds. Counting the triple increase of the primary strength talent, as well as the primary spatial talent, there was also the silver moon sword technique at the grand completion stage. Suyi was certain that he could completely kill the octopus ferocious beast in its severely injured state. After making the decision, Suyi entered the bottom of the lake. There! Not long after, Suyi followed the smell of blood and found the octopus ferocious beast that was healing. Suyi, who was hidden in space, had slightly cold eyes and his breath exploded. Triple power increase. Great success sword technique. Silver moon. Boom. In an instant, a silver-colored sword light erupted with a piercing brilliance. It suddenly appeared at the location of the octopus ferocious beast's head. Roar. The octopus ferocious beast screamed miserably and had its head chopped off by the sword light. Blood sword. But even so, this octopus ferocious beast still didn't die as it madly waved its tentacles and blasted the 8 directions. Suyi immediately moved away from the attack range after the sneak attack was successful, so was not attacked by the tentacles. Afterwards, he chopped out a sword light one after another towards the octopus ferocious beast. After a while, the octopus ferocious beast's breath grew weaker and weaker, and eventually collapsed powerlessly to the ground, completely dead. Suyi dashed to the near front, then exerted the power of space and took out the ferocious beast essence blood in the other party's body and wrapped it. Unfortunately, because of the excessive injuries, the essence blood in this octopus ferocious beast's body was drained rather seriously. Suyi only collected 3 copies. However, this was the ferocious blood of a top-tier ferocious beast. It was 1 level higher than the fierce beast blood of an elite fierce beast. With these 3 portions of fierce beast blood, it's enough for me to cultivate to the martial general level. After storing the fierce beast blood in a jade bottle and placing it into a spatial ring, Suyi revealed a smile. Immediately afterward, he thought of this octopus ferocious beast just now, and the strange change that occurred at the location of its head, so he moved his iron sword and dug. What is this? Not long after, Suyi gazed at a round, silver-colored jade stone and was puzzled. Chapter 29 Breakthrough. Become a military general. This round, silver-colored jade stone was something Suyi had never seen before. However, the huge energy contained within it caused Suyi's heart and mind to palpitate. It seems that this jade stone should be the treasure those people have been trying to find. Suyi held the silver-colored jade in his hand, and it felt soft to the touch, then guessed in his heart. Also, put it away for now. Suyi carefully observed it for a moment, but he didn't figure out this silver-colored jade stone, what exactly it did. Slowly, he put the jade into his spatial ring and flashed away. Back in the cave, Suyi took out the top-tier ferocious beast blood that he had just obtained, and then executed the purple yuan body tempering technique to start refining the yuan qi in the ferocious beast's essence blood. The efficiency of refining, so slow. After some time, Suyi could not help but frown when he saw the efficiency of the refining, so slow. The energy contained in the blood of a top-tier ferocious beast was too huge. Even with the purple yuan body tempering technique, it would take a long time to refine the yuan qi in it. Suyi estimated that according to this efficiency, it would take him more than an hour to refine a portion of top-tier ferocious beast blood that contains some yuan qi. No wonder it is written on the purple yuan body tempering technique that it is best for martial artists to cultivate with yuan stones, so that they can easily absorb the yuan qi in the yuan stones and maximize their efficiency. Fierce beast essence blood, although it can also refine yuan qi, but not to mention the lower quality, it would take a long time just to refine it. Suyi muttered, and only then did he deeply understand, on the purple yuan body tempering technique, the passage recorded. Previously, the ones he had refined were primary, intermediate, and high-level ferocious beast blood, by virtue of the medium-quality purple yuan body tempering technique. Suyi didn't feel that it was such a waste of time. However, it was only this time when refining the blood of the top-tier ferocious beasts that he finally discovered the drawbacks of this method of refining yuan qi. It's just too time-consuming. And that's just the top-tier ferocious beast blood. If later on, he obtains a higher level of ferocious beast blood, then it shall not be refined for a day or two? Therefore, he became more and more interested in the mysterious yuan stone. Finally refined a strand of yuan qi. It was only after close to 4 hours that Suyi finally finished refining 3/3 of the top-tier ferocious beast blood, barely refining a strand of yuan qi. In his heart, he guessed that this strand of yuan qi should be of a much better quality than the yuan qi that had been refined before. Try refining. In the next moment, Suyi activated the purple yuan body tempering technique and induced this strand of yuan qi into his body. Boom! When this strand of yuan qi disappeared into his body, Suyi felt an extremely large amount of energy that exploded out within his body. Suyi didn't dare to be slow and immediately activated the purple yuan body tempering technique, carefully refining the energy. But even with the help of the purple yuan body tempering technique, Suyi's efficiency in refining yuan qi was still very slow. His power, however, was growing rapidly. 83,000 pounds. 84,000 pounds. 85,000 pounds. Until a certain moment, Suyi's base power. It was finally raised to 90,000 pounds. Boom! Suyi slowly opened his eyes, the power in his body skyrocketed, and the aura that emanated from him was also a cut stronger. At this moment, his base strength, which reached 90,000 pounds, broke through to the late elite martial artist stage. It wasn't far from the 100,000 pounds mark in breaking through to martial general. The energy in his body, however, was not depleted, and there was still about a small half left. Worthy of being the essence blood of a top-tier ferocious beast, the effect of the refined yuan qi is so powerful. Suye's expression was delighted, then he continued to refine the huge energy in his body. After a period of time, Suye finished refining all the energy in his body, and his strength grew a bit again. Just this strand of yuan qi alone has increased my strength by 10,000 pounds. Suye sensed it in detail and deeply realized the gap between yuan qi grades. The better the quality of the yuan qi, the more energy it contained, and the greater the benefit it brought him. Afterwards, Suye got up and drew his sword. He was preparing to go out and hunt elite ferocious beasts. For several days in a row, Suye was in the Death Lake, frantically hunting elite ferocious beasts. The collected elite ferocious beast blood was also used by Suye to refine the yuan qi and refine it to grow his strength. Although the quality of these yuan qi was not as good as the strand of yuan qi that had been extracted from the blood of the top ferocious beasts before. But the victory was in the quantity, and it could also bring Suye a considerable amount of profit. This day. Soon. Inside the cave, Suye's eyes were scorching hot. He stared at the yuan qi draped between his finger bones and muttered softly. A moment later, he finished refining the last strand of yuan qi. And his base strength, at this moment, had finally broken through to 100,000 pounds. Boom! The unimaginable metamorphosis begins. All the cells in Suye's body began to undergo an amazing evolution, undergoing a crazy transformation. Some of the cells, flashing up with golden spots of light, looked honorable and extraordinary. This process, extremely painful, Suye gritted his teeth and insisted. It wasn't until a long time had passed that Suye slowly came back to his senses. Finally breaking through to Martial General. Suye got up and clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his body with an excited expression. With the addition of many talents, Suye's cultivation at this moment was only at the early stage of Martial General, but even a strong person at the late stage of Martial General wouldn't dare to take him lightly. In particular, he also possessed a special primary spatial talent that allowed him to vanish into space at any time. This also meant that Suye would become the most terrifying killer as long as he was willing. Try to see if I can fly in the air. A strong Martial General, who exerted yuan power, could manage to briefly navigate the air. Suye tried for a while inside the cave. Buzz. At a certain moment, he stimulated his yuan power, emitting a faint silver stream of light all over his body, and then his entire body slowly floated up. After trying for a moment, Suye landed smoothly. With my current strength, the duration of the Imperial air is around 3 minutes. After attempting to fly in the air, Suye had a rough idea of how long he would be able to last. His realm was still relatively low, and he didn't have a lot of yuan qi reserves in his body, so naturally, he couldn't manage to carry out aerial flight for a long. After some time, Suye finally figured out the situation. Martial cultivation is an evolution. The laws of origin in him merged into one, Suye's strength, after raising it to a certain level. The laws of origin, too, will follow and produce a metamorphosis. This time, after he broke through to the Martial General realm, the origin laws followed suit and metamorphosed, enhancing their functions. Open the panel and see. Suye looked excited, then checked his panel information. Source, Suye. Talent, elementary kendo talent. Realm, early military general. Remaining number of absorptions for the month, 2. The remaining number of absorptions for this month, there are actually 2 left? Suye's heart shook when he saw this. Previously, he had used up all the absorption times for this month. But now, he actually had 2 more chances to absorb it. Counting the 3 previous absorption opportunities. This also meant that Suye now had a full 5 chances to absorb attributes every month. Perhaps there is more to it than that. After the metamorphosis of the laws of origin. Returning to his senses, Suye muttered. He stepped out of the cave. A moment later, Suye's line of sight landed on a wild wolf creature. Species, black firewolf. Level, high-grade fierce beast. Flame talent, elementary. I can actually probe the information of a ferocious beast? Looking at the text message that surfaced in front of him, Suye's heart was agitated. He slowed his mind and continued to look at the other ferocious beast. Species, blue elephant turtle. Level, elite beast. Water control talent, elementary. This feature, it's so important to me. Earlier, he was still thinking bitterly about how he could find ferocious beasts with powerful talents. Now, well, with this function, by spending some time, Suye would naturally be able to find ferocious beasts with special talents. Good, then let's explore here in the Death Lake first and see if we can find a ferocious beast with advanced talent. Suye's mind moved, and then his figure swept. You're it. Suyi looked at the huge black elephant that was feeding, his eyes condensed, then he disappeared into space. He was only a patriarchal powerhouse that surpassed a martial general could have such a terrifying power. In other words, although Suyi was still at the realm of a what orders? Suyi curiously said. It says that we are to assist in clearing out the ferocious beasts and opening up a convenient and safe passageway. And then, the 3 surrounding base cities, united as one. Develop free trade. Free trade? Suyi frowned. He didn't believe that such a time-consuming and labor-intensive program was just for the sake of so-called free trade. I'm afraid this move has another deep meaning. Chapter 31 Clearing the Black Volcano Area. In Suyi's opinion, the so-called free trade should just be a front. However, the specific cause, what exactly was it, Suyi was not clear nowadays. His strength, although elevated to a martial general, and his battle power was comparable to that of a zongsher, his current position within the Department of Vicious Beheading was still at the bottom of the hierarchy, just as it had been before. Some of the more secretive information was only known to the higher-ups of the Department of Severance, and he couldn't be informed of it. Indoor. The two proceeded to exchange for a while, then Suyi handed Wang Jia a black backpack and casually said, "Here, take it." "Su. What's this?" Wang Jia received the backpack with a somewhat curious expression. He opened it and glanced at it, and was suddenly agitated. In the backpack, there were dozens of bottles of primary fierce beast blood. "Su. I love you." Wang Jia let out a strange cry of excitement and leapt up in the air all of a sudden, wanting to pounce up and hug Suyi. "Get out!" Suyi dodged to avoid it with a look of disgust. Wang Jia flopped and crashed to the ground, his eyes glazed over. "Su. What are you doing?" Wang Jia stretched out his right hand and scratched his aching head, saying with some sadness. Suyi walked forward and patted Wang Jia's shoulder, dismissing him. "Okay. You boy. Hurry back with this ferocious beast blood, cultivate as soon as possible, and make a breakthrough to become a martial artist as soon as possible. Hey. Su, you can rest assured. With these resources, I can definitely become a martial artist." Wang Jia was smiling on the surface, holding the black backpack tightly, but in his heart, he was a little touched. With so many primary ferocious beast blood, putting it on the market for sale would not even be a small amount for him. But Suyi had gifted it to him freely, and this favor, he would always remember in his heart. "All right. You kid, practice well, don't practice for 2 days and listen to music for 3 days again." Suyi sent Wang Jia to the door, and the other party left with his things beautifully. Let's hope that this kid will break through and become a martial artist soon. Looking at Wang Jia's departing back, Suyi smiled and shook his head. These primary ferocious beasts' blood were all collected by Suyi when he came back and killed a group of primary ferocious beasts in passing. Wang Jia has been with him for many years and has a good relationship. Back then, when Suyi and Lingyu sparred, it was only Wang Jia who cheered for him from the stage. Suyi would naturally help him a little. Back inside. Suyi hadn't rested for long before he received an order to gather from the top management of the Fierce Beheading Division. Strange, to assemble at this hour? Suyi looked at the time. 2:30 p.m. There was a moment of doubt. In the past, the Chopper Division had never assembled at this hour. It should be related to what Wang Jia said, the Joint Base Program. Suyi thought in his mind as he changed into the martial artist garb of the Fierce Beheading Division. Suyi. Suyi. When Suyi arrived at the gathering square, some martial artists who were more familiar with him greeted him. Suyi responded one by one, then stood in the crowd of assembled martial artists, waiting for the arrival of the top brass of the Chopper Division. The realm aura he displayed was still that of a primary martial artist. Suyi was wearing the underworld illusion bead, so as long as he didn't surpass the realm of a zongsher, he couldn't see through his reality. Huh? This kid actually didn't die? The crowd. The leader of the Yen Tiger Squad, Wu Yen Tiger, his face sank the moment he saw Suyi. Last time, although they lost Suyi, they also saw that the other party disappeared into the D area. An area D, but it's where a bunch of high-level ferocious beasts live. Even if their Yin Hu squad went there, they would have to shed their skin without dying. If Suyi only had the realm of a primary martial artist, could he survive in that kind of place? This kid, he's hiding quite deeply. Wu Yenhu's eyes narrowed as he seemed to be calculating something in his mind. Not long after, the senior officers of the Department of Fierce Beheading came to the high platform one after another. They were older and their auras were all a bit shocking. Most of them are military generals. I've summoned everyone here today to carry out a program to remove the ferocious beasts. To unite the 3 base cities and turn them into a whole. Among them, a white-haired old man with a strong body said with a thick voice. This person was none other than the pavilion master of the East Sea's fierce beheading division. Suya's mind moved and his sight fell on the other party. Name, Chen Qo Hai. Realm, Early Master. Defense talent, Intermediate. Patriarch. After seeing this person's information, Suya's complexion stared. This was the first time he had seen a Zhongshi powerhouse. Moreover, Chen Qo Hai wasn't an ordinary Zhongshi, he possessed a special intermediate defense talent. If Chen Qo Hai cultivated some defensive techniques of not too low a grade, then even the present-day Suyi might not be able to penetrate the opponent's defense. No wonder, this person can become the pavilion master of the fierce beheading division. Suyi then realized. Regarding this mysterious pavilion master, Suyi had never seen him before. The highest level of the divisions of decimation and murder that he had seen before was just a steward at the highest level. The status is far inferior to that of the courtmaster. Chen Qo Hai stood on the high platform and explained for a moment, then spoke aloud. Next, I'll assign the task of removing the ferocious beasts. The martial artists who have been given the task need to gather and immediately head to the cleanup area to remove the ferocious beasts as soon as possible. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. After Chen Qo Hai finished his narration, the martial artists present had different expressions, but none of them offered any comments. Are you kidding? That's a patriarch. How dare they have a problem with that? In that case, let's assign tasks. Chen Qo Hai waved his hand, then asked the steward on the side to start assigning the task of cleaning up the ferocious beasts. My cleanup area, a black volcano. Soon after, Suyi learned about the area where he cleared the ferocious beasts. Black volcano. This is a volcanic piece of land that is farther away from Donghai Base City. Inside, there were many dead volcanoes spread out, the air was somewhat turbid, and there were a large number of primary fierce beasts widely spread out. It was worth mentioning that personnel like Wang Jia, whose cultivation level was only that of a senior martial apprentice, did not have to participate in this operation. After all, the weakest ferocious beasts in this plan to remove ferocious beasts were all primary ferocious beasts. A bunch of high-level martial arts disciples, what are they doing here? A slide shovel delivery? Captain. We. As for the people of Yenhu's squad, they looked slightly happy when they saw the cleared area. One of the martial artists with a dry and thin figure came to Wu Yenhu's side and whispered something in his ear. Oh. Interesting. Wu Yenhu's gaze swept over Suyi, who was not far away, his heart seemed to be calculating the gains and losses. Wu Yenhu was only entangled for a moment, and then a fierce color flashed in his eyes as he made up his mind. He decided that he would join forces with the Knight family. Finish off Suyi. And the area they cleared this time was not far from the black volcano area that Suyi cleared. This also meant that they had a chance to force out Suya's secret. I'm afraid that these people from the Yen Tiger Squad have thoughts about me. After Suya's realm breakthrough, his divine sense became sharper and sharper, so he naturally saw all the looks of the several people in the Yen Tiger Squad in his eyes. It was clear to him that this squad might make a move against him in this plan to clear out the ferocious beasts. Interesting. Suya's expression was as normal as a thought flashed through his mind. Just don't know. Pray, who exactly? Chapter 32 Red Firewolf. After seeing that all the martial artists had made it clear, the area where the ferocious beasts would be cleared this time, Chen Qo Hai stood on the high platform and proceeded to pacify. Of course, I'm also aware that this plan to clear out the ferocious beasts has a high degree of danger. I'm here to make a guarantee that all the loot you obtain from this plan to clear out the ferocious beasts will belong entirely to you, and, as long as the martial artists who successfully complete the mission, each of them will be able to obtain a minimum of 1 million in bonuses, plus 1,000 contribution points. In addition, if someone is able to overachieve, we will also provide additional rewards depending on the situation. Among them, for beginner martial artists and intermediate martial artists, we will bestow a second-grade technique. And senior and elite martial artists, we'll bestow a third-grade technique. As soon as Chen Qo Hai's words fell, all the martial artists present, there was a commotion. Many people secretly clenched their fists, vowing to fully display their strength and kill a sufficient number of ferocious beasts in this operation. Obtain second-ranked feats and third-ranked feats. However, there were also some martial artists who were more clear-headed, and were clear that the senior management of the Department of Fierce Beheading, being able to give such a good reward, meant that this mission to clear the ferocious beasts was bound to be full of crises. You have 3 minutes to gather the members of the cleanup squad. In 3 minutes, it's off to the cleanup area. As soon as Chen Kuahai's words fell, the martial artists present acted one after another. The areas that were cleared of ferocious beasts this time were all quite large, so naturally, it was impossible for a martial artist, alone, to carry out the cleanup. Instead, they will form cleanup squads according to their strength and enter the area in a unified manner to clean it up. Su Yi, we're in the same group. Both clearing the Black Volcano area. Soon after, Su Yi gathered a group of junior martial artists here. All of them were tasked with clearing out the primary fierce beasts in the area of the Black Volcano. Su Yi roughly swept a glance and found that there were a total of 12 primary martial artists who had gathered this time. Because Su Yi had defeated Lin Yu some time ago and had gained fame, he was elected to be the captain of this squad. Su Yi did not push back. After assembling, Su Yi and the others put on a special silver-colored wristwatch. This silver-colored wristwatch would record the number of ferocious beasts they had hunted this time. And the number of Su Yi's mission this time was to clear 10 primary fierce beasts. After roughly figuring out this silver watch, Su Yi and the others boarded the martial arts train and headed to the Black Volcano region. Ahem. Cough. This air, it's ing choking. Upon arriving at the area of the Black Volcano, there were several young martial artists who were choking and coughing from the volcanic ash spreading in the air. The Black Volcano area, which has been around for many years. In the air, there was a great deal of volcanic ash. If it was an hour later, under Su Yi's leadership, the crowd had almost all completed the required number of tasks. Drop. Your account, 1 million has arrived. 1,000 contribution points. At that point, the silver wristwatch also detected that everyone had completed their mission. The rewards promised by Chen Kuahai earlier had also been paid into everyone's accounts. Cool. Some martial artists looked quite excited when they saw the message. It's not the $1 million they're looking at. Instead, it's 1,000 contribution points. One must know that within the division of Fierce Beheading, many good resources were to be exchanged for contribution points. You can't buy it with money. And it's so hard to get contribution points. If it wasn't for this mission, they didn't know how much time it would take if they wanted to gather 1,000 contribution points. Of course, they were also clear that Su Yi deserved a lot of credit for the reason why they were able to complete the mission so easily and gain contribution points. Along the way, they had also encountered some powerful primary fierce beasts. However, Su Yi still only swung out a sword and easily resolved it. Therefore, they were becoming more and more convinced about Su Yi. Under Su Yi's leadership, all of us, we might be able to overachieve. The thought flashed through everyone's mind. And by overshooting the quest, you'll get a second-grade technique. This is extremely exciting for them. Thus, in the following time, they worked harder and harder and began to hunt down the ferocious beasts. And at a certain moment, Su Yi and the others were clearing out the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the ground shook. A large group of red-colored ferocious wolves, like a red tide, ran towards them with a wild roar. Not good. It's a pack of red firewolves. Damn it! How could there be a pack of red firewolves in the Black Volcano region? Many martial artists' bodies trembled the moment they saw the red firewolf and had lost the senior martial artist. When Su Yi displayed the aura of a senior martial artist, the crowd present revealed shock. Some people were shocked by the sudden surprise. The gods were all a bit confused. 1 second, they all thought they were absolutely dead. But I didn't expect such a reversal. An 18-year-old senior martial artist. A few people keenly perceived the key point and were shocked in their hearts, then lamented. A senior martial artist, but it was their goal in this life. However, they didn't know how much time it would take if they wanted to break through to senior martial artist. The resources to be consumed during this period are just too much. Within the division of Fierce Beheading, only some sons of martial generals, or martial artists with great chances, could become senior martial artists at Su Yi's age. Su Yi should have the same special talent as that Lin Yu. A few martial artists thought of this and looked at each other with shocked expressions. They were more familiar with Su Yi and were clear that behind Su Yi, there was no backer. So, he should have a special talent. And martial artists with special talents were the geniuses among the martial artists, and the strength they could burst out was likely to exceed their current realm. Just as the crowd looked shocked, Suya's figure flashed rapidly. He swung out a radiant sword, and another dozen or so red firewolves were killed on the spot. A few moments later, all of the red firewolves that had rushed to the scene were almost all decimated by Suyi. But in the end, Suyi deliberately let a red firewolf slip away. He looked at the direction in which this red firewolf had left, pondering. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the bearing that the red firewolf had fled from should be the bearing where the mastermind behind the scene was. That is, where the Yenhu squad, or the Night family, is located. Lord Suyi. When Suyi killed the red firewolf and resolved the crisis, the rest of the martial artists came to him with respectful expressions. Between martial artists, they are not judged by their age, but by their strength. Suyi was a senior martial artist, they were just a group of junior martial artists. If Suyi wanted to make a move on them, I'm afraid that he would be able to cut everyone down in a matter of moments. So, basic respect, still. Of course, with regards to Suyi hiding his cultivation. They also had the good sense not to talk too much. There's no need to be so formal, just address me as Suyi. Suyi waved his hand at them, then picked up the conversation. He looked at the corpse of the red firewolf lying on the ground and said to the group of junior martial artists in front of him. Next, you guys take the essence blood inside these red flame wolves and collect it. I've got something to do, I'll be right back. After saying that, Suyi looked towards the direction where that red firewolf had just fled, swept his figure, and disappeared. Quickly! Let's hurry up and collect the essence blood. Some martial artists reacted, looking joyful as they immediately pulled out their gathering tools and called out to the crowd, collecting the essence blood from the red firewolf's body. Damn! Failed! That Suyi is actually a senior martial artist. How is this possible? Trouble! There were a few martial artists in black suits, hiding in the shadows, using special machines, watching from afar, the entire process of Suya's beheading of the red flame wolf. Their hearts and minds shook. These people, all of them, were members of the Inferno Tiger Squad. Damn! That red flame wolf is coming towards us. In the next moment, a young-looking martial artist, who seemed to have discovered something, immediately roared in alarm. Move! A middle-aged martial artist reacted instantly, his face grim as he bellowed. He led a few people towards a certain direction and left at breakneck speed. There! Soon after, Suyi chased after the red firewolf's trail, his eyes extremely sharp, and spotted the trail of those people fleeing. Come on! As time passed, these members of the Yen Tiger Squad were anxious and had cold sweat on their foreheads. They were no match for that Suyi, and once they were caught up, all that awaited them was death. Shortly after, these people returned to the stronghold, but were shocked to find that their leader, Wu Yenhu, had disappeared. In the next moment, an injured red firewolf ran towards them. It looked fierce and full of anger. Strive for a leap in the air. Towards the several people of the Yen Tiger Squad, he exerted his best efforts to spew out a blazing flame. Damned beast! Still dare to devour the Lord. That middle-aged martial artist's face chilled as he immediately drew his huge silver blade and cut out a blue blade. Put! Woo! Accompanied by a whimpering sound, this red firewolf died miserably on the spot. He's coming after us. However, after sensing Suya's aura, which was getting closer and closer, their complexion changed drastically, and they lost the thought of continuing to escape. Boom! In the next moment, Suyi held the iron sword in his hand and broke through the air. Sweeping down. Sure enough, it's the Inferno Tiger Squad. After seeing a few people, Suya's heart was clear, then he coldly inquired. Where's Wu Yen Tiger? Ha ha! Before they could respond, Wu Yenhu's loud laughter suddenly came from not far away. And beside him stood a middle-aged martial artist with a sinister expression. He held a strange black button in his hand. This person was none other than the Night family's head, Night Qinghai's eldest son, Night Wind Emperor. You've been tricked. So ye. Wu Yenhu carried his hands behind his back and smiled indulgently. When Suyi heard this, he was unimpressed and looked as normal. Big brother. The rest of the members of the Yen Tiger Squad, upon seeing Wu Yenhu, looked delighted and just wanted to say something. Blast! Night Wind Emperor stared tightly at Suyi. Then without hesitation, he pressed the button in his hand. Phew! Phew! Shoo! Set up in the darkness, a short black arrow with great speed shot out from the dark and ghostly hole. These are relatively rare, high-tech concealed weapons. Its speed is so fast that it surpasses the speed of sound. Those people from the Yenhu squad couldn't react at all. Ah! In an instant, accompanied by a miserable scream, the members of the Yen Tiger Squad were swiftly pierced through their bodies by short black arrows. Blood splattered. Died horribly on the spot. What are you doing? My men are still in there. Marshal Yenhu looked shocked and furious. He just wanted to angrily question. He saw the Night Wind Emperor, who was coldly staring at him like a snake scorpion. Wu Yenhu grimaced, so he stopped saying anything. Now, it should be dead, right? Night Wind Emperor shifted his gaze to the front where smoke and dust filled the air and the smell of blood was thick. Eyes narrowed slightly. Not long ago, he returned from another base city and learned the exact circumstances of his brother's tragic death. Sharp as he was, he immediately discovered Suya's suspicions. To avoid a long night. Today, he chose to do it himself. Kill Suyi. Swish. However, the next moment, an unrivaled brilliant sword light shot out from the smoke. In a flash, it chopped the right arm of the Night Wind Emperor. Blood sword. Tread. Tread. Soot slowly dissipates. Suyi stepped forward with his sword and spoke blandly. Disappoint you. Chapter 34 Slaying Two People. Slaying the Fierce Beast Lord. Suya's bland as words echoed in the ears of the two. You. Looking at Suyi, who was almost unharmed, Wu Yenhu's expression was dumbfounded, and his body could not stop trembling. Geez. The hidden weapons that Night Wind Emperor had placed before were Type 3 black poison arrows. This terrifying mass murderer was not only extremely fast, but on the arrows, it was also covered with a strong venom. Even some elite martial artists, caught off guard, would be swiftly decapitated. The aura that Suyi displayed was only at the realm of an advanced martial artist, so how could he possibly dodge it? Yenhu's mind raced and his eyelids fluttered. He didn't dare think about it anymore. Looking at Suyi walking slowly, his voice trembled as he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Suyi, don't kill. Thumbs up. However, Suyi didn't even look at him. Swinging out a sword directly, he easily destroyed it. Good boy. We're all fooled by you. Sweat covered between Emperor Nightwind's forehead. He forced himself to endure the pain of his broken arm and said with an icy expression. You're not an advanced martial artist. You should be an elite martial artist. When the Night Wind Emperor said this, he then spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a hoarse voice. And, you likely also have a special talent for speed. When he said that, he was upset. For this operation, he had mobilized a total of 7 Type 3 black poison arrows, carefully hidden in the shadows. And each black poison arrow device could shoot out 20 black poison arrows tainted with intense poison in just 1 second. In his opinion, even if Suyi had hidden his strength, his cultivation had reached the elite martial artist realm that many people dared not guess. He was all fully confident that he would completely exterminate it. Unfortunately, he had counted on everything, but he hadn't expected it. Suyi was not an advanced martial artist, nor was he an elite martial artist. Instead, it's a military general. For Suyi, who possessed a primary speed talent, dodging these black poison arrows was naturally easy. This person, on the contrary, is quite calculating. Suyi frowned. This Night Wind Emperor was a somewhat cautious and ruthless character. If he hadn't broken through to the martial general realm and was still an elite martial artist, I'm afraid that there was a real possibility that he might, in fact, have fallen into the other party's trap. At that time, once Suyi was hit by the black poison arrow, then, even if he has an advanced healing talent, there was also no guarantee that it could cure the terrifying poison that was staining these black poison arrows. However, even if you really are an elite martial artist, you still possess a special talent for speed. Today, you're still going to die. Boom. Accompanied by the Night Wind Emperor's maniacal laughter, a violent roar came from the distance. It seemed that something horrible was rapidly coming towards this place. Hearing such a violent commotion, Suya's face changed slightly. He sighted to that direction. A powerful aura of a ferocious beast came to the surface. Seeing Suya's expression, Night Wind Emperor laughed madly. He seemed to have foreseen Suya's death. Not long ago, he performed the trick of transferring a tiger away from the mountain and stole a gale dragon's cub out of the way. After killing the cub, he spilled his blood, again, all around. The purpose was to attract that furious gale dragon over. And this gale dragon was the fierce beast lord of a certain territory. It was also a top-tier ferocious beast. Your scheme, indeed, is good. Suyi looked back at him with an indifferent expression. Only in this world, unfortunately. Strength is everything. As soon as the words fell, they didn't wait for the stupefied Night Wind Emperor to react. In an instant, the sword light pierced through the Gale Dragon's body. It cut off its black dragon tail, as well as its 2 green dragon claws. The Gale Dragon was heavily injured by Suya's sword, hissing in pain. The color of anger in his eyes gradually dissipated. What surfaced instead was a flash of fear. This human martial artist was simply terrifying. It was clearly comparable to its breath, yet it was able to hang itself with ease. Knowing that he was not Suya's opponent, the Gale Dragon felt a desire to retreat. It hissed, and towards Suyi, it continued to shoot out a large number of wind blades. Afterwards, without turning his head back, he quickly fled with his wings in the direction from which he had come. You're here and you want to leave? Suyi swept his figure and chopped out several brilliant swordlights one after another. It blasted at the body of the Gale Dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the Gale Dragon's wings exploded and fell to the ground from the air at great speed, splashing up a large amount of dust. The breath became incredibly weak. Thumbs up. Suyi arrived in front of it and killed it with a sword. Not bad, 5 portions of top-tier ferocious beast blood. After a while, Suyi took out his tools and collected a total of 5 copies of top-tier ferocious beast blood from within the body of the Gale Dragon. It was 2 copies more than the amount of ferocious beast blood obtained from the body of that octopus ferocious beast last time. After all, the last time that octopus ferocious beast, it was severely injured and lost a lot of its essence blood. And this Gale Dragon was killed by Suyi in a short period of time. Essence and blood were basically retained in the body, and very little flowed out. Therefore, in quantity, more. The Night family. It's about time for a trip. End the feud. After collecting it, Suyi took the ferocious beast blood and put it into the spatial ring. Then, he thought of the Night family and muttered softly. Now that he was at the realm of a martial general, he naturally had no fear of the Night family. Phew! Suyi gripped the iron sword tightly, stared at a certain direction, and broke into the air to leave. He had practiced martial arts in his life for nothing more than a single sentence. Break off grudges, cut off enemies, and only seek to have a clear mind. Chapter 35: The Struggle of the Night Family. Nowadays, the Chopper Division of the East China Sea Base City is fully engaged in the Base Union program. The major clans within the East Sea Base City had also participated in this mission to clear out the ferocious beasts under the orders of the top management of the Fierce Beheading Division. Among them, the Night family, as one of the strongest families in the Eastern Sea Base City, naturally contributed more. In order to ensure that this plan to clear out the ferocious beasts could be completed as early as possible, under the orders of Chen Kuai, the pavilion master of the Fierce Beheading Division. Even though the Night family was reluctant, they had no choice but to send out martial artists one after another to enter different areas to clear the ferocious beasts. At this time, in East Sea Base City, the Night family. Damn it! The division of Fierce Beheading, it's just too overbearing. That court master of the Fierce Beheading Division, Chen Kuai, actually dared to order our Night family to send out nearly half of our martial artists to participate in some mission to clear out the ferocious beasts. This is too much to put our Night family, in our eyes. Who does he think he is? The owner of Donghai Base City? Night Qinghai's only son nowadays, Night Fengyun, sat on the sofa with an angry face. He was the youngest son of Night Qinghai, relying on the power of the Night family. In the East China Sea Base City, he was used to rampaging and was an arrogant and domineering person. It was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to directly order their Night family to do something. Asshole! How dare you talk too much? Night Qinghai sat across from him, and when he heard his son say this, his face immediately changed. Grimly, he bellowed angrily. He exuded a powerful aura that belonged to an elite martial artist. Night Fengyun was taken aback by the look on Night Qinghai's face. He cringed and bowed his head, not daring to say anything more. He wondered what he, this time, had said wrong to upset his father. That pavilion master Chen of the Fierce Beheading Division is a strong master of the sovereign realm. Even our Night family's surviving ancestor is no match for him. Moreover, this time, the joint base program is very important. Our Night family can also get a lot of benefits from it, too. This matter, is it not for you, a junior, to discuss? Seeing his son reveal this behavior, the anger in Night Qinghai's heart dissipated a bit. He spoke slowly to explain. Only a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes as well. The Knight family, after all, was one of the most powerful families within the East Sea-based city. Even the rather mysterious Lin family was also very jealous of their Knight family. But today, Chen Kuai didn't even show up in person, and only sent out a high-ranking member of the Fierce Beheading Division with his oracle. Come to the Knight House and give the order. Such behavior also made Knight Qinghai's heart filled with anger. Of course, he was well aware of the power of the Fierce Beheading Division, as well as the true strength of Chen Kuai, which was not something that they, the Knight family, were able to contend with. So, he didn't do it in plain sight, either, to show it. Knight Qinghai didn't say anything more to his son on this matter. Suddenly, he thought of his other son, Emperor Nightwind. As well as the Nightwind Emperor, the object of this hunt. Sui. His eyes twinkled slightly at the thought. That Sui actually survived Zhou Kong's assassination intact. What is the secret in him? Knight Qinghai had contacted Zhou Kong earlier, asking the other party to enter the Zhanfeng division and assassinate Sui. But the result was that Sui was intact, and his own son, on the contrary, was assassinated by the suspected Zhou Kong's assassin in the night. Not long ago, after learning about this matter, that eldest son of his, the Night Wind Emperor, immediately became very suspicious of Sui. He used his family's money and contacted some people to purchase 7 Type 3 black poison arrow concealed weapons. He wanted to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to clear out the ferocious beasts and personally get rid of Sui as a threat. After your elder brother, who has decapitated that Sui, returns, we'll discuss our next plan. Knight Qinghai returned to his senses and slowly opened his mouth. Thinking of this outstanding son of his, on his face, he couldn't help but smile. Night Wind Emperor could be said to be the entire Knight family, a clan member with the highest natural talent. His cultivation, not only had he reached the level of an elite martial artist, but he also had a good business mind and a cautious heart. Over the years, in the shadows, it had made a lot of wealth for the Knight family. He was also thinking of passing the seat of the family head, after some more time, to his own son who was more green than blue, but more blue than blue. Father, just relax. That Sui is an elementary martial artist. Even if he's hiding some strength. Worthy of fighting Big Brother too? Hearing this, Knight Fengyun raised his head and said in a hurry. He looked a little cocky. At the same time, in his heart, he had some admiration for this big brother of his. Ha ha. That's natural. Knight Qinghai smiled. In his heart, there was also some relief. Sorry then. As soon as Knight Qinghai's words fell, he only saw Suya's figure suddenly appear within the beautifully decorated room. He sat on the sofa, reached out and patted Knight Fengyun's constantly shaking shoulders, and spoke with a faint smile. The Night Wind Emperor is dead. Su leaves. Knight Qinghai's eyes tightened and the corners of his mouth trembled. His eyes were glazed over as he slowly spat out 2 words, his breath rippling. It was at this moment that he finally understood everything. It turns out that the murderer who entered the Night House last time and assassinated his own son. It was actually the Sui in front of him. This kid actually possesses the legendary spatial talent as well. The words that the other party had just spoken also caused Knight Qinghai's eyes to turn red with rage. His hands were clenched tightly in death, and he stared at Sui with a ferocious face, blood dripping down between his finger bones, and his body was covered in golden light. Oh? Let's see, what kind of talent do you have? Seeing Knight Qinghai's body, the shining golden spots. Suya's mind moved slightly and came to be interested. Name Knight Qinghai. Realm, elite martial artist. Sharp gold talent, intermediate. It really is a sharp gold talent. After seeing Knight Qinghai's basic information, Sui came to a sudden realization. He had searched for this kind of talent before and knew that martial artists with this kind of talent were able to increase their attack and penetration power. Come to me dead. Knight Qinghai raised his right palm that was covered in golden aura, then angrily shouted loudly, and towards Sui, he slapped out a golden palm print. Boom! For a time, the entire room was wrapped in a blinding golden aura, making it completely impossible to see the exact scene. Bang! The next moment, only a crisp sound could be heard as the special glass in the room was violently shattered. Then, a somewhat old silhouette quickly escaped from the room. Interesting, actually slipped up? Sui casually swung out a sword, shattering the golden palm print completely, just in time to see the figure of Knight Qinghai escaping out. I didn't expect that this Knight Qinghai was also a ruthless character, who didn't even care about his son's death. Slipped away by himself. Afterward, Sui turned his eyes to the Knight Fengyun on the side. No. Don't kill me. After seeing Suya's indifferent expression, Knight Fengyun trembled and his face went white. Begging in a hurry. Thumbs up. Suyi naturally couldn't let him go. He stretched out his right finger and killed it with a single point. Fleeing that way? Afterwards, Suyi left the room and saw the direction that Knight Shanghai had fled. After a few dodges, Suyi caught up with Knight Shanghai and slashed a brilliant sword blade at him. Pust. Knight Shanghai spat blood from his mouth and was seriously injured. Collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 36, Beheading the Knight Shanghai. Sword Town Knight family ancestor. That's the head of the family. Upon seeing that Knight Shanghai was seriously injured and crashed to the ground, some martial artists from the Knight family heard the commotion and rushed here, and were dumbstruck. Damn! Enemy attack! Let's go! Some hot-headed young martial artists, after seeing Suyi with an iron sword in his hand, roared out and wanted to go forward to stop them. In the next moment, an older martial artist beside him hurriedly yanked him back. And slapped him hard. You're stupid. How much money do you make a month? What's the point of playing with your life? The other man looked stunned. Go! Go! The Knight family is finished. All the martial artists present also reacted at this time and immediately chose to withdraw. Run as far as you can. At the same time, there were also some martial artists who, upon seeing Knight Shanghai's miserable appearance, revealed smiles and secretly shouted. On weekdays, the Knight family treated them not well and squeezed them badly. At this moment, after seeing Knight Shanghai being beaten like a dead dog, they would naturally clap their hands. Suyi! Do you dare to kill me? This is the East China Sea-based city, and that Pavilion Master Chen of the Department of Vicious Beheading has made a rule. Any martial artist cannot kill each other in the base city. Once found, they will definitely be severely punished. Seeing Suyi walking towards him with an iron sword in his hand, Knight Shanghai didn't care about the departure of the surrounding martial artists. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and said with a somewhat panicked expression. Damn! How could this Suyi be so powerful? However, in his mind, he was thinking extremely fast about the solution to his predicament. At the same time, he was shocked at the strength that Suyi had displayed. It's too powerful. Completely surpassing elite martial artists. He even suspected that an ordinary martial gen would not be Suyi's opponent. What? You know you're scared now? Have you ever thought about this rule when your Knight family was running amok within the East Sea-based city? In response to Knight Shanghai's pleading words, Suyi laughed. Phew! With a flash, he arrived at Knight Shanghai's side, reached out and squeezed one of his arms tightly, followed by a forceful tug. Click! With a crisp sound, Knight Shanghai hissed and screamed miserably. This arm of his, the bones exploded into countless fragments, blood and flesh, and was directly wasted by Suyi. Without a treasure of excellent quality, it basically couldn't be cured. Knight Shanghai's forehead was densely covered with a large amount of sweat, mixed with some blood. He stared at Suyi with a fierce expression, then like a desperate beast, he hissed with a fierce face. Suyi! You deserve to die. He was clear in his mind. Today, I'm afraid I'm going to die in the hands of this Suyi. But his heart. There is still a small ray of hope. Young man, those who know what's good for them are good for them. Let it be forgiven. In the next moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in Suya's ears. Immediately afterward, there was a sound of steady footsteps behind him. An old man with his hands behind his back, white hair, and white Taoist robes. Eyes sharply scanning Suyi, he slowly opened his mouth. Elder ancestor. Knight Shanghai's expression was delighted as he hurriedly called out. Idiot! You still have the face to call me an old ancestor? This white-haired old man reprimanded Knight Shanghai, and then his gaze tightly stared at Suyi, as if he wanted to see through Suyi's reality. This person was the only old ancestor of the Knight family who was still alive. He was, at this point, over 120 years old. Suyi swept a glance at the other party and saw their basic information. Name Knight Lingfeng. Realm, Late General. Black Wind Talent, Intermediate. Late Martial General. Seeing this old man's cultivation realm, Suyi's expression stared. At the same time, the Black Wind talent possessed by the other party also caused Suyi to have some interest. This Black Wind talent should be a type of wind talent. Regarding the Black Wind talent, in Suyi's heart, he had some guesses. But we'll have to fight to find out exactly what it is. Young man, as long as you can let the Knight family go, Conditions, you may mention. Seeing that Su Yi was silent, Knight Lingfeng frowned and spoke slowly. Su Yi was carrying the underworld illusion bead, a treasure that could conceal his own aura, and the aura that Su Yi was displaying now was just that of an advanced martial artist. He didn't believe that Su Yi only had this much strength. Even if Knight Qinghai's strength, no matter how much it was pulled off, it was still not something that a district senior martial artist would be able to defeat. And as he was old, he didn't want to fight with people, that would cause his already short lifespan to deplete quite a bit again. It's likely that after one battle, he won't have many days left to live. Who wants to die now when they can live a few more years? Ka Ching. However, along with a crunching sound, Knight Qinghai looked terrified and full of resentment. His neck was easily broken by Su Yi. Ding! Congratulations to Sourcemaster for killing Knight Qinghai. Gain 100 points in the strength attribute and 30 points in the speed attribute. 50 points in the sharp gold origin. After decapitating Knight Qinghai, Su Yi utilized the law of origin to obtain the attributes from the other party and absorbed them extremely quickly. Strength and speed both grew a bit. Congratulations to the Sourcemaster for absorbing 50 points of sharp gold origin and obtaining the intermediate sharp gold talent. In the next moment, the voice of the law of origin resounded in Su Yi's mind. Junior! How dare you! Seeing that Su Yi actually ignored his words, he killed Knight Qinghai on the spot. Knight Lingfeng burst into a rage. He stimulated the Yuan Qi in his body, stepping into the air, his breath extremely explosive. Seek death. He waved his black air-covered right palm and opened his mouth furiously. Just in time. Try out that newly acquired sharp gold talent. Su Yi was awe-inspiring. He activated his sharp gold talent, and his body exuded flecks of gold. Even on the iron sword, it was draped with a blinding golden light. At this moment, under the enchantment of the sharp gold talent, his attack power and penetration power suddenly increased greatly. You have the Sharpie talent too. Seeing this, Knight Lingfeng's face changed slightly, then he roared angrily. Even if you have the Sharpie talent, you'll have to be buried here today, too. Black Wind Palm. Knight Lingfeng exerted his lifelong mastery, and towards Su Yi, he slapped out a black 3-zhang palm print. This was a third-grade technique. After many years of cultivation, he had already cultivated this gong method to the stage of great accomplishment. The power is terrifying. Silver Moon. Su Yi didn't dare to be careless, he also stepped into the air and exerted all of his means. Advanced power talent. 10-fold increase in strength. Plus the great success Silver Moon sword technique. Rumble. In an instant, the silver-colored sword light, like a waterfall, and the 3-zhang black palm print, blasted together, producing a violent explosion. The surrounding buildings of the Knight family were blown up in many ways, bursting into pieces and sending wood chips flying. You're a military general too. After one strike, Su Yi had the upper hand. Knight Lingfeng took several steps back, trampling deep footprints on the broken ground. He was spitting blood and couldn't believe it. Such a young military general. In small base cities, it's basically impossible to exist. Unless, of course, he is a member of a large base city. Possesses a very high and flawless medium body hardening technique. Or even advanced body hardening technique. Damn Knight Qinghai, you're the sinner of my Knight family. Thinking of this, Knight Lingfeng's heart felt a wisp of sadness, and then he laughed miserably. In the next moment, a sword light swept by at great speed. Cut him down on the spot. Chapter 37 The Knight Family Removal. Su Yi's cultivation nowadays had already reached the early stage of martial general. Plus, he had numerous talent enhancements, even if Knight Lingfeng's cultivation, which was a step higher than his, was not his match at all. Moreover, Knight Lingfeng was too old and couldn't exert much strength. Thus, in a short period of time, he was decapitated by Su Yi and some Knight family executives. Su Yi continued to strike, killing some of the Knight family's top brass. Only a few gold cards? Afterwards, Su Yi came to the bodies of Knight Lingfeng and Knight Qinghai, and after searching, he only found a few gold cards. Next, Su Yi traveled to the Knight family's treasure trove. Boom! He swung out a few silver sword rays and locked the treasury's locked golden door. Violently blasted away. Within the treasure vault, all the various types of treasures that the Knight family had collected over the years were stored. There sure are a lot of resources. After seeing the large amount of resources stored by the Knight family, Su Yi looked slightly shocked. A smile followed. Good people of the Knight family. knew he was short on resources. So many goodies for him. Take it all in. Suyi spent some time with some of the more precious resources. The whole thing was loaded into the space ring. It couldn't be helped, and he wanted to collect all the resources, through and through. His space ring, however, was only a level 1 space ring. Storage space, very limited. Therefore, he could only pick some of the more rare resources and put them away in his spatial ring. Go away. Take the precious resources and pack them away afterward. Suyi exerted his spatial talent and vanished into space, evacuating the Knight family. The battle in this place is moving too much. If he stayed here for a long time, he would definitely attract a lot of martial artists from the East Sea Base City and come to investigate. Suyi naturally chose to withdraw when he saw the good. He headed towards the Black Volcano area, traveling at breakneck speed. 10 minutes later. The Knight House. At this moment, the Knight family, with its damaged buildings and crumbling ground, had already gathered many martial artists. However, most of the martial artists were only talking about it privately and did not dare to go in and explore. After all, no one knew if the ruthless man who had destroyed the Knight family had left or not. And within the East Sea Base City, several other big families had also arrived at the Knight family at this time. And family martial artists were sent out to go inside and scout around. Master of the house. All dead. That Knight Shanghai, and that old ancestor of the Knight family, Knight Lingfang. All dead. A black-robed martial artist came in front of the Lin family's head, Lin Hai, and said respectfully. Hearing these words, Lin Hai's mind shook and his brows furrowed. The overall strength of the Knight family was not considered weak. Even if it was their Lin family, if they wanted to overthrow the Knight family, they would have to take out their bottom card, not an easy task. However, as strong as the Knight family was, it was easily exterminated. Thus, the first moment he learned that the Knight family had been destroyed, Lin Hai immediately brought the Lin family martial artists and rushed to the location of the Knight family. Go on, get in there. At this moment, at his command, the Lin family's martial artists, one after another, walked in. In an instant, the tragic scene of the Lin family was presented before the eyes of everyone. Except for a few old and infirm women and children. The martial artists of the Knight family died and fled. Basically, sort of exterminated. Go see Knight Shanghai and Knight Lingfang's corpses. Seeing such a tragic situation, Lin Hai sucked in his breath, then led the martial artists and went deep into the Knight family to find the corpses of the two men. An older martial artist from the Lin family walked forward and examined the bodies of the two men. He said with a grave expression as he examined it. Master of the house. The cause of death of this Knight Shanghai was that his neck was broken by someone with force. Moreover, the bones in his right arm, all of them exploded into pieces, so it can be concluded that the strength of this murderer is very terrifying, far exceeding that of Knight Shanghai. As for this Knight family's old ancestor, Knight Lingfang, the cause of death was a terrifying sword chi that decimated his body. This sword chi, there is still some left, in his body. My subordinate only sensed it slightly and felt his heart and soul tremble. Therefore, the subordinate can conclude. The murderer, it should be a sect master powerhouse. Sovereign master. Hearing those two words, Lin Hai's expression sank. Within the East Sea Base City, the strongest person was that pavilion master of the Fierce Beheading Division, Chinhua Hai. He is a Zhongshan powerhouse. It was also the uncrowned king of Donghai Base City. When did the Knight family, when did they provoke a mysterious sect master? More crucially, who was this person's true identity, exactly? And why would he make a move against the Knight family? These were things that he wanted to probe into, yet he was afraid that he would offend that mysterious sect master. Gentlemen, we, the Lin family, will leave first. At this moment, Lin Hai's mind was no longer in the Knight family. He hurriedly took the Lin family martial artists and left the Knight family. Prepare to conduct a family meeting to discuss the matter when you return to the family. And, grounding some of the dudes in the family, through and through. Avoid provoking this mysterious powerhouse. The Knight family, within the East Sea Base City, is used to being a bully. I'm afraid that the wealth they've accumulated is not a small amount. At this time, a martial artist suddenly thought of something, his expression moved slightly and he said with some meaning. Hearing this, many people's faces changed slightly. After that, the Knight family's treasure trove. Once again, a group of martial artists ransacked the place. There were some hot-tempered martial artists who fought over resources in the treasure vault, causing some lives to be lost. The Knight family's top brass had all been killed by Su Yi, and the rest of the clan members were of low strength. There was no way to stop them, and this group of greedy martial artists could only allow these people to plunder all the resources of the Knight family. It's also true to the saying, the walls are falling down. On normal days, the Knight family was overbearing and often used all sorts of means to scavenge resources and oppress martial artists within the East Sea base city. Over time, there were naturally many martial artists that held a grudge against the Knight family. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Suyi anymore. At this moment, he had already re-entered the Black Volcano area. Sui. Upon seeing Suya's return, a group of junior martial artists had already moved to collect the Red Firewolf's ferocious beast blood. They don't dare to take it all for themselves, and they don't have the face to take it all for themselves. So one person was sent out to carefully hand Suyi the intermediate level ferocious beast blood that he had collected. You guys can just take these ferocious beast blood. Suyi naturally confiscated these things. With his current strength, there was no way to raise his strength with any more intermediate level ferocious beast blood. Next, these martial artists followed Suyi and spent an hour clearing out all the ferocious beasts within the Black Volcano area. Ha. Having Suyi as the leader is simply awesome. After completing the mission, a martial artist rubbed his hands together and looked at the silver wristwatch with an excited expression. His kill number at this moment had already reached 30. Sort of an overload. And every martial artist present also revealed a smile. Under Suya's leadership, they all overshot the mark. As long as you return to the division of Severance, you can obtain a second-grade technique. Come on, let's return to base city. After clearing the Black Volcano area, Suyi took them, boarded the martial arts train, and returned to Donghai base city. And at this point, the Lin family is conducting a heated meeting. Chapter 38, The Mind of a Zongmaster. Donghai base city, Lin family. Inside a large, hidden hall. House master. After careful probing, we found some clues. A deacon of the Lin family said at the meeting. Oh? Tell me more. Although the Knight family has many feuds, none of these people have the strength to overthrow the Knight family, therefore, the feuding objects we probed before have been excluded. Saying this, the deacon suddenly asked. Family master, do you remember the tragic death of Knight Qinghai's son, Knight Fenglong, earlier? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows, naturally. Remember, when the Knight family suspected that the murderer who assassinated Knight Wind Dragon was that assassin Zhou Kong. It's a big deal that the Knight family's son is dead. They, the Lin family, had eyes all over the place, so they were naturally clear about this matter. Family master, we have probed that assassin, Zhou Kong, was originally sent by Knight Qinghai to assassinate Suyi. But I didn't expect that this Zhou Kong, in turn, actually assassinated Knight Qinghai's son. This is very suspicious. Moreover, this person Suyi's behavior is also very bizarre. He often goes in and out of the wilderness area, single-handedly, without forming small groups with others, often staying for 10 days and half a month at a time, and when he comes back, he is actually unharmed. Therefore, I suspect that this matter, as well as the destruction of the Knight family today, has a deep relationship with that Suyi. Suyi? Lin Hai was very puzzled after hearing this. Suyi, he was naturally clear. This person had defeated his son not long ago, with good talent and a cultivation level of primary martial artist. But if we compare it to the sect master powerhouse that exterminated the Knight family this time, the difference in strength between the two is 100,000 miles, right? His mind raced and he quickly thought of something. Then with a grave face, he spoke violently. You're saying that the sect master powerhouse who exterminated the Knight family this time, and that Suyi, have a deep connection. This person, is that Suyi's master? Or rather, the backer behind Suyi? Hearing Lin Hai's words, the Lin family members present changed their faces. For some of them, there was a pang of fear in their hearts. Previously, Suyi had defeated Lin Yu, the genius of the Lin family, in public, causing the Lin family to lose face. Thus, there were some ill-intentioned higher-ups who wanted to send out a few strong family members to secretly teach Suyi a lesson. Now that I think about it, I'm glad they didn't rush into it. Otherwise, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Exactly. That deacon looked solemn and thought the same thing in his heart. He had an even more outlandish speculation in mind. Didn't dare say it. The murderer, he suspected, was that Suyi. Of course, that sounds, well, unbelievable. So, he was just thinking about it in his head. And didn't say it. Half an hour later, the meeting was over. Pass the word down. At the last moment, Lin Hai commanded. In the future, when you see Suyi, any Lin family member, you must not clash with him, you must befriend him. If a conflict arises, choose self-defense on the spot. Lin Hai's words caused the Lin family executives present to have their hearts and minds flutter. Although their Lin family, if they were to go out on a limb, they did have the ability to fight against a sovereign powerhouse. But until the last minute, no one would be foolish enough to let go of a peaceful day and choose to die with the other side. After the meeting ended, Lin Hai called that deacon to his room. The two made small talk for a few moments. Afterward, Lin Hai's expression was solemn as he inquired with some apprehension. Right. Over at Tianya Base City, has any news come in? Big brother. The situation is not optimistic. This deacon's true identity was Lin Hai's own brother, named Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian also revealed a sad face. The Chen family head of Tianya Base City, Chen Tianfan, sent us a message not long ago. Said the Dragon Beast Lord, bloodline metamorphosis, may be close to completion. The thought of that terrifyingly powerful Dragon Beast Lord. Lin Tian's heart and soul couldn't hold back a shudder. Alas! I hope that after uniting the three base cities together, they will be able to withstand the ferocious beast's attack. The Lin family and the Chun family, who had always been friends and had a deep relationship, were naturally clear about some of the secrets. And the number of martial artists from the three base cities, when united together, was still quite astonishing. There should be a chance that it would be able to block the ferocious beast's attack. I hope that my Lin family will be able to survive this calamity. After Lin Tian left, Lin Hai sat alone in front of the window with a sad expression. Suyi was not aware that the Lin family's attitude towards him had produced a huge shift. At this time, he had already returned to the division of decimation. There are just too many resources. Upon returning to the place of residence, Suyi couldn't wait, opened the spatial ring, and then inspected the various resources piled up inside, looking surprised. These resources, there are precious medicines for quenching bone and blood, precious pills for healing injuries, ferocious beast blood of various qualities, and so on. The most important thing is that there's quite a bit of Yuan Qi liquid. The so-called Yuan Qi liquid was a special liquid made by utilizing Yuan Qi and supplementing it with some other precious materials. Yuan Qi liquid, too, is divided into corresponding grades. Specifically, they are categorized into C, B, and A grades, as well as the much-cherished S class. On the market, the most commonly seen Yuan Qi liquid is the C-grade Yuan Qi liquid. This kind of Yuan Qi liquid, using Yuan Qi, could not even be considered a 9th-grade Yuan Qi, at best it could only be considered a pseudo-Yuan Qi. The value of the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid, on the other hand, was very high, and the Yuan Qi used was also a standard 9th-grade Yuan Qi, which was of high value. In the Knight family's treasury, Suyi had rummaged through it and only found 3. As for higher-grade Yuan Qi liquid, Suyi had never seen it. This grade of Yuan Qi liquid was probably only circulated within large base cities. 72 C-grade Yuan Qi liquids and 3 B-grade Yuan Qi liquids, that's not bad. Suyi counted the amount of Yuan Qi liquid and then took out a B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. This is B-grade Yuan Qi liquid? Looking at the jade bottle, the blue crystalline liquid that was laid out, Suyi was a little curious. He knew from the information he searched for that the Yuan Qi liquid's effect of quenching the body was better than simply refining Yuan Qi. But exactly how much better, Suyi wasn't sure. Try the effect. Suyi's mind moved, then he tilted his head and took this B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. Boom! In an instant, a huge energy erupted within Suyi's body. He hastily activated the purple Yuan body tempering technique. It began to continuously refine this energy within its body. About an hour later, Suyi let out a long breath, looking excited. The effect of the Yuan Qi liquid is just too good to be true. A single B-grade Yuan Qi liquid had roughly increased Suyi's base strength by 30,000 pounds. Dramatically shortening the time it would take for him to break through to the middle stage of Martial General. Suyi, please come to my place. Before Suyi could carefully perceive the power after the enhancement. On the silver wristwatch he was wearing, the voice of Pavilion Master Chen Kuai suddenly came. The Pavilion Master called me over? Suyi frowned. At this time, it was too fishy to suddenly call him over. A few moments later, Suyi went out the door and headed towards the address that Chen Suai had given him, and frankly walked forward. With the advanced healing talent, and the elementary spatial talent, Suyi could come and go as he pleased and protect himself. Naturally, he was not afraid of Patriarch Chen Kuai. If he asked rationally, Suyi naturally cooperated. If he forces the pressure, then it's the ultimate battle. Chapter 39 Crisis from the Fierce Beast. A few minutes later, Sui followed the address information on the silver wristwatch and rode the high-speed elevator inside the Zhanfeng Division to the place where the Zhanfeng Division's pavilion master, Chen Kuahai, had asked him to come. It was a more secluded metal room. The surrounding area is less crowded, beautiful and more secluded. Along the way, Sui ran into some martial artists though. However, they all ignored Sui, holding a large pile of information in their hands, running around in a hurry, seemingly busy with something anxious. And their looks, too, were somewhat unnatural and covered with sadness. It seems that the previous joint base program, what with the proposed free trade, really is incredible. Seeing this scene, in Suya's heart, he had a guess. Strange, what kind of metal is this? After arriving at the address, Sui looked at the black metal gate in front of him with curiosity in his heart. This metal, like some kind of alloy with extremely high density, he hadn't seen before. Sui continued to take steps forward. Ding! Just as Sui approached the metal gate, a black circular machine by the wall emitted a purple beam of light that reflected on Suya's body. Identity check approved, please come in. Boom! 2 seconds later, accompanied by an emotionless voice, the metal gate in front of him opened with a roar in response. Upon entering the interior, a brilliant sunlight reflected on Suya's face. The inside was extremely spacious and furnished with a variety of beautiful furniture. Patriarch Chen Kuahai, at the moment, was sitting cross-legged on the balcony. Sui, you're here. After hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sui with a smile. Pavilion Master, are you injured? Sui nodded as he came to Chen Kuahai's side. Glancing at him, he immediately frowned. He noticed that Chen Kuahai was pale, his forehead was densely covered with some sweat, and his expression was somewhat pained. At his chest, a piece of his shirt was broken. Inside, the skin and flesh were rotten, and a faint black aura emanated from it. Not bad, I was injured by that dragon beast. Chen Kuahai slowly nodded his head. Dragon beasts? Suya's mind moved. For the next little while. Under Patriarch Chen Kuahai's narration, Suya then learned that the real reason why Chen Kuahai wanted to unite the 3 base cities. It turned out that in a ferocious beast territory hundreds of kilometers away from the 3 base cities, there was a dragon beast lord, named Iron Blood Dragon, which had swallowed some sort of treasure and was about to complete a huge metamorphosis of its own bloodline. Once it was allowed to succeed, then the strength of the other party would be raised to an appalling level. At that time, the Iron Blood Dragons would inevitably set off a wave of beasts and invade over. The 3 base cities would also definitely be reduced to rubble under the cruel iron hooves of countless ferocious beasts. I was also afraid that that ferocious beast would succeed in its metamorphosis, so not long ago, I brought a great killing weapon and headed to that ferocious beast's territory, wanting to hunt it down. But the results? You saw. Chen Kuahai said this with a gloomy expression. The big killer he's talking about is an incredibly lethal laser weapon. But even after using this cutting-edge weapon, that Iron Blood Dragon still didn't die and was only slightly injured. Instead, it was them who suffered heavy losses. Not only did he lose most of his personnel, but even he himself, if he didn't possess an intermediate-level defense talent, I'm afraid he would have died at the hands of that Iron Blood Dragon. Hearing this, Suya's expression was solemn, and he understood the seriousness of the matter. Couldn't it be that we can't get a large base city to send someone over to settle this dragon beast? Sui frowned. In his opinion, large base cities with many strong people. Sending a random strong person over should be enough to take care of this dragon beast, right? How can it be that simple? Chen Gaohao shook his head with a bitter smile. Sui, you know, the nearest large base city to us, Tianfu Base City. How far is it from us? Sui was silent. 10,000 kilometers. Chen Kuahai stretched out a finger and said helplessly. With such a long distance, I don't know how many difficulties I'll have to encounter on the way. Once they run into a very terrifying ferocious beast, even they, themselves, will be in great danger. Moreover, even if they were willing to send someone over, the fierce beast side would still send out king-level fierce beasts to stop them. So all we can rely on is ourselves. Chen Gaohao's voice was a bit hoarse as he spoke. In this era, the ferocious beasts were the protagonists, occupying about 70% of the territory. As for the human side, if they didn't have top-notch powerhouses, checking each other with the other side, I'm afraid that they would have been wiped out by the ferocious beasts long ago. So, this beast crisis. All they can rely on is themselves. When he talked about it, Suye's heart was heavy. At the same time, there was a sense of urgency in the heart. Even Patriarch Chen Kuai, who possessed a mid-level defensive talent, was nearly killed by that iron blood dragon. He was only at the early stage of the martial general realm now, even if he possessed an advanced healing talent. Most likely, it was also decapitated by the terrifying ferocious beast that would be. Su Yi, your current realm, you are a martial general, right? Suddenly, Chen Kuai stared at Su Yi. Eyes gleaming. Although Su Yi wore the underworld illusion bead, which could conceal his breath. But he surmised from all the information he had obtained. Su Yi's realm today should be that of a martial general. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill Knight Lingfang with a single sword strike. Although Knight Lingfang was old and couldn't exert much strength, he was at least a late-stage martial general. Su Yi was able to kill him with ease, so he must be a martial artist as well. Nice. Su Yi didn't refute and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Chen Kuai, his eyes narrowed. Boom. Suddenly, he stood up and his breath exploded. Towards Su Yi, he swung out a punch. Su Yi's face changed slightly, then he immediately exerted his full strength and swung out a fist as well. Rumble. The two fists touched, and the sound exploded like thunder. Bang. The various types of furniture around them exploded and splattered indiscriminately. The solid walls and floors, too, had developed fine cracks. Su Yi's base strength had increased by 30,000 pounds to 140,000 pounds after taking the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. Combined with the tenfold bonus of the advanced strength talent, the power of Su Yi's punch reached an appalling 1,400,000 pounds. Chen Kuai's right arm trembled and he took several steps back before stopping his body. Ha ha ha. Nice. Not bad. After the room was destroyed, Chen Kuai was not sad but happy and let out a loud laugh. It's too strong. The power Su Yi possessed was simply beyond his imagination. Tried and true. Chen Kuai invoked his authority to express his apologies and compensated Su Yi with a bottle of grade B Yuan Qi liquid. Su Yi's heart was surprised. On the surface, but without moving, he received the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. For him at the moment, the effects of the grade B Yuan Qi liquid were still very good. Su Yi, I didn't expect that your power today is almost close to the power of 2 elephants, it's really surprising. Chen Kuai sighed with emotion, sweating a bit in his heart. As a patriarch, his power nowadays did not reach 2 elephants. Even, it was not as good as Su Yi who was at the martial general realm. 2 elephants? Su Yi keenly perceived these 2 words. He inquired in a hurry. Pavilion Master, this power of the 2 elephants, what does it mean? Chapter 40 Special Lapis Lazuli Beast. Su Yi, your cultivation nowadays has also reached the level of a martial general, so I guess it won't be long before you can cultivate into a patriarch. Just as well, then I'll talk to you about what elephant power is. Chen Kuai didn't hide it either. This knowledge would be clear as long as Su Yi probed a little after breaking through to Zhongshu. The two sat down indoors and began to talk at length. Su Yi, as you are well aware, whether it's a martial apprentice or a martial artist, their power counts are calculated according to the number of pounds. For example, the base strength of a primary martial apprentice is around 200 pounds, an intermediate martial apprentice's strength, around 400 pounds, and so on. Chen Kuai sipped his tea and spoke eloquently. But after breaking through to the sovereign realm, one's base power will take a huge leap. Even for a Zhongshu powerhouse who has just broken through, the base strength will be raised to 1,000,000 pounds. Then, Chen Kuai and Su Yi mentioned an ancient creature. Dragon elephant. It's a huge herd of giant elephants. Inside their bodies, they contained a trace of dragon blood and were incredibly powerful. This creature, as soon as it reaches adulthood, can possess 1,000,000 pounds of enormous strength. At the beginning of the martial arts, some powerful people proposed to use the power of this creature to replace the pound counting method. That is, the force of 1 elephant is equal to the force of 1,000,000 pounds. Later, many martial artists, who slowly agreed with this idea, chose to use the power of the elephant, instead of the catty counting method. So it is. After hearing Chen Kuai's explanation, Su Yi came to a sudden realization. That's when it became clear what the power of the 2 elephants was. My current power, counting the tenfold increase of the advanced power talent, is able to reach 1.4 elephant power. In his mind, Su Yi made a slight calculation. This kind of power was still extremely rare amongst martial artists. Without a special talent, a special physique, or practicing a powerful technique, it simply could not be achieved. The two then talked again for a while. Late afternoon. Suyi got up and left. Suyi, hiding quite a few secrets. After Suyi left, Chen Kuai sat alone on the balcony. He looked at Suyi's departing back below and pondered in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that Suyi was hiding many secrets. At the same time, on him, there is bound to be a great chance. However, Chen Kuai didn't force Suyi, instead, he was quite courteous. Because he knew in his heart, since Suyi dared to fearlessly run to this Hongmen banquet. In his heart, he naturally had a strong backbone. He was, most likely, not Suyi's opponent. This, in his opinion, was not unacceptable. After all, he had once come from a large base city, Bright Moon Base City, and had seen some true geniuses. These touted geniuses like Lin Yu were, in his opinion, simply childish and ridiculous. These types of people, when thrown inside a large base city, can't even make a splash. This is a truly heavenly figure. As he watched Suyi leave the fierce beheading division, Chen Kuai sighed quietly. For Suyi, he had also wanted to bestow some resources, invest a bit, and wrestle for goodwill. But after thinking it over, he gave that up as well. For one thing, he and Suyi had, previously, had almost no contact and had a very light relationship. Suddenly gifting benefits, he was afraid that it would make Suyi wary and might think that he was plotting against him, which was counterproductive. Secondly, Suyi's strength today was almost more powerful than him. If the other party needed any resources, they could get a large batch of them with just a little movement. Where would they need him? Moreover, he had also probed Suyi's growth trajectory and found that not only did Suyi grow extremely fast, he also, to be alone and would not necessarily accept his gifts. So, after thinking about it, he did not raise this matter. He has been in this world, for many years, and is well aware of a rule of dealing with the world. Dealing with people requires giving favors. Also learned about in and out. After leaving from Pavilion Master Chen Kuai, Suyi returned to his residence. He sat down in his chair and began to think about something. Chen Kuai is a strong Zhongshe realm practitioner and has a mid-level defensive talent, but even so, he's still no match for that iron-blooded dragon and was easily injured. My realm today is even lower than his. In a short period of time, with many resources, I would be able to raise my realm to the late martial general stage. But it's quite difficult to think about breaking through to the sovereign realm. Thinking of this, Suyi made a mistake, and there was some urgency in his heart. Although that iron blood dragon was injured by the laser weapon, but who knows when it will be able to metamorphose successfully and surge in strength. Suyi desperately wanted to improve his strength, and also wanted to obtain, as soon as possible, the strength to be able to fight against the iron blood dragon. And before, during the conversation with Patriarch Chen Kuai, he had also asked the other party about the information of the patriarchal realm. Without the slightest reservation, Chen Kuai gave him this information. It gave Suyi some clarity. A strong martial general, after breaking their cultivation to the extreme, needed to break their own qi and blood limits. In this way, it was possible to break through to the sovereign realm. And if one wanted to quickly break the limits of one's own qi and blood, there was a shortcut, which was to use some precious treasures to continuously quench the qi and blood in one's body. Until a certain moment, naturally, one could break the limits of the body and become a patriarch. However, these treasures were clearly not something Suyi could obtain at the moment. In reality, even Chen Kuai was not sure what treasures there were that could assist martial artists and break the limits of their own qi and blood. The reason why he was able to break through to the sovereign realm was also due to the long years that he slowly survived. Otherwise, in his life, he would have stopped at the late martial general stage. In terms of realm, I'm currently in a bottleneck. If you want to raise your strength as soon as possible, the only way to do it is to start with your talent. Suyi murmured softly and had a rough plan for his next cultivation. He was prepared to decapitate ferocious beasts that possessed defense-type talents and absorb the other party's attributes so that he could obtain the corresponding defense talent and enhance his defense ability. His attacking ability nowadays was already very strong, and even if he wanted to improve it, it would be very difficult. Instead, he was somewhat lacking in defense-type talents, none of which he had at the moment. Thinking of this, Suyi immediately looked up the information on the ferocious beasts that possessed the relevant talent. Soon, he found a special kind of ferocious beast. Lapis lazuli beasts. I didn't realize that there was such a ferocious beast. Suyi looked at the information of the cyanite beast with a surprised expression. Lapis lazuli beasts that look a bit like stoners. It was a special kind of stone-type ferocious beasts that were huge in size, and many of them possessed defense-type talents. You're it. After finding his target, Suyi immediately moved and headed to the wilderness area. Next month, the number of times he had absorbed it would be refreshed. So, he came over first to see if he could spot a suitable target. Sometime later, he arrived at the territory of the lapis lazuli beast. Unfortunately, after sweeping, he found that the talents of these lapis lazuli beasts, all of which were primary defense talents, were not his targets. Some more time passed. This lapis lazuli beast, why is its color golden? Suyi disappeared into space. He found a special golden lapis lazuli beast. Chapter 41 Goldstone Beast. Top Defense Talent. The place where Suyi was currently located was the wilderness area of Donghai Base City, one of the largest areas. Named the Boulder Ridge area. This area, the terrain of which was dominated by boulders and mountain peaks, with a small portion of woodland spread out, was very broad and stretched out over an area of thousands of miles, to say the least. Because of the favorable environment and abundant resources, this area was inhabited by quite a number of high-level ferocious beasts and elite ferocious beasts. Even the figures of top-tier ferocious beasts could be seen quite a bit. This led to the fact that the danger level of this area was so high that even the martial arts powerhouses within the Donghai Base City didn't dare to go deeper into it. Even Patriarch Chen Kuai didn't dare to stay in the Boulder Ridge area for a long time. Moreover, it was rumored that deep in the core of the Boulder Ridge region, there was a very powerful ferocious beast lord that dominated the best resources and was the absolute hegemon of this region. Of course, this news was not confirmed by the martial artists, and many people only took this news as just a rumor, and did not believe it in their hearts. Not long ago, after Suyi arrived here, he immediately disappeared into space and has been in the Boulder Ridge area, searching for the greenstone beast. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered a sleeping golden lapis lazuli beast on a small mountain peak after going deeper into the Boulder Ridge region. This golden lapis lazuli beast was very large, twice as large as an ordinary lapis lazuli beast. And the aura that the other party unintentionally exuded was quite astonishing. This is a top-tier ferocious beast. Species, Goldstone Beast Lapis Lazuli Beast Mutant. Grade, Top Fierce Beast. Defense Talent, Top. Bloodline Aptitude, Enormous. It's actually a top-tier defense talent. Suyi swept a glance at this Goldstone Beast and immediately discovered the other party's specific rank, as well as the information about the talent it possessed. Upon seeing the top defense talent, Suyi looked agitated and somewhat excited. It was the first time he had found top talent. And, still, a top-notch defense talent. Generally speaking, the number of mutated individuals that exist is too rare, and the reasons that cause them to mutate are numerous and varied. Some of them had mistakenly eaten some kind of heaven and earth wonder, causing their bodies to mutate. There is the gradual return of the bloodline to the ancestor, the body begins to metamorphose towards the ancestor, etc. However, there was no doubt that the talent and strength of mutated individuals were usually much stronger than that of unusual individuals. However, there were also a small number of relatively unlucky mutated individuals whose strength, after mutation, had instead dropped quite a bit, falling into the dish of other ferocious beasts. And this golden stone beast was clearly much stronger than the unusual greenstone beast. Bloodline avatar? What is this? A moment later, Suyi stared at this golden stone beast in front of him, revealing the information, and looked puzzled. This was the first time he had seen the so-called bloodline avatar. And he had never heard of the information about the fierce beast bloodline avatar. It's probably in large base cities that this information is available. Suyi guessed in his heart. After all, large base cities are powerful, and the relevant knowledge and information is also a lot more complete than small base cities. However, this Goldstone beast is a top-tier ferocious beast that also possesses a top-tier defensive talent. I'm afraid that none of my attacks will be able to break through his defense. At this moment, Suyi was a bit of a dilemma. His realm was only at the early stage of martial general, even with the tenfold power increase effect of the advanced power talent. It might not be able to penetrate, either, the defense of the golden stone beast in front of him. After all, that was a top defense talent. Although he was not sure how many times the effect of the top defense talent, on the increase in defense ability, was exactly. But it certainly exceeded the tenfold increase effect of the advanced defense talent. It could be 20 times, it could be 30 times. Even higher. Therefore, Suyi's attack might not really be able to blast through the defense of this golden stone beast. Of course, it was all just his guess. Let's try it first then. After thinking for a few moments, Suyi walked out of the space. He concentrated and gathered his breath, gripping his iron sword tightly. He then exerted his full strength, his body overflowing with golden aura, exploding in the extreme. Intermediate sharp gold talent. 10 times the power increase. Sword technique. Silver moon. Next moment, a powerful silver-colored sword was like a waterfall. It blasted at the head of this gold stone beast. Rumble. It was accompanied by an ear-splitting boom. This golden stone beast woke up in pain. Open mouth growling. Finished. Can't really break the defense. Seeing that golden stone beast actually really unharmed, Suya's expression froze slightly. Afterwards, he cast his spatial talent with a bitter expression and immediately disappeared into space. Bugger off. Roar. The miserable golden stone beast, after being blasted awake by Suya's attack, stared with wide golden eyes, looking around carefully for the figure of the sneak attacker. But after half a day of searching, I couldn't find any trace of the other side. It's as if it appeared and disappeared out of thin air. In the end, it could only hold its head high and roar in anger. Around the mountain peak, a group of green stone beasts that didn't know what to do heard the roar of their leader. They were on their knees, shivering. After returning to his residence, Suyi said somewhat helplessly, "That gold stone beast's defense is too powerful. With my strength today, I can't even penetrate its defense." Without being able to defeat or decapitate this goldstone beast, Suyi couldn't absorb the other party's attributes. Naturally, there was no way to get a top defense talent. Afterward, Suyi thought carefully for a while and muttered softly, "My realm is still a bit low. If I raise my realm to the late martial general stage, then my strength will still be able to skyrocket by a large margin. On top of that, although I have cultivated the silver moonsword technique to the grand completion stage, the silver moonsword technique, after all, is only a first-rate sword technique, and the increase in strength that it brings to me is also very limited." After briefly pondering, Suyi had a preliminary plan for his martial cultivation afterward. "In the next few days, I need to utilize the large amount of resources in my hands to continuously raise my realm and strive to break through to the late martial general stage as soon as possible. Secondly, I have to practice the third-grade sword technique that I obtained from Zhou Kong, the broken kill sword technique." The broken killing sword technique that he had obtained from Zhou Kong, although a small part of it was crippled, making it difficult to cultivate it to perfection. However, practicing to the stage of great accomplishment was enough. Moreover, even if this sword technique was perfect and flawless, Suyi could not cultivate it to perfection even if he practiced it diligently and hard. Earlier, in his conversation with Chen Kuai, Suyi learned, if one wanted to cultivate a third-grade sword technique to the consummate stage, one had to cultivate the mastered sword momentum to the point of 10%. The sword momentum that Suyi had mastered was only just an introduction, not even 0.1%, and it was simply impossible to cultivate to perfection. As for the reward for exceeding the target that Chen Kuai had promised before, most of those third-grade techniques were also fist techniques and palm techniques, and there were no sword techniques. As such, Suyi could only practice the broken killing sword technique today. In that case, let's start practicing. Strive for next month, when the number of absorption times are refreshed, I can break through to the late martial general stage. After clearing your mind, Suyi immediately took out a bottle of grade B Yuan Qi liquid. It was then swallowed. Chapter 42 Realm Breakthrough, Halian Chamber of Commerce. Rumble. Upon taking the grade B Yuan Qi liquid, Suyi's body was filled with a huge amount of energy. He immediately executed the purple Yuan body tempering technique, slowly refining this energy. About 2 hours later, base strength increased by about 20,000 pounds. After a little bit of sensing, Suyi had a realization. The effect of the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid was reduced a bit from the first time it was taken. But that's normal. As he continued to refine his strength, the effect of the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid, too, would become weaker and weaker. There are still 2 bottles of B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. Suyi slightly toned down for a moment. Then he took out the last 2 bottles of Yuan Qi liquid. Continue to swallow and refine. Until late at night. Suyi finally refined these 2 bottles of Yuan Qi liquid, through and through. And the qi and blood in his body was also constantly rising under the nourishment and tempering of the Yuan Qi liquid. The base strength successfully broke through to 200,000 pounds. Martial realm, also from the early stage of martial general. Breaking through to the middle of the martial arts. However, the price was that the B-grade yuan qi liquid he had on hand had been depleted. There are still 72 C-grade yuan qi liquids. Suye's mind moved, then looked at the spatial ring, the remaining resources. I also wonder, does the C-grade yuan qi liquid have any effect on me? Suye took out a C-grade yuan qi liquid and frowned. Grade C yuan qi liquid, the materials used, were not even considered yuan qi, and could only be considered pseudo-yuan qi at best. Suye estimated that even if the C-grade yuan qi liquid was useful to him, the effect would definitely be low. And from his conversation with Chen Kuai, he also learned that the so-called C-grade yuan qi liquid, in fact, it's a fake. Forgeries. It was just a fake product that Chen Kuai and the others had imitated based on the grade B yuan qi liquid, using some complicated means. It was only for the sake of sounding good that they labeled this imitated yuan qi liquid as a C-grade yuan qi liquid. But in reality, inside medium-sized base cities and large base cities, C-grade yuan qi liquid was an unimpressive commodity, not worthy of the name yuan qi liquid at all. At best, it could only be considered a nutrient solution for quenching the body. Only grade B yuan qi liquid was considered to have reached the minimum standard of yuan qi liquid. Try it. Suye took a C-grade yuan qi liquid. He intended to see how, exactly, the effects of the C-grade yuan qi liquid would be. Sure enough, it's very ineffective. After a while, Suye held back from frowning. The effect of the C-grade yuan qi liquid was just too bad. This stuff was not even comparable to the yuan qi he had extracted from the blood of the ferocious beasts. Actually, it was normal to think about it. The yuan qi extracted from the blood of ferocious beasts was only the lowest grade of 9th grade yuan qi though, and its quality was very low. But it wasn't something that could be touched by the district's pseudo-metaphysical energy. It seems like I have to go to the pavilion master tomorrow and see if I can trade for some B-grade yuan qi liquid from him. Suye pondered. Soon after, a wave of drowsiness hit. Suye fell into bed and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Suye immediately moved and headed to Chen Kuai's residence. Oh? You want to trade for some B-grade yuan qi liquid? Chen Kuai sat on the jade chair with a somewhat surprised expression. The value of grade B yuan qi liquid wasn't low, and even he couldn't transfer much of it. Suye looked as normal. He had gotten too many resources from the Knight family's treasure trove and had the backbone to trade up. Chen Kuai pondered for a moment, then proceeded to Suye, expounding the facts. Suye, Class B yuan qi liquid is highly valued, and, with this yuan qi liquid, only large base cities hold the complete formula. The B-grade yuan qi liquid in our base city is all sent over by the Halian Chamber of Commerce in Tianfu Base City, in very limited quantities. Is that even possible? Hearing Chen Kuai's explanation, Suye was a little surprised. He thought that it was something that the Chopper Division had come up with. At the same time, he hurriedly inquired. Pavilion Master, this Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, what kind of power is it again? Ha ha. There's no harm in telling you. Chen Kuai smiled, but he didn't hide it. He looked solemn as he recounted. This Halian Chamber of Commerce is a large chamber of commerce jointly established by several large clans within the Heavenly Mansion base city, often traveling to and from major base cities, exchanging resources and treasures. Our East Sea base city, occasionally in the wilderness area, will also find some relatively special and magical treasures, which are unknown in their effects and very mysterious. The Halian Chamber of Commerce, when they come to our base city, if they find any useful treasures, they will trade with us. They take out precious items such as B-grade yuan qi liquid, 3rd grade techniques, and low-grade body tempering techniques, while we turn in these treasures and use them to trade for them. Hearing this, Suye came to a realization. At the same time, he had some ideas in mind. Since the Halian Chamber of Commerce can travel to and from major base cities, it must be powerful. If he can get in touch with the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, and, after paying some price, is it possible for the other party to take him to Tianfu Base City? Previously, after hearing from Chen Kuai that the two base cities were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, Suye dismissed the idea of going to Tianfu Base City alone. Even if he had the ability to vanish into space, it wasn't secure. Some powerful ferocious beasts were still able to spot him. And now, if one can get in touch with this mysterious Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, and let the other party give them a ride, naturally, it will be much safer. Thinking of this, Suye hurriedly inquired. Then, has the Pavilion Master ever known the day when the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce will next come to the East Sea Base City? Not aware of it. Chen Kuai shook his head, then smiled bitterly. Su Yi, our East Sea base city is just a small base city, and it's located in the middle of nowhere, and the quality of the resources is not very good, so the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, naturally, can't come over very often. As far as I can remember, the Halian Chamber of Commerce, the last time it came to our base city, was 10 years ago. Chen Kuai said with a helpless face. In his heart, he also wanted the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce to be able to come to East Sea base city earlier on. Although he had already broken through to the sovereign realm, he seemed to have an unlimited scenery. However, after so many years, his strength, which had increased very limited, was still at the early stage of the sovereign. This made Chen Kuai quite distressed. After all, he was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, and the resources he needed to use were naturally of a higher grade. At his current realm, even the effect of the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid on him was very weak. Over the years, he had also, in secret, collected some treasures. Just waiting for the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, after coming to the East Sea base city, to take these things and exchange them with the other party for high-quality resources, thus rapidly increasing their strength. Indoor. The two men proceeded to talk for a while. In the end, Chen Kuai promised to give Su Yi 3 bottles of grade Yuan Qi liquid. And it's a free gift. One must know that there were only 5 bottles of B-grade Yuan Qi liquid left within the inventory of the Fierce Beheading Division nowadays. Regarding Chen Kuohai's good intentions, Su Yi did not push back and accepted it. At the same time, he learned in conversation. The Halian Chamber of Commerce, indeed, could take him away. At one time, there were martial artists within the East Sea base city who had followed the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce and traveled to a large base city. However, there is a big price to pay. The Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce wouldn't want ordinary money. What they wanted were precious treasures, precious feats. Or, some of the rest of the precious stuff. Looks like I'll have to look for some treasures. After leaving from Chen Kuai's residence, Su Yi pondered in his mind. Chapter 43, All Out, Goldstone Beast Submits. After leaving from Chen Kuai, Su Yi immediately returned to the premises where he lived. Next, I'll take these 3 bottles of B-grade Yuan Qi liquid to rapidly increase my strength. Su Yi sat cross-legged on the balcony. Then he took out 3 bottles of B-grade Yuan Qi liquid. After taking it, start slowly refining it. I wondered if the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid that Chen Kuai had given him was of a better quality. In short, the efficiency of Su Yi's refining became a bit slower. The effect, however, was a bit better than the grade B Yuan Qi liquid obtained from the Knight family. A day later, Su Yi slowly got up, and a huge power filled his body. As if capable of destroying mountains and breaking the sea. Of course, these were all illusions, and his current strength was far from that. The effect is good, 3 bottles of B-grade Yuan Qi liquid, raising a total of 80,000 pounds of base strength. Su Yi clenched his fist in sensation and revealed a smile of joy. His current base strength had reached 280,000 pounds. It wasn't far from breaking through to the late Martial General stage, which was 300,000 pounds of base strength. However, now that I have consumed all the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid, it will be a bit difficult to make a quick breakthrough again. After Su Yi thought about it, he decided to go to the wilderness area first and hunt some top-tier ferocious beasts. After that, he would then execute the purple Yuan body tempering technique, and from the ferocious beast essence blood of these top-tier ferocious beasts, he would refine the Yuan Qi, swallow and refine it to enhance his strength. Although the cultivation efficiency was a bit lower when compared to the B-grade Yuan Qi liquid, for now, this was already the fastest method Su Yi could think of to raise his strength. It's this time of day? Let's have dinner first, then. After thinking clearly, Su Yi looked at the time. It was found to be almost close to 12 noon. Su Yi called up Wang Jia and prepared to head to the 3rd floor of the Chopper Division's fine dining restaurant together. Not bad, your kid is finally willing to put his heart into it. After seeing Wang Jia, Su Yi said with some relief. He realized that Wang Jia had managed to break through to the primary martial artist realm at this moment after utilizing the resources he had given him. It wasn't too strong, but it had some power to defend itself. Ha ha! It's all because of Su. Wang Jia sat across from Su Yi and scratched his head in some embarrassment. After all, Su Yi had given him so many resources last time. If he doesn't practice hard enough, it's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? After finishing his meal, Wang Jia prepared to enter the training room and train hard. Su Yi then returned to the residence. Afternoon. He briefly cleaned up, then put on his martial artist costume and entered the wilderness area. This time, head to the Blue Illusion Forest. Suyi looked at the map. Blue Phantom Forest. This area, dotted with large, lush forests, is rich in resources and species, stretching 3,000 miles long. Inside, there were many high-level ferocious beasts, elite ferocious beasts, and a small number of top-level ferocious beasts living. It is also the largest piece of the wilderness area outside of the city, after the Boulder Ridge area. Suyi disappeared into space and traveled forward. It wasn't until late in the evening that he found a gorilla that was feeding. Species, Blackfire Scarlet. Grade, Top Fierce Beast. Strength Talent, Intermediate. Endurance Talent, Primary. Looking at the information of this chimpanzee in front of him, Suya's expression moved slightly. Endurance Talent? This talent, on the contrary, gave Suyi some interest. This talent, which extends the possessor's combat time. It's a shame the rating isn't higher. Shaking his head, Suyi walked out of the space. Roar! This chimpanzee was feeding but was quite alert. The moment Suyi appeared, it sensed Suya's aura and hurriedly turned back, opening its mouth and roaring with a scornful expression. The aura emanating from Suyi was a bit stronger than it. Quite alert. Suyi was just about to make his move. When he saw the scene, he was a bit surprised. Boom! However, without waiting for the chimpanzee to react, Suyi chopped out a silver sword chi towards it. Thumbs up! Along with a hiss, this chimpanzee was killed by Suya's sword and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood splattered. With Suya's strength nowadays, unusual top-tier ferocious beasts simply didn't have the strength to fight against him. Not bad, 4 portions of top-tier ferocious beast blood. After collecting them, Suyi continued to vanish into space and hunt the rest of the top-tier ferocious beasts. 3 days later, Suyi had returned to the East Sea base city. This time, when he entered the wilderness area, Suyi went all out to hunt top-tier ferocious beasts, and in 3 days, he obtained a total of more than 200 copies of top-tier ferocious beast blood. Suyi estimated that this much ferocious beast blood should be enough for him to break through to the late martial general stage. Begin! Suyi sat cross-legged on the balcony, then executed the purple yuan body tempering technique and began to continuously refine the yuan qi in the ferocious beast's blood. In this way, Suyi continued to refine the yuan qi, growing his strength after refining it. Time passes slowly. 2 days later. Finally a breakthrough. After Suyi refined close to 200 portions of top-tier ferocious beast blood, he finally broke through his realm, to the late martial general stage. The base strength, which reached 300,000 pounds. There are still 7 days until the number of absorptions is refreshed. Afterward, Suyi looked at the date and pondered in his heart. I hope that in these 7 days, I'll be able to cultivate the broken killing sword technique, to the introductory stage. Suyi muttered softly and didn't dare to delay, immediately starting to cultivate the broken killing sword technique. He had a primary sword Dao talent and also comprehended the sword momentum. Within 7 days he would break the killing sword method, cultivate the entrance, or there was a high probability. 6 days later, Suyi managed to successfully cultivate the broken killing sword technique, to the introductory stage, and his strength increased greatly. A third-grade Gongfu was not a first-grade Gongfu that could be compared to a first-grade Gongfu. Just the introductory stage broken kill sword technique could increase his power by double. Counting the tenfold increase of the advanced strength talent, the total strength he was able to burst out at this moment reached a staggering 6 million pounds. That is, the power of the 6 elephants. This time, it should be able to break through that Goldstone Beast's defense, right? After his strength increased greatly, Suyi rested for a day within his residence. Wait for the absorption count to refresh. He then couldn't wait, and moved to the Boulder Ridge area. It didn't take long for him to see the Golden Stone Beast in its original place. The other side is still huffing and puffing. What a sleeper! In Suya's heart, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. This Golden Stone Beast, it seemed to be extremely sleepy. But this is a good opportunity. Seeing that the Goldstone Beast was still dormant, Suyi lightly vanished out of space. Afterward, he gazed at his spirit and gathered his chi, extremely bursting out with all his means. Towards the head of the Goldstone Beast, he chopped out a blood-red sword chi. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, this Golden Stone Beast suffered a heavy blow. Not only was his head hacked by Suyi, stirring up a large amount of golden liquid, a portion of his body was also splattered with golden stones, and his breath had obviously weakened a bit. Roar! After the Golden Stone Beast woke up in pain, it looked at Suyi in front of it and roared angrily, while its heart was quite shocked. It didn't think that it would actually have a day when it would be a human martial artist, breaking through its proud defense. Then, an endless rage filled its chest. Suyi didn't talk nonsense with it and continued to attack with extreme force. The golden stone beast roared as it resisted. At a certain moment, a mysterious golden pattern unfolded on its body. Bloodline Avatar. Gigantization. It activated the bloodline aptitude in its body, and its entire body, which had violently skyrocketed by a large margin. Defense, once again, doubled. However, it was already heavily injured and was no match for Suyi, and was beaten back by Suyi. Just as Suyi swung his iron sword and was about to strike to finish it off. Boom! This golden stone beast suddenly kneeled on the ground and let out a rumbling sound. It's kneeling to Suyi. Chapter 44, Subduing the Goldstone Beast, Exploring the Treasure. Seeing that Suyi was about to make a move to finish it off, the golden stone beast hurriedly knelt down on the ground, and the heavily injured one revealed a pleading expression. Is this submissive? Looking at the scene in front of him, Suyi was a little surprised. He had also spent a long time in the East Sea-based city, so naturally, he had heard of it, the matter of ferocious beasts submitting. In fact, there were quite a few martial artists who had seen ferocious beasts submit, and some of them took these submissive ferocious beasts as pets and became their helpers. There were also some martial artists who, because of the monstrous blood feud between them and the ferocious beasts, even if the ferocious beasts chose to submit, they wouldn't hesitate and would kill them. But without exception, these ferocious beasts that chose to submit were basically primary and intermediate ferocious beasts, with very few advanced ferocious beasts. Elite ferocious beasts, even fewer. Similar to a top-tier ferocious beast like the Goldstone Beast, generally speaking, because of its own bloodline, it was honorable and extraordinary, coupled with its strength. They prefer death to submission to humans. Within the East Sea-based city, it was the first time that a top-tier ferocious beast like the Goldstone Beast had immediately chosen to submit in the face of a life-and-death crisis. How can I trust you that it's not a fraudulent surrender? Suyi didn't give up his means of attack, he was still holding the iron sword tightly, and then inquired in a deep voice. After all, this golden stone beast in front of him was a top-tier ferocious beast, and it even possessed a top-tier defensive talent and was powerful. Once it backfired at the critical moment, then even he might have to suffer a heavy blow. Roar! The golden stone beast whispered a few low growls, then gestured something with its hand. Suyi was confused. This is? Suddenly, the golden stone beast let go of its mind, and, allowing a wisp of soul imprint within itself, floated out and entered Suyi's mind. Master! In the next moment, the voice of the golden stone beast sounded in Suyi's mind. Like a little kid with a childish voice. Goldstone Beast, what's going on? Suyi frowned. Master, this is my soul mark. Next, under the golden stone beast's narration, Suyi then knew some things about ferocious beasts recognizing their masters. To put it simply, Suyi now controlled the soul imprint of the golden stone beast and could manipulate the other party's life and death at will. As long as Suyi gave a thought, the soul essence within the golden stone beast's body would quickly dry up. If it lost its soul, the goldstone beast would be completely dead. On the contrary, Suyi, even if the golden stone beast died, it didn't have any effect on him. In this way, driven by the crisis of life and death, in order to stay alive, the goldstone beast would definitely not dare to have any ill intentions and would obediently listen. Inexplicably having an extra pet, Suyi was still a bit confused even today. However, the goldstone beast, as a mutated individual of the greenstone beast, not only possessed a high defensive talent, but also had a bloodline aptitude that could increase its defensive capabilities. These two abilities stacked together were still quite terrifying. Even among all the top-tier ferocious beasts, this golden stone beast in front of him was considered very strong. He estimated that within the East Sea-based city, other than him, he was afraid that none of them would be able to put up the slightest resistance in the face of this goldstone beast. Even if it was Patriarch Shen Kuahai's attack, it was probably about as good as scratching an itch for this goldstone beast. It was also fortunate that this goldstone beast, too sleepy, did not have too strong a desire to fight, otherwise, it was estimated that the entire East Sea-based city would have to suffer a great disaster. I'm going to go to Tianfu base city in the future, and the distance between the two base cities is a full 10,000 kilometers. With such a long distance, even with the care of the Halian Chamber of Commerce, the road will definitely encounter danger. Bringing along this goldstone beast will also give me an additional safeguard. Suyi thought quickly in his heart. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that this goldstone beast, however, was in command of a ferocious beast clan. If he wanted to travel to Tianfu base city, he had to obtain nice treasures to give to the Halian Chamber of Commerce. And with the help of the ferocious beast community, it would also save a lot of time. In that case, from now on, you'll be my pet. After a short period of thought, Suyi accepted the submission of the Goldstone beast and took it as his favored beast. Thank you, master. The Goldstone beast kneeled down to thank him repeatedly with an agitated expression. On the one hand, it was naturally happy that it wouldn't have to die after Suyi promised. On the other hand, it wasn't stupid and knew very well that with Suyi's talent and strength, it would definitely be able to become a great figure in the human community in the future. At that time, it served as Suyi's favored beast. You can't take off? As for what bloodline honor? The dignity of the head of the pack? That counts for nothing. It Goldstone beast has always been ironclad. Always choose to live from the heart. Do you have a name? After receiving the Golden Stone beast, Suyi inquired. The Golden Stone beast shook its head. As a ferocious beast, unless it was of a very high rank or had a very extraordinary bloodline, it was not worthy of having a name. Well. See, you look like a stone man, then from now on, I'll call you Little Stone. The Golden Stone beast nodded repeatedly. After becoming Suyi's favored beast, it was willing to do whatever Suyi called it. For the next period of time, Suyi took out some excellent potions for treating injuries, allowing the Goldstone beast to recover from its injuries. As for himself, he began to absorb the relevant attributes that he had just obtained from the Goldstone beast, as well as the top defense talent. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 500 points of defense origin and obtaining the top defense talent. A few moments later, Suyi finished absorbing it, and not only did his strength and speed grow a bit, it also managed to have the top defense talent. My defense ability increased by 30 times. After possessing a top-notch defense talent, Suyi then knew a top-tier defense talent, capable of increasing one's defense ability by 30 times. Together with the advanced healing talent that he already possessed, at this moment, Suyi's ability to defend himself had increased by too much. Why does it feel like Master has gotten stronger again? The Golden Stone beast on the side was sitting on the ground, silently repairing its injuries. After noticing the change in Suyi's aura, it was extremely shocked in its heart. Master, that's terrible. The thought flashed through its mind. The more and more in awe of Suyi. Half an hour later, the injuries on the Goldstone beast's body had pretty much recovered. Little Rock, you've been in this territory for so long, have you found any treasures? After watching it recover from its injuries, Suyi inquired. He needed the treasures now, partly to give them to the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce to obtain a quota to a large base city. On the other hand, he also wanted to further enhance his strength and quench the chi and blood in his body to the limit stage as soon as possible, thus breaking through to the sovereign realm in one fell swoop. Treasure? The Goldstone beast stared at the words, and then its large golden head shook, thinking carefully. Suddenly, the Golden Stone beast looked like it had remembered something. Hurriedly, he responded in Suyi's mind. Master, I once saw it, a mysterious fruit tree full of blue fruits. My body, the reason why I was able to produce mutations, should also be related to those fruits. Chapter 45 Talent Enhancement. Gnosis Growth. According to the words of the Golden Stone beast, it actually wasn't born with such a powerful talent and bloodline, it was once a very ordinary lapis lazuli beast. Only, later on, it came across a special fruit tree full of blue fruits by chance. After taking many blue fruits, the bloodline in its body began a slow metamorphosis and eventually transformed into what it is today. Go! Xiao Shi, take me there quickly. Hearing the Golden Stone beast's words, Suyi said with an excited expression. Although he wasn't sure what the name of the blue fruit that this fruit tree produced was and how precious it really was. However, judging from the fact that it was able to produce a mutation in the little stone, this blue fruit was definitely a rare treasure. Yes, Master. The Goldstone beast didn't dare to slack off. It led Suyi all the way around and through a woodland, eventually arriving at its destination. It was a very tall blue fruit tree. The green stone beasts that watched over the fruit trees in the surrounding area hissed with a wary expression as they spotted Suyi. But after the Golden Stone beast let out a roar, they whimpered and fell to their knees, shivering. Since discovering the unusual nature of this fruit tree, the Golden Stone beast had some green stone beasts stay here all the time and watch over the fruit tree. Roar! At this moment, the Golden Stone beast roared, and these green stone beasts retreated as if they had been pardoned. Master, this fruit tree in front of you is the treasure I mentioned before. The Goldstone beast said with a respectful expression. What a marvelous fruit tree, these fruits, emitting a tantalizing fragrance. Suyi looked at the blue fruit tree in front of him, which was 9 feet tall, and let out a gasp. He swept away. The fruit tree was found to bear some blue fruits, not a large number of them, probably around 30. Most of the fruits showed a blue color, and a few seemed to be unripe, with a large greenish color. And these fruits, the fragrance that emanated from them, was quite enticing, causing Suyi to have an urge to immediately pick them and swallow them to refine them. Looking at the fruit tree, the few remaining fruits, the goldstone beast scratched its head and said with some embarrassment, "Master, some time ago, I took the fruits that came out of the fruit tree and ate some of them, so there are only about 20 left." After saying that, it glanced at the green-colored fruits and hastily cautioned, "Also, Master, these green-colored fruits, which are unripe, cannot be consumed." Earlier, it had done an experiment, taking a green-colored fruit and making a glauconite beast swallow it. As a result, the lapis lazuli beast's body tore apart and was seriously injured, almost dying on the spot. Since then, it also understood that the green-colored fruit could not be taken without authorization. Suyi nodded after hearing this. After Xiaoshi took a large amount of blue fruits, the bloodline in his body mutated and possessed a top-notch defensive talent. If I take these blue fruits, I wonder if I can enhance my natural ability? Suyi was, at this moment, thinking about this. Logically, since the goldstone beast was able to enhance its bloodline and talent after swallowing the blue fruit, he should also be able to enhance his talent. As for his current talents, there were a few natural abilities that were still in the primary stage, with a very low rank. For example, primary kendo talent, primary speed talent, as well as a primary spatial talent. Especially the primary spatial talent, a talent that if it could be upgraded, even if it was only upgraded to the intermediate level, all of them could give Suyi an amazing increase in strength. Then take this blue fruit and try it. Suyi made up his mind. Afterward, he dodged a few times, and in a short period of time, he finished picking those blue fruits. Suyi sat on the ground, then took a blue fruit. These blue fruits, which were small in size, were similar to small apples, and Suyi took one bite. Boom! After taking a fruit, a huge blue energy, like a torrent, surged into Suya's chest. Immediately after, this energy continuously spread to Suya's entire body, and eventually converged to Suya's mind. Suyi didn't dare to be careless and refined it with all his heart. About a few hours later, Suyi slowly opened his eyes. My natural ability, it doesn't seem to have changed much. He sensed it carefully and then frowned. After refining a fruit, Suyi felt his mind, which seemed to be clearer. Aside from that, his natural abilities, it seemed, hadn't improved significantly. Could be the reason for the low numbers? Thinking of this, Suyi then took a blue fruit and refined it with all his heart. The golden stone beast was lying on the side, guarding Suyi's safety, not allowing other ferocious beasts to come over and disturb Suyi. Just like this, Suyi kept refining one blue fruit after another. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period of time, there weren't any ferocious beasts that came over to disturb Suyi's refinement. The Goldstone Beast, at least, was a fierce beast lord, and it was also one of the more powerful batch of fierce beast lords. Therefore, after sensing its aura, some powerful ferocious beasts, even though they were close to the place, were very sensible and quietly retreated. This afternoon, I have a feeling that my natural ability will be able to produce a metamorphosis soon. Suyi took out a blue fruit with a somewhat surprised expression. During this time, he had already refined a dozen blue fruits. It was also perceived that his own talent had grown significantly. It was just a hair's breadth away from producing a true metamorphosis. There are 3 fruits left, that should be enough. Returning to his senses, Suyi looked at the remaining number of fruits, then took out one and swallowed it. A few hours later, Suyi took this fruit and refined it. Boom! In the next moment, a huge energy filled his mind. His natural ability produced a fierce metamorphosis. Pain. Indescribably intense pain. Suyi gritted his teeth and persisted, sweating profusely. I don't know how much time has passed. Suyi finally made it through, gradually becoming conscious. Let's see if my natural ability has improved. Suyi's mind moved and checked his information. Source: Suyi. Talents: intermediate kendo talent, intermediate speed talent, elementary space talent. Realm: late general. Remaining number of absorptions this month, 4. Sure enough, my primary talent upgraded to intermediate. After seeing his natural ability, which was upgraded to an intermediate talent, Suyi was overjoyed and revealed a smile. Granted, he could absorb the attributes and then enhance his talent, but that would require finding a target. Nowadays, just taking some fruits to enhance the natural ability has been blood money. However, what made him feel a bit unfortunate was that his spatial innate ability, which hadn't been enhanced, was still at the primary stage. Soon, Suyi was also relieved. After all, this was one of the supreme talents, and if it was so easy, it could be raised. That's a hell of a thing. Moreover, after some fine sensing, Suyi was even more surprised to find out one's own natural ability had not only been raised to the intermediate level. Even enlightenment has grown a bit. Chapter 46, Strange Movements in the Base City. This is an unimaginable treasure. Returning to his senses, Suyi looked solemn and guessed in his heart. At this moment, after personally experiencing the blue fruit's terrifying ability, he really didn't dare to take this kind of fruit and divulge it. After all, it could be seen from the fact that after taking it, the goldstone beast had raised its own defensive talent to the top stage. This blue fruit should also be able to take the natural abilities possessed by humans and elevate them to the top stage. That's a top-notch natural ability. Suyi guessed in his heart that even if it was a large base city, the top talent ability, it couldn't be something that sucked. A martial artist with this kind of talent was definitely a genius martial artist. This also meant that once this blue fruit was leaked out, Suyi even suspected that there would be fierce fights within the large base cities. And what made Suyi even more curious was, is a top-tier natural ability the limit of this blue fruit? I wonder, after taking a large amount of these blue fruits, will it be possible to raise the natural ability to a stage beyond the top talent? Looking at the Ninjiang fruit tree in front of him, Suyi's eyes were scorching hot. He made a decision in his mind. This blue fruit cannot be exposed. As for the treasure given to the Halian Chamber of Commerce, he decided to look for something else to replace the blue fruit. Xiao Shi, you have taken so many blue fruits, do you know the maturity time of this fruit? How long is it? Returning to his senses, Suyi curiously said. If the maturity period is too long, then it might be a bit of a cock-up for him. After all, he could absorb attributes and easily enhance his natural abilities. Master, I once specifically calculated the ripening time. This kind of fruit, from growing to ripening, will take about 3 months. The golden stone beast nodded its golden head and spoke in a hurry. 3 months? Suyi's expression was shocked. This time, it's just too short. He thought it would be years. It seems that I have underestimated the preciousness of this fruit. Suyi's expression stared. Such a short period of time can spawn a batch of ripe blue fruit. This fruit tree, it's unbelievable. After a brief rest in place, Suyi was ready to return to East Sea Base City. Little Rock, for the next period of time, you stay here and watch over this fruit tree. If you run into any danger or any difficulty, just contact me. Before leaving, Suyi seriously urged. He wasn't prepared to bring the Goldstone Beast back. After all, the Goldstone Beast was too big, with a height of 7 feet, and it wasn't even good enough to move around in the East Sea Base City. Moreover, the Goldstone Beast was too eye-catching. With its powerful strength and special bloodline, it might attract some unnecessary trouble. Yes, Master, just don't worry. Dang. Dang. The Goldstone Beast patted its chest and said with some confidence. With its strength, it was still more than enough to watch over this precious tree. Among the ferocious beasts in this vicinity, it was the most powerful, and the rest of the ferocious beasts, after sensing its aura, would obediently choose to go around. And after submitting to Suyi, as long as the distance wasn't very far, it could easily get in touch with Suyi. This was one of the reasons why many martial artists wanted to capture powerful ferocious beasts and become their own favored beasts. They can have their favored beasts explore treasure sites, detect dangers, etc., greatly increasing their probability of survival. After the instructions were finished, Suyi left behind some excellent potions to treat his injuries, then swept his figure and flashed away. Donghai Base City, wilderness area, roughly 30 kilometers away. A member of the Hammer Squad? Suyi, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped. He hid in the shadows and saw the 3 members of the Hammer Squad, being surrounded by a group of unfamiliar martial artists. The opponents were numerous, a dozen or so. 5 of them, like leading figures, were elite martial artists. Xiao Feng. Hand over the resources and treasures. I can have His Excellency net a favor and let you live, how about that? One of the stout elite martial artists, holding a bloody knife, said with a somewhat fierce godly expression. At the same time, he had some scruples in his heart. This Xiaofeng was a late-stage elite martial artist, and was a bit stronger than all of them, in terms of strength. If there was a bloodbath, their side, even with the numerical advantage, was afraid that they would have to lose some personnel. Ha ha! What a joke! Xiaofeng was holding a sledgehammer and his breath was surging. He had a considerable amount of injuries on his body, but he sneered fearlessly. The stuff was found by our Iron Hammer Squad's people. What, you Tianya-based city martial artists, you want to pick the peach halfway? Speaking of this, in Xiaofeng's heart, anger surged. Their Iron Hammer Squad, not long ago, had discovered some cherished resources, and as a result, this Heaven's End base city's broken squad had been secretly following them. At the critical time, these people even shamelessly struck out and sneak attacked them, causing them to be seriously injured and their resources were all partially robbed. If he wasn't strong, I'm afraid that the Iron Hammer Squad would have been destroyed by the other party. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then fight. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng gripped the sledgehammer and roared. He also knew in his heart that he was afraid that there would be a bloody battle today. The remaining 2 members of the Hammer Squad also fearlessly gripped their weapons with fierce expressions. Intended to fight for his life. It's all about 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who's afraid of who? Nothing more, just to death. Tianya Base City. Hearing the conversation of a few people, Suya's expression moved. During this period of time, he had been wholeheartedly refining the blue fruits, and really wasn't aware of what was going on within the East Sea Base City. Strange, how did this Tianya Base City martial artist come to East Sea Base City? Su Yi had doubts in his heart. Xiaofeng. You seek death. Go! At the scene, the burly man heard this and roared with his eyes wide open. Subsequently, the dozen or so martial artists around him gripped their weapons with ferocious expressions. Just then, Su Yi, who wanted to clarify the situation, walked out. Stop, I have a few questions for you. Su Yi looked at the burly man and opened his mouth. You boy. The burly man froze, then grimaced and was about to say something. Swish. Su Yi casually chopped out a silver-colored swordlight, cutting off that right arm of his, instantly. In an instant, blood soared. Ah! Accompanied by a hiss, the burly man was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Su Yi only slightly shot out, and the group of people who were originally very arrogant were all honest. They were trembling and bowing their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. Even the leader was almost killed in one move. Can they not wimp out? Brother Su. Upon seeing Su Yi, Xiaofeng looked delighted and hurriedly came to Su Yi's side. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Su Yi's strength today. It's already way beyond him. After that, under Su Yi's questioning, Xiaofeng told him the specifics. It turned out that just yesterday, that iron-blooded dragon had successfully metamorphosed, its bloodline had improved a lot, and its strength had increased greatly. Tianya Base City, all of them were destroyed by it. Chapter 47 False King Level. Sovereign Division. I didn't expect that iron blood dragon to have metamorphosed so quickly. And it actually wiped out Tianya Base City, all of them. After hearing Xiaofeng's reply, Suya's expression changed. Tianya Base City was the most powerful of the 3 small base cities nearby. Not only were there a large number of martial artists, but they also possessed a Zhongshe powerhouse, plus, in the Tianya Base City, there were some more cutting-edge technological weapons. But even so, Tianya Base City was still destroyed by that iron blood dragon. From this, it could be seen how powerful that iron blood dragon that had successfully metamorphosed was. Returning to his senses, Su Yi turned his eyes to these people from the Broken Kill Squad, and then questioned the lanky man with a pale face. You tell us about the specific destruction of Tianya Base City. Hearing Suya's words, that burly man was silent for a moment, and in the end, he still honestly answered Suya's inquiry. After all, right now, his little life was clutched in Suya's hands, and he could only choose to give in. It was only after a period of time that Suya was able to figure out exactly what was going on. After the successful metamorphosis of that iron blood dragon yesterday, the Tianya Base City's martial artists who were out on sentry duty to observe it immediately reacted and passed the news on in a hurry. The iron blood dragon, whose strength had increased greatly, also immediately summoned a large number of ferocious beasts, triggering a terrifying beast tide that invaded Tianya Base City. In the Tianya Base City, the population amounted to as many as 1 million, and the martial artists all numbered more than 100,000, but even so, under the encroachment of the overwhelming swarms of beasts, those who died and those who fled. In the end, only about 100,000 or so people escaped and came to the East China Sea-based city. Most of these over 100,000 people were martial artists, some were friends and family of martial artists, and a small portion, the general public. As for most of the ordinary civilians, almost all of them died tragically in this horrible beast tide. And these over 100,000 people, after pouring into Donghai Bay City, caused some commotion, and in the end, it was Qin Kuai who stepped in and calmed down the chaos. And, after some discussions, many martial artists began to vigorously build defensive facilities, such as tall walls and some technological batteries, within the East Sea-based city. After the leader of Tianya Bay City, the Qin clan's oldest ancestor, that Zhongshe realm powerhouse, had a detailed conversation with Qin Kuai, both parties decided to jointly rule Donghai Bay City. However, the specific actions were still dominated by Qin Kuai and supplemented by them. The Qin family, I guess they are also afraid of the name of the fierce beheading division. Hearing this, Suyi secretly guessed in his heart. The division of fierce beheading, after all, was under the Martial Pavilion, one of the strongest organizations, although the division of fierce beheading in the East Sea-based city was only an insignificant sub-pavilion. But after all, with the name of the beheading murder division, even the Qin family had to give face. Xiaofeng, what do you think about these people? Kill? Or release? Next, Suyi said to Xiaofeng beside him. These people, who did not have any conflicts with him, rather, there was a deep grudge between them and the Hammer Squad. To kill or not to kill, it didn't matter to him. After all, given his current strength, the strength of these people was simply too weak to pose any threat to him at all. Hearing this, Xiaofeng's brows furrowed as he pondered over the gains and losses. In contrast, the dozen or so people around them, including the burly man, all tensed up. Xiaofeng. Don't you forget. The leader of our broken kill squad is a martial general. The burly man glanced at Suyi with some scorn, but still couldn't help but remind him. It didn't matter if he didn't say it, once he said it Xiaofeng became angry. It's come to this. How dare you threaten? Kill. Xiaofeng roared angrily and led the remaining two members to fight with the dozen or so people. Suyi only made one sword strike, and then he quietly stayed aside. Damn kid. Captain is not going to let you go. Accompanied by a desperate roar, the burly man was killed by Suyi with a single stroke of his sword. Next, without the lanky man, a powerful combatant, the remaining dozen or so people were beaten back. In the end, these dozen or so people, all of them died in the hands of Xiaofeng's trio. Many thanks, Brother Su. After resolving these people, Xiaofeng came to Suyi and sincerely thanked him. If Suyi hadn't stepped in, this time, they might really be in a bad way. It's just a little thing. Suyi smiled and waved his hand. The Hammer Squad led by Xiaofeng, who had always been charitable and well-connected, had once helped him, and in this era, such people were still quite rare. Since he saw them in deep danger, Suyi would naturally help. Brother Su, please still stay. Just as Suyi was about to leave, Xiaofeng called out to him. These blue flame flowers, please accept them, Brother Su. Afterwards, he took out half of the blue flowers from the filled package and handed it to Suyi with a serious expression. This blue flame flower, what does it do? Suyi didn't push back, he inquired with some curiosity. After Xiaofeng explained, Suyi then learned that this blue flame flower was a material used to create yuan qi liquid. Years ago, after the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce came to the East Sea-based city, they had also acquired this kind of flower in a big way. It said that this kind of flower was able to be used to make B-grade yuan qi liquid. Great stuff! After putting the things away, Suyi secretly rejoiced. The parties proceeded to talk for a while. Suyi then quickly moved and returned within the East Sea-based city. He had just returned to the beheading murder division when he was shouted over by Qin Kuai. Qin Kuai was worried and told Suyi about the chaos in the East Sea-based city during this period of time, as well as the specific strength of that Iron Blood Dragon. The Iron Blood Dragon that had successfully transformed was now a false king-level ferocious beast. That Iron Blood Dragon, wounded in the heart by the laser weapon, its metamorphosis was incomplete, and its overall strength did not really reach the king level. Despite this, Qin Kuai still had a worried look on his face as he continued. But even so, an ordinary patriarch is simply no match for this Iron Blood Dragon. Only a martial king powerhouse can cut him down. King Wu. This was a powerful person who had broken through the sovereign realm. Even in large base cities, it was a relatively rare existence with a high status. The two continued to talk for a while before Suyi left. His heart sank. Although Su Yi possessed numerous talents nowadays, his martial cultivation level was only at the late martial general stage, a large gap compared to the martial king realm. He estimated that his current strength should have reached the stage of invincibility in the sovereign realm. This was a hidden secret that the other party had told him during the conversation with Chen Kuai just now. A martial artist's cultivation level, after breaking through to the Zhongshu realm, could be specifically subdivided into early Zhongshu, middle Zhongshu, and late Zhongshu. And there was an additional division in terms of strength for Zhongshu realm powerhouses, which was the Zhongshu realm invincible stage. The so-called invincibility of the sovereign realm meant that at this stage of the sovereign realm, there was basically no enemy. But that iron blood dragon was a false king-level ferocious beast. Although he hadn't really stepped into the king level, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary sect master. Su Yi hadn't really fought with the other party, so the exact chances of winning, how much he could have, he wasn't sure. Who are you? Just as Su Yi was about to return to his residence. Instead, he saw that a young man came to him, looking respectful, and handed over a letter. Chapter 48 Sword Skill Matchmaking. The broken kill sword technique is a small success. The man didn't say anything, he just gave Su Yi a letter before quickly withdrawing. Weirdo. Su Yi frowned. He then opened the letter, and after a general perusal, understood everything. It turned out that the leader of that kill-breaking squad, Chen Feng, had immediately conducted a detailed investigation after learning that the members of his squad had all been killed. Only afterward did he learn that all of this was related to a Zhanfeng division martial artist named Su Yi. Therefore, Chen Feng also took a great interest in Su Yi, as well. Therefore, he sent someone to send a letter, in which he explicitly stated that he would let Su Yi come to his residence, and both sides would discuss the matter about the killing of the squad members. This person, is he even a martial artist of the Chen clan? After realizing that the captain of the Broken Kill squad was actually still a Chen family martial artist from Tianya Bay City, Su Yi was slightly surprised. Back then, he had encountered the Chen clan martial artist from Tianya Bay City in the Lake of Death. In the end, that Chen family head, Chen Tianfan, made a move to seriously injure that octopus ferocious beast, allowing Su Yi to take advantage of the situation. Interesting. Su Yi thought about it and realized that the address was close to his location, so he simply headed to this person's residence. Inside a luxurious villa in East Sea Bay City. Brother Chen. Then Su Yi, will he come over? A young man in a white robe asked cautiously. Chen Feng sat on the sofa and poured a glass of fine wine. Although he wasn't very old, only in his mid-20s, he was already a strong person in the middle stage of a martial general. Moreover, he also possessed an intermediate-level speed talent, and was considered to be the top genius in Tianya Bay City. At the same time, although he was born as a concubine's son, he was the Chen family's internal candidate for the head of the family, and he had a lot of power. Don't worry, he'll come over. Chen Feng spoke blandly, seemingly having a plan. I'm coming. Tell me, how do you want to fix it? However, just as Chen Feng's words fell, Su Yi suddenly appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes. He casually picked up the glass of fine wine placed on the table, and then, anticlimactically, sat down on the main seat in the chamber, swept a glance at the two men, and opened his mouth blandly. It tastes pretty good. Then he took a sip of the wine, somewhat surprised. His speed, it's even faster than mine. Seeing the terrifying speed displayed by Su Yi, Chen Feng's eyes shrunk slightly as his heart shook. He's got a special mid-level speed talent. It couldn't be that this Su Yi, too, possessed an intermediate or even advanced speed talent. Immediately afterward, he associated it with earlier, the destruction of the Knight family. A bold idea came to mind. Chen Feng didn't dare to think any further as he looked up at Su Yi. Taking a deep breath, he said slowly. Su Yi, I'm clear that you're stronger than me, and I'm also clear that in this world, the fist is the hard way. So, you want to? Hearing his words, Su Yi became somewhat curious. This person, however, is not stupid. Chen Feng's eyes flashed slightly as he made a decision in his mind. He took out a secret book of feats. With a snap, it was placed on the jade table. You and I bet against each other in a battle. You win, you can take this third-grade sword technique, the broken killing sword technique. You lost, I hope you can promise me a request. Don't worry, this request won't make things difficult for you. How? After saying that, Chen Feng stared at Su Yi tightly, waiting for his reply. The complete broken killing sword technique? Su Yi came to be interested. The broken killing sword technique that he had learned was crippled in a small part, and he was unable to cultivate it to perfection. If he could obtain the complete broken killing sword technique, this problem, naturally, could be solved. He then looked at Chen Feng. Specific information, 2, surfaced. Name, Chen Feng. Level of training, mid-ranking general. Speed talent, intermediate. With a mid-level speed talent? After reading Chen Feng's message, Su Ye's mind moved slightly. Yes, I promise. Afterwards, Su Yi nodded his head and considered it a promise to Chen Feng. Tomorrow, how about you and I fight in the A-rank ring of the Division of Vicious Beheading? No problem. After saying that, Su Yi flashed away. Brother Chen. This man's speed, it's simply terrifying. The youth, who was on the sidelines, was relieved. When Su Yi suddenly appeared just now, he didn't dare to kick the air, trembling with fear. Moreover, the aura that Su Yi exuded was extraordinarily astonishing, and seemed to be a step above his cousin, Chen Feng. Brother Chen. This person is so fast, are you sure about the battle tomorrow? He said with some concern. Ha ha. Cousin, you don't understand. Who knows? Chen Feng laughed, and a big stone in his heart fell. Then he calmly elaborated. After personally seeing Su Yi, I know very well that I will definitely lose the battle tomorrow. Then why are you? You don't understand, losing makes sense. Chen Feng interrupted him and then said with a solemn expression. That Su Yi is destined to be a true dragon that will soar out. We, the Chen family, must not be enemies with it. Today, the reason I'm opening my mouth like this is also because I want to, as much as possible, turn a war into a peace. Remember, tomorrow, gather some more people to come over and let him win in style. In this way, my Chen family will be able to survive more peacefully. The white-robed youth nodded even though he didn't understand it very well. And, go apply with father and take out 7 more golden blood fruits from the Chun clan's treasury. Tomorrow, I'm going to give it to him myself. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he didn't care what the white-robed youth thought in his mind as he flashed away. Upon returning to the residence, Su Yi began to diligently cultivate the broken killing sword technique. If his broken killing sword technique could break through to the small completion stage as soon as possible, then the chances of winning with the Iron Blood Dragon would naturally be greater. Time passes slowly. Day 2. Chopper Division, Class A Ring. Su Yi and Chen Feng looked at each other from a distance. All around the ring, it was filled with martial artists with different expressions. They were talking to each other, all guessing who was losing and who was winning. Su is awesome. This kid, Wang Jia, was shouting loudly and excitedly before the fight even started. Around him sat Wang Tong, Xiaomei, and Sister Yu, and even the 3 people from the Hammer Squad were cheering him on. In the ring, Su Yi smiled, his expression relaxed. Chen Feng, on the other hand, had a serious face. At some point, he yelled. Hanging River Fist. Chen Feng's breath rippled, and towards Su Yi, he swiftly blasted out an azure-colored fist mark. Powerful. Right, it's just the right time to try out the effect of the top defense talent. After thinking about it, Su Yi let this fist mark blasted on his body. What's he doing? Is he crazy? Why don't you resist? Many of the martial artists under the stage were confused. Rumble. The scene was filled with smoke and dust as a violent boom sounded. It's totally hard to see exactly what's going on. When the smoke cleared, many martial artists were surprised. Su Yi, who was hit by the fist print, was actually unharmed. Top-notch defense talent, the effect is too strong. Su Yi muttered softly, then his figure flashed. In a matter of moments, he arrived in front of Chen Feng. No good. Chen Feng's face changed drastically, and immediately afterward, there was a huge fist that came at him swiftly towards his head. The fist, however, did not land on his head, but on his shoulder instead. You lose. In the next moment, Su Ye's words rang in his ears. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and hung his head. In his heart, he was relieved. Luckily, he made the right bet. Su Yi was too powerful. It was simply not something that his Chen family could fight against. After winning the betting battle, Su Yi was in a good mood. Not only had he obtained the complete 3rd-grade sword technique, the broken kill sword technique. What's more, he had obtained 7 golden blood fruits that Chen Feng had personally given him. This fruit, a treasure carefully cultivated by the Chen family, was cultivated for many years before it could mature into one. After taking it, not only would it be able to enhance some enlightenment, it would also enhance the efficiency of practicing the broken kill sword technique. After winning the tournament, Su Yi and Wang Jia, a few people, had lunch. A few people were not rusty much because Su Yi was now strong. As when we first met, we talked and laughed with each other. Sayaka. You're so powerful now. Want to come to my sister's mercenary group? The flowers are yours to pick. Sister Jade still had the same look, hooking Su Yi's shoulders and teasing. Laughter filled the hall and overflowed on everyone's faces. Before leaving, Su Yi handed each of them some resources, enough for them to cultivate to elite martial artists. After returning to his residence, Su Yi took out a golden blood fruit. Try and see how it works. He spoke softly. He then took a golden blood fruit and immediately practiced the broken killing sword technique. And so, another day passed. Finally, I've cultivated the broken killing sword technique to the small completion stage. This afternoon. Su Yi stopped moving and looked surprised. Chapter 49 Beast Tide, Iron Blood Dragon descends. The effect of the golden blood fruit is just too good to be true. Under the effect of the 7 golden blood fruits, Su Yi spent only 1 day to cultivate the broken killing sword technique to the small completion stage. And the power of the broken kill sword technique at the minor completion stage was even more prevalent than when it was at the introductory stage. Not only that, Su Yi felt that his sword power, too, had obviously improved a lot, but it hadn't reached the 10% stage yet. Su Yi made a long leap and arrived at an open space. He briefly exerted it and realized that the small completion stage of the broken killing sword technique was enough to increase his power by 3 times. It's no wonder that the Chen family can stand in Tianya Bay City for decades without falling. After returning to his residence, Su Yi couldn't help but lament. Possessing this kind of treasure, as long as the Chen clan did not experience any major disruptions, it would be enough to reign supreme in a small base city. As a matter of fact, there was a time when the Chen family was incomparably brilliant. At that time, they had discussed internally that they wanted to thunder out and unify the 3 small base cities. However, the Qin family head at the time was quite afraid of the fierce beheading division, so this plan to unify the 3 base cities was abandoned. Now, after cultivating the broken slaughter sword technique to the small completion stage, Su Yi's total power increase had reached an appalling 30 times. Plus, he had the sharp gold talent, as well as the advanced healing talent, and the top defense talent. He was naturally more confident after the battle with the Iron Blood Dragon. And a golden blood fruit. Su Yi looked at the spatial ring, lying quietly placed, the last golden fruit, a thought. The last golden blood fruit landed in Su Yi's palm. After taking it, continue practicing your swordsmanship. Su Yi thought about it and then swallowed this golden blood fruit and continued practicing the broken slaughter sword technique. Nowadays, being able to add 1 more point of strength also meant that the chances of winning could be increased by 1 more point. Su Yi naturally wouldn't waste any time. The reason why that Iron Blood Dragon, after exterminating the Tianya base city, delayed attacking the East Sea base city. Probably just digesting the fruits of victory in this battle. This also meant that Su Yi might have to face an even more powerful Iron Blood Dragon than the last time, not long from now. Time passes quietly. Late afternoon. Su Yi slowly withdrew his hand and stopped cultivating. The medicinal effect of the golden blood fruit in his body was already depleted. In a short period of time, it would be difficult to cultivate the broken killing sword technique to the stage of great completion. Su Yi sensed it. It was discovered that the broken killing sword technique that was cultivated was still stuck at the small completion stage, only slightly improved. There was still a distance to go before the Deshang stage. But what made him a little excited was that after these few days of diligent cultivation, and the effects of the 7 golden blood fruits, he had finally raised his sword power to 10%. After mastering 10% of the sword momentum, Su Yi was confident that he would be able to perfect the 3rd grade sword technique, cultivation. The reason he had difficulty cultivating to perfection before was because the sword momentum he had mastered was just a preliminary introduction. However, after the blue fruits, his sword Dao talent, which was raised to intermediate level, and the 7 golden blood fruits, also played an important role. In this way, Su Yi was able to raise his sword power to the 10% stage in such a short period of time. Just as Su Yi was diligently cultivating. Within an area hundreds of kilometers away from Donghai Base City. Roar! Accompanied by a somewhat excited roar, a crimson dragon with its head held high. The golden pupils of his eyes were filled with joy. After destroying the Tianya base city, he had gained a lot of resources from it, as well as some rare treasures. After refining all of these things, the hidden diseases in his body had all been removed. Although he was still stopped at the false king level in terms of strength, he could already go all out without having to worry about the injuries in his body. And that means an extremely horrific bloodbath. It's coming. Roar. Soon after, this iron blood dragon hissed and roared up to the sky. An aura that belonged to a ferocious beast overlord pressured 100 miles. The many ferocious beasts began to gather at the call of the iron blood dragon. It was late at night, gloomy and cool. Donghai Bay City, outside the city at the sentry post. A duty officer wearing white martial artist clothing stood at a tall building, holding back his sleepiness, concentrating, looking into the distance. Now, at this critical time, they didn't dare to be careless. And this tall building, which was just recently constructed, is 30 feet high, plus the lights shine brightly, you can easily see the movement in the distance. Hatch. At a certain moment, a cold wind mixed with the smell of blood blew swiftly over. This martial artist snorted and couldn't help but frown. Why is there a strong smell of blood? He was a bit puzzled, but soon his face changed, as if he had discovered something, and his face became extremely pale, his hands trembling. Rumble. In the next moment, only the sound of countless ferocious beasts galloping could be heard from the distance. The ground trembled and the forest shook. The sound was like thunder, from far and near. Not good. The ferocious beasts are coming. This martial artist immediately yelled out. Immediately afterward, he immediately passed the message to the top. Ferocious beasts? Damn it. It's that iron blood dragon. Not good. How come there are so many ferocious beasts? It's over. It's all over. Inside the tall building, the martial artists who came to their senses changed their faces when they saw the terrifying wave of beasts that kept running over in the distance. It's horrible. Under the illumination of a large number of lights, the group of ferocious beasts in the distance resembled a colorful and monstrous wave. Toward the East Sea Bay City, it surged. As for the number of ferocious beasts, is it 1 million heads? Or 10 million? Too much to even imagine. Among them, though, most of them were primary fierce beasts, as well as intermediate fierce beasts. But such a terrifying number still made many martial artists feel chilled. After all, many ants bite an elephant, and what's more, they weren't even an elephant. Quickly! Activate the 3 layers of defense. A moment later, the person in charge of the tall building, a high-ranking member of the chopper division, forced himself to calm down and yelled an order. Ever since learning about that iron blood dragon, the impending invasion, the strongest people within Donghai Bay City, in conjunction with the surviving martial artists from Tianya Bay City, used a large amount of artillery and a small amount of laser weapons to establish 3 lines of defense. Boom! After his order was given, he only saw a large number of silver-colored turrets floating around the entire high-rise. The caliber of these silver turrets was the size of 10 feet. Once the shells are fired out, the power is full. This was followed by laser gun ports, large and small, which surfaced and were placed in the center. Finally, there were 10 more large gun ports that slowly floated out of the ground, and underneath the silver light streaming out of their appearance was a staggering amount of power. It was 10 Type 3 laser weapons that were placed in the rear. It's also the last, 3rd line of defense. Let's hope we can get through this. Chen Kuai was naturally the first to get the news. He stood on the high floor of the chopper division, looking sad. Who? The next moment, it was accompanied by a shocking roar that resounded through the clouds. A huge, red-colored dragon head poked out of the clouds, coldly looking down at the Donghai Bay City below. And at that moment inside the residence, Suya's face changed slightly. He immediately brought on his weapon and changed into martial artist clothing, his figure flashed and he quickly ran to the front line. Because he also got the message. The Iron Blood Dragon is here. Chapter 50 Sword Chopping Iron Blood Dragon. Killing the False King level. Upon seeing Suya's figure, Chen Kuai, who was standing on a high building, had his eyes slightly shrunk. In the next moment, from within the room, he took out a sword-type weapon, swept his body, and exerted his full strength before he caught up with Suyi. So fast. He had a secret aura in his heart, then came to Suya's side and inquired with anticipation. Suyi, are you sure about this battle? As the words left his mouth, he was also apprehensive. Once Suyi was not even a match for this iron-blooded dragon, that would mean that the end of the East Sea Bay City would be doomed. He was very clear about his strength. Even the iron-blooded dragon whose metamorphosis was not completed, he was not a match for it, and I'm afraid that the iron-blooded dragon, whose strength has increased greatly nowadays, would be able to take him in instantaneous seconds. Even if he tried his best, it wouldn't help. When the gap is so large that it reaches an unimaginable stage, the so-called bloodbath is not meaningful in the slightest. That was why he had placed all his hopes on Su Yi. "I'll do my best." Su Yi couldn't give a concrete answer. After all, he had never crossed paths with that iron blood dragon. So, he could only do his best. Upon hearing Su Ye's reply, Chen Kuahai's expression was one of joy. Su Yi didn't say that he couldn't beat them, which meant that he had some certainty and chance of winning. And even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he would choose to believe it all. After all, they've been pushed to the brink. There's no way back. "Su Yi, this sword, take it." Then, Chen Kuahai handed the sword-type weapon in his hand to Su Yi. After Su Yi got his weapon, he looked at the red-colored longsword and looked puzzled. "This is the only medium yuan power weapon that I have created by uniting with the Chun family of Tianya Bay City, and both of us have taken out the many resources we have collected over the years." Medium yuan power weapon. Su Ye's expression was shocked. He wasn't the same ignorant little martial artist nowadays. He knew very well that the weapons used by an unusual patriarchal powerhouse were nothing more than primary yuan power weapons. Only special sect masters with prominent families and big backers were qualified to master medium yuan power weapons. As for the higher yuan power weapons, probably only available in large base cities. Thus, he was able to imagine what kind of price Chen Kuahai and the Chen family had paid in order to create this long sword. "Thanks." For this long sword, Su Yi naturally wouldn't push back. "With this medium yuan power weapon, my chances of winning have increased by another 10%. Su Yi secretly whispered softly, then proceeded at full speed. In a few minutes, the two arrived at the frontline battlefield. At this time in the frontline battlefield, it was like purgatory. Countless martial artists and ferocious beasts fighting together, accompanied by the sound of cannon fire and hissing, shouting and killing. "Su Yi, I'll deal with these top-tier ferocious beasts. You go and decapitate that iron blood dragon." Chen Kuahai swept the battlefield and made an immediate decision. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he locked onto several top-tier ferocious beasts with huge bodies. "Chen Kuan Pom!" Chen Kuahai shouted angrily, his body's aura erupted, and he blasted out a green-colored palm print towards a giant turtle-type ferocious beast. Buzz! This turtle-type ferocious beast shrunk its head into its turtle shell, while a flash of blue light suddenly blossomed on its black turtle shell, trying to resist the green palm print. Click! However, along with a crisp sound, its turtle shell was shattered by the palm print in a flash. After a few hisses, he died completely. As for the iron blood dragon that was hovering high in the sky, after discovering Chen Kuahai's trail, its golden eye pupils flared with bloodthirsty killing intent. It was this human who, at the time, had used a horrific laser weapon, which had led to the damage to its heart and its incomplete metamorphosis. Otherwise, it would have been a true king-level ferocious beast overlord by now. Enemies are not as good as each other. Roar! The iron blood dragon hissed repeatedly, and its red-colored wings, swiftly incited, brought up an intense storm, tearing apart large swaths of forest trees. Species: iron-blooded dragon. Grade: false king. Strength talent: intermediate. Bloodline avatar: blood crystallization. After reading the iron blood dragon's message, Su Yi gazed and gathered his energy, gripping the red-colored longsword tightly as his figure flashed and then exploded in an extreme manner. Advanced power talent. Tenfold increase. Intermediate sharp gold talent. Minor achievement 3rd grade sword technique. Broken kill sword technique. In the next moment, Su Yi floated high in the air towards the flying iron blood dragon. A piercing red-colored sword blade was cut out. Such a strain might cause the iron blood dragon's heart to inexplicably tremble, and he had to pay attention to it. It stretched out its right paw with a touch of black cyclone between its claws, and then with a ferocious expression, it grabbed at the red-colored sword mane that had already come before its eyes. Rumble! A sound like 10,000 thunder rushing through the night sky suddenly erupted. That iron blood dragon hissed and his figure flew back at extreme speed, sweeping up a hurricane that eventually blasted into the ground, splashing up a large amount of dust. Its right paw, already torn and bloody, splattered with blood. The overall state, however, is not much lower. Instead, this injury aroused the ferocity of the iron blood dragon. Then again, Suya's expression was as normal, his figure flashed rapidly, and he fought with the Iron Blood Dragon. As time passed, both sides fought with true fire and used their full strength. And in the process, Suya was naturally attacked by the Iron Blood Dragon, but with the top defense talent and the advanced healing talent. The injuries on Suya's body would soon recover as before. But in order to confuse the Iron Blood Dragon in front of him. On his body today, blood was overflowing, his injuries were not light, and his breath had weakened quite a bit. On the contrary, the Iron Blood Dragon was much more miserable. Not only was one of his right legs chopped off by Suya, his huge body was covered with large and small sword wounds that were deep enough to see the bones, blood sword, and his breath weakened. At a certain moment, the iron-blooded dragon roared up to the sky and cast its bloodline divine ability. Blood crystallization. Only to see its epidermis and flesh and blood rapidly change into countless blood-colored crystals. In the night sky, it shimmered with a rather demonic blood color. After casting this bloodline aptitude, its strength and defense, all of which had skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Facing the extremely explosive Iron Blood Dragon, Suya's expression changed. He could only fight and retreat as he did his best to resist. Fortunately, he had an advanced healing talent and a top defense talent, so even if he was seriously injured, he could still recover. And so, several more minutes passed. The more Iron Blood Dragon fought, the more annoyed he became, depressed inwardly, yet incredibly anxious. This human martial artist in front of him was just too outrageous. Can't fight it anyway. Moreover, the blood-colored crystals on its body were gradually degrading to its original appearance. The time for blood crystallization is coming. After a while, the blood-colored crystals on the Iron Blood Dragon's body all degenerated into flesh and skin. Its power and defense fell rapidly. Good chance. Suya, who had been defending, lit up after seeing the change in the Iron Blood Dragon. He was indeed no match for the Iron Blood Dragon after doubling his defense and strength. But now, it's different. Broken killing sword technique. Suya seized the moment when this Iron Blood Dragon was weakening, and then moved towards the head of the Iron Blood Dragon that was already cracked open with an opening. Swiftly chopped out a blood-colored sword blade. Roar! With a wail. The Iron Blood Dragon had its head severed by Suya's sword. Completely dead. Chapter 51. The Beast Tide calms down, terrifying fierce beasts in the core area. Congratulations to the Source Lord for slaying the Iron Blood Dragon, gaining 200 points in the Strength attribute, 50 points in the Speed attribute, and 50 points in the Power origin. After killing the Iron Blood Dragon, Sunite absorbed the other party's attributes, Strength and Speed, and once again increased some. It's over. After watching Suya decapitate that Iron Blood Dragon, Chen Kuai looked excited inside in his heart. Not too long ago, Suya was still a small martial artist within his division of fierce beheading. But now, even the Iron Blood Dragon, who had successfully metamorphosed and had crossed over into the False King level, was not Suya's opponent. One must know that Suya's cultivation level at this time was only that of a martial general. He couldn't imagine at all that if he waited for Suya to cross into the Sovereign Realm, could it be possible that he would still be able to cut down the King level against all odds? The thought, in his mind, flickered without daring to guess deeply. At this moment, Chen Kuai returned to his senses and blasted out a palm, decapitating a top-tier ferocious beast. He then waved his right arm and cheered. The Iron Blood Dragon is dead. It's time for us to fight back. Kill. With an earth-shattering hiss. The martial artists who were originally mentally and spiritually exhausted, each one of them looked as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood, and they looked invigorated as they chased after them. On the other hand, on the side of the ferocious beasts, because the leader, Iron Blood Dragon, had been killed, they appeared to be extremely flustered and fled in all directions. In the long run, the side of ferocious beasts will definitely be routed. Sure enough, an hour later, the martial artists went all out and assisted each other, hunting down almost half of the large group of ferocious beasts that had arrived. The Beast Tide, at last, is over. Although he had won the final victory, a large number of martial artists had died within the base city. Many martial artists, under the first wave of attack from a large number of ferocious beasts, died tragically on the spot. Among them, a group of martial artists on sentry duty were the first to encounter the ferocious beasts. These martial artists, who fought until the last moment, all died. In the aftermath, all of these men were remembered by the surviving martial artists, building a human statue and placing it around the high building of the sentry post. It's a kind of spiritual memorial to keep them stationed at the sentry position. The third day after the war. Under the construction of a large number of martial artists day and night, the base city, which had originally been destroyed by the ferocious beasts and was in a state of disrepair, had also regained its former prosperity. And Su Yi, as the savior of the base city, saved the day and was seen as an idol by many. After the war, Chen Kuai had also proposed that a statue of Su Yi be constructed in the central location within the base city, which was the square of the Zhanfeng division. It is used to remember his merits and favors. In this regard, Su Yi was indifferent and casually tossed Chen Kuai around. This morning, inside Su Ye's personal residence. Sure enough, it's still too hard to break the limits of qi and blood in the body. Su Yi refined a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood and refined a strand of yuan qi. However, after refining the yuan qi, Su Yi found that his cultivation level barely grew. The qi and blood in his body, however, had only risen towards the limit stage by a tiny, insignificant amount. These ferocious beasts' essence blood were all collected by Chen Kuai's orders during the beast tide. And among them, the elite ferocious beast essence blood, as well as the top ferocious beast essence blood, were all personally sent by him to Su Yi. For these 3 days, Su Yi had been indoors performing the purple yuan body tempering technique, refining yuan qi from the many ferocious beasts' blood. He wanted to see if refining these 9th grade yuan qi could make the qi and blood in his body refined. But the result is, I can't say it doesn't help at all, only that it's better than nothing. According to this efficiency, if I want to break through the qi and blood in my body to the limit stage and thus cross over to the sovereign realm, I'm afraid it will take at least 3 years. After a simple calculation, Su Yi couldn't help but frown. 3 years. This time, it's been too long. It had only taken him 2 or 3 months to break through from primary martial artist to late martial general. Of course, he was able to understand that as his realm rose, the speed of his breakthrough would become slower and slower. But 3 years is still a bit long. If this went on, even if he was able to break through to the sovereign, wouldn't he have to spend at least a decade or 8 years in the martial king realm above the sovereign realm? In this way, Su Yi was naturally able to understand why many martial artists were looking forward to entering large base cities. Resources. Resources. Still resources. Without resources of higher quality, martial artists want to break through realms at a rate. It's as slow as a turtle. This is the limitation of small base cities. And I wonder, when exactly will the Halian Chamber of Commerce come? Thinking about this, Su Yi was getting more and more excited about the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce. However, there was a price to pay to get the Halian Chamber of Commerce to take him away. Well, with my strength nowadays, I can enter the wilderness area and explore some dangerous treasures. After thinking about it, Su Yi took out a detailed map. He looked at the wilderness area outside the city, a few clearly marked danger zones, and said in his heart, with his current strength, as long as he didn't run into a true king-level ferocious beast. In and out. Let's head to, then, the core of the Boulder Ridge region. A moment later, Su Yi finished picking. The reason why this neighborhood was chosen. It was because the pet beast he had previously taken in, that is, the Goldstone beast, had discovered a very mysterious fruit in the Boulder Ridge region that was able to enhance its natural ability. Therefore, Su Yi naturally wanted to look inside and see if he could find some treasures. Moreover, he remembered, too, a rumor from back in the day. Years ago, a powerful martial artist had said that he had seen a sleeping terrifying beast within the core of the Boulder Ridge region. The strength of the aura far exceeded that of an ordinary top-tier ferocious beast. Of course, the rumor, after all these years, has not been confirmed. A lot of people took this as an after-dinner joke and didn't believe it. Oh yeah, and bring that treasure identification device. After packing up, Su Yi took a golden wristwatch from the table and put it on his wrist. This wristwatch, something that Chen Kuai had personally given him not long ago, could be used to detect some of the treasures that had been identified. This wristwatch was also gifted to him by the Halian Chamber of Commerce, the last time he entered the East Sea Base City. In this way, the probability of Su Yi being able to find the treasure increased a bit. Phew! Su Yi swept his figure and soon entered the Boulder Ridge region. That's right, you can also have Xiao order his men to find treasures for me. After a brief moment of thought, he arrived at the territory of the Goldstone beast. Master! Upon seeing Su Yi, the Golden Stone beast awoke from its slumber and hurriedly said respectfully. Su Yi recounted the situation with it and showed the patterns of some precious treasures to the Golden Stone beast so that it could memorize the appearance of these treasures. Bang! Bang! The Golden Stone beast patted its chest and said confidently, just rest assured. Master, I will definitely find these treasures. After the golden stone beast left, it immediately ordered a group of green stone beasts under its hand to move quickly, looking around for the treasures Suyi wanted. With this group of lapis lazuli beasts, my probability of finding treasures has increased a little more. Seeing a large number of lapis lazuli beasts scattering away in all directions, Suya's expression was joyful. Of course, he himself wasn't idle, and was moving quickly to find treasures. Well. 11 glazed fruit. Nice. Take it away. The golden spirit herb. Is not bad, take it. In this way, Suyi went deeper all the way, and on the way, he also obtained some pretty good resources. And as time passed, he was getting closer and closer to the core area. 1 hour later, Suyi entered the core area. The resources within the core area are really more abundant. Suyi hadn't traveled forward for long before he had already harvested quite a few resources. Of course, treasured treasures he had yet to discover. At some point, he broke into a more specialized area. It's a huge canyon. There is indeed a very strong aura. Suyi urged his yuan power and floated high in the air. His eyes were fixed on, deep in the canyon. Check it out. In the next moment, Sunite disappeared into space and slowly approached there. Until, that is, he entered the deepest part of the canyon. What kind of ferocious beast is this? Within the space, Suyi looked at a sleeping giant ferocious beast in front of him with a shocked expression. It's too big. A wolf's head that was 100 feet in size. It was reflected in Suya's eyes. Chapter 52,000 Leaf Fruit, News from the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce. Deep in the canyon, a giant wolf of incomparable size slumbered. Could it be that this giant wolf is the terrifying ferocious beast that martial artist once said? Suyi remembered the rumor. The only way to understand this giant wolf is to have seen it with your own eyes. What that martial artist said was true. In Suya's observation, he found that the aura of the giant wolf in front of him far surpassed that of a top-tier ferocious beast. It was even a great deal stronger than the iron blood dragon that he had beheaded earlier. The iron blood dragon, on the other hand, was a false king-level ferocious beast. This also meant that this giant wolf was definitely a king-level ferocious beast. Near the East Sea base city, there was actually a sleeping king-level ferocious beast. I'm afraid no one would even believe that. This giant wolf, injured? So he disappeared into space and slowly approached the giant wolf. Only then did he realize that the sleeping giant wolf had a hideous and terrifying huge claw mark on its torso. Like some kind of eagle-type beast, leaving traces. The one that can injure this giant wolf is bound to be a king-level ferocious beast as well. The more Suyi thought about it, the more incredible he felt. How could 2 king-level ferocious beasts appear near the East Sea base city? Whether it was a human martial artist or a powerful ferocious beast, if you wanted to rapidly increase your strength, you needed to use high-quality resources. As for the East Sea base city, the nearby resources were definitely not as good as those of a medium-sized base city, as well as a large base city. Could there be any treasures near this canyon that attracted these 2 king-level ferocious beasts? Suya's mind moved, then he began to explore the canyon. Of course, even if he had an elementary spatial talent and was able to vanish into space, he still had to be careful. Otherwise, once he woke up this king-level giant wolf, it would be somewhat terrifying if the other party saw through his hidden space. Suyi, right now, was no match for this giant wolf. What kind of flower is this? In about a couple minutes. Suyi found dozens of blue flowers growing on the cliffs somewhere deep in the canyon, growing extremely colorful. Moreover, these flowers vaguely emitted a faint odor that was indescribable. However, when inhaled into the nose, it has a refreshing and somewhat extraordinary effect. Suyi hurriedly used his golden wristwatch and probed. Not bad. It's actually the blue sticks flower. A moment later, Suya's expression was slightly happy. This kind of flower, called the blue underworld flower, was a material used to refine yuan qi liquid. It's worth a lot of money. Take it away. In the next moment, Suya's mind moved and collected all these blue flowers into the spatial ring. In the next period of time, Suyi was in the depths of the canyon, strolling through many places and reaping the rewards. This is the golden lotus fruit. At a certain moment, Suyi seemed to have found some kind of treasure, and his expression was overjoyed. Only to see a light golden fruit tree, rooted in the messy rocks, absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi on its own, and on the branches of the tree, a dozen golden fruits were born. And this fruit, named golden lotus fruit, Suyi learned after the hint from the golden wristwatch. This kind of fruit could allow a strong person of the sovereign realm to accelerate the quenching of the 72 yuan veins in his body. This leads to a rapid increase in strength. Suyi hadn't broken through to the sovereign realm, so naturally there was no way to use these golden lotus fruits. However, he could take these golden lotus fruits, collect them, and give them to the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, thus obtaining a quota to a large base city. In the prompts from the wristwatch, Suyi understood that the golden lotus fruit was powerful in utility and high in value. With so many golden lotus fruits, it was definitely enough for Suyi to exchange for a quota. After all, for the Halian Chamber of Commerce, it didn't matter if they brought Suyi or not. But if you bring Suyi with you, you will be able to obtain good treasures. They must be happy to take it away. Suyi picked these golden lotus fruits, one after another, and contentedly collected them into his spatial ring. With these golden lotus fruits, Suyi finally didn't have to worry that he wouldn't be able to travel to large base cities in the future. Suyi continued to spend some time walking through the depths of the canyon almost all the way, once again harvesting some resources. By the way, should we head to where that giant wolf is to take a look? Eventually, he looked over to where the giant wolf was and hesitated a bit. The depths of this canyon were the only place that Suyi had yet to explore. After a few moments, Suyi still intended to go forward and take a look. Of course, if things went badly, he would certainly withdraw immediately. Time passes slowly. Suyi was getting closer and closer to the location of that giant wolf. A few minutes later, Suyi had arrived at the site of the giant wolf. The distance between the two sides, less than 100 meters. At such a close distance, feeling the pressure of a king-level ferocious beast, Suyi held his breath and didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. What is this treasure? Immediately afterward, Suyi saw a 9-feet-sized blue treasure tree planted behind the giant wolf. Compared to the size of the giant wolf, this precious tree was like a sapling. However, after Suyi used the golden wristwatch, he was astonished. Displayed on a gold-colored watch. Undetectable. Strange, this golden wristwatch, but the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, gifted to Chen Kuahai's treasure, how could it not be detected? Suyi frowned. Immediately afterward, a point occurred to him. Unless this treasure tree, which was of a very high grade and scarce in number, was of a value that far exceeded that of ordinary treasures. In that case, it makes sense. And Suyi discovered after observation that this blue treasure tree, which had thousands of blue leaves growing on it, only bore a single, tantalizingly scented, ruddy-colored fruit. This is surely a unimaginable treasure. Suyi stared tightly at this red-colored fruit, speculating in his heart. Of course, the treasure tree he definitely couldn't take away, otherwise, it would definitely startle this giant wolf. He had to back off and pick the fruit. Don't ever wake up. Suyi carefully picked the fruits while murmuring in his mind. 1 minute later. Suyi managed to pluck this fruit. Afterward, he immediately took the fruit and put it into his spatial ring. Hurry up and slip away. Almost instantly, Suyi quickly buggered off. Away from the location of the giant wolf. The giant wolf was still asleep, and had not noticed the treasure it had been waiting so hard for. It's been taken away by Suyi. Upon returning to the residence, Suyi took out the fruit and carefully observed it, pondering. Let's call you Chiba fruit. Suyi gave this fruit a random name, and threw it into the spatial ring once again. This fruit was too mysterious, and he currently didn't intend to use it casually. It's better to put it away, for now. After he followed the Halian Chamber of Commerce and traveled to the Tianfu base city, and after his own strength was strong, he would secretly look for relevant clues. It's not too late to deal with this fruit when we find out what's going on. And so, more than half a month passed. During this time, Suyi continued to refine the Yuan Qi and grew some strength. At the same time, he also traveled to the wilderness area, and generalized the remaining 3 absorption times, and not only his strength and speed, but also improved a bit. Also managed to take the speed talent and raise it to advanced. The other talents, however, haven't changed much. And during this period of time, the Goldstone beasts, they, too, had found some, not bad, resources and treasures. However, when compared to Suyi, it was still a step behind. Early this morning, Chen Kuahai suddenly came to Suyi's residence. He walked to Suyi and said with an excited face, Suyi, there's news from the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 53 Arrival of the Halian Chamber of Commerce. News from the Halian Chamber of Commerce. Talk to me. Hearing this, Su Yi immediately became interested. In this half a month, although Su Yi had been cultivating intensely and had used up his 3 chances to absorb attributes. However, the rate of increase in strength is still not high and is relatively slow. This is also due to the fact that the resources in small base cities are not of high quality. And with the Halian Chamber of Commerce arriving earlier, he would be able to enter the large base city faster. At that time, the speed of his strength increase would definitely be able to speed up a lot. Ha ha. Hold your horses, I'll talk to you slowly. Chen Kuai slowed down his emotions and then spoke. It's like this: not long ago, I have reported the news of this victory over the Beast Tide to the divisional branch of the Severing Fierce Division within the Heavenly Mansion base city. And the higher-ups of the Divine Beheading Division in the Tianfu base city were quite astonished after hearing that we made it through this calamity. After they knew about this, they intended to have the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, with a batch of resources, send them to our base city as a commendation to us. I reckon that it should be 2 or 3 days before the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce comes to our East Sea base city. Chen Kuai explained in this way. Su Yi was then able to understand. As an organization under the Martial Pavilion, the division of Fierce Choppers was present in almost every base city. Even though the Heavenly Mansion base city was a large base city with a mix of forces and powerful clans, the Fierce Beheading Division was still the most powerful force among them. In the face of the demands of the Beheading Fierce Division, even the great clans, the established Halian Chamber of Commerce, had to obey the orders. And according to what Chen Kuai said, that Heaven's Capital Base City's Zhanfeng Division Pavilion Master within the Heaven's Capital Base City. But it's much better than him. The opponent was a strong person sent out by the General Court. It was also a powerful existence that surpassed the Martial King realm. Because of his presence, Tianfu Base City had been very peaceful. Ordinary king-level ferocious beasts did not dare to approach the base city at will. Beyond the Martial King realm. Hearing Chen Kuohai's words, Su Ye's mood surged. Although he was still a small martial general today, he possessed the laws of origin and would definitely be able to reach, in the future, a realm beyond that of a martial king. Indoors, the two proceeded to talk for a while. Su Yi, this thing, you take it. Afterwards, Chen Kuai took out a silver-colored treasure and handed it to Su Yi. What is this? Su Yi took the silver-colored bead, held it in his hand, warm to the touch, and then inquired. This is the upper item of the Underworld Illusion Bead, and a treasure that can conceal the realm's aura. The name is Silver King Bead. Chen Gaohai stroked his white beard. Joyfully, he opened his mouth. As long as you wear this treasure, even powerful existences beyond the Martial King realm will not be able to see through the reality of your realm. In order to exchange this treasure, he had spent almost half of his fortune. He was also clear that Su Yi had a great chance on him. And when he entered the large base city, once he was exposed, it was likely that he would attract the greed of certain powerful people who would strike out at him. Therefore, masking the realm's aura, for a short period of time, was still necessary. And the price he paid, in his opinion, was all well worth it. After all, judging from the fact that Su Yi was able to cross the level to kill that Iron Blood Dragon. As long as Su Yi was allowed to grow, the other party would certainly be able to become a supreme powerhouse beyond imagination. Chen Kuai had been in the world for many years and naturally knew a truth. That's snowed in. Far more valuable than a rich man giving away gold. Thanks. Su Ye's mind moved, then revealed a smile. The treasure was gladly accepted. Ha ha. Since that's the case, then I won't disturb your cultivation. Chen Kuai was naturally a shrewd man. After telling the news to Su Yi, he immediately got up and left. There wasn't the slightest bit of delay for Su Night. After Chen Kuai left, Su Yi immediately removed the Underworld Illusion Bead and took the Silver King Bead that Chen Kuai had given him and put it on his body. Not bad. With this treasure, I don't have to worry about being exposed even if I enter a large base city. Su Yi secretly whispered. Of course, when one's strength, after reaching a certain level, there is no need to hide it. Still, one needs to be careful when one is weak. After learning from Chen Kuai that the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce was coming soon. For the next 2 or 3 days, Su Yi intended to let himself relax and unwind. During this period of time, he had been practicing hard, his spirit was tense, and it was necessary for him to relax appropriately. Moreover, even if he practiced hard for these 2 or 3 days, he could only raise his strength by a sliver. Not much use. Plus, once the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce arrived, it was likely that he would have to leave shortly afterward. Jia Wang, Tang Wang, sister Yu. These close friends, he wouldn't see for a long time. So, get together with each other for these 2 or 3 days, and kind of make a memory for yourself. Su. After seeing Su Yi, Wang Jia had an excited look on his face. This kid, Wang Jia, also understood the importance of strength since he experienced the beast tide. So during this period of time, he was also utilizing the resources given to him by Su Yi and constantly cultivating diligently. Nowadays, his realm had also finally broken through to senior martial artist. Go! Let's party at the usual place. Wang Jia laughed, then pulled Su Yi and got into a cab. Headed to the old town, Li's restaurant. For the next 2 days, the crowd traveled in pairs to various places in the old city, as well as entering the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. Memories of the past. During these 2 days, Su Yi let go of his mind and spirit. It became incredibly relaxing and had a great time. The fun is always short-lived. 3 days later. The Halian Chamber of Commerce, at last. Inside the residence. Su Yi, who had gotten the news, put on his martial artist clothing and casually grabbed a package filled with resources. Then he moved off to the chopper division. Inside the package, it contained some of the treasures he had collected during this period of time. The dozen or so golden lotus fruits were also loaded into him. After a while, Su Yi arrived at the large reception room of the Division of Vicious Decimation. Along the way, the people all smiled kindly at him, revealing a wisp of respect between their expressions. It was a tribute to the base savers and the strong. After verifying his identity, Su Yi walked in. These 3, they're all very strong. As soon as he entered the reception room, Su Yi saw 3 unfamiliar middle-aged men dressed in luxurious clothes with amazing aura, sitting in the main seat. On the other hand, Chen Kuai, who was sitting on the side, was sitting on the vice seat, with a smile on his face. The status is obvious. These people, they're all Zhongshe realm powerhouses. Su Yi's heart and mind were in awe. Moreover, Su Knight was able to clearly feel it. The aura of these 3 people was much stronger than Chen Kuai. He estimated that these 3 were probably strong people in the middle stage of the patriarchal realm, or the late stage of the patriarchal realm. When they saw Su Yi come in, the 3 of them immediately became interested. Of course, they wouldn't make a fool of themselves by targeting Su Yi. They are businessmen who value profit, value. Su Yi was not weak, and none of them were necessarily his opponents. A thankless task, they won't do. This little friend, is Su Yi, right? Among the 3, a middle-aged man who looked like a leader, wearing a gorgeous white robe, spoke amiably. Then, he gestured for Su Yi to sit down, and then he and Su Yi climbed into a conversation. The 2 sides talked for a while, and the conversation was quite pleasant. From the conversation, Su Knight learned that this person's name was Wu Feng, one of the leaders of the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce. Specializes in traveling to and from small base cities, medium-sized base cities, for the Halian Chamber of Commerce, to earn money and treasures. Well, Sui, you want to get a spot to enter a large base city. The matter is, not impossible. Wu Feng then spoke. But you'll have to pay something. Su Yi naturally knew the rules well. He opened the package and took out a golden fruit. After seeing this fruit, the few people present had a startled look on their faces. Shortness of breath. Golden lotus fruit, how's that? Su Yi took the 3 people's expressions in his eyes. Temperance spoke. Chapter 54. 1,000 snowfruits, preparing to leave. Sui. How many of these golden lotus fruits do you have? Seeing Su Yi take out the golden lotus fruit, Wu Feng immediately spoke. The golden lotus fruit was of extraordinary utility, and among the many resources for quenching qi and blood, it was considered superior. 1 golden lotus fruit was enough to be worth a year, or even several years of hard cultivation. His current cultivation level was at the middle stage of the sovereign realm, and he was not far from the late stage of the sovereign realm. If he could obtain multiple golden lotus fruits, he would definitely be able to break through to the late stage of the sovereign realm. Of course, he wouldn't dare ask for more than 1. After all, the East Sea base city was just a small base city with a limited amount of resources. In his opinion, Su Yi's ability to obtain 2 or 3 golden lotus fruits was already considered extremely good. But even if there were only 2 or 3 of them, he still wanted them. Even with his status, wanting to obtain the golden lotus fruit was not an easy task. Although the other 2 didn't speak, their gazes were also tight, landing on the golden lotus fruit. Obviously, in the face of the golden lotus fruit, they also wanted to covet it. And on the side, Chen Kuahai had an envious look on his face. This golden lotus fruit, I got it by chance, not many, only 3. Suyi naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal all of the golden lotus fruits. After pondering for a moment in his mind, he spoke helplessly. 3. This amount, on the contrary, was also expected by Wu Feng. 3, and that's enough. In the next second, he opened his mouth in succession. It seems that the golden lotus fruit is more useful than I thought. Suyi pondered in his heart, but he didn't go back on his word. He took out 3 golden lotus fruits from his package and handed them to Wu Feng. After getting the golden lotus fruit, Wu Feng was a bit excited as he waved his hand. Suyi, 3 days later, you'll come here again and we'll head to Tianfu Base City together. Yes. After resolving this matter, Suyi's expression was joyful. He proceeded to chat with the man for a few moments before getting up and preparing to leave. By the way, Suyi, tomorrow my Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce will be at the East Sea Auction House, conducting an auction. When the time comes, you can come and participate. Wu Feng guessed in his heart that Suyi might still have some treasures hidden, so he spoke in this manner. And the small auction conducted by the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce was not really like an auction, strictly speaking. It's more like a barter. They, the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, were not lacking in unusual money, but rather treasured treasures, quite lacking. Therefore, for this auction, they would take out commodities from the Tianfu Base City in exchange for the treasures in the hands of the martial artists from the East Sea Base City. An auction? Suyi's expression was slightly stunned, then he nodded. The auction hosted by the Halian Chamber of Commerce should have some good stuff, right? With such a mindset, Suyi walked out of the room. After Suyi left, Wu Feng and Chen Kuahai exchanged briefly for a moment, then they took the remaining 2 and walked out of the room. Chen Kuahai was helpless when he saw the other party's perfunctory color. On the surface, although he was the master of the East Sea Base City, he was still incomparable in the face of the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, a behemoth. Go receive that resource. Fortunately, just now, as the 2 of them were talking, Chen Kuahai had already learned that the resources gifted to them by the higher-ups of the Beheading Fierce Division within the Heavenly Prefecture Base City had already been transported downstairs. Chen Kuahai stood up and headed downstairs to the basement. Upon entering the basement, he found box after box, packed full of resources. Almost the entire basement was piled up. Ha ha! So many resources. Sent. It's a fortune. Chen Kuahai opened these boxes and realized that the resources placed inside were not only suitable for many martial artists to use, but could also enhance his own strength. Chen Kuahai opened one box after another. The smile bloomed more and more as he looked at the resources inside. Shortly afterward, he opened a silver case. A pile of silvery white fruit lay inside. Bright and flavorful. 1,000 snow fruit. This is good stuff. 1,000 snow fruit. This kind of fruit could be used to raise the limits of a martial artist's chi and blood, thus enhancing the efficiency of a martial artist, breaking through to the sovereign realm. It's a mediocre effect, but there's enough of it. This thing, on the contrary, can be sent to Suyi. Chen Kuahai thought about it, then took this box of 1,000 snow fruits and headed to Suyi's residence. Suyi had just walked into the house with his front foot when he saw Chen Kuahai. Holding a large suitcase, he walked in. 1,000 snow fruit? Under Chen Kuahai's narration, Suyi then understood that the function of this fruit, and his heart was curious. I also wonder, how much efficiency can this fruit enhance? Regarding Chen Kuahai's good intentions, Suyi was naturally pleased to accept it. Then, from his package, he took out 2 golden lotus fruits. It was handed to Chen Kuahai. Suyi, this can't be allowed. This can't be allowed. Chen Kuahai was shocked in his heart, and on the surface, he kept opening his mouth to excuse himself. The hands, however, were uncontrollable and involuntary. Take the 2 fruits and clutch them firmly in the palm of your hand. No way. It's a golden lotus fruit. When Suyi took it out earlier, he stood aside. It's also coveted. Eventually, with some pushing, Chen Kuahai reluctantly accepted the 2 golden lotus fruits. Then satisfied, he left Suyi's residence. Try to see, this 1,000 snow fruit, how effective it really is. Suyi took out 1,000 snow fruit and proceeded to swallow it into his body. After some time, Suyi took this 1,000 snow fruit and finished refining it. The chi and blood in his body grew a bit, but not significantly. The effect is indeed average. Suyi opened his mouth after a fine sensation. However, looking inside the box, at the dozens of thousand snow fruits laid out, Suyi still revealed a smile. If quality is not enough, then quantity will be. Day 2. Suyi brought a parcel with him and headed to the East Sea auction site. Inside the auction venue, there were not many people. After all, most of the martial artists who were qualified to participate in this auction were elite martial artists, or above the realm. There were only a small number of high-level martial artists, interspersed among them. Without enough strength, one couldn't obtain a treasure that would make the Halian Chamber of Commerce's heart skip a beat. Thank you all guests, for attending the auction that RC Lotus Chamber of Commerce organized. And now, I declare that the auction begins. The auction opened with Wu Feng shouting aloud. The auction went on as scheduled and lasted roughly 2 hours. Suyi spent a portion of his resources, from the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, in exchange for some treasures that could raise the limits of his chi and blood. After the auction, the site takes a free trade approach to continue trading. Suyi wandered around and then saw a young martial artist holding a green-colored fruit in his hands. How do you trade this fruit of yours? He stepped closer and inquired. I just want to get money. $10 million and I'll give it to you. This young martial artist, who seemed to have come from another base city, said with a cold face. Suyi didn't care. He took out a gold card and handed it to the other party. Here. That young martial artist's expression was delighted and he hastily chose to trade. In this way, Suyi went around and around, but he also exchanged and purchased some pretty good resources. After the transaction was over, Suyi returned to the residence. He immediately utilized the resources he had exchanged and began to diligently cultivate. The chi and blood in the body, towards the limit stage, slowly increased. Time rushes by. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the appointment with the Halian Chamber of Commerce. This morning, Suyi simply packed up and said goodbye to a few close friends. Took a step towards the reception room of the chopper division. It's time to leave. Chapter 55. The Big Man, traveling to Tianfu Base City. During this period of time, Suyi had already sold all of the ferocious beast essence blood that he had obtained, earning a lot of money, which he exchanged into a golden ticket. After all, after entering the Tianfu Base City, he would also need to consume money to acquire some things. For example, a house to live in, resources to be used for cultivation, and so on. Some of the remaining ferocious beast essence blood, Suyi distributed some of it to many of his close friends, while some of the rest was given to the Iron Hammer Squad. And before heading to the East China Sea Base City's chopper division, Suyi had already made contact with the Golden Stone Beasts in the Boulder Ridge region. This time, when he traveled to Tianfu Base City, he was prepared to bring along the Goldstone Beast. The Golden Stone Beast was huge in size and did not move slowly, plus, the Golden Stone Beast had thick skin and flesh and possessed a top-notch defense talent, so it could be cultivated to become a booster for him as well. Moreover, compared to humans, favored beasts were simple-minded, and once they recognized their masters, they basically wouldn't betray them. So there's no need to worry that you'll raise a white-eyed wolf out of it. Suyi, you're here. Soon after, in the reception room of the Department of Fierce Beheading, Wu Feng, with 2 other people, was already here waiting for Suyi. Upon seeing Suyi enter, he revealed a smile. Wu Feng's aura, it seems to have enhanced a bit. It seems that he should have taken those 2 golden lotus fruits. At close range, Suyi sensed that Wu Feng's aura had clearly improved from when he had seen it before. After the 2 of them talked for a few moments indoors, Wu Feng suddenly opened his mouth. Suyi, later on we're going to pay a visit to a lord, so wait here for a moment. Your Honor? Suyi's expression moved slightly. A nod followed. After the 3 left, in the reception room, only Chen Quanhai and Suyi were left. After the 2 of them talked for a while, Chen Quanhai looked at Suyi and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It had only taken Suyi a few months to grow from a tiny junior martial artist. And as he was not highly talented, he was able to reach his current strength and status, during which he suffered and spent decades. However, today's Suyi's strength was far beyond him. Suyi, this trip to Tianfu Base City, if you have the intention, you can head to the Zenith Division within Tianfu Base City. The Divine Beheading Division within the Heavenly Prefecture Base City has many resources for quenching chi and blood, and can easily raise the chi and blood in your body to the limit stage. Chen Quahai then added. Of course, this requires you to get enough contributions to do so. Chopper Division? Suyi thought for a moment, then shook his head. With his strength nowadays, even if he entered within the Heavenly Prefecture Base City and went solo on his own, he could still grow up by leaps and bounds without having to rely on any one force on his back. Furthermore, Suyi had too many secrets on his body, a lot of resources, and even a very mysterious red-colored fruit. Once within the division of fierce beheading, a strong person probed out and became greedy and struck out at him. Then deeply surrounded, he is likely to end up miserable. Fear not, fear not. Without the strength to sweep everything away, Suyi didn't want to put his life and safety in the hands of others. Human nature, after all, cannot afford to be tested. After seeing Suyi shaking his head and refusing, Chen Kuai could understand in his heart, so he didn't say anything more. About 10 minutes later, the three who had left earlier returned to the reception room once again. Wu Feng spoke, "Suyi, we can go now." "Suyi, take care." Before parting, Chen Kuai stood up, his eyes looking towards Suyi, and said slowly. Suyi nodded at him, then followed Wu Feng and the three of them all the way out of Donghai Base City. During this time, Suyi and Wu Feng talked for a moment, and also talked about the matter of his favored beasts. "You want to carry a favored animal? There's no harm in the matter, as long as we can keep up with us." Wu Feng revealed a smile and said this. In his heart, he was lamenting that Suyi's luck was extraordinary. Not only did he obtain the golden lotus fruit, but he also collected a mutated goldstone beast as a favored beast. Even within Tianfu Base City, favored beasts like the golden stone beast were relatively rare. It's simply not accessible without a certain level of strength and status. What kind of ferocious beast is this? After walking out of the East Sea Base City, Suyi was surprised to find out. Among the ranks of the Halian Chamber of Commerce, there was a very tall elephant-type ferocious beast. This elephant-type ferocious beast had very huge golden tusks, was 4 feet long and 3 feet tall. It was loaded with goods large and small. Suyi swept a glance and then learned the specific information. Species, gold-tusked elephant. Grade, top fierce beast. Strength talent, intermediate. Endurance talent, advanced. Speed talent, primary. What a strong talent! After seeing these golden tusk elephants' information, Suyi's expression was slightly shocked. This was the first time he had seen a ferocious beast with multiple talents. Having these 3 talents meant that these gold-tusked elephants not only had good strength and speed, but also had amazing stamina. Even when carrying heavy loads and traveling long distances, they don't feel much strain. Moreover, these gold-tusked elephants, obviously domesticated, were very gentle. That wagon, it's special. Then, Suyi swept his eyes around and soon found a special carriage. In the center of the procession, a golden carriage, standing quietly, was quite eye-catching. That horse, born with dragon horns, had a reddish body and a shocking aura. And the carriage that pulled it was more like a fine golden palace. Obviously, the person in the carriage should be the big shot Wu Feng was talking about. And a great man who can make a Zhongshe powerhouse treat him respectfully. Suyi guessed in his heart. The opponent was most likely a martial king realm powerhouse. After this, Suyi saw Wu Feng and the 3 of them respectfully standing beside that carriage, and the big person inside saying something. A moment later, Wu Feng came to Suyi and inquired. "Suyi, where's your golden stone beast?" "Already here." Suyi revealed a smile and looked towards the eastern bit. Not long ago, Suyi was in his mind, contacting the golden stone beast. At the moment, the other side is on its way. Rumble. A few minutes later. In the eastern bit, there was a roar. A golden stone man with a huge body size came before Suyi's eyes. "Master." The 7-foot-tall golden stone beast, half kneeling on the ground, buzzed. The golden stone beast's breath was powerful, and it was even more of a ferocious beast lord, so those gold-tusked elephants, their expressions were all a bit alarmed. After being pacified by the chamber members, these gold-tusked elephants slowly calmed down. Very nice favored beast. The great man within that golden palace, who also seemed to be very interested in this golden stone beast, suddenly opened his mouth in this manner. "Thank you for your appreciation, my lord." Suyi arched his hand and said. "Well, set sail." Inside the palace, the big man nodded slightly. Then spoke blandly. "Yes." Wu Feng didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed in response. Sitting within the palace was a martial king realm lord from the Halian Chamber of Commerce. It was because of the existence of the martial king realm that they dared to be confident, traveling to and from the major base cities. Departure. In the next moment, Wu Feng leaped high into the air, riding one of the largest golden-tusked elephants, then shouted aloud. Rumble. Countless gigantic beasts, obeying Wu Feng's orders, let out bursts of trembling sounds. Start stepping forward. In a flash, it was like the ground shaking. Tianfu Base City. Suyi sat on the shoulder of the golden stone beast and followed closely. He looked into the distance with a flash of expectation in his heart. Large base city. Suyi, is coming. Chapter 56, Entering the Base City, the Patriarch's Path of Cultivation. As a top-tier ferocious beast, the golden tusk elephant even possessed the primary speed talent, and its speed was naturally not slow. At this moment, these giant beasts ran at almost half the speed of sound. Of course, they didn't carry on running at full speed because there were still numerous goods tied to their bodies, and once they broke the speed of sound, the goods might be lost on the way. Moreover, from Donghai Base City, traveling to Tianfu Base City was a long way, and it wasn't a straight route, with curves and twists that required avoiding many dangerous places. If the speed was too fast and entered the territory of some terrifying ferocious beasts, it would be troublesome. And half the speed of sound isn't too slow. 10,000 kilometers in a dozen hours. The Goldstone beast, as a powerhouse amongst the top-tier ferocious beasts, had a large body size and good stamina, so naturally, it could easily follow along. All the way. Suyi saw ferocious beasts of all sizes and shapes. Most of the ferocious beasts, after sensing the aura of the many top ferocious beasts, especially the aura of the ferocious beast lords that emanated from the golden stone beast, ran away, not daring to approach. After all, a group of top-tier ferocious beasts opening the way was still quite intimidating. Unless one was a king-level ferocious beast, or an invincible ferocious beast among the top ferocious beasts, it was possible for them not to be afraid of these auras. But how rare is a king-level ferocious beast? If Suyi hadn't gone deeper into that particular canyon, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to discover the king-level ferocious beasts. The invincible ferocious beasts among the top-tier ferocious beasts were even rarer. These ferocious beasts were like the supreme heavenly pride among human martial artists, extremely rare. About 16 hours later. The sky is cloudy. Suyi stood on the shoulders of the golden stone beast and saw an extremely large complex in the distance, reflecting into his eyes. The massive complex, which had no walls or obvious defenses built, was shrouded by a faint golden shroud, enveloping it. This was a special kind of defense formation, and it was unknown what level of powerhouse had constructed it, possessing an extremely strong defensive ability. And in the sky, there were also large and small flying boats of various colors and exquisite starships, coming and going to the base city. Floating in fast. At the same time, Suyi also discovered that there were Chamber of Commerce organizations similar to theirs around them that were returning to the base city. There were also martial arts powerhouses with extraordinarily powerful auras, holding various weapons in their hands as they crossed the sky with great speed. A burst of sound was produced. Suyi and the others' Chamber of Commerce team could only be considered a tiny ant in front of such a huge complex. Is this a large base city? Seeing this scene, Suyi looked shocked. It's too big. A large base city is not at all comparable to a small base city. There were more powerful people inside, naturally. Suyi, we're here. After approaching the base city, Wu Feng came to Suyi's side. He took out a purple card, handed it to Suyi's hand, and said, Suyi, this is your identity card. Take this card, and you pass the identity check in base city. Suyi took the card and found special characters engraved on it, as well as a long string of numbers. After the two of them talked for a few moments, Suyi left with the golden stone beast. Suyi. This person has extraordinary talent. Even if he enters a large base city, I'm afraid he won't be obscure. Wu Feng looked at Suyi's departing back and thought in his heart. Of course, there was no need for them to stay together after entering the Tianfu base city. Each has their own plans. In Tianfu base city, there were many entrances, all arranged with serial numbers to distinguish them. Suyi casually chose an entrance with a sequence of 3, and then stepped forward. Stand still. Identity cards, please. Just as Suyi approached the entrance, the guards standing on both sides said in a deep voice. These two, both of them, are military generals. Suyi's expression moved slightly, then he presented his identity card. After passing the test, Suyi then entered the Tianfu base city. What a bustling scene! After entering the base city, Suyi saw a variety of exquisite buildings. Meanwhile, on the streets, there were many martial artists with astonishing auras, coming and going, and there were some ferocious beasts, with a wide variety of species, all of which were domesticated favored beasts. The talent of these people, all of them are strong. Suyi only slightly swept his eyes and saw many martial artists with extraordinary talent. There were some martial artists who possessed talents that he coveted. The roads within the base city, however, were very wide, and even the massive size of the Goldstone Beast was able to walk freely. But the Goldstone Beast was tiptoeing around at the moment, cowering its head in fear. "Master! I'm so scared." The next moment, it spoke. Voices are shaking. It wasn't that it was timid, but there were many human martial artists around with powerful breaths. It even felt that an extremely terrifying eye had just glanced at itself. Suyi pacified a few sentences, which allowed the Goldstone Beast to settle down. Wu Feng once said that I need to get a pet beast ID for Xiaoshi. Suyi thought about it and then moved to the favored beast bureau within the base city. This was an organization that specialized in issuing pet beast documents and was one of the organizations under the Martial Pavilion. Half an hour later, Suyi arrived at the favored beast bureau. "Hello, you need to apply for a level 3 pet beast ID." After learning of Suyi's request, one of the staff members of the favored beast bureau smiled and spoke. "The price of a third-grade pet beast document is $10 million. After paying, the other party handed over a golden card with a string of numbers printed on it, as well as the face of a golden stone beast. After this was done, the Goldstone Beast was considered to have an official identity. The Golden Stone Beast wore the golden card on his chest and settled down completely. With a favored animal card, safety is assured. If any martial artist, without authorization, took action against a favored beast, they would be fighting against the Fierce Beast Beheading Division behind the favored beast bureau. They naturally didn't dare to mess around. In the next period of time, Suyi spent a large amount of money to purchase a large villa with a suitable environment and very quiet. Suyi took the Golden Stone Beast and placed it in the backyard of the villa. A trip out followed. My cultivation nowadays is close to breaking through to the sovereign realm. It's time to purchase a copy about the subsequent realms. With this thought, Suyi traveled to the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce. As one of the large chambers of commerce within the base city, the Halian Chamber of Commerce naturally possessed detailed relevant information. Moreover, he had acquaintances in the Halian Chamber of Commerce. Shortly after, Suyi found Wu Feng. After learning Suyi's intention, Wu Feng smiled and took out a piece of information, directly giving it to Suyi for free. "Thanks." After receiving the information, Suyi did not refuse. It was soon back inside the residence. Wow! Suyi sat on the jade chair and began to flip through the information. A few moments later, he finished flipping through it. In his heart, he also had a preliminary understanding of the cultivation of the sovereign realm, as well as the knowledge of the relevant systems. After the military general, the name is Wu Zong. It is also known as the martial arts master, or simply the realm of the master. And after a martial artist breaks through to the sovereign master realm, 72 yuan veins will be derived from his body. At this stage, the martial artist needed to continuously refine the yuan qi, preferably utilizing yuan stones, and continuously quenching the 72 yuan veins in the body. As long as the 72 yuan veins are quenched, a martial artist would have a chance to break through the bottleneck of the sovereign. Cultivate into a martial king. Chapter 57 Luo Ling's Invitation, Level 3 Secret Realm. After understanding this basic information, Suyi's expression was solemn. The information also showed that if one continued to use the yuan qi extracted from the blood of ferocious beasts, then the cultivation efficiency of a Zhongshe realm martial artist would be very low. Unless the martial artist was able to use the essence blood of a king-level ferocious beast, then the yuan qi that was refined would be 8th grade yuan qi, and the effect would naturally be much better than 9th grade yuan qi. But king-level ferocious beasts, how could it be so easy to behead them? And the essence blood of king-level ferocious beasts possessed many wonderful uses, and it would be somewhat worthless to simply use it to refine yuan qi. The information explicitly states that in addition to yuan stones, martial artists can also set up some cultivation formations, thus increasing the speed of cultivation. Yuan qi formation. This kind of formation was capable of absorbing the yuan qi in the heavens and earth, thus enhancing the efficiency of a martial artist's cultivation. However, Suyi felt a bit of a headache after looking through it. These yuan qi formations were basically controlled in the hands of the major clans within the Tianfu base city, and unusual martial artists who wanted to obtain them needed to join the family and make a great contribution in order to be bestowed. Either that, or it's going to be extremely costly. Moreover, it was often only possible to obtain elementary yuan qi formations, and as for higher-level yuan qi formations, there was little hope. Of course, the information also said that there was another way for free martial artists to obtain yuan qi formations. That is, join the Formation Masters Association. The Formation Masters Association, an organization built jointly by a group of formation masters within the Tianfu base city, only accepting some martial artists with a talent for formations. As long as you join the Formation Artist Association, you will be able to obtain a primary Yuan Qi formation. By completing some quests, you would be able to obtain formations of a higher grade. Looks like I'll have to check out which martial artists that have a talent for formations. Sui thought about it and prepared to obtain the formation talent from these people after refreshing the number of absorption times next month. Think it through. Sui got up and walked out of the residence. He followed the map's guidance and first entered a large bank within the base city and ran a money card. "Hello, please wait a moment." The counter attendant, after hearing Suya's claim, said cordially. Although Suyi had quite a few gold and silver cards in his possession, but to use them, it wasn't very convenient. In some places, the cards are not even recognized. And the money card in the Tianfu base city can be swiped anywhere in the base city, at will. It's much easier that way. After finishing the setup, Suyi remitted all the money he had on him into the purple capital card. Next, he traveled to a resource station. The so-called resource station was a place to exchange for various resources, and many free martial artists would come here to exchange for some resources. It's a mixed bag, and a lot of times, with a little luck, you can actually get some nice goodies. Meanwhile, within the resource station, there are some official selling points of the big powers. Suyi loitered for a while, then came to the Luo family's selling point. A green-clothed deacon received Suyi. "I want some resources to quench the qi and blood in my body." Suyi explained the reason for his visit, and the green-clothed deacon, after looking at Suyi, knew the reason. Suya's current cultivation level was at the late martial general stage, and as long as he quenched his body's qi and blood to the limit stage, he would be able to break through to the sovereign realm. "Well, resources for quenching the qi and blood in the body, we do have quite a few. What treasures are you going to take in exchange?" The green-clothed deacon then spoke. "First things first, we can only give you more general resources if you only have money." Their Luo family wasn't short of money, but rather treasures, which every family was short of. After all, strength is fundamental. Suyi thought for a moment, then took out a golden lotus fruit. "I'll use this golden lotus fruit to trade for some resources." Golden lotus fruit. Seeing this object, even the green-clothed deacon was somewhat moved and slightly shocked in his heart. This man, however, is not unlucky. Even in the Luo family, the golden lotus fruit was considered a more treasured resource. The green-clothed deacon, after pondering for a moment, spoke. "Well, how about this, one golden lotus fruit? I can make the decision to give you 10 blood-quenching fruits." Blood-quenching fruit. Hearing this, Suya's eyes lit up. This thing, similar to the golden lotus fruit, was a superior resource used to quench the qi and blood in the body. The information he had previously looked through showed that the conditions required for this fruit to grow were harsher. Even the major clans would only take out a small amount and come out to sell it. One golden lotus fruit in exchange for 10 blood-quenching fruits. It's not a loss. Yes. Suyi nodded, and then he and the other party made a deal. With these 10 blood-quenching fruits, the efficiency of quenching the qi and blood in my body will be greatly enhanced. After getting the fruit, Suyi secretly said. Of course, 10 blood-quenching fruits would not necessarily be able to quench the qi and blood in his body to the limit stage. Therefore, Suyi continued to stroll for a while and picked out another big family's selling point. Subsequently, Suyi once again utilized a golden lotus fruit to trade for 10 blood-quenching fruits. Then, Suyi didn't intend to, and continued to trade in the golden lotus fruit. Wealth is not exposed to the outside world, this truth, he still understands. 1 or 2 golden lotus fruits were not enough to make others stare at him, but once he continued to trade in without restraint and took out multiple golden lotus fruits. I'm afraid that some people, then, will become greedy and set their sights on themselves. After about half an hour, Suyi used some of the money, as well as some of the resources, to trade for some more resources for quenching qi and blood. These resources, however, are rather ordinary. The results are average. With so many resources, it should be enough for me to break through the qi and blood in my body to the limit stage. Suyi muttered, and with a joyful expression, returned to the residence. Inside, Suyi sat cross-legged on a futon. Try the effect. He took out the blood-quenching fruit that he had traded in, then swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! In the next moment, a huge energy filled Suya's limbs and bones. It continuously quenched the qi and blood in his body. After a period of time, Suyi finished refining this energy. The qi and blood in his body had obviously improved a bit. Works great. Go on. Suya's expression was delighted as he continued to swallow and refine. And so it was, 3 days later. Inside the residence, Suyi slowly opened his eyes. Ka! Click! He stood up, his qi and blood surging. The bones in his body, all of them emitted a burst of crunching sounds, as if they had produced some sort of metamorphosis. Boom! A moment later, the qi and blood in Suya's body soared to the extreme. It was like a blood dragon roaring and letting out a trembling chant. Ka-ching! Immediately after that, Suyi seemed to have broken some sort of shackle within his body. The base power began to rapidly surge. 500,000. 600,000. 700,000. All the way up to £1,000,000. Finally breaking through to the sovereign realm. Suyi clenched his fist and sighed with some emotion. After breaking through to the patriarchal realm, his total power now reached an appalling 30 elephant powers. The strength skyrocketed. The time came in the afternoon. Inside Suya's residence, there was a guest. Lorraine is here. After she learned the news about Suyi from her subordinates, she thought for a while and decided to come over to take a look. Suyi, you've broken through to the sovereign realm? Upon seeing Suya's current realm, Luoling was surprised. Back then, Suyi was only at the advanced martial artist realm. After not seeing each other for just a few months, the other party had already become a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Even though Suyi possessed the purple yuan body tempering technique, it still made Luoling feel doubly surprised. Since Suyi had broken through to the patriarchal realm, it was possible to invite him to that event. Luoling's mind moved. Luoling, what do you want from me? Regarding Luoling's sudden visit, Suyi felt depressed and at the same time, he was also a bit curious. He had just taken a bath at the moment and changed into dry clothes, and he wasn't wearing the Silver King's bead, which allowed Luoling to see the realm at a glance. Luoling thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Suyi, let's form an alliance and enter the level 3 secret realm together. How? Chapter 58 Tianfu Base City's Genius Martial Artist. Level 3 secret realm? Suya's expression moved slightly, a little puzzled, then he hurriedly inquired. Luoling, this level 3 secret realm, what exactly does it mean? Before coming to Tianfu Base City, Suyi had always stayed within the small base city and had never really heard of the secret realm. Luoling revealed a light smile and then opened her mouth to explain. Only then did Suyi realize what a secret realm was. To put it simply, many years ago, there were powerful martial artists, all over the world, who discovered many subtle realms. And this sub-dimensional secret realm has a lot of treasured resources. When many martial artists, the reason why they can rise strongly, also, and secret realm, has a great connection. However, while bringing opportunities, in the secret realm, there were also many dangers. The secret realm, on the other hand, was divided into levels 1 through 7 according to the specific level of danger. A level 1 secret realm has the lowest danger, and a level 7 secret realm has the highest level of danger, and at the same time, the total amount of resources is richer. Around the Tianfu base city, there were some small secret realms that were controlled, in the hands of many large forces within the base city. And on the 1st of next month, the base city would open a level 3 secret realm that would allow up to a Zhongshe realm martial artist to enter. The Luo clan had 30 spots to enter the secret realm, and Luoling, as the daughter of the Luo clan's head, had obtained 2 spots. And after the last betrayal incident, Luoling was wary and did not intend to invite the strongest members of the family. On the contrary, Suyi, now that he had become a Zhongshe realm powerhouse, happened to be the optimal candidate to form an alliance. Speaking here, Luoling looked at Suyi with some anticipation. Suyi thought for a moment, then glanced at Luoling, knowing her basic information. Name, Luoling. Realm, Middle Master. Ice Talent, Advanced. Strength Talent, Intermediate. Speed Talent, Intermediate. Cold Ice Spiritual Body, Awakened. After seeing Luoling's message, Suyi was slightly surprised. Luoling had multiple talents, plus her cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm. Her battle power was very strong and not much weaker than him. Plus, Luoling also possessed a special advanced cold ice talent, as well as a cold ice spirit body, a rather special physique. If they really wanted to fight, it would be difficult for Suyi to even defeat Luoling in a short period of time. And from the conversation just now, Suyi learned that in the level 3 secret realm, there existed a large amount of yuan stones, as well as all sorts of treasured resources. As long as Suyi was able to obtain these resources, his strength would skyrocket. The most crucial thing was that after Suyi had broken through to the sovereign realm, he was still a bit worried about where he was going to get the resources for sovereign realm cultivation. Could be. Therefore, Suyi didn't consider it for too long before agreeing. Hearing Suye's reply, Luo Ling's expression was delighted. Immediately afterward, the two began to discuss the relevant benefits and how they should be divided. Subsequently, the two agreed that the resources obtained together would be shared 50-50, while the resources obtained individually would be their own personal, and would not need to be redistributed with the other party. In this way, both parties are more than satisfied with this method of distribution. By the way, Luo Ling, do you have any information on some powerful martial artists within the Tianfu-based city in your hands? Suyi suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened his mouth. For example, do you have any specific information about the powerful people of the sovereign realm who entered the secret realm this time? After all, when we enter the secret realm, we may go up against these people because of the resources and treasures, so if we know it earlier, we will be able to respond in time. Suyi gave himself a reason. In fact, he wanted to find some highly talented martial artists, defeat them, and absorb their attributes so as to enhance his own strength. The matter is simple. Luo Ling didn't hesitate. She then spoke, "Tomorrow I'll send you the specific information, and at the same time, there's also some information about the secret realm, all of which will also be sent over." The two men proceeded to talk for a while. Before leaving, Luo Ling reminded Suyi, "There are still 10 days left, the opening date of the secret realm. At that time, I will send you a message, don't delay. Once you miss the time when the secret realm opens, you won't be able to enter." "Don't worry." Suyi nodded. It just so happened that the number of times he had absorbed was also refreshed next month, and he would be able to absorb attributes after entering the secret realm. Day 2. Loring sent all the information over. Top 10 genius martial artists of Tianfu Bay City. One of the pieces of information aroused Suye's interest. The number of martial artists in Tianfu Bay City was roughly 30 million. Such a huge group of martial artists, the number of geniuses among them, there must be a lot of them, and the geniuses that could be ranked among the top 10 ranks must have powerful talents. Then let's see the information of these talented martial artists. Suyi flipped through these materials, his gaze tightly fixed on one person, his expression slightly agitated. Tianfu Bay City's first talented martial artist. Ling Feng. Possessing a special advanced power talent. At the same time, it also possesses transcendent level sword Dao talent. This is a real heavenly figure. Truly worthy of being the first talented martial artist within the Tianfu Bay City. Strong. Too strong. Suyi revealed a smile. But the next moment, your gift, it's mine. Afterwards, Suye's gaze looked towards the transcendent grade sword Dao talent. Transcendental. Transcendent. Beyond the mundane. This is the talent level above the top talent. Although Suyi possessed an intermediate level sword Dao talent, it couldn't be compared to the transcendent level. Suyi continued to check out the rest of the geniuses. He discovered that 5 of the top 10 talented martial artists possessed transcendent level talent. However, the remaining 4 were no match for that Ling Feng. After all, a transcendent level sword Dao talent, coupled with an advanced strength talent, the two stacked on top of each other was just too terrifying. After reading the profiles of these talented martial artists, Suyi couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses within a large base city could not be compared to the average small base city. Of course, this was also because of the better resources within the large base cities, as well as the fact that there were more powerful people. Moreover, the stronger the cultivation level of a martial artist, the more talented heirs would be born. For example, that Ling Feng's parents, both of them were martial king realm powerhouses. Their bloodline was already extraordinary, coupled with the fact that they had been sitting on countless resources since they were young. Ling Feng was naturally able to grow by leaps and bounds. That Ling Feng's current cultivation level is the middle stage of the sovereign realm. His base power is the power of 5 elephants, and the advanced power talent is able to increase his power by 10 times. This way, his total strength has reached 50 elephants. Plus, Ling Feng also possesses a special transcendent grade sword Dao talent. I'm afraid he has practiced a sword technique of a very high grade. His strength is now above mine. After Suyi briefly thought about it, his heart was alert. Currently, he was not a match for Ling Feng. However, he possessed the primary spatial talent and was able to move in and out freely, so even if he fought with Ling Feng, the other party could not help him. Moreover, after Su Yi absorbed some more attributes, obtained some top talents, special physiques, or had a breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Feng wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. As for Ling Feng's transcendent level sword Dao talent, Su Yi was coveting it. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, a dozen days passed. During this period of time, Su Yi had been utilizing his resources to quench the 72 yuan veins in his body, and his strength had grown a little. That morning, Luo Ling came to Su Yi's residence. It's time to enter the third level of the secret world. Chapter 59 Luo Family's Martial King, Wind-Winged Flying Boat. Su Yi, we can enter the secret realm now. Luo Ling brought this news to Su Yi's residence. Yes. Su Yi nodded, and his expression was somewhat excited. I also wonder, in the secret realm, how many yuan stones are there? From the information given to him by Luo Ling, Su Yi was also clear about the exact appearance and function of yuan shi. This was a kind of treasure born out of heaven and earth, which stored a large amount of yuan qi, and basically, it was all good quality 8th grade yuan qi. Wide range of uses. Extremely valuable. Within Tianfu Base City, yuan shi was an absolutely scarce resource and a strategic resource. No amount of money could probably be exchanged for such treasures. Inside the residence, Su Yi simply cleaned up a bit, then along with Luo Ling, he headed to the Luo family. The Luo family. Su Yi followed Luo Ling and entered the Luo family's mansion under the leadership of a military general's guard. The entire Luo family, occupying a large amount of land, had a large number of buildings constructed within it, an extremely exquisite modern complex, as well as some more ancient and traditional buildings, with attics and flowers all over the place. At the same time, there were martial artists of all shapes and sizes in the Luo family's complex, walking back and forth, some of them wearing various colors of armor and holding lances and iron swords as they patrolled back and forth. These people, basically, were all elite martial artists. And in the skies above the Luo family, there were large and small flying boats, traveling back and forth with great speed. Su Yi looked at everything around him with a somewhat shocked expression. He swept a glance at the Luo family's martial artists. Intermediate strength talent. Primary speed talent. Advanced defense talent. With just a cursory sweep, Su Yi found quite a few Luo family martial artists with good talent. It was evident how powerful the Luo family was. Of course, even if it was as strong as the Luo family, there were still ordinary people present, and most of these people were slaves, doing miscellaneous jobs such as laundry and mopping the floor. Su Yi, we're here. A few moments later, Luo Ling brought Su Yi and arrived inside a hall with a large area. The entire hall was extremely beautifully and luxuriously decorated, with various brightly colored jades, adorning all corners of the hall, highlighting the luxurious nobility. After seeing Luo Ling bring Su Yi in, the Luo family martial artists who were already waiting in the hall had strange expressions. Among them, there were some young martial artists from the Luo family who stared at Su Yi with an unfavorable expression. Su Yi frankly stared at them. As for the reason, well, he is also very clear in his heart. On the way to the Luo family, Luo Ling had also made it clear to him. It was because the quota to enter the third-level secret realm this time was very precious, and Luo Ling had actually given up a quota to an outsider. Their Luo family's children would naturally be dissatisfied with Su Yi in their hearts. The strength of these people, none of them were very strong, most of them were martial generals, and there were only so many 2 or 3 patriarchs. Su Yi naturally didn't care. Moreover, when Su Yi just locked eyes with them, he realized that these people's talent, too, was average, and their battle power was not strong. If there was someone among them who possessed a talent similar to Luo Ling's, then it might even draw Su Yi's attention. Should be waiting, some big shot. Then, Su Yi looked towards the empty main seat, as well as the quiet and silent Luo family martial artists around him, and guessed in his heart. Boom! A moment later, an old man in a blue robe appeared in the hall. He sat in the main seat within the hall and looked around the crowd. The eyes lingered on Su Yi's body. Su Yi, on the other hand, also looked at the old man. Name, Luo Hai. Realm, Mid-Martial King. Kendo talent, Advanced. Strength talent, Intermediate. Defense talent, Intermediate. So strong. After seeing this person's information, Su Yi's heart was in awe. Possessing 3 kinds of talents in his body, this old man's strength must be very terrifying. All here. This old man, who quickly withdrew his gaze, then spoke blandly. Let's go then. The old man's words just fell. Old ancestor. The Luo family martial artists present responded respectfully. Boom. After the old man finished speaking, he only saw a movement of his mind. An incomparably huge flying boat appeared over the hall. The crowd walked out of the hall. Suyi looked at the giant flying boat floating in the air with a somewhat surprised expression. This flying boat, it was just too huge. It's like a moving castle. And Suya's expression fell in the eyes of the rest of the Luo family martial artists. They laughed and glanced at Suyi. Some ridicule was inevitable in their hearts. Of course, with the old ancestor here, they didn't dare to speak out and provoke. Suyi, this is my Luo family's large flying boat called the Wind Wing Flying Boat. In the next moment, Luo Ling, who was beside him, explained to Suyi. In Luo Ling's explanation, Suyi learned that this kind of large flying boat, Luo family also does not have a few, are the bottom of the box of the bottom, easily will not use. It was only because of this entry into the level 3 secret realm that an exception was made to take it out. On weekdays, these large flying boats were stored in the Luo family's vault, with a martial king realm elder watching over them to avoid any mistakes. Go! Then, at the old man's command, the hatch of the flying boat slowly opened. The crowd swept their figures and entered the large flying boat. Elder ancestor. At this moment, on the flying boat, there were some Luo family members standing, and after seeing the old man, a middle-aged man with a somewhat aged appearance immediately bowed and said. Under the middle-aged man's leadership, the Luo family ancestor and the crowd entered the interior of the flying boat. And Suyi sensed a faint sense of crisis from the middle-aged man in front of him. He looked solemn, then glanced at the other man. Name, Luo Xing. Realm, Late Master. Strength talent, Advanced. Defense talent, Intermediate. Possessing an advanced power talent, a late zone sure powerhouse. After seeing the middle-aged man's message, Suyi sighed in his heart. The Luo family was indeed incredibly strong. There were many seats on the flying boat. Suyi and Luo Ling casually found a seat and sat next to each other. Suyi looked at both sides of the flying boat, the large number of formations activated, and wondered. Luo Ling, the construction of the flying boat, could it be that some formations were used? Yes, to build such a large flying boat, not only do you need a wide variety of rare materials, but you also need a lot of formation masters to refine one formation after another. At the same time, there has to be a formation master to string all these formations together to become the power source of the flying boat. Luo Ling didn't hide it and said truthfully. These things, too, were not confidential information, and many martial artists were well aware of them. But knowing is knowing, whether or not it can be refined is another matter. Just the price of hiring a large number of formation masters alone made many martial artists shy away. Not to mention, hiring a formation master. This level of talent, even within the Tianfu Bay City, there were only a handful of people with honorable status. Without enough treasures, it wouldn't be able to impress these array masters at all. As such, the Luo family had only built, so far, a few large flying boats. Suyi, did you see those special purple formations? Then, Luo Ling reached out and pointed at a small portion of a special purple formation. Suyi raised his eyes and nodded. To catalyze these formations, you need to use yuan stones. Luo Ling thought for a moment, then said with a solemn expression. For a single yuan stone, it is able to increase the speed of the flying boat to 10 times the speed of sound, and it can last for an hour. Metastone. This kind of material was extremely scarce, and even their Luo family hadn't accumulated much. The two men proceeded to talk for a while. All around them rushed again, big and small flying boats. The total number reached as many as 30. Depart. Seeing that the flying boats were assembled, Luo Xing, who was in the late zone sure stage, acted as the leader this time. He waved his right arm high. Drinking aloud. Chapter 60, 130 times the speed of sound, entering the secret realm. The Luo family's martial artists had all gathered here. Rather, we can check out the information on these martial artists. On the flying boat, Suya's mind moved as he simply scanned the area and saw quite a few martial artists with stronger talents. Intermediate illusionist talent, that's not bad. I'm afraid that a martial artist with this kind of talent would be able to easily create illusions and confuse their opponents, thus trapping them in the illusion. Intermediate underworld pupil talent? What kind of talent is this? Could it be that a martial artist with this kind of talent can perform pupil arts? Elementary stealth talent? Well, this talent is not bad. If one casts this talent, I'm afraid that being able to easily become invisible would be quite useful at certain times. After only a few moments, Suyi had already checked out these martial artists of the Luo family. There were some martial artists among them that possessed very good talent. Boom! In the next moment, at Patriarch Luo Xing's command, these flying boats, one after another, erupted with astonishing speed. Especially this large flying boat that Suyi was riding on. After a martial artist urged a yuan stone, the purple formation kept whistling, and in an instant, the speed of the flying boat was raised to 10 times the speed of sound. Suyi, who was on the flying boat, saw that the formations on both sides were not fully activated, and there was still a part of the formation which had fallen into silence, and could not help but inquire. Luo Ling, could it be that 10 times the speed of sound is not the flying boat's ultimate speed? 10 times the speed of sound, in his opinion, was already extremely fast. But these formations that had not been activated seemed to signal that the extreme speed of the flying boat was far more than 10 times the speed of sound. Yes, the formation on the Windwing flying boat has not been fully activated. Moreover, this is only the surface layer of the formation. In the interior of the flying boat, there is an even more powerful layer of formation. Speaking of which, Luo Ling also had a hint of excitement. If all of them are catalyzed, the speed of the flying boat is able to easily surpass 100 times the speed of sound. Beyond 100 times the speed of sound. Suyi was shocked in his heart. This kind of speed was really terrifying. I once heard a family elder say that the Windwing flying boat can reach a maximum of 130 times the speed of sound if it's fully energized. However, if it is fully activated, it will require a large amount of yuan stones to be consumed. Talking about yuan stones, Luo Ling was also a bit helpless. This kind of thing, yuan sure, could be called the oil of gold. When martial artists cultivated, they needed to use it, and when they purchased resources, they also needed to use it. Refining formations, catalyzing flying boats and more. All of them require the use of meta stones. However, the total amount of yuan stones in each family was limited, and could only be used sparingly. The Luo family, for example, would only use yuan stones to catalyze the entire array to increase the speed of the wind-winged flying boat to the limit when they encountered an emergency. Generally speaking, when the Luo family catalyzed their flying boats, they used unusual speeds, which was 10 times the speed of sound. And this time, the location of the Level 3 secret realm was not far from Tianfu Bay City, about 100 miles. Therefore, 10 times the speed of sound would be sufficient. After a while, the wind-winged flying boat led Suyi and the others to the location of the Level 3 secret realm. It was a huge mountain range. Countless peaks, towering in all directions. The Luo clan martial artist maneuvered the wind-winged flying boat and picked a slightly flat piece of ground, then landed on the surface. After Suyi and the others got down from the flying boat, that Luo family's old ancestor, with a thought, took the wind-winged flying boat and put it into the space ring. The Luo clan's old ancestor should have a high-grade space ring, otherwise, it's impossible to harbor this large flying boat. Suyi was curious and glanced at the spatial ring that the Luo family's oldest ancestor was wearing in his hand. A clearly labeled number 5 comes into view. Surprisingly, it's a rank 5 spatial ring. Suyi's mind moved. A grade 5 spatial ring, which could be much larger than the grade 1 spatial ring he wore in his hand, could store a large amount of resources. And as time passed, all the major clans within the Tianfu Base City piloted their flying boats and arrived. Of course, the most dazzling force amongst them was the divisions of decapitation and murder within the Tianfu Base City. As the most powerful force within the Tianfu Base City, the fierce beheading division was naturally rich and powerful. On this trip to the secret realm, they had sent a total of 3 large flying boats. Secondly, it was the Ling family who had sent out 2 large flying boats. Could that person be Ling Feng? At a certain moment, Suyi looked towards the Ling family's flying boat and his expression moved slightly. On one of the Ling clan's flying boats stood several Ling clan powerhouses with astonishing auras. And in front of these people, a young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Not bad, this person is Ling Feng. Luo Ling, who was on the side, looked at this person and then spoke, his expression filled with scorn. This was the first-day talent within the Tianfu Base City. Possesses a transcendent level sword talent and an advanced strength talent. Of course, this was only on the surface, the talent that was displayed. As for whether Ling Feng had any other talents or not, onlookers had no idea. After all, although the Ling family was strong, they didn't dominate the Tianfu Base City alone. Once Ling Feng showed off a terrifying qualification that no one could match, I'm afraid that it would all lead to the assassination of the martial king. Therefore, many people were not clear about Ling Feng's specific talents and what exactly they were. Of course, these people didn't include Suyi. He had just learned about the other party when he looked at Ling Feng. Name, Ling Feng. Strength talent, advanced. Kendo talent, transcendent level. Speed talent, intermediate. I didn't realize that Ling Feng still possessed an intermediate level speed talent. After seeing Ling Feng's message, Su Yi secretly said, "This Ling Feng, he's hiding quite deeply. If he didn't possess the law of origin, which allowed him to see through other people's information, I'm afraid he would have been kept in the dark." Transcendent level sword Dao talent. Thinking of Ling Feng's transcendent level talent, Su Yi sighed in his heart and was very greedy. But he was, at the moment, not a match for Ling Feng, and would have to wait until his strength grew before he would seek out Ling Feng and defeat him. Take the transcendent level sword Dao talent and get your hands on it. Once he obtained the transcendent grade sword Dao talent, Su Yi would be able to easily raise his sword power to a very profound stage. And he had easily cultivated that third grade sword technique to perfection. Strength has increased dramatically. Next, several more talented martial artists from the Heavenly Prefecture base city walked out of the flying boat. When they saw Ling Feng, they also showed scorn and their hearts were heavy. This time, when they explored the secret realm, Ling Feng would be their greatest enemy. At that moment, a white-haired old ancestor of the Ling clan floated high in the sky, staring at the flying boat of the Fierce Beheading Division. "Please, King Tianyu." The next moment, he spoke with a respectful expression. "Please, King Tianyu." At the same time, the old ancestors of several other clans also opened their mouths with respectful expressions. Who is this Tianyu Wang? To be able to make these martial king realm existences so respectful? Su Yi was secretly surprised, then his gaze tightened, looking towards the flying boat of the Fierce Beheading Division. "Aha!" With a flat voice falling. The piece of high altitude where the division of Fierce Beheading was located. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared. While others might not be clear on how the Tianyu king appeared, Su Yi was in a state of mind. Just now, he detected a hint of spatial fluctuation. This Tianyu king, I'm afraid he has a spatial talent as well. Thinking of this, he immediately checked the information of the Celestial Yu King. Name, Chen Tianyu. Realm, Late Martial King. Space talent, Intermediate. Sharp Gold talent, Advanced. Intermediate Spatial talent. Su Yi marveled in his heart. Now, he finally understood why the other Martial King realm ancestors would show a respectful look towards the Heavenly Yu King. He only possessed an elementary spatial talent, and he was able to perform the means of escaping into space, making his opponents unable to defend themselves. And as Chen Tianyu possessed an intermediate level spatial talent, the spatial abilities he had mastered were certainly even more powerful. Su Yi had a feeling that these Martial King realm ancestors, even if they went together, might not be a match for Chen Tianyu. Facing the Heavenly Yu King, they naturally had to look respectful. Open. At a certain moment, Chen Tianyu was high in the sky as he stretched out his right finger, the tip of which was draped with a touch of dense spatial power. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the originally closed secret realm turned open in an instant. Su Yi, let's go. Loring reminded. Yes. Su Yi returned to his senses and proceeded to follow Luo Ling. Together, they entered the secret realm. Chapter 61 Ancient Fallen Wolf. Top Power Talent. Su Yi, this is the contact communicator, take it. After entering the secret realm, we'll use this to contact each other. When the two of them approached the secret realm, Luo Ling suddenly took out a silver-white wristwatch and handed it to Su Yi. In the conversation just now, Su Yi learned that after entering the secret realm, the location that the martial artists were in was randomized, and he and Luo Ling were not really sure that they would get together. Most likely, it will be far away. So it's still necessary to have a communication watch. Moreover, on this wristwatch, it was able to detect information about treasures, as well as information about the map of the secret realm, which would also share the approximate location of the two people. After Su Yi put on his wristwatch, he looked at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him. The entrance to the secret realm was small, about 7 meters long and 3 meters high. Boom! When it was Su Yi and Luo Ling's turn to enter, they only saw a dense spatial power that wrapped around the two of them, followed by a somewhat ear-piercing boom that resounded in their ears. Su Yi gradually lost consciousness. Opening his eyes again, Su Yi found himself in a wider plane. He crashed into this plane and blasted a large crater. After Su Yi woke up, he checked his surroundings and realized that it was quiet and a bit weird. Then he checked his wristwatch. Luo Ling and I, so far apart? Looking at the shared location information on his wristwatch, Su Yi's mind moved. His current location was a wilderness plain in the secret realm, while Luo Ling and him were thousands of miles away from each other, in a lake area. At the same time, Suyi saw a small blue dot on his wristwatch that was slowly approaching his position. This meant that Luo Ling was rushing towards Suyi's place. Look around and see if you can find some rare resources or yuan stones. Suyi moved to run towards Luo Ling's direction while carefully surveying the surroundings, hoping to discover some relatively good cultivation resources. Of course, due to being in an unfamiliar environment, Suyi didn't use his full speed, and he was always alert to his surroundings. Once he sensed danger, he would immediately vanish into space. With regards to this level 3 secret realm, Suyi didn't know much about it. All he knew was that this level 3 secret realm was discovered many years ago by a certain powerhouse from the Fierce Beheading Division, and that the area was incredibly vast, with many rare resources. For example, 100-year or even 1,000-year-old body-hardening herbs, various fruits that were incredibly rare, and if one was lucky, one could find a lot of yuan stones. Or even a whole vein of metate. Of course, the so-called 100 years, 1,000 years, did not mean that it had really grown slowly for 100 years, 1,000 years, but that under the nourishment of yuan qi, these medicinal herbs were able to reach 100 years, 1,000 years of medicinal power. Suyi searched for no more than a moment before he suddenly saw a light in front of his eyes. He found a black herb of good quality on a small cliff. Suyi slowly approached, and after sensing that there was no danger, he immediately picked it off. Not bad. A black spirit grass with 100 years of medicinal power. The black spirit grass was similar to the blood-quenching fruit, and was also a superior resource for martial artists at the martial general realm to quench their internal qi and blood. Such a 100-year portion of black spirit grass had a very good medicinal power, enough to be worth 10 blood-quenching fruits. If one were to calculate according to the market price, within the Tianfu Bay city, this black spirit grass alone could be sold for more than $50 to $60 million. After storing the black spirit grass into his spatial ring, Suyi's expression was joyful. It's only been a short while since we found a 100-year portion of the black spirit grass. This level 3 secret realm is truly a treasure. With such a mindset, Suyi continued to probe the 8 directions. At the same time, it was also clear to him why even as strong as the Luo family, he had only obtained 30 slots, and that those Luo family members would be very critical of him. All because the resources in the secret realm were too rich. It would be really hairy if we found the metastone. About half an hour later, Suyi's spatial ring already had quite a few resources piled up in it. Most of the items, however, are relatively common and not considered rare. Soon after, Suyi discovered a hideous-looking giant wolf that was lying on a boulder in deep sleep. This giant wolf, 10 feet long and 3 feet tall, was deep black in color, with a special crimson brand on its brow. The aura that emanated from it was also amazing. Suyi lurked in the shadows and then checked the information of this giant wolf. Species, fallen wolf ancient bloodline. Grade, top fierce beast. Strength talent, top. Speed talent, intermediate. Bloodline avatar, corruption. Surprisingly, it's a top power talent. After seeing this giant wolf's message, Suyi looked excited. That's a top strength talent. Able to increase power by 30 times. As long as he defeated or decapitated this fallen wolf and absorbed the other party's attributes, Suyi would be able to obtain the top power talent. By then, the strength will definitely increase greatly. Gotta get it. Suyi slowed down his emotions and then disappeared into space. Slowly approaching this giant wolf, he came to the head of this fallen wolf and stared at the other's skull. With a thought, Suyi took out the medium yuan power weapon from his spatial ring. Afterwards, Suyi suddenly vanished out of space and exerted his full strength. 3rd grade sword skill. Broken kill sword technique. He chopped out a mighty blood-red sword blade towards the fallen wolf whose eyebrows moved slightly. Boom! With a fierce roar, this fallen wolf hissed in blood sword. The head was almost chopped off by Suyi. Pity! Seeing this scene, Suyi secretly said. Then continued to strike swiftly. This fallen wolf had a sturdy figure, dodging to avoid Suyi's attack, staring at Suyi with an indignant expression. Humans. In the next moment, its eyes were crimson and it cast its bloodline divine ability despite its own injuries. The bloodline aptitude, degeneration. Boom! Only to see the aura on its body, it steeply became even stronger, and its injuries immediately recovered as before. On all 4 feet, a touch of black flame was draped around them, and at the neck, a rich ebony light blossomed. It was like a vicious beast returning from hell. Boom! Suyi's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly swung the long sword in his hand and continued to fight with this fallen wolf. This fallen wolf possessed a top-level strength talent, plus, after casting the bloodline aptitude, its strength increased greatly, and for a while, it was also on par with Suyi, fighting a battle. But as time passed, the breath of this fallen wolf became weakened. At a certain moment, Suyi seized the fallen wolf's break and chopped out 3 blood-red swordchi one after another towards its neck. Thumbs up! With a splash of bright red, haloing the sky. This fallen wolf was beheaded by Suyi with a single sword strike. Completely dead. Congratulations to the Source Lord for slaying the ancient fallen wolf, gaining 300 points in the strength attribute, 100 points in the speed attribute, and 500 points in the power origin. After killing this fallen wolf, Suyi hurriedly found a slightly secluded place. He found a small mountain peak and then sat on the ground. Absorption. In the next moment, his mind moved and he chose to absorb all the attributes he had just gained. After a period of time, Suyi's strength and speed once again grew by a hair. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 500 points of power essence, gaining the top power talent. At the same time, he gained the top strength talent. The power multiplies. Chapter 62 Golden Giant Eagle, Amazing Harvest. Top power talent. Finally got it. Suyi got up and clenched his fist, feeling the extremely astonishing power within his body with a joyful expression. Then, he pulled up the panel and looked at the talent information on the panel, pondering in his mind. My current base power is the power of 1 elephant, the top power talent, which is able to increase my power by 30 times, and the small completion stages broken killing sword technique, which is able to increase my power by another 3 times. Calculating like this, my total power now has reached 90 elephants. 90 elephant power. Such a terrifying power was impossible to possess even for many late-stage sect master powerhouses. It's horrible. Moreover, Suyi also had many other talents. With his comprehensive strength today, I'm afraid that he could even fight with that first genius, Lingfeng, with all his might. Keep exploring for treasures. After his strength grew, Suyi remained cautious and alert to the 8 directions when he explored the treasures. It didn't become arrogant after the increase in strength. After all, in this secret realm, the dangers were unknown, and there might be king-level ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows. Although Suyi's strength was strong nowadays, he wasn't necessarily a match for a king-level ferocious beast. It's better to be cautious when you're in an unfamiliar environment. After a period of time, Suyi harvested some pretty good resources. At the same time, there were also several ferocious black giant tigers that blocked his way. Species: Black Fiery Tiger, Ancient Bloodline. Grade: Top Fierce Beast. Strength Talent: Intermediate. Flame Talent: Intermediate. Bloodline Avatar: Stormblood Transformation. Suyi glanced at a few ferocious beasts and immediately knew the information of these black giant tigers. These giant tigers were all top-tier ferocious beasts, and they also possessed an ancient bloodline just like that fallen wolf, capable of executing a special tyrannical blood aptitude that greatly increased their battle power. After casting the bloodline aptitude, their strength and defense would skyrocket by 2 times. These giant tigers were capable of decapitating an average sect master powerhouse if they put their lives on the line. Even a strong person in the late stage of the patriarchate would have the possibility of overturning their vehicle when fighting with these giant tigers. Roar! Seeing the 3 giant tigers roaring and pouncing towards him, Suyi lightly waved his longsword and chopped out a sharp swordchi. Put! These 3 black flaming tigers had their heads chopped off by the swordchi, and their heads rolled down, splattering blood all over the ground. Completely dead. Immediately afterward, the swordchi's power did not diminish and continued to spread towards the back, chopping a black flaming tiger with a terrified expression into 2 halves as a whole. Roar! The remaining few black flaming tigers, looking ferocious and roaring up to the sky, had stimulated the bloodline aptitude in their bodies, and their bodies were draped in a blood-red thick smoke. Body size is a big one. Strength and defense multiplied. However, in the face of the black flaming tiger that had exerted its bloodline aptitude, Suyi still only chopped out a sword. He then killed all the remaining black flaming tigers. Looking at the black flaming tiger's corpse, Suyi did not intend to collect the essence blood. At his current realm, the role of the so-called top-tier ferocious beast blood was also very low. Ignoring the corpses of these giant tigers, Suyi glanced at the wristwatch he was wearing in his hand and continued to run towards the direction where Luo Ling was. Sometime later, Suyi and Luo Ling managed to converge by a lake. Suyi found that Luo Ling's breath was disordered, her body still had injuries, and her face was a bit pale as she was fighting a group of blue giant wolves. At this moment, Luo Ling's body was covered in frost, and she had a pair of blue crystal wings on her back, which made her very fast. As she dodged the giant wolf's attack, she also waved her hand and struck a giant ice cone, stabbing at a giant blue wolf. But the blue giant wolf was very fast and easily dodged Luo Ling's attack. In the long run, Luo Ling was bound to lose. Species: Blue Ice Wolf. Grade: Top Fierce Beast. Speed Talent: Advanced. Ice Talent: Intermediate. Advanced Speed Talent? Suyi swept his eyes at the blue giant wolf, and after learning the information, his expression moved slightly. No wonder Luo Ling's attacks couldn't hit these giant blue wolves. The blue ice wolf with the advanced speed talent was still quite frighteningly fast. A total of 9 blue ice wolves. Suyi roughly looked at the number of blue ice wolves, then his figure flashed, and towards the wolves, he slashed out a blood-red sword on. The 3 blue giant wolves, struck by the sudden sword awnings, couldn't dodge in time and died tragically on the spot. The rest of the blue giant wolves, also frightened by Suya's might, immediately clamped their tails and turned their bodies into a blue lightning bolt, fleeing in all directions. This human martial artist, too terrifying. Their companions, all of them were killed by a single sword. Suyi didn't choose to chase, but instead looked at Luo Ling on the side. At this moment, Luo Ling was relieved to see Suyi strike. "I'm fine." Luo Ling swallowed a golden elixir, and her entire state, in a short period of time, returned to its peak. Her body, however, still had some rather obvious injuries that had not been repaired and were visible on her bones. And these injuries didn't look like they were caused by the blue ice wolf. "Luo Ling, these scars on your body are?" Suyi inquired curiously. "It's unlucky to say that half an hour ago, I was halfway across the street when I encountered a giant golden eagle. If I hadn't utilized the Luo family's secret technique, I'm afraid I would have died under the claws of that giant eagle." Luo Ling sighed, her expression scornful, her heart palpitating. That golden giant eagle, although it was only a top-tier ferocious beast, it was one of the most terrifying of the top-tier ferocious beasts. Not only was he extremely fast and powerful, even his defense was incredibly strong. Almost no weaknesses. It was simply comparable to an invincible ferocious beast among the top-tier ferocious beasts. "Loring, where are we going next?" After the two of them talked for a while, Suyi inquired. Regarding the secret realm, Luo Ling knew more than he did, so Suyi would naturally ask for her opinion. "Well, this lake, in fact, is also considered a treasure land. We can be here to explore." After briefly thinking about it, Luo Ling decided to just search the large lake in front of him. This lake, with a vast area of nearly 100 miles in circumference, was rich in resources. After Suyi and Luo Ling briefly communicated, they chose to explore separately. Before long, Suyi found some relatively rare resources. 1,000 bright flowers. Not bad, take it. Purple jade stone, a rare material for refining formations, not bad. Giant ice grass. There's a certain probability that it can give birth to a martial artist with a cold ice talent, good stuff. Half an hour later, Suya's spatial ring was half full. He flashed a smile and continued his exploration in earnest. At some point, he found a strange spirit herb burning with flames in a corner of a slightly remote lake. Glazed flame grass. There's actually something good like this. Seeing this exotic spirit herb, Suyi looked excited. Glazed flame grass. In the description of the silver wristwatch, this kind of thing was capable of forcibly granting a martial artist an intermediate level flame talent. This kind of treasure is unbelievable. However, this kind of spirit herb was only useful to martial artists below the martial king realm, which was a bit of a pity. Otherwise, this glazed flame grass alone. Suyi then earns numbness. He had just taken this glazed flame grass and put it away in his spatial ring. He heard Luo Ling, who was in the distance, shouting at him with an extraordinarily agitated expression. "Suyi, come over here and help me. I found a one-star wonder." Chapter 63 One-Star Wonder Blue Crystal Jade. Mysterious White Rat. A one-star wonder. What's this? Although he had doubts in his heart, Suyi still rushed to Luo Ling's location as fast as he could. A treasure that can make Luo Ling so excited must be of extraordinary value. Suyi pondered in his heart. A moment later, he arrived at Luo Ling's location. At this moment, Luo Ling was exercising her ice-cold talent, shooting out an ice cone, constantly attacking a ferocious beast shaped like an octopus. This ferocious beast, with dozens of gigantic tentacles and a head that surfaced, revealing a pair of deep black eyes, was enormous in size. The aura emitted was also much stronger than that of a normal top-tier ferocious beast. Species: Giant Eye Octopus, Ancient Bloodline. Grade: False King. Strength Talent: Intermediate. Underworld Pupil Talent: Intermediate. Bloodline Aptitude: Giganticization. After glancing at the octopus ferocious beast's information, Suya's expression stared. He then looked at the deep black eyes of the giant octopus. The gift of Stygian pupils? It should be related to both eyes. Gotta be careful with the eyes of this octopus beast. With such thoughts, Suyi took out his medium yuan power weapon and joined the battle as well. Suyi, who had gained a top-level power talent, had grown a lot in strength. However, because Luo Ling was here, he didn't display his full strength and only managed to suppress this octopus ferocious beast. But even so, it still made Luo Ling feel quite shocked. I didn't expect Suya's strength to be so powerful. In that case, perhaps that matter, we can seek cooperation from Suyi. Luo Ling dodged the octopus ferocious beast's attacks while thinking in her mind. Suyi wasn't aware of Luo Ling's change of heart. He swung his long sword and continued to fight the giant-eyed octopus. With the passage of time, this octopus ferocious beast, its body was covered with hideous sword wounds, and its tentacles were all half chopped off by Suyi. Scarred and defeated. Roar. At a certain moment, the giant-eyed octopus suddenly roared, and its entire body, flushed with a large reddish color, swells a whole lot. The roots of the broken tentacles also quickly recovered as before and became enormous. Bloodline Avatar. Gigantization. After casting this talent, the body of this giant-eyed octopus became almost 3 times larger. Great increase in strength and defense. However, Suyi possessed the advanced speed talent, and easily, he dodged the attack of the giant-eye octopus. Luo Ling, who was on the side, had gradually detached herself from the battlefield at this moment and was playing assistance on the side. She swung a large number of ice picks to seal the movement of the giant-eyed octopus. After all, the giant-eyed octopus that had doubled in size was much stronger. If she continued to forcefully fight, she would be causing trouble for Suyi. Luo Ling was naturally not stupid, she knew how to utilize her advantages to assist Suyi in fight. Sure enough, the giant-eyed octopus that had its body frozen by a large number of ice picks, became a bit slower in its movements. Suya's figure flickered, dodging the tentacle blasts while chopping out several blood-red sword slashes one after another. One after another, they split on the giant-eyed octopus's pair of black eyes. Poor giant-eyed octopus. Even the Stygian pupil talent, it was too late to perform. Just by the sword on that Suyi chopped out, in a flash, shattered his eyes. Seriously injured. After a while, the breath of the giant-eyed octopus became weaker and weaker. Eventually hissed and died completely. After the two of them simply toned down in place, Suyi inquired with some curiosity. Luo Ling, the one-star wonder you just mentioned, what exactly is it? After Luo Ling recovered from her injuries, she thought about it and didn't cover it up, speaking truthfully with him. Suyi, you should also understand that many of the resources we need to use for our cultivation are the products of the heavens and the earth, naturally born out of them, and the wonders, in fact, are also things born out of the heavens and the earth. The reason why it is called a wonder is because this kind of treasure possesses a wide variety of special functions, and there is no specific division of forms. A stone, a flower, a grass, etc., may all be wonders. Luo Ling said this and continued to explain to Suyi. And the grades of wonders are specifically categorized into 1 to 5 stars, and as for above the 5 stars, whether there are stronger wonders or not, I'm not sure. That 1-star wonder I just discovered is actually inside the body of this octopus ferocious beast. Luo Ling said, reaching out and pointing at the already dead octopus ferocious beast in front of her. To be precise, it's inside the head of this octopus ferocious beast. She went on to add. Hear this. Suyi gripped his longsword tightly, then swung out a few sword chi, completely breaking open the head of the octopus ferocious beast. After spending some time, Suyi found a rather exquisite blue jade. The jade is overall diamond-shaped and has a cool touch when held in the hand. Suyi, how about I take some top-quality resources for quenching yuan veins and exchange them with you for this marvelous item? Luo Ling, who was on the side, stared straight at the blue jade stone. The god said with some excitement. Granted, she was the discoverer of the oddities. But in the final analysis, without Suya's words, she wouldn't be able to kill this octopus ferocious beast, and naturally, she wouldn't be able to obtain this 1-star wonder. Therefore, if she wanted to take this marvelous item alone, she would naturally need to pay a price. Suya's mind moved and then said. Luo Ling, this strange object, I can give it to you, but you must tell me, this object, what exactly does it do? And how did you find this strange object? This point also made Su Yi quite curious. Now that the two sides were in a cooperative relationship, Su Yi naturally wouldn't make the relationship deadlocked just because of a strange object. Plus, he did need a large amount of resources to quench his yuan veins and raise his realm and strength. Moreover, he possessed the law of origin, this supreme treasure. It was just a one-star wonder, not enough to make him refuse to let go. Su Yi, this one-star wonder, named Blue Crystal Jade, is a kind of wonder that can increase the cultivation efficiency of the possessor of the cold ice talent, in terms of cultivation efficiency. Luo Ling didn't hide it and informed Su Yi of the information. Then, she took out a golden-colored sensor and said to Su Yi, using this oddity sensor, I will be able to sense the location of the oddity. Moreover, through this golden sensor, I can also know the specific functions of some strange objects. Su Yi stared at the golden sensor and his heart stirred. He thought of the octopus ferocious beast that he had decapitated in the Death Lake. Inside the opponent's body, there was also a jade stone. Could it be that silver jade is also a strange thing? Su Yi was pondering, then he made a condition. Luo Ling, this one-star wonder, I can give it to you, but you have to give me a wonder sensor. No problem. Lorraine was also very quick. The two men proceeded to confer. In the end, Su Yi obtained quite a few resources for quenching the yuan veins in his body from Luo Ling, as well as a golden sensor. Luo Ling, on the other hand, with a happy face, took that one-star wonder carefully and put it into her spatial ring. Both parties are more than satisfied with this distribution. Su Yi, this lake, we've pretty much explored it, so next, let's head to this area to explore it. After some time, Luo Ling reached out and pointed at the map and suggested. Good thing too. Su Yi naturally wouldn't object. The best thing about this lake is that one-star wonder. And now that they had explored the lake in its entirety, there was naturally no need for them to stay here all the time. Phew! After picking out the area, the two of them headed towards that area, speeding forward. There's a spatial fluctuation. At some point, Su Yi stopped his footsteps and his expression moved slightly. He stared into the distance where the spatial fluctuation had just been created. Take a closer look. A few moments later, he spotted a mysterious white rat looming over him. Chapter 64 Harvesting the White Rats, News of Yuanshi. Su Yi, what's wrong? Seeing Su Yi suddenly stop, Luo Ling looked curious. She took a closer look towards the direction Su Yi was looking at and didn't find anything unusual. Luo Ling didn't have a spatial talent, so naturally she couldn't sense the subtle spatial fluctuations, and she couldn't discover the white rat that was hiding in space. But Su Yi, at this moment, didn't answer Luo Ling. His gaze was tight, fixed on that bearing. The heart was quite excited. Species, Space Silver Rat Special Bloodline. Grade, Top Fierce Beast. Space Talent, Intermediate. Speed Talent, Intermediate. This white rat, it even possesses an intermediate-level spatial talent. Gotta get it. Su Yi was a bit shocked and swore in his heart. Once he was allowed to obtain an intermediate-level spatial talent, he would have enough certainty to defeat Ling Feng and obtain a transcendent-level Sword Dao talent from him. And, the spatial talent, the value is endless. That Heavenly Yu King, it was because he possessed an intermediate spatial talent that he became, within the Heavenly Mansion base city, one of the most terrifying king-level existences. The rest of the martial king realm ancestors had to treat him with respect. So, this talent, he must get it. However, the talent level of this space silver rat was even higher than Su Yi. It is extremely difficult to capture. Su Yi had an intuition that once he let this white rat, frightened, escape, he would most likely not be able to catch up. When the time comes, it's too late to cry. Right, I can ask Luo Ling to see if she has any seal-type formations. Su Yi's mind moved and then explained the situation to Luo Ling. Luo Ling, as the daughter of the Luo family's head, had an honorable status, and in her spatial ring, there were quite a few good things. It's likely that there are such sealing-type formations. What? A mysterious white rat with primary spatial talent. As expected, after hearing Su Yi's narration, Luo Ling looked a bit shocked, followed by some envy and excitement. That's a spatial talent. One of the supreme gifts. Although martial artists could only adopt white rats as pet beasts, the value of a pet beast with a spatial talent was also very high. Luo Ling, do you have a way to be able to trap that white rat? Su Yi hurriedly inquired. He didn't tell Luo Ling the truth, but said that this white rat possessed an elementary spatial talent. After all, intermediate spatial talents were still too rare. Once it was exposed, even if Luo Ling didn't have the heart to snatch it, those elders and old ancestors of the Luo family, they wouldn't necessarily. It's better not to say anything, just to be on the safe side. Well. Luo Ling thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Su Yi, in my spatial ring, I do have a set of sealing formations. After casting them, they should be able to seal the movements of this white rat. With regards to this sealing formation, Luo Ling was clearly somewhat confident. After all, this was a sealing formation that a formation master personally created, and something that Luo Ling's father secretly handed over to her. Not to mention a silver rat with a primary spatial talent. Even an intermediate-level spatial talent possessor would not be able to escape the formation. Casting this sealing formation consumes a lot of resources, so I have a condition. What conditions? You tell me. Luo Ling's complexion straightened and then spoke. After this is accomplished, Su Yi, I want you to assist me and obtain a treasure. Hearing this, Su Yi frowned slightly. He wasn't sure what treasures Luo Ling wanted to get and whether there was a high danger. So, he didn't immediately choose to say yes. Of course, once you encounter danger, you can always choose to leave. How about that? Seeing Su Ye's expression, Luo Ling hurriedly spoke. Yes. After thinking about it, Su Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Ye's promise, Luo Ling's face was happy and her heart was relieved. She was still thinking about how to get Su Yi to agree to work with her earlier. There you go. With Su Ye's help, my chances of obtaining the treasure will be even greater. In Luo Ling's mind, this thought flashed through. Then, she spent some time setting up the sealing formation, incorporating it into a blue formation disk. In time. As long as this blue array disk was thrown, the sealing formation would vanish in an instant, sealing the space in a 10-mile radius. Subsequently, with Su Ye's help, the two of them looked as normal and slowly deviated from their original direction. Slowly approaching, the silver rat that lurked in space. And the space silver rat, hidden in space, glanced at the two, then kept to himself, nibbling on some kind of jade, not caring in his heart. Without the spatial talent, even if two people walked past it, they wouldn't be able to spot it at all. What's it afraid of? It's fast. It's fast. As time passed, the two of them were closer and closer to the space silver rat. 30 miles. 20 miles. 10 miles. All the way to a distance of 5 miles, Su Ye's expression moved slightly, hinting to Luo Ling that she could make her move. He was afraid that if he got too close, he might alert the space silver rat and make the other party bolt in fear. That would be the end of it. Luo Ling looked unusual, and in the next moment, she instantly took out the blue array disk with a thought. The sealing formation was activated. Boom! Countless dense thunderbolts shot out from the array disk, blocking the void in a flash. Hiss! In an instant, the space silver mouse fell to the ground from space and let out a hiss. The god was a little confused. What's going on? Where's my space power? It fluttered its little legs haphazardly, trying its best to exert the power of space and vanish into space. However, he found that the space around him suddenly became incomparably solidified, and he was unable to enter at all. For a moment, the look of anxiety and tears came to his eyes. Ha ha! Finally I've caught you. At this moment, Su Yi dashed to the front of the space silver rat, then smiled broadly and pinched the silver rat's small head with a surprised expression. Then, he flexed his fingers and flicked the silver rat, knocking it to the ground. After falling to the ground, the silver mouse clutched its head tightly with its small short hands and shivered. Congratulations to the Source Lord for defeating the spatial silver rat, gaining 100 points in the strength attribute, 100 points in the speed attribute, and 50 points in the spatial origin. Intermediate spatial talent. Got it. After absorbing the attribute bubble, Su Yi was secretly delighted. In the next moment, a soul imprint suddenly appeared on the head of this little silver mouse and disappeared into Su Yi's mind. Master. Immediately after, a very young and clear voice sounded in Su Yi's mind. Ground. The little white mouse grubbed its feet, somewhat timidly opened its silver eye pupils, and glanced at Su Yi, cautiously. That's all it takes to recognize a master? This little white mouse, so wimpy? Hearing the little white mouse's voice, Su Yi's expression froze. Afterwards, it then accepted the space white rat's recognition as well. Let's call you, White. Suyi stroked the little white mouse's head and opened his mouth with a smile. And Luo Ling, who was behind him, was also confused when she saw this scene. That's not true. To subdue a ferocious beast, doesn't one need to use a beast taming formation and conclude a pet beast contract? What kind of operation is this? After conquering the silver rat, Suyi took advantage of the rest time to absorb the attributes. Successfully gained the intermediate space talent. After obtaining the talent, Suyi had some enlightenment. Intermediate spatial talent, compared to primary spatial talent, had one more function, which was instantaneous movement. Of course, since Luo Ling was here, he didn't make an attempt. After the little episode of collecting the silver rats was over, the two proceeded to head towards the target area, quickly. Period. Suyi inquired, Luo Ling, what kind of treasures are in that area we're going to? Thinking of that area, Luo Ling's complexion was slightly grave. There might be quite a few yuan stones. But with some danger. Chapter 65 Golden Leaf Fruit. Quenching 10 yuan veins. In Luo Ling's description, Suyi knew some information about that area. The area Luo Ling was preparing to head to explore was a large canyon in the secret realm. This canyon, a vast area, stretched for thousands of miles. The resources inside, too, are abundant. There had once been a Luo family martial artist who had obtained some yuan stones in this canyon. There are even rumors. The reason why the Ling family was able to quickly rise to become a powerful force within the Tianfu base city, second only to the vicious beheading division. It was because the current head of the Ling family had once searched for a vein of yuan stone in that canyon. And a yuan stone vein, at the very least, can be mined out, hundreds and thousands of yuan stones ah. However, because the Ling family was powerful in its own right and did not admit it in person, this rumor was not confirmed. And the danger that Luo Ling spoke of was not only referring to the powerful ferocious beasts in that canyon. What she was more afraid of was the powerful martial artists who entered the secret realm together. These were the people that she was going to really care about as opponents. Of course, this canyon is too huge. Whether the two sides will actually meet or not is also an open question. Suyi, we're almost there. After some time, the two were closer and closer to that canyon. By the way, Luo Ling, how much do you know about spatial talent? Suyi teased the little silver mouse that was sitting on his shoulder, then asked Luo Ling beside him. He had risen to prominence, albeit at a faster pace, but many of the more secretive information was indeed not very clear to him. For example, with the intermediate spatial talent that he had just obtained, he could feel that his sense of spatial ability had deepened quite a bit. At the same time, it also possessed the ability to instantly move. Then, what special abilities would a higher level of advanced spatial talent, or top spatial talent, have? Suyi was quite interested in this. Luo Ling thought for a moment, then explained, Suyi, just like this little silver mouse that you have adopted as a pet beast, it possesses a primary spatial talent that allows it to perform an ability to vanish into space, which is difficult for ordinary martial artists to discover. And possessors of intermediate level spatial talent are not only more skillful when exercising spatial power, they also have an additional ability, which is instantaneous movement. The Tianyu king within our base city is a strong martial king who possesses an intermediate level spatial talent. Some low-grade spatial rings were also created by these martial artists, utilizing their own spatial power. As for advanced spatial talent. Speaking here, Luo Ling's expression sank slightly. Within our base city, there are no martial artists with advanced spatial talent, and in the large number of ferocious beasts surrounding the base city, there are no ferocious beasts found that possess advanced spatial talent. But it is said that in the nearest Bright Moon base city, there is a martial king realm elder ancestor who once explored a treasure land and was killed in a single move by a high-level ferocious beast with advanced spatial talent. Since then, we have also learned that possessors of advanced spatial talent can use a move called the Spatial Blade, and as long as they are struck by this horrifying move, even a martial king realm existence will be instantly killed in seconds. A high-level beast that kills a martial king in seconds? Suya's mind was shaken. This advanced spatial talent, it's not too perverted. Almost ignoring the realm ah. Luo Ling, that top spatial talent now? Immediately after, Suyi inquired. I'm not sure about that. In fact, so far, I haven't even heard of it at all, about a top spatial talent. Maybe it's only in those super base cities. Luo Ling shook her head, and in her expression, there was also a touch of envy. That's one of the supreme gifts. She wants to have it too. But how could it be so easy for an ordinary martial artist to obtain such a talent? The Luo family had established a clan, and until now, there hadn't been a single martial artist with spatial talent born. And even if there was some sort of special treasure that could bestow a martial artist with spatial talent, it must also be incredibly rare. She never had a chance to get it. Super Base City. Hearing these words, Suya's expression moved slightly. There is also a slight longing in the heart. In the future, he must travel to those super base cities. Let's see if we can spot it, the possessor of the top spatial talent. About 10 minutes later, the two came to the target canyon. What a huge crack! Suyi looked at an incomparably huge crack in front of him with a surprised expression. At the same time, the rich aura of Yuan Qi in the canyon attracted the attention of the space silver rats. Master! I found the treasure! In the next moment, Little White Snout sniffed, and eventually, with a somewhat agitated expression, he looked towards a certain direction. Said in Suya's mind. White, you still have the treasure scouting function? Looking at the little white on his shoulder, Suyi was a little surprised. Little White stood on Suya's shoulder, his two little hands clasped together, inclining his head, and between his nostrils, a wisp of white air rose. And a little arrogant. Go! Luoling, let's go there and take a look. Yes. Suyi followed the direction that Little White pointed out, and Luoling quickly moved to that direction. Not long after, the two arrived at a certain area in the canyon. There is a large pile of rubble here. The stones, scattered all over the place, were colorful. A subtle fluctuation of Yuan Qi was emitted. These are all the waste materials excavated when mining the Yuan stone veins. Loring has seen a lot. A quick glance revealed the true nature of these stones. Let's go, Luoling, take a deeper look. Suyi, on the other hand, stared at the depths where the light was somewhat dim, and then proposed. Phew! The two swept their figures and quickly went deeper. A few moments later, they found some pretty good resources. They quickly distributed them, and then took these resources and put them into their spatial rings one after another. Suyi, look there. At some point, Luoling pointed to the eastern bit of the canyon's depths with a joyful expression. Suyi raised his eyes. In a dark purple mess of rocks, a golden fruit tree, 7 feet tall, stood in it. The fruit tree, filled with a golden fruit. On the fruit, there were also dense golden lines. Apparently, it's a treasure. It's actually a golden striped fruit. Good stuff. The two men quickly approached and then moved their wristwatches, which informed them. This kind of fruit was actually the extremely rare golden striped fruit. Goldenrod. This was an excellent resource for a Zhongshe realm martial artist to quench the Yuan veins in his body. The effect was quite a bit beyond the golden lotus fruit that Suyi had previously obtained. In the outside world, a single golden striped fruit could cause many sect master powerhouses to have greed in their hearts and fight fiercely over it. And on this golden fruit tree, at the very least, it bore dozens of fruits. Suyi looked at the golden fruit tree in front of him with a joyful expression. Now that's Harry. After a while, Suyi and Luoling excitedly finished distributing the resulting golden striped fruit. Each of the two gets half. That is, 32 golden grain fruits. Suyi, this place is remote and no one is disturbing us, so why don't we first stay here and utilize the golden striped fruit to quench the Yuan veins in our bodies and raise our strength? With increased strength, we will also be able to acquire better treasures. Yes. Regarding Luoling's proposal, Suyi naturally favored it. Suyi found a flat spot, then sat on the ground. Try the golden fruit. Gulp. He looked at the golden striped fruit in his hand, then swallowed it in one bite. Boom. In an instant, a huge golden energy surged up within Suyi's body, constantly quenching the Yuan veins within his body. Half an hour later, Suyi slowly opened his eyes. After sensing something, he looked slightly agitated. What a powerful effect! The first Yuan vein in my body is on the verge of being quenched. Go on. Suyi then took out a golden grain fruit. Swallow and refine. After a while, Suyi would obtain the 32 golden striped fruits. All refined. And the meta vein in his body. At this moment, 10 bars had also been quenched. Chapter 66 Sword Spirit Grass. The Luo family's ancestor is here in person. The effects of the golden grain fruit are just too powerful. Suyi felt inside his body the 10 Yuan veins that had been quenched and couldn't help but sigh. If he stayed in the outside world, if Suyi wanted to quench the yuan veins in his body, to the point that it was now, he didn't know how much time it would take. But with the golden striped fruit, Suyi only spent less than a day to finish quenching the 10 yuan veins. The base power skyrocketed by a factor of 2. It reached the power of 2 elephants. And the total power he was able to explode now reached a staggering 180 elephant power. Such a terrifying power was enough to crush some martial artists who had just broken through to the king level. After his strength grew in Suyi's heart, he also gained more confidence. Suyi, have you finished refining all those golden striped fruits? At this moment, Luo Ling came to Suyi's side and inquired with a somewhat joyful expression. Her aura at this moment had also become a bit stronger. Apparently, she had already finished refining the golden striped fruit that she had obtained, and her strength had increased. However, she had already reached the mid-Zhongshe realm, and even with the 32 golden striped fruits, it was still a bit difficult for her to break through to the late Zhongshe stage. Suyi and Luo Ling talked for a moment, then they quickly moved in the canyon, exploring again. And with Little White's guidance, the two of them obtained quite a few resources of good quality in the following period of time. However, the two of them explored many areas and still found no trace of the Yuan stone. How come there are so many ferocious beasts there, gathered together? At a certain moment, Suyi discovered that not far ahead, there were many top-tier ferocious beasts with powerful breaths, as well as a large number of high-tier ferocious beasts and elite ferocious beasts, gathered together, seemingly searching for something. These ferocious beasts, which were many in number, were densely packed, occupying almost all of the passageway in front of them. Luo Ling, let's go over and take a look. I'll drive, you follow me. Suyi took out his medium yuan power weapon and stood in front, while Luo Ling followed behind, alerting the surroundings in order to prevent any ferocious beasts from sneaking up on him. Thumbs up. As soon as Suyi chopped out his sword, a large number of ferocious beasts died tragically under the sword. Along the way, Suyi displayed a very terrifying strength, and with just one sword, he killed a large group of ferocious beasts. Some of the top-tier ferocious beasts couldn't even react in time before they were killed by Suyi's sword. Luo Ling, who was following behind, also looked a bit shocked. Suyi's strength today is too powerful. I'm afraid it's not even close to that first genius Lingfeng. Watching Suyi wield his sword and kill in a big way. Luo Ling said in her heart. At the same time, she was more confident about acquiring that treasure afterward. Once she was allowed to obtain that treasure, not only would her own talent be able to improve a lot, but his father, too, would be able to cure the dark disease in his body. 2 hours passed. Suyi and Luo Ling crossed a very long distance, during which they encountered a very terrifying ferocious beast. That ferocious beast, shaped like the legendary white tiger, although it was a top-tier ferocious beast, its battle power was terrifying. If Suyi exerted his full strength, he would be able to kill him, but he couldn't expose his intermediate spatial talent. Therefore, he ended up bringing Luo Ling and escaping the pursuit of this ferocious beast. In the end, the two of them, without any danger, arrived at the source of the many ferocious beasts that had gathered. It's a small plain. Suyi, it's fortunate that you were there this time, otherwise, I might have died under the claws of that white tiger. Standing on the plains, Luo Ling's heart palpitated. That white tiger was even stronger than the golden giant eagle she had encountered before. It was truly terrifying. Of course, Suyi only believed half of Luo Ling's words. As the miss of the Luo family within the Tianfu base city, in Luo Ling's hands, she definitely had very frightening undercards. Using this kind of undercard, she was also able to escape from the claws of that white tiger ferocious beast. Strange, these ferocious beasts, what is the reason for wanting to gather here? The two of them were in this plain, and after carefully exploring it, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. At the same time, what made Suyi feel a bit depressed was he didn't find any special treasures in this plain either. That's odd. The two men's complexions changed slightly, and they became more attentive as they continued to probe. Golden sensors, responding. Half an hour later, the golden sensor held in Luo Ling's hand suddenly reacted. This means that there is definitely something strange nearby. Go over there and look. The two men looked surprised. Hastily following the golden sensor's prompts, he headed in that direction, quickly advancing. A few minutes later, the two stopped in front of a rock wall. They looked at each other with realization. The wonders, most likely, are inside the rock wall. Suyi was cautious and swung out several swords, cutting through the rock wall. There's actually a cave in there? Not long after, Suyi chopped open the hole that was more than one person high, and then was surprised to find a slightly darker passageway emerged in front of the two. Purple yuan stone. This is a material for refining high-grade formations. There are actually so many here. Golden jade stone. This is something good. It's a key material for making large flying boats. The two hadn't been in the cave long before they found a number of fine ores. And these ores were basically the finest materials for refining formations, or making flying boats. It should be right up ahead. They kept going deeper into the cavern, and the closer they got to the depths, the more urgent the ringing of the golden sensors became. This means that the wonders may well lie ahead. A few moments later, the two arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Here the haze overflowed, and the rock walls were filled with various colors of light. Luo Ling, on the other hand, was staring intently, on the ground, at three rather strange spirit grasses. The look of shock. Heavens! There are actually 3 sword spirit grasses here. Sword spirit grass. This is a 2-star wonder. As long as you take it, you can obtain the unbelievable treasure of advanced sword Dao talent. And here, there are actually 3 plants. The most crucial thing was that this kind of strange item was also useful to Martial King Realm existences. Although the Martial King Realm existed, because of its own very high rank, after taking it, the effect would be reduced quite a bit, and at most, it could only have intermediate level sword Dao talent. However, in their Luo family, there was an old ancestor with the most powerful strength, named King Jinshan. He didn't have a talent for swordplay. Once this old ancestor was allowed to obtain an intermediate level sword Dao talent, and then cultivate a few sword techniques of good grade, his strength would surely increase greatly. Along with that, their Luo family, in the gifted base city, would be able to have more say. I need to contact the old ancestor immediately. Luo Ling said in her heart. Suyi, how about I use some top quality resources for quenching yuan veins to exchange the sword spirit grass with you? After Luo Ling and Suyi, one person shared a sword spirit grass, she hurriedly opened her mouth to Suyi. This last sword spirit grass, according to the agreement, should be jointly owned by them. Therefore, Luo Ling would need to pay some price if she wanted to monopolize it. Okay. For this exchange, Suyi was naturally happy. After all, he had the law of origin. The sword spirit grass, which appealed to him, was just that. Thank you so much, Suyi. With regards to Suyi's cutting off, Luo Ling was a bit emotional. After all, the sword spirit grass, it was a 2-star wonder. No amount of resources for quenching yuan veins could be exchanged for this kind of treasure. A few minutes later, Suyi obtained many resources for quenching the yuan veins. It was enough for him to cultivate all the way to the late sect master stage. Luo Ling, on the other hand, got the last sword spirit grass. She took that sword spirit grass and carefully put it away in the purple wooden box. Immediately, he contacted the Luo family ancestor. What? You found the sword spirit grass? Good. I'll head to the entrance of the secret realm right away. You're ready to leave the secret realm too. Contact that end, the Luo family's oldest ancestor, King Jinshan. The expression was also excited. Once he was allowed to obtain the sword spirit grass, he would definitely be able to increase his strength greatly. Chapter 67 Red Flame Divine Tiger. After the liaison was completed, inside the cave, Luo Ling said to Suyi, Suyi, I have to make a trip out of the secret realm first to deliver the sword spirit grass that I obtained to the old ancestor's hands. There are a lot of dangers in the secret realm. Once I get into a predicament and lose the sword spirit grass, that would be troublesome. The sword spirit grass, to their Luo family, was too important to be lost. Suyi was naturally aware of this, and he nodded, good. Before saying goodbye, Luo Ling's mind moved and handed Suyi a grade 2 spatial ring. This was also in Luo Ling's hands, the best kind of space ring. He understood that during this period of time, Suyi had gained a lot of resources, and the storage space of a level 1 spatial ring might be a bit insufficient. Thanks. For Luo Ling's good intentions, Suyi naturally accepted it with joy. In fact, it was true that during this period of time, he had harvested a lot, and the grade 1 spatial ring he wore in his hand was almost full of storage. After a while, under Suyi's escort, Luo Ling arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, at the entrance of the secret realm, there were also some martial artists, coming and going to the secret realm. Some of them, having obtained rare resources in the secret realm, needed to make a trip out to give the resources to the clan and obtain the corresponding contribution value. Some were seriously injured in the secret realm and were helped out by their companions, requiring immediate medical attention. Suyi, after I present the item to my old ancestor and return to the secret realm, we'll head to that area and collaborate to kill that red flame divine tiger, and then we'll split the treasures equally. Before leaving, Luo Ling said to Suyi. On the way to the entrance of the secret realm, Luo Ling then explained to Suyi about what she wanted to ask him to help assist with. It turned out that his father had accidentally broken into a special area after entering the secret realm many years ago. And in that area, he found a very special treasure that not only possessed a very amazing healing effect, and it also grants martial artists special advanced healing talents. The most frightening thing was that he learned that this kind of treasure had an effect even on Martial King realm ancestors. Unfortunately, there was a very terrifying golden giant tiger that was secretly guarding this treasure. In the beginning, if he hadn't performed the Luo family's secret art, as well as some underhanded means, I'm afraid he would have died in the hands of this giant tiger. But even after the robbery, Luo Ling's father still suffered an unimaginably heavy blow and was seriously injured. Many treatments in the outside world had no way to heal the injuries on his body, so Luo Ling thought of entering the secret realm to find this kind of treasure, thus healing his father. And she also made it clear with Suyi that as long as she obtained this kind of treasure, she and Suyi would just split it equally. That treasure, according to his father, was called the purple sunflower. And more than one plant. Not only does it possess an extraordinary healing effect, it is also capable of granting martial artists advanced healing talents. This treasure, it's not bad. Looking at Luo Ling's departing figure, Suya's expression moved slightly. Although he, himself, possessed an advanced healing talent, this kind of treasure had little effect on him. But most of the many martial artists in the outside world could not have this special talent. Once it was taken out for sale, it was bound to be a sky-high price. Even if they were exchanging resources, they could still exchange them for very rare resources. Therefore, this treasure, Suyi was still quite interested in. Outside the secret world. Rumble. At a certain moment, an incomparably large flying boat descended over the secret realm. Heavens! This is the Luo family's tenda flying boat. How did the Luo family send this flying boat? Could it be that there is a Luo family martial artist in the secret realm who has obtained some kind of heaven-defying treasure? Seeing this flying boat, all the forces, one after another, changed color. It is said that this is one of the most powerful flying boats of the Luo family, and the old ancestor who keeps this flying boat is one of the strongest old ancestors of the Luo family. The name is Old Ancestor Jinshan. Could it be that the king of the town mountain is here? There were people in the know, looking at the flying boat with a marvelous expression. King of Jinshan. This is a legend. Even among the crowd of Martial King realm ancestors, his strength, too, could be ranked at the forefront. It can be called the linchpin of the Luo family. Easily won't show up. Seeing the tenda flying boat descending, the Luo family's martial artists hurriedly converged around. Greetings, old ancestor. Among them, that patriarchal powerhouse, Luo Xing, immediately said towards a stout old man with a respectful face. At the same time, he had doubts in his mind. Jinshan old ancestor, hadn't he always been in the family's secret room, closed for diligent cultivation, bent on breaking through the bottleneck of the martial king realm? How come, all of a sudden, you're here in the secret realm? In the face of the crowd's doubts, King Jinshan did not answer. He stood in front of the flying boat with his hands behind his back and deep eyes firmly fixed on the entrance to the secret realm. A few moments later, Luo Ling walked out of the secret realm, looking as normal. No one knew how nervous she was right now. Since the Luo family had risen to the top, it had naturally offended some major forces, and these forces would not sit back and watch the Luo family grow strong. Once she let these people know that she possessed the 2-star wonder item sword spirit grass in her hands. Even if they risked a life and death crisis, they would definitely, without hesitation, choose to strike at her. All she could do was pray in her mind that these people wouldn't risk death by taking a shot at her because of an uncertainty. Chief, do we need to make a move? Take another look at. Inside a large flying boat, there were a few middle-aged martial artists with astonishing auras, their gazes falling on Luo Ling's body, their eyes narrowing slightly. Although they were clear that this Luo Ling's body must have some sort of extraordinary treasure that would make the Jin Mountain King, all of whom couldn't wait to descend. But what exactly is this treasure, and is it worth it, for which they pay the price of death by striking out to destroy it? Still to be considered. Just like that, under the gaze of a single eye, Luo Ling swept her figure. Eventually, it entered the Luo family's kendo flying boat. Not a chance. Seeing this scene, some martial artists who secretly wanted to make a move understood this in their hearts. Not to mention that Mountain Suppressor King, this kendo flying boat was able to withstand most martial king realm attacks. Naturally, they can't help it. Come on, let's go in. The Jinshan king's gaze coldly swept those people, then led Luoling into the interior of the kendo flying boat. Just now, he had secretly ordered all the martial artists of the Luo family to be ready to fight at all times. Once someone dares to make a move against Luoling, he'll do it himself. And use all the means at your disposal. Wage an earth-shattering battle of the great clans. Ha ha. Good. Good. It really is the sword spirit grass. When Luoling took out the purple wooden box, Jin Shanwan looked at the wooden box, in which the sword spirit grass was lying quietly, with an excited expression. Once he swallowed and refined this sword spirit grass, he would be able to obtain an intermediate level sword Dao talent. The ability to comprehend the way of the sword would be increased by several times. As long as he was allowed to practice a few more, not bad grade sword techniques. By then, he was even confident. A battle with that king of Tianyu. Luoling, old ancestor, owes you a favor. After receiving the sword spirit grass, the Jinshan king looked lamentable. Then, he seemed to remember something, then took out a golden array disc and handed it to Luoling. I know that you want to kill that red flame divine tiger, obtain the violet sunflower, and heal the injuries in your father's body. Inside this array disc, there is an ancient sealing formation sealed, so take it, and after activating the formation inside, the ability of that red flame divine tiger will drop by half. At that time, it will be much easier for you to kill it if you want to. Thank you, elder ancestor. Luoling reached out and took the array disc with an excited expression. With this array disc, her probability of obtaining the purple sunflower would increase by quite a bit. Chapter 68 Successful Kill. Acquiring another treasure. The entrance to the secret world. Sui didn't have to wait long before he saw Luoling return to the secret realm once again. Sui, let's head to that area. Luoling looked a little excited. From her spatial ring, she took out a red-colored device, and then Sui saw that on this device, a map of a special area was displayed. Sui, this is the searching device my father gave me. It contains a record of my father's detailed route into that area. We just need to follow this route and we'll be fine. Luoling explained a little. Afterward, the two of them swept their figures towards that area, rapidly advancing. On the way, the two of them also encountered many different kinds of ferocious beasts, but they were all killed by Sui with a single sword strike. But as they got closer and closer to that area, they were able to clearly feel that the strength of the ferocious beasts, too, became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, Sui killed a giant wolf with a sword and then inquired. Luoling, that red flame divine tiger, how much do you know about it? Regarding the information about this red flame divine tiger, Sui knew very little, only clear that this ferocious beast was a guardian beast that guarded the violet sunflower. Talking about that red flame divine tiger, Luoling's expression, too, was a bit grave. Sui, the red flame divine tiger that my father discovered back then is a top-tier ferocious beast. It possesses an advanced flame talent, an advanced speed talent, as well as an advanced defense talent. It's a powerful ferocious beast that has almost no flaws. Years have passed, and the other party has likely made a breakthrough, raising their strength to the false king level. As for breaking through into a king-level ferocious beast, this probability is not very high, because this is a tertiary secret realm, and due to the limitations of the rules, the ferocious beasts inside cannot break through to the king level. At the same time, this is also the reason why many martial king realm ancestors have no way to enter the secret realm. If they forcefully enter, the secret realm will collapse, and at that time, the spatial turbulence will destroy everything. Luoling explained. So it is. After hearing Luoling's explanation, Sui came to a realization. As long as it wasn't a king-level ferocious beast, with Suya's current strength, it was still enough to deal with it. And, when I came into the secret realm, old man Jinshan also bestowed a set of formations on me. Saying that, Luoling took out that golden array disc. As long as you activate this array disc, the strength of that red flame divine tiger will fall by half. At that time, it will be much easier for us to cut it down. The two proceeded to make small talk for a while. Soon after, they arrived at the red flame divine tiger's lair. It was a very large cave. It was located in the secret realm, in the center position of a cloudy mountain peak. Remote location. Without a route to follow, basically no one would have found this cave. This red flame divine tiger is really good at finding places. Suyi looked at the brightly lit, yuan-chi-rich cave in front of him and said in his heart. The entire cave, more than 10 feet high and several feet wide, the top of the cave, there is a small circular hole light can be directed in, so the internal space, also very bright. The two landed on the ground, not long after entering the cave. Just inside, a beastly roar could be heard. The voice was like thunder, exploding in the ears. This red flame divine tiger, its perception ability is quite strong. Walking inside the cave, Suyi was a little surprised. If it wasn't for this red flame divine tiger, which let out an astonishing roar, Suyi hadn't even noticed the other party. He guessed in his mind. This red flame divine tiger should have some sort of a talent that can detect enemies. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the ground shook inside the cave. Countless pieces of debris rolled down to the ground with a roar. That red flame divine tiger is here. A few moments later, a divinely handsome golden tiger arrived not far in front of the two. It stared at a pair of golden pupils, its forehooves burning and splashing strands of crimson flames, staring at the two men rather fiercely. Suyi gave it a look. The specific information of the red flame divine tiger was known. Species, red flame divine tiger, ancient bloodline, mutant individual. Grade, false king. Flame talent, advanced. Defense talent, advanced. Speed talent, advanced. Olfactory talent, intermediate. Bloodline avatar, red gold transformation. Seeing the specific information of the red flame divine tiger, Suyi secretly nodded his head. With such extraordinary talent, if it was in the outside world, I'm afraid that this red flame divine tiger would have long been able to be promoted into a king-level ferocious beast. At the same time, the olfactory talent possessed by the red flame divine tiger also caught Suyi's attention. It should be this talent that made the red flame divine tiger discover us in advance. Suyi stared at this red flame divine tiger as his mind moved. He was, of course, not very interested in this gift. Phew! In the next moment, only Luo Ling swiftly threw out the golden array disc. In an instant, the array disc suddenly shattered. Immediately afterward, one after another golden chains shot out from the array plate, as if piercing through space, and quickly landed on that red flame divine tiger's body. Roar! The red flame divine tiger simply couldn't react in time, and was nailed to the spot by the golden chains, his body stained with blood, and his breath gradually weakened. It forced itself to endure the pain and let out a hiss. Good chance. Suyi. Let's do it. A pair of ice crystal wings emerged behind Luo Ling and floated in the air, her hands continuously waving a large number of ice cones, attacking the red flame god tiger while saying to Suyi. Although the red flame divine tiger was weakened by the formation, her attack could only manage to injure it, and could not kill this red flame divine tiger. One could only rely on the much stronger Suyi. Yes. Suyi took out his medium yuan power weapon, then his figure flashed rapidly, and towards the red flame god tiger, he chopped out a sharp blood-colored sword blade. Seeing Suyi killing towards it, the red flame divine tiger looked terrified. This human martial artist's attack could be much more powerful than the one just now. It roared and spat out a hot and incomparable flame, then its figure flickered, dodging the attack at the same time. The entire body, too, radiated a rich golden light. Bloodline avatar. Red gold transformation. Boom! Suyi's attack ended up landing on this red flame divine tiger's body, and even after casting the bloodline avatar, the red flame divine tiger's attack and defense increased greatly. It was also chopped off a golden right foot by this sword on. Seriously injured. Suyi then dodged and came close to this red flame divine tiger. His gaze was sharp as he swung his sword in the air. 3rd grade sword skill. Broken kill sword technique. A full 180 elephant power strength. In a matter of moments, it bombarded the body of this red flame divine tiger. The red flame divine tiger, terrified. It wanted to do its best to avoid it. But being trapped by the golden chains, its speed was greatly reduced, making it difficult to avoid. Put. In the next moment, this red flame divine tiger had its neck wiped out by the sword awnings, completely dying. After killing this red flame divine tiger, Luo Ling and Suyi were inside the cave, searching for some time. Eventually, deep in the cave, they found the purple sunflower growing on a blue rock wall. There are actually 7 purple sunflowers. Luo Ling swept a glance and looked surprised. Just as Luo Ling was about to collect these violet sunflowers, carefully, Suyi's gaze, however, landed on the small cave on the side. Luo Ling, you collect these violet sunflowers first, I'll go in and take a look. after Su Yi finished speaking, dodged into the cavern. Chapter 69: The Iron Tree. Luo Ling's entire focus at the moment was on the few purple sunflowers in front of her, and she didn't even notice the small cave to the side. Good. Then be careful, she casually said as she took out the exquisite purple wooden box and carefully put the purple sunflower inside. There were a total of 7 purple sunflowers here. According to the agreement, she would be able to obtain, at the very least, 3 of them up. And the value of the 3 purple sunflowers was simply ridiculously high. If it wasn't because of the Secret Realm's rule restrictions, I'm afraid that the group of Martial King Realm ancestors outside would have fought and frantically scrambled for the violet sunflower. Su Knight swept his figure and entered the cave. Inside was a rather narrow passage, 1 person high. The light in the cave, however, was still relatively bright. Su Yi walked through this narrow passage with a curious look. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The water that had accumulated on the rock wall showed a peculiar silvery white color and fell to the ground with a more crisp sound. The light is getting brighter. And as the distance approached, Su Yi perceived that the interior of the cave became brighter and brighter. Inside, there must be some kind of treasure. Su Yi's expression moved slightly, then he accelerated his pace. The passage, which wasn't very long, was probably only about 100 meters. A few moments later, Su Yi traversed the last distance and stepped through a small cave entrance that was silver-white in color. It was only then that I realized that there was something else going on inside. The space here is huge, covering thousands of meters. A lake with a radius of about 100 meters or so came into Su Yi's eyes, and the water was not an unusual azure color, but a dazzling silver-white. A breeze that whips across the lake. The lake sparkles as it leaps. And in the center of the lake, a black fruit tree about 9 feet tall stood peacefully. On the branches of the tree, there were a lot of silver-colored flowers that gave off a strong fragrance and were quite showy. What is this treasure? Looking at the mysterious fruit tree in front of him, Su Yi looked astonished. What's even more incredible to him is this. Ever since he saw this fruit tree, he had a strong urge in his heart to take these silver flowers and swallow them into his body. It's a feeling that's almost like an instinct. Right at this moment, Luo Ling, who had already collected the 7 violet sunflowers, carefully, also came here. Upon seeing the mysterious fruit tree in front of her, her expression changed. Oh my god! Could this be the legendary iron tree silver flower? Luo Ling exclaimed with a shocked expression. This kind of treasure, she had read about it in ancient books. Luo Ling. This iron tree silver flower, what kind of treasure is it? Su Yi looked curious and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Luo Ling came back to her senses, her face solemn, and then opened her mouth. Su Yi, the so-called iron tree silver flower, I've seen records of wanting to pass in ancient books, and it's the first time I've seen it in reality. And in the records, this legendary treasure is an ancient immortal god, personally planted spiritual plants. It is said that as long as to stay next to the iron tree silver flowers will be able to help people enlightenment, and there are even rumors, someone in the iron tree silver flowers, one after another, epiphany, insight into the truth of all the truth, the white sun soared up to become a supreme immortal god. However, these are all rumors and cannot be taken as true, but the iron tree silver flower is indeed a very precious treasure. I once heard from the mouth of the old Jinshan ancestor that this kind of treasure tree bears out silver flowers, and when taken by a martial artist, it is able to greatly enhance the efficiency of the yuan veins in the body. Luo Ling thought for a moment, then said with a somewhat pleased expression. Iron tree silver flower. She didn't even expect that the cave where this red flame divine tiger resided actually had this legendary treasure. Right. Su Yi, I've also heard from my old ancestor that taking the iron tree silver flower, the silver flower that bears out, has a certain probability of making a martial artist's talent improve. Or an unexpected mutation occurs. Suddenly, Luo Ling seemed to remember something and opened her mouth this way. For example, flame talent, some martial artists were very lucky after taking the silver flower, making their advanced flame talent metamorphose into a top flame talent. There were also martial artists who, although they had also taken the silver flower, their own flame talent, instead of receiving a level increase, had mutated. For example, the color and temperature of the flame changed. Originally the flame was reddish-red, became purple, white, black, and so on. The temperature and lethality also got a different degree of change. Some are flame killers, enhanced by a lot, while others, weakened by a lot. Of course, even the old ancestor of Jinshan had only heard of it by hearsay, and had never actually seen this kind of treasure, so he was not sure of the specific function, or how it actually worked. And the Luo family in Tianfu Base City had once offered a high price, as much as 100 yuan stones alone. As long as anyone can produce the iron tree silver flower, they will immediately receive these rewards. It was enough to see how precious this kind of treasure was. Unfortunately, the Luo family's acquisition plan still failed and did not obtain this kind of treasure. After all, the iron tree silver flower is just too rare. Luo Ling, in your opinion, iron tree silver flower, how much is it worth? Su Yi inquired. Luo Ling's gaze condensed, then she extended her index finger and said, "The value is immeasurable, at the very least, it can be comparable to a large flying boat." A large flying boat, although it's worth a lot of money, the several great clans in the Tianfu base city have enough strength and reserves to build it out. I can say with certainty, and this is just my conservative estimate, that something like this, if it's in a small base city, may not be worth that much, but in a large base city, it will only be worth more than what I'm saying. Moreover, I guess that this thing, if placed in the super base city, will definitely make some big powers sit up and be willing to pay a very high price to fight for the iron tree silver flower as well. Luo Ling slowed her mind and said with a grave expression. After all, even their Luo family's strongest ancestor, the Jinshan king who had lived for hundreds of years, had only heard of this kind of treasure. Iron tree silver flower. It's just too rare. After hearing Luo Ling's reply, Su Yi was thoughtful as he then opened his mouth to propose. Luo Ling, this iron tree silver flower, I'm very interested in it. You can take all the violet sunflowers, but this iron tree silver flower, it's mine, what do you think? Although the purple sunflower was also precious, Su Yi already possessed an advanced healing talent, and also possessed an origin law that could absorb the attribute. The purple sunflower didn't really do much for him, other than being used for trading. But this iron tree silver blossom, Su Yi intends to follow his heart's instincts. Take a gamble. And according to the agreement, the treasures that the two of them obtained together needed to be shared equally, which was why Su Yi proposed this. Su Yi, although the iron tree silver flower is very precious, but without your help along the way, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such treasures as the sword spirit grass and the purple sunflower. How about this, you get 3 of the purple sunflowers, I'll get 4, and then this iron tree silver flower, it's yours. Luo Ling thought about it and said with a serious expression. She was the eldest miss of the Luo family, so naturally she wasn't stupid and had a long-term vision. With Su Yi's talent and strength, in the near future, the other party would definitely be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Befriending Su Yi had only benefits and no harm. So make the appropriate concessions. It's actually a long-term improvement. Chapter 70 Strange Effect. Breaking through to the middle stage of the clan. Su Yi definitely possesses a very high level of talent. Not only is his strength and speed far beyond that of a Zhongshe martial artist of the same realm, but he also has a very good heart. As long as he is given some time, he will definitely be able to cultivate into a martial king. Moreover, even amongst the crowd of martial king realms, he is certainly a powerhouse at the forefront. In Luo Ling's mind, this thought flashed through. She had been in the Luo family since she was a child, and had received a very good education, not only in terms of her cultivation, which had been refined very quickly, but also in terms of how to deal with people in the world. She also knew a lot of sense. He understood that for a martial artist like Su Yi, even without any background, as long as he had enough talent, it was only a matter of time before he wanted to rise. After saying that, Luo Ling took out 3 purple wooden boxes from her spatial ring and handed them to Su Yi. For purple sunflowers, that should be enough too. Then, in her mind, she said. Her father's injuries could be resolved with a single violet sunflower, and then she would take one for herself and gift one to old man Jinshan. The last one she was going to use to trade for a chance at enlightenment. Then thank you, Lorraine. At this moment, Su Yi reached out and received the 3 exquisite wooden boxes, revealing a joyful expression. Phew! Subsequently, Su Yi swept his figure and picked all the silver-colored flowers that were all over this black fruit tree in front of him. Su Yi's efficiency was very high, and after about a minute or two, he had returned to his original location. 132 silver flowers in all. After roughly sweeping the silver flowers in the spatial ring, Su Yi secretly said in his heart. So many silver flowers were enough to quench the yuan veins in his body, to a very advanced stage. Buzz! In the next moment, the black fruit tree that had been picked off by Su Yi, with all its silver flowers, bloomed with a flash of silver light and began to wither rapidly. In the end, the iron tree, which was originally 10 feet tall, turned into a ball of silver flying ash and completely disappeared. Once all the silver flowers are picked, the iron tree will wither and dissipate. This rumor, it's actually true. Luo Ling, who was on the side, saw this scene and muttered. Then, after she saw Suyi sitting on the ground, intending to swallow and refine the silver flower, she curiously said, "Suyi, aren't you going to keep some silver flowers and go out to trade?" The value of the iron tree silver flower was very high. She wasn't sure about the other families, but the Luo family must be very interested. Definitely willing to pay a high price. No. I'm going to swallow all the silver flowers to quench the yuan veins in my body and raise my strength. Suyi took out a piece of silver flower and said to Luo Ling with a strong inner desire. Okay. Luo Ling nodded, then she proceeded to speak. The energy contained in the silver flower is very huge, then you concentrate on refining it. I'll be on the side, guarding you so that no ferocious beasts will come over to disturb it. Thanks. After this period of time, the relationship between the two, pulled in a bit, is considered a good friend. That was why Suyi opened his mouth this briefly. Gulp. After saying that, Suyi took the luscious silver flower in his hand and swallowed it into his body. After the silver flower entered Suya's mouth, it turned into a ball of silver energy that flowed through Suya's body, continuously quenching the yuan veins. And this massive energy began to surge into Suya's mind. His brain, he felt, produced a metamorphosis. Rumble. Immediately afterward, this massive silver-colored energy began to erupt swiftly. Suyi frowned, feeling his mind swelling unbearably, while the yuan veins in his body seemed to have widened a little under the continuous quenching of this massive energy. But it's not obvious. After a while, Suyi took the silver flower and refined it. He felt refreshed, and his whole body was in a surprisingly good state. My talent, though, hasn't leveled up or produced some sort of mutation like the rumors said. But the yuan veins within my body seem to have changed slightly, enlarging and thickening a bit, but it's not obvious. After a moment of realization, Suyi thought in his heart. Only, since he had only refined one silver flower, the changes brought about were not that obvious. Go on. Then, Suya's mind moved, and from the spatial ring, he continued to take out a silver flower, swallowing and refining it. And so, about 6 hours passed. Suyi finally refined all the silver flowers, all of them. And the yuan veins within his body, under the effect of the silver flower, finished quenching 36 of them. Successfully stepped into the middle stage of the sovereign realm. My base power has actually increased to the power of 10 elephants. Suyi clenched his fist in sensation, his expression pleasantly surprised. An unusual Zhongshe realm powerhouse, after breaking through to the middle Zhongshe stage, the base power would be raised to the power of 5 elephants. However, Suyi's base power at this moment was doubled. It reached the power of 10 images. It's all thanks to the mysterious iron tree silver flower. The 72 yuan veins within my body have almost doubled in size compared to when I started. He looked within himself, and that's when he found the cause. It turned out that under the effect of the 132 silver flowers, the yuan veins within Suya's body had been widened by nearly double. In this way, the increase effect brought about by Suya's quenching of the yuan veins was naturally doubled. That was a pleasant surprise. With Suya's current base power, if he exploded extremely hard, being able to explode with the power of 900 elephants. It's horrible. Such a powerful force, combined with the instantaneous movement ability of the intermediate spatial talent. Even if it was an unusual king-level ferocious beast that was caught off guard, it would be killed by today's Suyi in a single move. After gaining such an astonishing increase in strength, Suyi was overjoyed in his heart. This one exchanges for the iron tree silver flower. It's a great deal of money. And my brain, too, seems to have produced a kind of metamorphosis. For example, a small black bug lying on the cliff 100 meters away, Suyi was able to clearly see its subtle structure. My mind, now, has become incomparably clear, and my enlightenment has improved somewhat. After a moment of realization, Suyi marveled in his heart. Iron tree silver flower. Truly worthy of being a rumored divine treasure. It's of infinite value. Suyi, have you finished refining? At this moment, Luo Ling came closer and inquired. Suyi nodded with a joyful expression. So your talent, has it improved? Or did some sort of mutation occur? Luo Ling wondered. No. Suyi shook his head. Maybe I'm just too unlucky, taking so many silver flowers didn't make my talent change. Suyi guessed in his heart that the reason why his talent hadn't produced a change should be related to the law of origin. His talent, all of which came from absorbing attributes, was not innate, and it was probably for this reason that led to Silver Flower being unable to change his talent. Of course, there is also the possibility that the so-called rumors are false and not to be trusted. After all, rumors are such things that spread from one to the other, and slowly, they become tainted. What exactly it was in the beginning, no one knows. And no one cares. Loring blinked. She wasn't sure about Suya's words, whether they were true or not, but she didn't ask much. The two men proceeded to talk in place for a while before getting up and leaving the cave. They continued in this secret realm, swiping their figures and exploring for opportunities. This level 3 secret realm will be open for half a month. So Suyi and the others, there was still a long period of time to explore the chances in the secret realm. Master, I sensed the aura of a fire attribute treasure. At some point, Little White, who was sitting on Suya's shoulder, sniffed sharply. Immediately after that, it was in Suya's mind, and he said in surprise. Chapter 71 Fire Dragon Grass. The aura of a fire attribute treasure? Hearing Little White's words, Suya's expression was slightly pleased. Go! Luoling, let's go there and take a look. Suyi followed the direction pointed out by Little White, and together with Luoling, they headed in that direction, advancing at breakneck speed. A few minutes later, the two were getting closer and closer to the location of the treasure. It was a heavily wooded area. Luoling, who was on the side, didn't seem to notice anything, but Suyi had an intermediate spatial talent, and had also taken the silver flower, so his perception was very strong. As he exerted his spatial perception ability, he was able to clearly detect that about 5 miles ahead of them, there was a group of martial artists, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 giant tigers. These 3 giant tigers, with burning black flames on their bodies, were huge and had a strong aura. All of them were strong among the top-tier ferocious beasts. And this group of martial artists, their aura wasn't weak either. 3 of them were in the middle stage of the sovereign realm, and the remaining 4, all in the early stage of the sovereign realm, united together, they were even more powerful than the 3 giant tigers. As time passed, this group of martial artists would naturally be able to decapitate these 3 giant tigers. Could this be the fire attribute treasure that Little White perceived? Immediately after that, Suyi saw a strange spirit grass burning with crimson flames at the back of the 3 giant tigers. This spiritual grass, the appearance is different from the unusual spiritual grass. The growth is a bit like the appearance of the legendary dragon, very extraordinary. Just as Suyi was pondering, those 7 martial artists, one after another, cast their strongest attacks. Either slashing out sword awnings or activating yuan power, they fought in close combat, exchanging wounds for wounds, not caring at all about attrition. Under the swift attack, the 3 giant tigers, even if they exerted their full strength, could only support themselves bitterly and were seriously injured. These 7 people, actually attacking at this cost, it seems that this spirit grass is of high value. And at this moment, Luoling and Suyi, the 2 of them, leaped over a large area of forest and trees, and were getting closer and closer to the warring parties. Up close and personal. Luoling naturally discovered these people as well. She paled slightly. It's a martial artist from the Wang family. After coming close, Luoling and Suyi stopped in midair. The 7 people who had already killed the 3 giant tigers also immediately realized that someone was approaching. One of the leading martial artists immediately yelled lowly towards a young martial artist at the early stage of the Zhongshu realm. Quickly! Put the treasure away! This person was also sharp and quickly took out his spatial ring and carefully put this somewhat special flame spirit grass away. It's actually fire dragon grass. Luoling's eyes were sharp, and with just a hurried glance, she immediately understood this flame spirit grass, and what exactly it was. Immediately after that, the 7 turned around with alert expressions and instantly spotted Suyi and Luoling. In an instant, a shocking killing intent emanated from the 7 people, and in an instant, it enveloped the 2. Phew! They broke through the air and stared coldly at the 2. Luoling's face was grave, then she questioned, Wang Yunting. What do you want? This Wang Yunting was a genius martial artist of the Wang family within the Tianfu Bay City, and was also the young grandson of the Wang family patriarch, with good talent. After entering the secret realm, he led the martial artists of the Wang family, found some opportunities, and his cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. At this moment, he stared at Luoling with an icy expression and said in a chilling voice, Luoling, you should be very clear about the value of the fire dragon grass and just how high it is. Since you've already seen the fire dragon grass, then I naturally won't let you leave. Wang Yunting's body was rippling with aura, and he had already secretly communicated with the rest of the 6 people beside him that once he made a move, he would go all out. Make sure to kill the 2 people in front of you as fast as possible. Fire dragon grass. too rare to be defeated. Once the news leaked out, I'm afraid that even that first genius, Lingfeng, would have to come over and find trouble with him. Therefore, after noticing the two approaching, he made a cruel decision that he had to behead the two regardless of the cost. And it's hard for the outside world to detect the killings in the secret realm. As for Su Yi beside Luo Ling? A nobody. Not that he cared much. Young lord. After hearing Wang Yunting's order, the remaining 6 martial artists spoke with respectful expressions. They were the parochial children of the Wang family, while Wang Yunting was a child of the main family and was the youngest grandson of the Wang family's patriarch, who was quite favored. Their purpose of entering the secret realm this time was to assist Wang Yunting search for treasures in the secret realm, and vow to protect Wang Yunting's safety. In Wang Yunting's mind, Luo Ling's and Su Ye's cultivation levels were both in the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm, and they had 3 strong people in the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm alone. Advantage on me. Plus, even if Luo Ling stubbornly resisted, he still had some underhanded means that would be enough to decimate Luo Ling once he unleashed them. Moreover, their Wang family could be a bit more powerful than the Luo family, so naturally, they weren't afraid of the consequences that would come from killing Luo Ling. Wang Yunting, you're asking for death. However, in the face of the majestic killing intent displayed by Wang Yuntu, Luo Ling didn't panic at all and instead gave a cold shout. During the time she had spent with Su Yi, she had experienced, firsthand, how powerful Su Yi was. With Su Yi's strength nowadays, he can definitely fight with the first genius Lingfeng against each other, although Wang Yunting is stronger, but within the Tianfu base city, even the top 20 are not ranked in. Do it! Wang Yunting did understand that he couldn't drag it out for too long, and with a ferocious expression, he took out a medium yuan power weapon, and his yuan power surged all over his body. Immediately yelled. Rumble! The 7 of them took out their respective weapons, their breath surging. Just as the 7 people, just as they were about to exert their full strength. Phew! An incomparably bright blood-colored sword blade. In an instant, it flooded the eyes of the 7. Is this my body? The 7 people looked horrified, and the last of their consciousness completely dissipated. Puff! Flop! Next moment, the corpses of the 7 men crashed to the ground with a gurgling sound. Su Ye's strength, it's gotten stronger again. Seeing the 7 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, just like that, being killed by Su Yi with a single sword, Luo Ling was still secretly shocked even though she was well aware of Su Ye's strength. The strength of these 7 people was not weak, especially Wang Yunting, who was the youngest grandson of the patriarch, had the best supply of resources, and his strength was quite a bit stronger than that of an ordinary Zhongshe realm martial artist. Unfortunately, it was still crushed by Su Yi, with a single sword. Seeing Wang Yunting, the remains of that face full of resignation, Luo Ling suddenly kind of wanted to laugh. Poor Wang Yuntung. It is estimated that even the life-preserving base card cannot even be performed in time, so suffocated death. Su Yi, on the other hand, put away his weapon with a bland expression and walked forward on his own. The traditional craft of touching a corpse has begun. Earlier, he had kept quiet just because, well, he knew one thing very well. What's the point of talking to him when someone else is going to kill you? It was natural to go over with a sword and end the feud. Soon after, Su Yi took the treasures in these people's spatial rings and put them into his pockets. The place was discovered by Su Yi, and the people were also beheaded by Su Yi. According to the agreement, all these things, naturally, were Su Ye's, and Luo Ling had no problem with it. On the contrary, she was still a little grateful to Su Yi in her heart. If it wasn't for Su Yi, if she was alone and encountered the 7 Wang Yuntings, I'm afraid that there was really no way to get out of it. If your life is gone, it's useless if your treasure is good. Luo Ling, this fire dragon grass, what kind of treasure is it? Soon after, Su Yi took out the spirit grass that was burning with flames and asked Luo Ling. Chapter 72 Luo Ling leaves, Sword Dao Stone Tablet. Su Yi had just used the golden sensor as well, to check out the fire dragon grass, but found that the fire dragon grass was not a strange object, so it was not clear about the specific information. Luo Ling had just opened her mouth to say that it was a treasure called fire dragon grass, so she naturally knew some information. That's why he inquired in this manner. While Luo Ling looked at the fire dragon grass in Su Ye's hand, her expression was stagnant, then she opened her mouth. Su Yi, the fire dragon grass, is said to be a treasure born in the nest of a fire dragon. But it's just a rumor that can't be confirmed, and the efficacy of the fire dragon grass is that it can enhance a martial artist's flaming talent. The medicinal power of the fire dragon grass, also according to the growth year, has a specific division. To reach a certain year of the fire dragon grass, will be in the rhizome position, born out of a red-colored dragon pattern. Among them, the fire dragon grass with 1 stripe to 3 stripes is a low-grade fire dragon grass. This kind of fire dragon grass can only enhance a martial artist's flame talent to intermediate level. And the fire dragon grass with 4 lines to 6 lines is a mid-grade fire dragon grass, capable of raising a martial artist's flame talent to high grade. As for the fire dragon grass with 7 to 9 lines, they are very rare and belong to the high-grade fire dragon grass. It is capable of raising a martial artist's flame talent to the top. Hearing Luo Ling's reply, Suyi then came to a realization and had some knowledge about the fire dragon grass. Suyi, quickly take a look, how many dragon lines are there at the location of the rhizome of this fire dragon grass? Then, Luo Ling hurriedly reminded. Suyi nodded, then took a closer look at the location of the rhizome of the fire dragon grass. And Luo Ling curiously walked closer and lowered her head to look. Immediately afterward, her eyes widened and she exclaimed, Suyi, you've gotten rich, it's a 7-line fire dragon grass. Only the location of the rhizome of this fire dragon grass was covered with 7 red-colored dragon patterns. This also meant that it was a 7-striped fire dragon grass. Being able to raise a martial artist's flame talent to the top stage. The value is very high. No wonder, just now, after Wang Yunting discovered us, he wanted to kill us immediately. At this point, Luo Ling also understood why Wang Yunting was so determined earlier, wanting to go all out and kill the two. She remembered that the Wang family had a martial king realm ancestor who possessed the flame talent, but unfortunately, the flame talent possessed by the other party was not very high, only intermediate. Once he was allowed to obtain this fire spirit grass, his strength would definitely increase greatly. After all, treasures like the fire dragon grass were useful to martial king realm powerhouses. Although because of the martial king realm ancestor, his cultivation was too strong, causing the effects of the fire dragon grass to drop a lot. But there was certainly nothing wrong with raising the flame talent to the advanced stage. Luo Ling looked at Suyi with some envy, then she seriously thought about it, and from her spatial ring, she took out a purple secret book and proposed with gritted teeth. Suyi, I'll take this 5th grade sword technique and exchange it with you for this fire dragon grass. How? After saying that, Luo Ling looked at Suyi with some anticipation. Although she herself didn't have a flame talent, there were some treasures in the Luo clan's treasury that were capable of granting martial artists primary flame talents. As long as she redeemed this kind of treasure and then used the fire dragon grass, by that time, she would be able to possess a top-tier flame talent. Battle power has increased dramatically. And the sword technique she had seen Suyi perform earlier was a more widely circulated killing-breaking sword technique. It was a 3rd grade sword technique with a decent grade. But if it was compared to this 5th grade sword technique in her hands, it was far worse. She didn't believe that Suyi wouldn't be moved. 5th grade sword technique. Hearing Luo Ling's words, Suyi felt a little surprised. The value of the fire dragon grass seems to be even higher than I thought. Mindfulness. Suyi decisively chose to exchange. To him, fire dragon grass was just that. Instead, a 5th grade sword technique was extremely attractive to him. Both were happy with the exchange. 5th grade sword technique Star Sword. After getting the secret book, Suyi couldn't wait to flip through it. So strong. After reading it, Suyi looked shocked. As long as one initiates this 5th grade sword technique, it can increase a martial artist's strength by 3 times, as well as double their defense. Minor accomplishment, 6 times the strength, twice the defense. Great accomplishment, 10 times the power, 5 times the defense. Cultivating it to perfection, it is even able to increase a terrifying 30 times its strength. As well as 10 times the defense. Strong. Too strong. But it's also really hard to practice. With Suya's current intermediate level sword Dao talent, even looking through this 5th grade sword technique had the feeling that he was reading a heavenly book. Getting started is incredibly difficult. Not to mention practicing to perfection. Looks like I have to go find Ling Feng as soon as possible. Putting away the secret book, Suyi secretly said in his heart. Ling Feng's transcendent level sword Dao talent was something he coveted. After resolving the 7 people, Suyi and Luo Ling searched around and did find some pretty good resources. However, if it was compared to the fire dragon grass that was found earlier, it was not worth mentioning. For the next 3 days, the two proceeded to look for opportunities in the secret realm. During this period, they did encounter quite a few ferocious beasts. Among them, there were 3 ferocious beasts that were extremely strong. Even Suyi took some time to kill them. And compared to the danger posed by the ferocious beasts, they were also ambushed by a group of martial artists. If it wasn't for Suya's sharp sense of God in discovering these people in advance, he himself would have been fine, but Luo Ling would probably have been in danger. As a result, the worries in Luo Ling's heart, along with her determination to leave the secret realm, also grew deeper and deeper. That morning, Luo Ling proposed to Su Yi with a gloomy expression. She's leaving the secret world. After all, there were only a few days left until the end of the secret realm, and the martial artists who could remain in the secret realm, searching for opportunities at the final stage, were all very powerful people. Once she encountered these people, Su Yi would naturally be able to cope with them, but she would have no way to get away. If the treasures on her body were taken away, she wouldn't be able to cry. Well, then be careful on your way. Su Yi nodded. It was good for Luo Ling to leave. After all, most of the martial artists in the secret realm had left. The martial artists who still remained in the secret realm to explore were basically geniuses rich in fame. For example, that first genius Ling Feng. After Luo Ling left, Su Yi immediately vanished into space, constantly searching for Ling Feng's whereabouts. But this secret realm, it was just too big. In a short period of time, it was difficult for Su Yi to find Ling Feng. After leaving, Luo Ling kept her breath hidden, constantly switching routes and being careful. In the end, she managed to leave the secret realm. I'm going to find the old ancestor immediately. After flying out of the entrance to the secret realm, Luo Ling was excited in her heart even though she looked as normal. Shortly after, he arrived in front of old man Jinshan. Luo Ling, you got the purple sunflower? As soon as he saw Luo Ling, old ancestor Jinshan said with a smile. He had already taken the sword spirit grass and gained an intermediate level sword Dao talent, and was in a great mood. Luo Ling, this little ninny, was truly his sweet little cotton. Old ancestor, this is the violet sunflower. Luo Ling took out 2 wooden boxes with a respectful expression and handed them to old man Jinshan. Lorraine, what are you? Old ancestor Jinshan, with his eyes shining brightly, did not accept it, but opened his mouth to inquire. Old ancestor, this violet sunflower, I want to give it to old ancestor. And this purple sunflower, I think. Luo Ling took a breath and stabilized her mind, then spoke in a deep voice, uttering the request. And after hearing Luo Ling's request, the Jinshan old ancestor, too, was completely stunned. What? You want to comprehend the Sword Dao Stone Tablet? Chapter 73 Transcendent Level Flame Talent. Kendo Stone Tablet. This was one of the Luo family's most secretive wonders. And it's a 3-star wonder. This strange object was brought back by the Luo family's founding ancestor from a certain treasure land at great cost. And that old ancestor, not long after bringing back this marvelous thing, left the world because he was seriously injured. Since then, within the Tianfu base city, the Luo family's prestige had dropped quite a bit. The so-called Sword Dao Stone Tablet, its function is to help martial artists comprehend the essence of the Sword Dao. With the help of the Sword Dao Stone Tablet, a martial artist's efficiency in comprehending his or her own Sword Dao would be much higher, and it would be much easier for him or her to comprehend the sword momentum, or even the sword intent. Unfortunately, this 3-star wonder, for some unknown reason, was missing a part of it, causing the effect to be reduced a bit. Moreover, every time it was utilized, it would deplete the origin within the Sword Dao Stone Tablet, and after many years of use, the number of times that the Sword Dao Stone Tablet could be utilized nowadays was already very few. Therefore, nowadays, every time the Sword Dao Stone Tablet was utilized, a family meeting needed to be opened, and only after most of the old ancestors had agreed to exert the essence blood in their bodies together, would they be able to open the grand formation and utilize the Sword Dao Stone Tablet that had been blocked off. Therefore, even in the family, the strongest Jinshan elder ancestor was not qualified to settle the matter with a single word. Luo Ling, you should know clearly that although the purple sunflower is precious, it's not possible for the family's many old ancestors to all agree with your request. The Jinshan old ancestor, instead of accepting the 2 wooden boxes, frowned. Although he could agree to Luo Ling's request, the other old ancestors would not necessarily agree. After all, people are selfish. Among the descendants of those old ancestors, there were also disciples who were comparable to Luo Ling, and they naturally wanted to save this opportunity for their own descendants. Competition is everywhere in this world. Within the family, there is naturally competition. Hearing the old ancestor's reply, Luo Ling made up her mind and spoke through clenched teeth. Old ancestor, I have a fire dragon grass that can give me a top-notch flame talent. Moreover, I've taken the sword spirit grass and possessed an advanced sword Dao talent. Counting my original talent, old ancestor, you should understand that as long as I cultivate into a martial king, it will definitely become a powerful underpinning of the family. Please, old ancestor. For the sake of comprehending the sword Dao stone tablet, Luo Ling had, for once, gone out of her way. Is that true? As expected, after hearing Luo Ling's words, the old ancestor of Mount Zhen, his expression stared. He exuded a powerful aura belonging to the martial king realm, pressing down on Luo Ling's body. Fire dragon grass. This is a rare and exotic treasure, even rarer than the purple sunflower. Luo Ling actually had such good luck? Luo Ling forced herself to endure the pain and said with a resolute face. Please, old ancestor. Yes. Old ancestor Jinshan looked deeply at Luo Ling. Afterward, he received the 2 wooden boxes, and then with his hands behind his back, he spoke in a deep voice. Since that's the case, then just let go of your hands and old ancestor will support all your ideas. Jinshan Laozu, with a solemn expression. In his eyes, there was also a hint of ruthlessness. Some of those old ancestors of the Luo clan had grown up in biased clans and attached clans, and their minds couldn't all be biased in favor of the main clan. When the time comes, they are bound to raise objections at the family meeting. At that point, those who are willing to change their opinions, he won't do it, but those who remain stubborn. Although, he didn't like family infighting either. But how can we achieve great things if we don't have a heart of gold? Luo Ling only needed to become a martial king, and after cultivating for a while, his strength would not be inferior to him at all. Plus, old ancestor Jinshan, who was also the old ancestor of Luo Ling's lineage, would naturally choose to help Luo Ling. Thank you, elder ancestor. Hearing the old ancestor's reply, Luo Ling was ecstatic. She understood that as long as old man Jinshan opened his mouth, then this matter, basically, was the nail in the coffin. It definitely works. The secret world. Suyi was not aware that after Luo Ling quickly left the secret realm, she utilized the violet sunflower and her own future to gamble in exchange for a chance to participate in the Sword Dao Stone tablet. If he knew that, Suyi couldn't help but say that he would also be a bit interested in the Sword Dao Stone tablet, as well. Of course, his biggest goal right now was to find Lingfeng as soon as possible. From him, gain the transcendent level kendo talent. That's the top priority. At the moment, he was disappearing into space, searching for Lingfeng's trail while also carefully searching for treasures. And on his shoulder, with 2 small paws, Little White was picking at a golden ore and was chewing on it prettily. At one point, it sniffed its nose and suddenly a light came on. Master! There are fire attribute treasures about 800 meters ahead. Hearing Little White's words, Suya's expression moved slightly. He quickly swept away and traveled to his destination. Not bad. A fire spirit flower of decent quality. After Suyi searched for a while, he found a 3-foot flower with a reddish body on a hidden cliff wall. The god looked slightly pleased. He picked this fire spirit flower carefully and then used a wooden box, stored it, and stowed it away in his spatial ring. Afterwards, he continued to bring Little White with him, searching for other treasures. During this period of time, after Luo Ling left, he was also able to exert the power of space at will, coupled with Little White's ability to search for treasures. Treasure hunting is much more efficient. Already found some great stuff. If Luo Ling hadn't, before, given him a second-level space ring, I'm afraid that he would have exploded long ago. And not long ago, he also tried out his instantaneous movement ability and found that his current instantaneous movement range was 10 miles. In other words, within a 10-mile radius, Suyi only needed a single thought to be able to reach it. Of course, the spatial power in Suya's body had a limit, and the number of times he could perform an instantaneous transfer at one time was around 20 times. When the times ran out, the only way to continue to move was to wait for the power of space to be restored. And when exploring for treasures, Suyi naturally didn't have a smooth sailing. Sometimes, he would encounter some powerful ferocious beasts, and other times, he would have to face competition from other martial artists. Naturally, with Suya's strength nowadays, these things, at best, could only be considered as a few hiccups. Time flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, another day had passed. That afternoon, Suyi disappeared into space and was loading a batch of rare metal ores for refining flying boats into his spatial ring. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening boom came from the distant sky. There's a martial arts fight? After Suyi finished collecting the ores, he immediately headed there. Only to see a young martial artist in the sky, his body burning up, with hot blue flames, like a fire god manipulating flames. With a wave of his hand, he was able to unleash powerful and ferocious flames. On the ground, a large swath of fierce beasts of various colors with hideous faces died in a flash after being burned by the flames. What a powerful might! Su Ye's expression stared. Then, he checked the person's information. Name, Feng Lai. Realm, Middle Master. Flame talent, Transcendent level. Strength talent, Intermediate. Speed talent, Intermediate. It's actually a Transcendent level flame talent. After seeing this person's information, Su Yi looked surprised. Previously, he had used up the absorption attribute twice, and this month, he had 3 more chances. Hence, Feng Lai's Transcendent level flame talent. He'll take it. Chapter 74 Defeating Wind Lai, Second Order Attribute. Feng Lai. This person's name is a bit familiar. Su Yi didn't immediately go out and fight this person. Instead, he mused in his mind. Right. This person seems to be one of the top 10 geniuses within the Tianfu-based city. Soon after, Su Yi recalled the specific information of this person. Earlier, he had asked for information from Luo Ling, within the Tianfu-based city, about some talented martial artists. Among them, there was information about this Feng Lai. This person was the eldest son of the Feng family head, possessing a transcendent level flame talent, and had even cultivated a 5th grade flame technique. A strength so strong that it was almost second only to that first genius, Ling Feng. The divisions of decimation within the Heavenly Prefecture base city had given the top 10 genius martial artists and gotten a fairer ranking. So he vaguely remembers. This person's strength was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses. Damn you, Ling Feng. After my cultivation breakthrough, I'll be the first to settle the score with you. At this time, Feng Lai cleared the ground of all the ferocious beasts. Immediately afterward, in his mind, the figure of Ling Feng emerged, full of anger. Hearing these words, Su Yi, who had disappeared into space, moved slightly. Ling Feng? Does this person know where that Ling Feng is? Think about it. Su Yi first distanced himself from him and waited until he couldn't sense the other party before Su Yi disappeared out of space. Afterward, he swept his figure and arrived in front of Feng Lai. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Friend, how about you and I spar? Feng Lai looked at this person and was wary. At the same time, there was something unpleasant about the face. Who are you? His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hot flame rose from his hands, incinerating the 8 directions. Then, with a slightly cold voice, he said. Previously, because of the competition for a treasure, he had lost to Ling Feng and suffered some injuries, which was already a bit unpleasant. Now, a very unfamiliar patriarch had suddenly come and actually named him to spar with him. What? Do you really think he's soft? That he's easy to bully? He, Feng Lai, was at least one of the top 10 geniuses within the Tianfu-based city. When he thought of this, Feng Lai's complexion went cold. It seems that if the tiger doesn't show its strength, there are really people who treat him as a sick cat. With you also want to fight me? Leave quickly, don't make a mistake. Feng Lai's breath erupted as he spoke indifferently. That's not for you to worry about. Su Yi waved his hand, then took out the medium yuan power weapon. Medium yuan power weapon. Seeing this blood-colored long sword, in Feng Lai's heart, there was also a hint of caution. Phew! In an instant, Su Yi held his long sword in his hand and his figure stormed. So fast. Feng Lai's complexion changed in shock, and he immediately retreated violently toward the back. And he quickly cast that 5th grade flame technique. Burning Sky Decision. Rumble. Only Feng Lai raised his hands high, and yuan veins surged within his body. Rapidly condensing out, a huge ball of fire that was incomparably hot. Towards Su Yi, he threw himself fiercely. Searing flames, incinerating and splashing in all directions. Scorching the earth. Even the few high-level ferocious beasts not far away were reduced to a puddle of blood under this heat wave. Thumbs up. However, facing Feng Lai's powerful moves, Su Yi looked as normal. He raised his right hand and in a flash, he chopped out a blood-colored sword blade. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the blood-colored sword awnings completely chopped through the hot and incomparable fireball, and its power did not decrease. Towards Feng Lai, he killed swiftly. Not good. This person's strength is terrifying. I'm no match. Feng Lai looked horrified and hastily cast multiple underhanded means to increase his speed to the limit. Only then did he manage to dodge the blast of this blood-colored sword blade. However, the next moment, Suyi raised his right hand high, preparing to slash out another sword. Seeing this scene, Feng Lai's mind was appalled. It's all about to cry. Friend! Stop it now. I concede. I concede. He hurriedly raised his hands high and made a standard surrender gesture to Suyi, sweat pouring from his forehead as he spoke in a panic. After Feng Lai admitted defeat, the laws of origin, then absorbed his attributes. Congratulations to the Source Master for defeating Feng Lai, gaining 3 points of the second order strength attribute, 1 point of the second order speed attribute, and 1000 points of flame origin. Second order attributes? Suyi was curious in his heart. On the surface, his expression remained unchanged. Oh? I think someone told me before that I shouldn't make a mistake about myself? His figure flickered and arrived in front of Feng Lai, saying with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Lai sweated profusely. It's a sin. Why did my previous self have to mouth off? Friend. It was my bad before. This treasure, give it to your friend as a token of apology. Feng Lai racked his brain and hurriedly took out a few blue fruits dyed with speckles from his spatial ring and handed them to Suyi. Blue streak fruit. Good stuff. This was also a superior resource for quenching the yuan veins in the body, and served a similar purpose as the golden stripe fruit. Suyi did not move to accept it and then inquired. Do you know, where is Ling Feng? I want to spar with him too. Ling Feng? Feng Lai's expression froze slightly, then after pondering for a while, he and Suyi pointed out a general direction. After learning the desired information, Suyi then spilled out and left. He and Feng Lai, previously, did not have any grudges, and he was not a murderous devil. Feng Lai had again admitted defeat and given away resources, so Suyi naturally wouldn't cut him down. And with his current strength, even those martial king realm ancestors, Suyi had the confidence to fight, so naturally, he didn't have to care what Feng Lai really thought. He's very clear. In this world, one's own strength is fundamental. Phew. Looking at Su Ye's departing back, Feng Lai let out a long breath. As for retaliation? No kidding. In his opinion, this Su Yi was simply more terrifying than Ling Feng. He wouldn't dare to take up a grudge with this kind of person. With the previous lesson, he naturally wouldn't seek his own death. This Su Yi went to find Ling Feng. Later on, there might be a good show. Seeing Su Yi going to find Ling Feng to spar, Feng Lai somewhat gloated. In his heart, he couldn't wait for Su Yi to beat that Ling Feng half to death. Forget it. It's better to leave the secret realm first. But after careful thought, Feng Lai shrunk his head and shook his head. Whether it was Ling Feng or Su Yi, he was no match. Going to watch the two engage in battle, there's no chance you'll get hurt yourself. Phew. Feng Lai's figure flashed and ran towards the entrance of the secret realm, intending to leave this secret realm. In the distance, Su Yi searched for a forest that was a bit more remote, then sat cross-legged on the branch of a huge tree. Gaze whispered. Absorb. Next moment, a huge amount of energy filled Su Ye's body. After refining this energy, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. Under the fine sense, he discovered that a point of second-order strength attribute was able to increase his strength by 100,000 pounds. That's 0.1 elephant power. Defeating Feng Lai made Su Ye's power grow by 0.3 elephant power, and his speed also increased a bit. Nice! After the sensation was completed, Su Yi rejoiced. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 1000 points of flame talent and obtaining the transcendent level flame talent. In the next moment, Su Yi, who had absorbed the flame origin, managed to obtain a transcendent level flame talent. The harvest is full. The strength increases again. It's time to go find Ling Feng. Su Yi got up with satisfaction. He then followed the information given to him by Feng Lai and searched for Ling Feng. At a certain moment, Su Yi found Ling Feng in a large mountain range. However, it wasn't Ling Feng himself that made Su Ye's heart and mind excited. Rather, it was a wisp of breath that loomed in the mountains. This is the aura of Yuan Stones. Chapter 75 Veins of Yuan Stone. Su Yi didn't vanish out of the space and remained inside the space. At the same time, he also noticed that on Ling Feng's body, he seemed to have suffered a slight injury, his robes stained with blood. Immediately afterward, he gazed around. So many corpses of martial artists. On the ground, body after body of martial artists came into view. The area of this level 3 mysterious realm was so vast that it wasn't that easy for martial artists to be able to meet each other. Obviously, the Yuanstone vein here had been exposed, and many martial artists were well aware of the news. That's what led to the fight and death. Ling Feng. You can't escape this time. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the sky. Immediately after, Suyi saw that there were two young martial artists with wild auras, leading two teams of martial artists that surrounded Ling Feng. Suya's expression moved as his gaze looked towards the two. Name, White Knight Dragon. Realm, Middle Master. Storm Talent, Transcendent Level. Speed Talent, Advanced. Golden Pupil Talent, Intermediate. Name, Luo Yunhai. Realm, Middle Master. Kung Fu Talent, Transcendent Level. Defense Talent, Intermediate. Speed Talent, Intermediate. These two, they actually both possess Transcendent Grade Talent. Suya's complexion shook a little when he saw the message from the two. He thought back carefully, and only then did he realize with surprise that these two were both talented martial artists within the Tianfu base city. One of them, Bai Yuelong, was the Bai family's supreme genius, who not only possessed the Transcendent Level Stormwind talent, but also the special Golden Pupil talent. The strength was so strong that it was only second to the first genius, Ling Feng, and with his comprehensive strength, he ranked second. Luo Yunhai, on the other hand, was the son of the Luo family's patriarch, and had displayed a strong talent for boxing since his childhood, practicing a profound and ancient boxing style. Although in terms of strength, it was slightly inferior to the two present, it could still be ranked in the third place. The second and third geniuses joined together and teamed up to fight the first genius. That's a bit of fun. In the middle of the battlefield, Bai Yuelong ordered his men to surround Ling Feng. Then, an elderly martial artist with a silver sword in his hand coldly shouted at Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Even though you have a great talent and amazing sword skills, you can't possibly be our opponent. Hand over the Yuan stone. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Damned Ling Knight. How dare you betray my Ling family and come together with the Bai family? Aren't you afraid that you'll be whipped by the old ancestor? Also, do you guys really think that you've got me? To tell you the truth, if I put my best foot forward, I'm afraid that so many of you present will have to die for the most part. Ling Knight. I'll be the first to kill you. Ling Feng looked shocked and furious, his breath churning. He. Ling Feng, I naturally believe what you say. Ling Knight laughed coldly and then spoke. However, you are the number one genius within the Tianfu base city. Exchanging the deaths of our people for one of your lives is a deal that isn't a bad deal. Besides, even if you use your full power, you won't be able to kill all of us, and in the end, you'll still die. Hearing this, Ling Feng's face changed. Indeed, Bai Yuelong and Luo Yunhai, when these two people joined forces, even he was quite fearful. Plus, there were so many Zhongshe realm martial artists around, using formations to assist in combat. Even if he was strong enough to show off his mid-Zhongshe realm cultivation, he would most likely end up drinking in his defeat. Ling Feng's face was gloomy. And speaking of this, Ling Knight's eyes flickered as he then spoke. Furthermore, Ling Feng, I know very well that you not only possess a transcendent grade sword Dao talent, but you also possess an advanced grade strength talent, as well as an intermediate grade speed talent. If I'm not mistaken, not long ago, you were in the secret realm and obtained a piece of spirit herb that can enhance your speed talent. You've raised your speed talent to the advanced stage. This really makes me envious. Ling Knight's expression was filled with jealousy, as well as deep anger. I've been searching in the secret realm for so long, and the treasures I've acquired, not only do I have to turn them all over to you, but I also have to sell my life for you. How can I not be angry? Moreover, since you have, in your possession, the spirit grass that can enhance the talent of speed, it's not allowed to say that you also possess some other treasures that can enhance the ability of talent. Ling Knight said with a greedy expression. This damn Ling Knight, how could he know so well? The mind cursed this angrily. On the surface, Ling Feng then laughed coldly. What you're saying is nothing more than your speculation. If I had such precious treasures, I would have taken them long ago and boosted my strength. Why would I need to be afraid of you guys? Ha ha. Ling Feng, your words can deceive others, but not me. To tell you the truth, I have a special talent called insight, which allows me to see information about the specific talents you possess, as well as a few treasures in your storage ring that are flashing with special colors. Damn Ling Knight. He actually has this kind of talent. As expected, as soon as Ling Knight's words fell, Ling Feng immediately changed color, his face unsightly. Ling Knight. So what if you even know about it? This talent of yours, even though it's special, can't enhance your strength. I'm going to kill you with a single sword. Boom! With that, Ling Feng took out an ice blue longsword from his spatial ring. It was a higher yuan power weapon. As expected, after seeing this weapon, the people present, their expressions changed in shock. In the next moment, Bai Yuelong and Luo Yunhai also took out a higher yuan power weapon one after another. Ling Feng's face sank. Ling Feng. There's no point in talking more, let's fight then. Bai Yuelong gripped a red-colored feather fan tightly. Not only was there no fear in his heart, instead there was a hint of excitement. Within Tianfu Base City, the original strongest family was there by family. However, with the rapid rise of the Ling family, it was difficult for the Bai family to resist the Ling family's might and became the second family. As for Ling Feng, as the first genius within the heavenly capital Base City, he had even improved his talent now, and his battle prowess was even stronger. Once he waited until this person, cultivated into the martial king realm, his strength would definitely be terrifyingly unimaginable. In that not too distant future, even if the Bai family was as strong as the Bai family, it would have to submit to the Ling family and become a subsidiary family of the Ling family. As the heir of the family, he naturally didn't want to see this kind of thing. Plus, this Ling knight had just said that Ling Feng's spatial ring contained treasures that could enhance natural abilities. Once he beheaded Ling Feng, then the treasures in Ling Feng's spatial ring would still be in his pocket? At that time, when Ling Feng died, he would be able to, as a matter of course, become the #1 genius within the Tianfu Base City. Plus, underneath this mountain range, there was a yuan stone vein, and once it was mined, it would be able to obtain at least hundreds of yuan stones. It's a bumper crop. Therefore, even if he used some underhanded means, he must kill Ling Feng. As for Luo Yunhai, who was on the side, his gaze moved slightly, and he was also thinking the same thing. In the distance, Su Yi, who had heard the crowd talking, also revealed a bit of surprise. This Ling Feng, he's really lucky. Not only did he find a treasure to enhance his natural ability, but he also discovered a vein of yuan stone. Su Yi had searched for so long in the secret realm, but he hadn't found a single ding of yuan sure. This Ling Feng is somewhat the flavor of a son of Qi. Suddenly, Su Yi seemed to have thought of something. The eyes lit up. These people are fighting up there, so I can sneak inside the mountain range. Looking for metastones. Chapter 76 Stealing Yuan Stones. The harvest is full. After thinking about it, Su Yi glanced at Ling Feng after the talent change. Name, Ling Feng. Realm, Late Master. Kendo talent, Transcendent level. Strength talent, Advanced. Speed talent, Advanced. Ling Knight's group is considered finished. After seeing Ling Feng's current information, this thought flashed through Su Yi's mind. This Ling Feng, he didn't know what tactics he had used to actually hide his aura. If Su Yi didn't possess the law of origin and was able to see Ling Feng's true information, I'm afraid that he would have been deceived by Ling Feng as well. This Ling Feng's cultivation level was not in the middle of the sovereign realm, but in the late sovereign realm. This meant that Ling Feng should have gained a lot of opportunity in the secret realm, quenching the yuan veins in his body, breaking through to the late stage of the sovereign realm. The base power, raised to the power of 10 elephants. Coupled with the advanced strength talent, as well as the advanced speed talent, Ling Knight's group was quite numerous though. But in the end, it was likely that they would be decapitated by Ling Feng. Advanced strength talent, capable of increasing strength by 10 times, so by this calculation, Ling Feng's strength has already reached 100 elephant strength, plus, he also possesses a transcendent grade sword Dao talent, practicing at least a 5th, or even a 6th grade sword technique. The strength of the total power is likely to be similar to mine. And with the advanced speed talent, and the ability to boost Ling Feng's speed by 10 times, these people from White Knight Dragon, even if they use their formations, it is estimated that they will only be able to fight against Ling Feng with great difficulty. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that these people, Bai Yuelong, had terrifying cards in their hands that were capable of decapitating Ling Feng. However, even if it wasn't, Ling Feng would still not be able to kill these people if he wanted to do so in a short period of time. Especially that Bai Yuelong and Luo Yunhai, as disciples of the great families, how could they not have some underhanded means of resistance? Let's hope you guys, you can hold out a little longer. Su Yi smiled, then immediately entered the depths of the mountain range, searching for the vein of yuan stone. He vanished into space and traveled quickly through the mountain range. At a certain moment, Little White, who was standing on his shoulder, suddenly exclaimed, "Master! I was there and sensed a strong aura of yuanshi." Su Yi looked surprised. He then immediately raised his speed and ran towards that direction. Soon after, Suyi arrived at that area. A special silver-colored vein of ore, overflowing with a rich aura of yuan stone. It was reflected in Suyi's eyes. Oh my god! So many multi-stones, we're rich! Suyi looked pleasantly surprised and was just about to vanish out of space to collect. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction and his expression froze. One could only see an incomparably huge giant snake, several miles long, lying on its back in the right position of the Yuanshan vein, slumbering, almost merging with the mountain range, making it hard to see. If it wasn't for Suye's sharp divine sense and utilizing his spatial perception ability, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Then, Suyi took a look at the information about this giant snake. Species, Titan Rock Python. Grade, False King. Defense talent, Top. Silver Bone talent, Advanced. Strength talent, Advanced. Stealth talent, Primary. Bloodline avatar, Stormrocking. The talent of this ferocious beast is too terrifying. Not only does it possess a special top-tier defense talent, but it also has the ability to increase its defense, the advanced silver bone talent. Stacked up like this, I'm afraid this giant snake's defense is incredibly strong. Plus, it also possesses an advanced power talent and is a false king level ferocious beast itself. No wonder, even after discovering a vein of yuan stone, that Ling Feng didn't dare to collect it in a big way. Suyi looked at the giant snake in front of him and frowned. This giant snake was the most terrifying ferocious beast with the most terrifying strength that Suyi had encountered in this secret realm. Even with Suyi's current powerful strength, I'm afraid that he would have to use all of his means and spend a period of time before he could kill this giant snake. Moreover, once he was at full battle strength and fought with this giant snake, the commotion would be too great and would definitely attract the attention of those above. Therefore, Suyi needed to lure away this giant snake, or rather, without disturbing this giant snake, without God's knowledge, to secretly collect yuan stones. Suyi first thought of utilizing other strong ferocious beasts to lure away this giant snake, but after looking around, he found that there were no ferocious beasts that could fight against this giant snake. The other strong and ferocious beast he found in this mountain range was a huge ape, but this ape, with its talent being just that, was no match for this giant snake. Therefore, he could only retreat and utilize his spatial ability to secretly collect yuan stones. Let's get started then. After thinking for a while, Suyi disappeared into space and quietly approached the vein of yuan stone. The giant snake, still dormant, did not show the slightest sign of revival. It's fast. It's fast. After about a minute, Suyi arrived in front of the vein of yuan stone. What a big vein! It was only after getting really close that Suyi came to deeply appreciate how huge this vein of yuan stone was. Suyi swept a glance and roughly estimated that this vein of yuan stone, as long as all of them were mined out, at least 1,000 yuan stones could be mined out. This is a very large fortune. Master! Let's dig! Seeing the vein of yuan stone in front of him, Little White's eyes sparkled and immediately shouted in Suya's mind. It was so happy, it was about to pass out. Meta stone. It's working for it, too. That giant snake, the reason why it was able to break through to the false king level was because it stayed next to the yuan stone vein for a long time, swallowing and refining some yuan stones from time to time, which allowed its strength to grow rapidly. Dig! Dig! Suyi looked pleasantly surprised, and without disturbing the giant snake, he and Little White worked together to keep digging up the yuan stones. Of course, Xiaobai's digging speed couldn't be compared to Suyi's. Suyi was able to catalyze the spatial power within his body, causing the efficiency of digging up yuan stones to skyrocket by a large margin. 1, 2, 3. As time passed, the amount of yuan stones they had excavated grew. And these yuan stones, all of them were put away in Suya's spatial ring. Boom! At some point, above Suya's head, there was a violent boom. He understood that the fight for those people should be coming to an end. The fully exploded Ling Feng displayed a very frightening strength. Damn you, Ling Feng! Your cultivation level, it's not the middle stage of the sovereign realm, you're in the late stage of the sovereign realm. I hate it. A moment later, Ling Knight's voice sounded in Su Knight's ears. Immediately after that, Ling Knight was killed by Ling Feng with a sword. Not good. Quickly go. As for Bai Yuelong and Luo Yunhai, they were also seriously injured at this moment, and the men they brought with them were almost all dead. They have no choice but to run. Ling Feng's state, too, was bad, his robes stained with blood and his face pale. So, instead, he didn't go after it. I have to hurry up and dig for yuan stone. Ling Feng thought in his mind after taking a short break. The news of this place had spread out, and soon there would definitely be more martial artists rushing here. He'll have to hurry. The giant snake, on the other hand, had been dormant for a long time and would not awaken easily. Even if he was awakened, he would be able to retreat in one piece even if he couldn't fight. Phew! Thinking of this, he quickly swept his figure and headed to the bottom of the mountain range. However, when he arrived at the place where the vein of yuan stone was, completely dumbfounded. Where's my dollar stone? He looked at the bare vein of yuan stone. Shock and awe. Chapter 77 Defeating Lingfeng, Transcendent Grade Sword Dao Talent in Hand. Lingfeng had managed to display all of his means to decimate Ling Knight's group, but in the end, he was working for someone else. This was obviously someone who had rushed ahead of him and scooped up all the yuan shura. After all this time, he's the one who's been wronged. And Lingfeng's yelling caused the Terran rock python, which had been beside the yuan stone vein and had fallen into a deep sleep, to awaken. Roar! Upon seeing the vein of yuan stone beside it, which had been completely excavated, leaving only the bare surface of the ground, it roared and hissed in anger. The vein of yuan stone is also very important to it. It was able to have the strength it had today, and the yuan stone vein had a deep relationship. Moreover, as it continued to swallow and refine the yuan stone, it felt that the bloodline in its body seemed to have produced some special changes. The fact that it had been dormant before was that it was refining the yuan stone in its body, as well as enhancing its bloodline. Perhaps, by swallowing some more yuan stones, it would be able to completely upgrade its bloodline and become even more powerful. But now it's all gone. And the scene is besides it. It's just this human. Subsequently, the Titan rock python stared at Lingfeng with a ferocious expression, and in his eyes, a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed as he opened his mouth to roar. Extremely swiftly, it came towards Lingfeng. Damn! I didn't dig that. Lingfeng roared in hideous fury, dodging and dodging at the same time. His heart was extremely depressed. If it was really a yuan stone he had excavated and was attacked by this Titan rock python, he would have recognized it. But the point is, he didn't dig it. In the end, he did the most work and got nothing out of it. And to be attacked by this Titan rock python, it's just bad luck. Lingfeng dodged and dodged the Titan rock python's attack, while looking at the bare surface of the ground, growling in his mind. My dollar stone. Blood is dripping inside. He had previously estimated that this batch of yuan stones, as long as all of them were mined out, there would be thousands of them at the very least. It was completely enough for him to cultivate to the martial king realm. But now, a piece of it is gone. Die for me. Lingfeng was furious as he took out a higher yuan power longsword, and towards the Titan rock python, he chopped out a heavenly blue monstrous sword blade. 5th grade sword technique. Return to the sea sword technique. This 5th grade sword technique, which he had already cultivated to the grand completion stage, could increase his power by 10 times. Counting the 10-fold enhancement of the advanced strength talent, the power of his sword was 1,000 elephants. Extremely scary. Roar. However, the Titan rock python raised its head without fear, and it also roared angrily, casting its bloodline divine ability. Storm rocking. Only to see thick blood red rocks rapidly climbing on his torso, like hideous crimson armor. With the addition of the bloodline aptitude, the defense of the Titan rock python, once again, skyrocketed several times. Rumble. Lingfeng's sword awnings chopped down on the body of the Titan rock python, shattering some of the blood-red rocks and sending out a roar. For a while, the sound was like thunder and smoke filled the air. However, after the smoke cleared, the Titan rock python's eyes were fierce as it continued to kill towards Lingfeng. Lingfeng's attack had only injured it, and in reality, there was no major harm done. Damn it! How can this giant snake's defense be so powerful? Lingfeng's face changed in shock and he looked a little terrified. His heart couldn't believe it. Not far away in space. So he disappeared into it and was working with Little White, observing the fight between the two sides. This Lingfeng's transcendent level sword Dao talent is indeed incredibly strong, and the power of the attacks he is able to erupt today is not even close to mine. Seeing the blue sword blade that Lingfeng chopped out, Su Yi was quite surprised. However, this was normal. Lingfeng's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sovereign realm. Plus, he had cultivated that 5th grade sword technique to the stage of great completion, which allowed him to erupt with such amazing power. Unfortunately, this Titan rock python's defense is even more amazing. Seeing that in the battlefield, the Titan rock python was almost pressing Lingfeng, Su Yi's expression, too, was somewhat touched. Earlier, after seeing the information about this Titan rock python, he had already guessed that the defense of this Titan rock python must be very powerful. However, he didn't expect that even if Ling Feng used his full strength, he was no match for this Titan rock python. Even Ling Feng's attack could only be considered as scratching an itch for the massive Titan rock python. Of course, this was also because the Titan rock python had cast a bloodline divine ability, and in a short period of time, it had allowed its defense ability to once again skyrocket several times. That was why Ling Feng's attack was unable to injure this Titan rock python. But as long as Ling Feng lasted through the Titan rock python's attack, when the time for the bloodline avatar passed, this Titan rock python would not be a match for Ling Feng and would probably be decapitated by Ling Feng. Boom! A moment later, only a swift tail fling was seen from the Titan rock python. Ling Feng was unable to dodge and was struck by the giant tail, spitting out blood and splattering all over the place, seriously injured. With the Titan rock python's power level being hit by a single blow, Ling Feng's face was pale and it was not pleasant. Damn! He cursed angrily in secret and hurriedly took out a mysterious item from his spatial ring. After using this item, his speed steeply skyrocketed by a large margin. Seeing no match, Ling Feng slipped right in. His body, wrapped in an extremely brilliant blue light, quickly fled the mountain range. Who? From the mountain range came the hissing roar of that Titan rock python, extremely unwilling. It twisted its body violently and flung its giant tail, blasting against the surrounding rock walls. In an instant, the mountains and rocks rolled down and exploded with a roar. It's time to go absorb Ling Feng's attributes. Su Yi, who had disappeared into space, glanced at the Titan rock python and then immediately chased after him. At the same time, he also utilized, not long ago, a treasure he had obtained in the secret realm, the changeable spirit grass. Changed looks. It turned into a big, burly man. A mountain forest. Ling Feng's figure emerged. Damn it! He clenched his hands tightly and roared in anger. This trip to the secret world. It's simply too suffocating. Forget it, let's just recover our injuries first. Soon after, he let out a long breath of turbid air and leaned against a giant tree, taking out some healing potions and began to heal the injuries in his body. As time passed, Ling Feng's state gradually improved. Who? At a certain moment, Ling Feng suddenly stared at a certain direction, alert. Ling Feng, I've always heard that you're the #1 genius within Tianfu Base City. How about you and I spar? Su Yi, who had changed his appearance, slowly walked out. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Who are you? Ling Feng's brows furrowed as he was secretly on guard. He had never met Su Yi, so naturally, he wasn't clear about Su Yi's bottom line. Su Yi didn't answer his question, but instead showed his teeth and smiled. Phew! In a flash, the carefree Su Yi, for the first time, executed the instantaneous transferability of the intermediate spatial talent. The figure made a flash. Ling Feng's eyes tightened. This is transient. However, before he could react, a reddish long sword had been placed against Ling Feng's neck. Ling Feng's heart was depressed and his expression was bitter as he hurriedly raised his hands high and said, I admit defeat. This person actually possessed the legendary spatial talent and was able to perform an instantaneous transfer. How the hell are we supposed to fight? With a single thought, the other party came to his side, which simply made it too late for him to react. It was useless even if his attacking ability was stronger than his opponent's. One can only admit defeat. After Ling Feng admitted defeat, so he put away his long sword and looked happy. Congratulations to the Source Master for defeating Ling Feng, gaining 5 points in the second order strength attribute, 3 points in the second order speed attribute, and 1000 points in the Sword Dao qualification. Chapter 78 Leaving the Secret Realm, Trading Place. Transcendent Level Kendo Talent. It's finally here. Seeing the attribute bubbles overflowing from Ling Feng, whose face was full of bitterness, Su Ye's heart secretly thrilled. As long as he gained the transcendent level Sword Dao talent, then he practiced the 5th grade sword technique that Luo Ling had given him, the Star Sword technique. It's much easier. Absorb. Returning to his senses, Su Ye's mind moved and absorbed all these attribute bubbles into his body. After absorbing it, Su Yi was ready to turn around and leave. This big brother, please wait, are you a martial artist from Super Base City? Looking at Su Ye's departing back, Ling Feng shouted with some hope. It's a Super Base City. It was a place he had dreamed of and always wanted to travel to. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for martial artists from the outside world who wanted to enter the super base city. Even for martial king realm powerhouses, only a small portion of them were able to have a quota to enter the super base city. In his opinion, Suyi must be a young martial artist in the super base city. Special means were used to enter this secret realm. Otherwise, there was no way he would have possessed an intermediate spatial talent, and he must not defeat himself so easily. After all, within their base city, there was only that Tianyu king, who possessed an intermediate level spatial talent. Moreover, his status was not low, his parents were both strong martial king realm practitioners, and he was also clear that the Tianyu king was not a native within the Tianfu base city. He's from super base city. Tianhe base city. That was why he revealed a look of hopefulness and inquired in this manner. Suyi looked odd. Super base city? If he said he was from a small base city, I'm afraid that this Lingfeng, to death, doesn't believe it. Therefore, Suyi nodded with a calm expression. Eventually, the flash left. Sure enough. Lingfeng secretly nodded, the depression in his heart swept away. After all, it was a super base city martial artist, defeating himself, it was normal. Afterwards, he looked at the direction Suyi had left and clenched his fist and swore. I, Lingfeng, will definitely enter super base city in the future and compete with many geniuses, one against the other. Become a great holy being. The more Lingfeng thought about it, the more excited he looked. He began to practice diligently, treating Suyi, who had just defeated him, as a target on his cultivation path. As for the departing Suyi, I'm afraid that if he saw Lingfeng revealing this look, he would have laughed out loud. I wonder how Lingfeng would feel if he knew that the thief who stole the Yuan stone was Suyi, who had just defeated him. After leaving that woodland, Suyi found a remote cave. Inside the cave, Suyi sat on the ground and began to absorb the attributes. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 1000 points of Sword Dao qualification and obtaining Transcendent Grade Sword Dao talent. Soon after, Sunite's strength and speed improved, and he also gained a Transcendent level Sword Dao talent. In his mind, there were quite a few flashes of realization about the way of the sword. Afterwards, he glanced at his spatial ring, stacked full of Yuan stones, and was in a happy mood. With so many polystones, even if he was able to cultivate into a martial king in the future, he would still be able to use them for a long time. Afterward, he took out a piece of Yuan stone, which was glittering with a silver white light, and said with a slightly agitated expression, "Try it, the meta stone effect." Then, he began to activate the purple Yuan body tempering technique, continuously refining the Yuan Qi stored in the Yuan stone. After some time, Suyi refined a strand of blue and white Yuan Qi. This should be the 8th grade Yuan Qi. Looking at the Yuan Qi draped around his fingertips, Suyi's heart was enlightened. Boom! He began to induce this strand of Yuan Qi, entering his body and continuously quenching the Yuan veins in his body. The cultivation of the sovereign realm started from the completion of quenching the 36th Yuan vein, and the further one went, the more difficult it was to quench the Yuan veins, the more difficult it became. This was also the reason why many talented martial artists within the Tianfu base city had their cultivation stopped at the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Within these great families, they all had a certain amount of Yuan stones, but even if they used them, the efficiency of quenching Yuan veins was not high. So far, among the talented martial artists of the younger generation, the only martial artist whose cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the Zhongshu realm was just Lingfeng. Not to mention, Suyi's Yuan vein, which was twice as much as that of an ordinary martial artist, was even more difficult to quench. As expected, even after refining this strand of Yuan Qi, the 37th Yuan vein in Suyi's body had only been quenched a little. There is still some way to go before the quenching is complete. Go on. Suyi was not surprised. Anyway, he had enough Yuan stones, more than 1,000, and there was no shortage at all. In the next few days, Suyi didn't go out to look for treasures again. At the final stage, the treasures in the secret realm were basically divided up by the martial artists, and there weren't many good things left. He began to continuously utilize the Yuan stones to quench the Yuan veins in his body. This day. It's the day when the entrance to the secret world is about to close. One after another, martial artists began to walk out of the secret realm. Suyi, why haven't you come out yet? Luo Ling stood on the flying boat and looked at the entrance to the secret realm with a somewhat curious expression. There was only 1 hour left until the time when the entrance to the secret realm would close. If Suyi didn't come out yet, the entrance to the secret realm would forcefully close. At that time, if Suyi wanted to come out, he would have to wait until 10 years later, when the secret realm opened again. Half an hour later, the martial artists had almost all left the secret realm, and Su Yi, at that moment, also flew out from the secret realm. Su Yi, you finally came out. After seeing Su Yi, Luo Ling came forward and the two talked for a moment. Departure. After seeing everyone returning to the flying boat, Patriarch Luo Xing, who was driving the flying boat, waved his arm and shouted. Rumble. The flying boat roared and began to return to Tianfu Bay City. On the flying boat, Luo Ling and Su Yi talked. Su Yi, if there are any treasures you obtained in the secret realm that you don't need to use, can you trade them to our Luo family? At a certain moment, Luo Ling suggested. She knew very well that Su Yi had obtained quite a few treasures during this trip to the secret realm. And there were some treasures among them that might not be of much use to the current Su Yi, but they were useful to their Luo family. After all, an individual is an individual, a family is a family, and there are many resources that don't serve much of a purpose once an individual's strength increases. But there are always weak offspring in the family that can be used. This was the reason why Luo Ling wanted to open a deal with Su Yi. Could be. After Su Yi thought about it, he agreed to Luo Ling as well. In his spatial ring, he did have some treasures that he didn't need to use, and there was no harm in trading them out. Seeing Su Yi nodding in agreement, Luo Ling looked excited. Let's go, I'll take you to the Luo family's trading pavilion. When the flying boat descended on the Luo family, Luo Ling immediately brought Su Yi and headed to the Luo family's trading place. The Luo family covered an area that was very vast, and the building of the trading pavilion was also built extremely tall. Enough to be 100 meters high. The two of them rode the high-speed elevator and soon arrived at the topmost floor. This was the highest specification heavenly trading pavilion amongst the Luo family's trading places. The ones they receive on weekdays are also very honored guests. Miss. After seeing Luo Ling, the person in charge here immediately spoke with a respectful expression. He had gotten word, however, that the Jinshan old ancestor intended to cultivate Luo Ling as the Luo family's heir. Nature has to be honored in every way. I brought my friend and came to trade some treasures, Lorraine said bluntly. The man in charge immediately understood. He ordered someone to call in one of the Luo family's master treasure appraisers, Master Zhang. This person has been appraising treasures for many years, possessing a broad vision, as well as very skillful treasure appraisal techniques. Within the Luo family's treasure appraisal pavilion, it was highly respected. This gentleman, please take the treasure out. Master Zhang led the two of them to a secret pavilion. He looked at Su Yi, gently stroked his white beard, smiled and opened his mouth. Wow! Subsequently, in Master Zhang's stunned expression, Su Yi casually poured out a large pile of treasures. Flashes of brilliant color. Oh my god! So many treasures! Grandmaster Zhang looked excited, his hands trembled, and his old face flushed. Chapter 79 Yuan Coins. Heavenly Mansion Auction. In his entire life of practice, Master Zhang had rarely shown this kind of demeanor. Mainly, the amount of treasures that Su Yi poured out was just too much. Even Luo Ling, who was on the side, revealed a shocked expression. Comparatively speaking, Su Yi was much more calm. In the secret realm, after Luo Ling left, Su Yi was able to use his spatial power as he wished, plus, he also had the help of Little White. The efficiency of searching for treasures, naturally, increased a lot. And these treasures that he had taken out were actually just a portion of what he had acquired, and many treasures of great value that he had not taken out. This gentleman, is he going to trade all these treasures to my Luo family? Master Zhang slowed down his mind, and with great difficulty, he moved his eyes away from the treasure, then looked at Su Yi, and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, trade them all. Su Yi said somewhat casually. So many treasures, Master Zhang a person also cannot do the main, so he called out some respected treasure identification masters. A few people took turns, and finally gave Su Yi, estimated the total value of these treasures. This gentleman, these treasures of yours, the total value, is around 1,000,000 yuan coins. Afterward, Grandmaster Zhang opened his mouth with a smile. Dollars? Su Yi's expression moved slightly. This was the first time Su Yi, for the first time, heard about yuan coins. Luo Ling, who was beside him, was obviously clear about the doubts in Su Yi's mind, and then explained to him, Su Yi, this so-called yuan coin is a special currency that is created by utilizing the edges and corners of yuan stones, supplemented by some exquisite ores, and injected with some yuan qi, and ultimately created. Most martial artists, including those martial king realm ancestors, agree that this currency can be used to trade treasures. And 1,000,000 yuan coins is considered a very large fortune. Luo Ling said with some envy. Even though she was the Luo family's young lady, it was very difficult to embezzle millions of yuan coins and required layers of approval. So it is. After hearing Luo Ling's explanation, Suyi came to a realization. Then trade. Suyi nodded and chose to trade. After the transaction was completed, Suyi followed Luo Ling and walked out of the trading pavilion. On the way, Luo Ling seemed to have remembered something, revealing a joyful expression, and opened her mouth to propose. Right, Suyi, after every opening of the secret realm, within the Tianfu Bay City, an auction will be carried out, and since you now possess a considerable amount of wealth, when the time comes, you can also head to the auction and auction off some nice treasures. Carrying out an auction after the secret realm was already considered an old tradition in Tianfu Bay City. And the power that presided over the auction was the Divisional Department of Decimation within the Tianfu Bay City. Their purpose is simple. That was to take out some treasures and auction them off, then collect resources from the many martial artists' hands in an honorable manner. Because of the limitations of the rules of the secret realm, the martial artists of the Fierce Beheading Division, even if they were strong, were unable to enter the secret realm and obtain treasures. However, within the base city, the martial artists who entered the secret realm might have nice treasures in their hands, and at that time, in the auction venue, if the martial artists didn't have enough yuan coins, they could use the treasures to offset them. Moreover, for every auction, the real master behind it was the super base city, Tianhe Base City. This time, again, is no exception. The Tianhe Base City also intended to cultivate the martial artists within the Tianfu Base City, and when the time came, on the auction floor, they would take out quite a few good things, and many martial artists would fight for them. An auction? Hearing Luo Ling's proposal, Suyi came to have some interest. Luo Ling, do you know what nice treasures are in this auction? Luo Ling thought for a moment and then spoke. As I recall, in previous years, there would be higher body tempering techniques auctioned off at the auction. I think there must be higher body tempering techniques for sale in this auction as well. Advanced body hardening technique. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes lit up. The purple yuan body tempering technique he was currently using, although it was considered one of the most forward among the many medium body tempering techniques, in the end, it was only a medium body tempering technique, and the speed of tempering the yuan veins in his body was not very fast. This was also an important reason why Suyi, with so many polystones, the efficiency of quenching the yuan veins in his body was still not high. A high-level body hardening technique can be so much better than a medium-level body hardening technique. The efficiency of quenching the yuan veins in the body was naturally higher. Higher body tempering technique must be taken, Suyi secretly said in his heart. His purple yuan body tempering technique was still given to him by Luo Ling before, and Luo Ling originally wanted to give Suyi a higher body tempering technique as well. Nay, any family in Tianfu Base City had strict control over the higher body tempering technique. Luo Ling, even if her status was low, she didn't have the right to give someone from a foreign race to teach a higher body tempering technique. And as long as he had the higher body tempering technique, the efficiency of Suyi's cultivation would definitely be able to increase once again. Inside the high-speed elevator, Luo Ling proceeded to talk to Suyi for a moment, then, from her spatial ring, she took out a purple token and handed it to Suyi. Suyi, this is the identity token to participate in the auction. 3 days later, the auction will begin. At that time, don't forget to participate. Thanks, Lorraine. After receiving the token, Suyi nodded and smiled. If Luo Ling didn't give him the auction token, it would be somewhat more difficult for him to get the qualifications to participate in the auction. After some time, Suyi said goodbye to Luo Ling and returned home. Master. After sensing Suyi's aura, the golden stone beast, which was originally slumbering in the backyard, immediately awoke and spoke with joy. Suyi had been gone for many days, and he had been sleeping in the backyard all this time. Koisher, I'd like to introduce you to a new partner. Saying that, Suyi then let Xiaobai vanish out of space. Master. Finally I can come out for air. Little White cheered after disappearing out of space. When he came out of the secret realm before, Suyi let Xiaobai vanish into space so that he wouldn't be noticed Xiaobai's special nature, which would cause unnecessary trouble. And after seeing Little White, the goldstone beast shrunk its neck in some fear. In this Little White mouse, it sensed a faint crisis, as well as the oppressive feeling in the bloodstream. You guys have fun. After releasing Little White, Suyi left them alone, letting them frolic in the yard by themselves. In the courtyard, Xiaobai exerted the power of space and instantly came to the golden stone beasts. Xiaobai, hey! Big guy, are you also the master's favored beast? What's your name? Koisher, yes, big brother. My name is Little Rock, that's the name my master gave me. After noticing Little White's special nature, the Goldstone beast decisively wimped out. Little White was of a special bloodline, very honorable, and had a natural sense of oppression towards the Goldstone beast. Not to mention, now that the spatial talent was also displayed, the Goldstone beast was even more abashed. Xiaobai sat on its shoulder and clasped its two small hands together as she coldly grunted, "Call me big sister. Follow me in the future and I'll bring you to eat and drink." Xiao Shi nodded his head in a hurry, "Hello big sister." And just like that, the two favored beasts were in the yard. Getting along, but also very harmonious. Chapter 80 Higher Yuan Power Weapons. After Suyi returned to his bedroom, he first took an inventory of the many treasures that he had obtained in the secret realm. He then saw an extremely bright red-colored fruit. This fruit was a special fruit that Suyi had previously collected from the 9-foot small tree beside the giant wolf in the canyon of the East Sea base city. Suyi named it the 1,000-leaf fruit, which was extremely mysterious. Let's see if this fruit is a marvelous thing. Suyi thought for a moment, then took out the golden censer and aimed it at this red-colored fruit. The golden censers, unfortunately, were unresponsive. Shaking his head, Suyi put the red-colored fruit, once again, into his spatial ring, and then, he took out a silver-white jade. This was a treasure that Suyi had obtained from within the head of that giant octopus a long time ago. He guessed that it should be a strange object. Sure enough, when Suyi took out this silver-colored jade, the golden censer immediately reacted. A moment later, from the information displayed by the golden censer, Suyi then learned the true nature of this strange object. Flare Star Stone. A one-star wonder. It's a flare stone. A martial artist who possessed the star talent would be able to obtain a higher cultivation efficiency by using this flare stone. Of course, this stone, at the moment, was of little use to Suyi. Rather, you can trade it out. If at the auction, Suyi had his eye on something, but there weren't enough yuan coins, he would trade this flare star stone to the Fierce Beheading Division in exchange for yuan coins. In the information provided by the golden censer, Suyi learned that even among the many one-star wonders, the flare star stone was considered one of the rarer ones. The value is quite high. After the inventory was completed, Suyi took out some yuan stones and began to utilize them to quench the 40th yuan vein in his body. Not bad, in the secret realm, Suyi had utilized some yuan stones and had successfully tempered the yuan veins in his body to the 40th. However, as the number of quenched yuan veins increased, Suyi was able to clearly feel that wanting to continue quenching the yuan veins in his body, with the medium body quenching technique, was becoming more and more strenuous. The time spent, too, is increasing. Suyi extracted a strand of yuan qi from within a yuan stone. But it wasn't until an hour later that he was able to take this strand of yuan qi and refine it. This speed, it's just too slow. Suyi couldn't help but frown. I hope that in the auction, there really is a higher body tempering technique. Suyi continued to take out the second yuan stone inside. With the medium body tempering technique alone, he was afraid that it would take a long time for him to break through to the martial king realm even if there was no shortage of yuan stones. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Suyi used the Transfiguration Spirit Grass to change his appearance, and successively with several big families, he also traded some of his treasures. A total of $2 million was earned. Total assets, to the tune of $3 million coins. The price was that the treasures he earned from the secret realm were traded away, except for some of the more cherished ones that were also of greater use to him. The reason why Suyi didn't choose to continue trading with the Luo family was because he didn't want to expose too much, otherwise, even if Luo Ling's heart didn't have any greed. But the rest of the Luo family, not so much. $3 million coins, that should be enough. Looking at the spatial ring, the large number of yuan coins placed there, Suyi muttered softly. The higher body tempering technique, Suyi was sure to take it, even if it cost more yuan coins. After simply cleaning up, Suyi changed into an unusual outfit and then headed to the division of Severance. Today's chopper division was full of grandeur and the building was majestic and brilliant. What a spectacle! On the large square, Suyi looked at the majestic building in front of him, and his expression marveled. All around, there were a large number of martial artists, holding various weapons in their hands, patrolling back and forth, maintaining basic order. In the sky, there were several unusually large flying boats, bright gold in color, suspended in midair, emanating a majestic might. On the flying boat, there were several sect master powerhouses with extraordinarily amazing breaths, sweeping back and forth in all directions to ensure that no one was making a mess at the auction site. Suyi walked through the large square, then lined up and followed the order, taking out his identity token before walking in. Subsequently, under the guidance of a male employee, Suyi arrived at the 9th floor. This is the site where the auction was held. At the auction site, there were a large number of unoccupied seats, capable of accommodating about 3,000 people. There were some suspended boxes around, and the guests in these, their status was more honorable, basically members of the big families in the base city. And since Suyi's identity token, given to him by Luo Ling, was more honorable, Suyi was given a box seat. The line of sight inside the box was very open, and Suyi was able to clearly see everything below. Look at the talent of these people. With a thought, Suyi swept his eyes at the many martial artists who had already arrived at the scene. The talent is all very good, top-notch talent, there's some of it. However, this was normal. A martial artist who was able to obtain an auction identity token couldn't be any worse in terms of strength. Talent, naturally, cannot be low. After waiting for about an hour, this auction finally began. A golden-robed old man with a warm smile was the auctioneer who presided over the auction this time, and he cheerfully looked around the crowd and said a few polite words before starting the first auction. The first item to be auctioned was a treasure that could enhance the speed of cultivation. Although it was not yet to the point of reaching the standard of a wonder, it was still considered a rare treasure, and many martial artists had moved their hearts. Only, this treasure is only useful for below the sovereign, and has a statute of limitations. It can only be used for half a year. After half a year, it will have no effect. Suyi naturally couldn't look at it, but there were still many martial artists who were interested in this item, bidding fiercely. Not long after, the price of this treasure soared to 5,000 coins. In the end, a zone master powerhouse, at a price of 10,000 coins, auctioned off this treasure at a price of 10,000 coins. In the next period of time, one treasure after another was auctioned off, but the higher body tempering technique did not appear, nor did it appear, a treasure that could make Suyi's heart flutter. Until a certain moment, the old man ordered someone to fetch a rectangular purple wooden box, after which, he raised his arms and said aloud. The next item to be auctioned is the former sword of the explosive Flame King, which was sent here by a descendant of the explosive Flame King. With that, the old man opened the wooden box. In an instant, a sharp and unparalleled red-colored longsword, flickering with scarlet streams of light, surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. This is a higher yuan power yuan weapon. Starting price, no less than 100,000 coins. As soon as the old man's words fell, the auction site, instantly, became a lot hotter. Higher meta-force weapons. This is good stuff. Many of the weapons used by the strongest members of the sovereign realm so far were also medium yuan power weapons, and even some of the shy sovereigns were still using primary yuan power weapons. A high-level yuan power weapon could significantly increase a martial artist's strength. And the name of the explosive Flame King was not unfamiliar to many. This was a martial king realm ancestor who had fallen in the terror beast tide 30 years ago. Powerful. The higher yuan power weapons he used, would they be of poor quality? Thinking about it for a moment. Many martial artists, their eyes sizzled. Chapter 81 Golden Dragon Body Tempering Technique. Starting bid, $100,000. This was not a small amount of money, and some martial artists, who simply could not come up with this amount of money, still chose to bid on it. Because, when they had just entered the auction venue, a valet had told them that they could use the treasures on their bodies and exchange them for yuan coins. Therefore, even some shy martial artists were quite keen on this high-level yuan power weapon. $100,000. Immediately, there was a middle-aged man in the late martial general stage who gritted his teeth and spoke. Although he didn't have enough 100,000 yuan coins on him, he possessed a few notable treasures, and converting them into yuan coins would definitely be enough. A higher yuan power weapon was quite precious, and with 100,000 coins, it was naturally impossible to take it in one bite. $150,000. A Zhongshe realm powerhouse, following closely behind, quoted aloud. He was also greedy for this higher yuan power weapon. At the same time, some of the remaining sect masters, too, had rubbed their fists and started competing fiercely. Soon, the price of this explosive Flame King's higher yuan power weapon soared to 300,000 coins. This was a very astonishing number. Most of the sect masters didn't have so many multi-currencies. And the person who opened his mouth to raise the price to 300,000 coins was none other than Suyi. He was also interested in this higher yuan power weapon. Suyi's space ring, on the other hand, had a full 3 million yuan coins, plus, he still had some treasures, and even a one-star wonder, the Flare Starstone, so the bottom line was full. As long as I obtain this higher yuan power weapon, my strength will definitely be able to increase once again. Suyi stared tightly at the crimson longsword and thought in his mind. And he wasn't afraid that revealing such amazing wealth would invite prying eyes. he had an intermediate level spatial talent and came and went as he pleased. Plus, with Suya's current strength, as long as he obtained this higher yuan power weapon, then even if he was as strong as the Jin Mountain King, Suyi would dare to fight against him. With enough strength, Suyi was naturally not afraid of the prying rat eyes around him. When the time comes, it's not certain who will rob who. This kid's family is actually so rich? As expected, after seeing Su Yi, who quoted a price of 300,000 coins, a patriarch's gaze was surprised and his mind was pondering. Some of the remaining martial artists also looked at Su Ye's box with an envious gaze. In their opinion, Su Yi must be the second generation of some big family. That is why it is possible to be reckless and quote such a high price. After a while, seeing that no one had yet made an offer, the aged auctioneer smilingly spoke, "In that case, then this higher yuan power weapon will be won by this gentleman." As soon as the words fell, the old man asked a beautiful attendant to take this long sword and send it over to Su Yi. After paying 300,000 coins, Su Yi managed to get this Bakudan King's sword. Su Yi took this higher yuan power weapon and held it in his hand, and immediately noticed that there was a blazing light that overflowed from the sword, covering Su Yi's entire body. Under the shroud of this light, Su Yi felt that the speed of his recovery of yuan power seemed to have doubled. Higher yuan power weapons. There's actually such an amazing effect? Su Yi looked surprised. In this way, Su Yi would be able to sustain the battle when he fought someone. With this higher yuan power weapon, it has at least raised my strength by 2 to 3%. After trying some things, Su Yi took this higher yuan power weapon and put it into his spatial ring, in a good mood. This higher yuan power weapon, it was unknown what material was used to make it, and the sword was extremely heavy and sharp. It also possessed a special effect that increased the power of yuan power. This time, when he auctioned off this higher yuan power weapon, he had simply made a huge profit. The auction continues. Not long after, Su Yi actually saw a somewhat familiar item in the auction. Fire Dragon Grass. However, this fire dragon grass in the auction was only a 6-striped fire dragon grass, or a mid-grade fire dragon grass, which could only raise a martial artist's flame talent to an advanced stage. But even so, there were many martial artists frantically competing, and in the end, the price of this fire dragon grass was auctioned off at 100,000 coins. After that, the auction also appeared one after another, some treasures that could enhance a martial artist's natural ability. The Fierce Beheading Division, it's really rich and generous to be able to take out so many treasures. Inside the box, watching a martial artist bidding frantically, Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't until an hour later that the higher body tempering technique that Su Yi had been longing for finally began to be bid on. The aged auctioneer, gently stroking his white beard, began to introduce his guests. Next up for auction is the higher body tempering technique from Tianhe Base City. The Golden Dragon Body Tempering Technique. This body tempering technique is sent for auction by a martial king realm being within the Tianhe Base City, starting price, 100,000 coins. As soon as the old man's words fell, the auction venue instantly exploded. Countless martial artists, their expressions were excited. He couldn't wait to immediately step forward and fight for this higher body tempering technique. Unlike the medium body hardening technique, the higher body hardening technique, which involved a lot of hidden secrets, there were not a few martial artists who possessed the medium body hardening technique within the Tianfu Base City. However, the higher body tempering technique basically only existed in the hands of those great clans. For an ordinary martial artist, to obtain a higher body tempering technique was too difficult, as hard as climbing up to heaven. Therefore, in previous years, a higher body tempering technique could usually be auctioned off for millions of yuan coins. Now, this starting price of 100,000 coins had attracted the attention of some martial artists. It's not that they don't think the price is too high. Rather, it's too low. This higher body tempering technique, the starting bid is so low? Can it be that there is some unknown hidden danger? Inside the box, a strong martial king realm practitioner within the Heavenly Prefecture Base City opened his mouth to inquire. He was an old ancestor of the Ling family. Reporting to the martial king, this higher body tempering technique does have some limitations. Facing the inquiry from the martial king realm ancestor, the old man spoke with a respectful expression. That martial king realm being who sent the auction here has also explicitly said to us that this golden dragon body tempering technique is an ancient body tempering technique that he acquired from a level 4 secret realm, and that there are only 3 more chances to pass it on. After the 3 inheritance times are used up, this golden dragon body tempering technique will disintegrate on its own. This statement was made. Many martial artists immediately frowned. They had photographed this body tempering technique not only for their own cultivation, but also so that they could pass it down to their families. thus allowing his family to rise all the way to become a great clan within the Tianfu Bay city. This was how the present-day Ling family had once risen to prominence. Because of this, in previous years, a higher body tempering technique was able to be auctioned off at a high price of millions of yuan coins. But now, because of the restriction on the number of times of inheritance, the value of this golden dragon body tempering technique was obviously reduced quite a bit. However, an ancient higher body tempering technique still had quite a few martial artists who were very interested. After all, there was a difference between high and low between higher body tempering techniques. This golden dragon body tempering technique, even limiting the number of times, I'm afraid the effect is extraordinary. $200,000. Someone reacted and immediately bid on it. $300,000. $350,000. The auction venue immediately became hot, and some martial artists with strong assets began to bid on them one after another. Su Yi naturally joined in. 1 million. In the end, a shocking price was quoted by Su Yi. Chapter 82 Mysterious Gold Leaf. Extreme Yuan Vein. $1 million. The price, very impressive. For a while, the gazes of many martial artists once again landed on Su Yi's box. It's him. The person who previously quoted 300,000 yuan coins to auction off that higher yuan power weapon. This time, he actually opened his mouth to offer 1 million yuan coins. Damn! How many dollar coins does he have? Many patriarchs, desperate, looked envious and jealous. It should be the outstanding son of which big family, that's why it can move such a huge amount of wealth, this person Sometimes we have to resign ourselves to fate, we work hard and tire ourselves out, and in the end, we might as well cast a good berth. There was an elderly patriarch who lamented in his heart. Some are born in Rome, some are born as cattle and horses. They have been in the world for many years and have seen through this long ago. Unfortunately, if they were to learn that Su Yi wasn't the son of any big family, instead, he was from a small base city, I'm afraid they would all be dumbfounded on the spot. The price of 1 million yuan coins also caused many martial artists who were originally full of confidence to sigh and stop bidding. In the end, Su Yi obtained this golden dragon body tempering technique. Finally obtaining a higher body tempering technique. After getting the golden dragon body tempering technique, Su Yi looked excited. As long as he practiced this golden dragon body tempering technique, Su Yi's efficiency in quenching the yuan veins in his body would definitely be greatly increased. After bidding on the golden dragon hardening technique, Su Yi's purpose of participating in the auction this time was considered to have been accomplished. As for the golden dragon body tempering technique, although it was quite rare, it wasn't quite a treasure, let alone a finale. Soon, a treasure that caused many patriarchs to breathe heavily began to be bid on. Purple Blood Thousand Vines. A martial artist at the late stage of the sovereign realm will be able to boost the probability of breaking through to the martial king realm 30% after taking it. Purple Blood Thousand Vines? Being able to increase the probability by 30%? Seeing this kind of treasure, Su Yi looked shocked. In Su Yi's line of sight, this treasure, with a deep purple color all over, was a special vine full of spikes, with a purple liquid flowing in its body, emitting a rich aroma. It gave him all a sense of, impulse to devour. For a martial artist of the sovereign realm to break through to the martial king realm, there was a great relationship with their own natural ability. Generally speaking, the stronger the natural ability of a martial artist, the stronger the foundation, and the probability of a breakthrough, naturally, was higher. Thus, after this treasure began to be auctioned, many patriarchs, especially the older ones, looked almost frantic. What a 30% boost in probability! This kind of rare treasure, they had never even heard of it. This must be a treasure only possessed in a super base city. It's of infinite value. $500,000. This auctioneer, before he could even name the starting price, an aged patriarch, stood up and roared with an agitated expression. $800,000. 1 million. Crazy. Completely insane. Inside the auction venue, these sect master powerhouses, bidding fiercely, were eager to make a grab. After all, the talent and potential of many sect masters stopped at the sect master realm, and could not break through to the martial king realm at all. Forcing a breakthrough would lightly damage the yuan vein, causing damage to the foundation and a decrease in strength. If it was heavy, the yuan vein would rupture and quickly collapse, causing the end of one's own fall. And on weekdays, some can enhance the probability of breakthrough treasures, are extremely rare, even if it can only enhance the probability of 102% of the treasures, may let the pro brothers turn against each other. One could imagine how precious this purple blood thousand vine, which was able to increase its probability by 30%, was. In the end, this treasure was auctioned off by that martial king realm ancestor of the Ling family at a price of 3,300,000 yuan coins. Many of the strongest people in the sovereign realm, who dared to be angry, pounded their chests. A depressed face. The Ling family was a powerful family second only to the fierce beheading division, so they didn't dare to say anything nonsense. For this treasure, Su Yi naturally did not bid on it. With his talent and qualifications nowadays, breaking through the martial king realm did not need to be supplemented with any treasures at all. As long as he was within the Zhongshu territory, after his cultivation had been perfected, naturally, he would be able to break through. Thus, this purple blood thousand vines, although treasured, did not appeal to him. In the next auction, 3 more pieces were auctioned in succession, treasures that could enhance the probability of a breakthrough. Although it wasn't as good as the purple blood thousand vines from before, it was also auctioned off, at a price of millions of yuan coins. And this time, as strong as the Ling family, they didn't dare to go too far. They only auctioned off one of them, while the other 2 treasures were auctioned off by 2 late zone master powerhouses with their life savings. After another half an hour had passed, a special treasure caught Su Ye's attention. Only to see the old man open a green-colored wooden box, and then a golden leaf emerged in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? Seeing this mysterious golden leaf, many martial artists were confused. They had lived for many years and had never seen such treasures. Afterward, the old man explained, this golden leaf is a treasure that was accidentally obtained by a martial king realm existence in Tianhe base city and sent for auction, with ancient words recorded on it with unknown effects. Starting bid, 100,000 coins. As soon as the old man's words fell, the auction site was silent. There were no offers. Many martial artists, looking at each other, were watching. $100,000 is not a small amount of money. Wouldn't it be a big loss if you realized that it wasn't of any use after photographing this gold leaf? Some members of the big families, on the other hand, were slightly interested in this golden leaf. $100,000. Immediately, there was a Zhongshu realm martial artist from the Ling clan bidding. 200,000. Su Yi followed closely behind and spoke with a calm face. In his heart, he was quite excited. After seeing this mysterious golden leaf, the yuan veins in Su Ye's body produced a subtle resonance. This must be a rare treasure. Su Yi secretly said in his heart. Be sure to film it. In the end, this mysterious gold leaf of unknown use was sold by Su Yi at a price of 350,000 coins. Shot. It's this person again. How many yuan coins does he have? A lot of martial artists, they couldn't understand it. Spending 350,000 coins just to buy a gold leaf with an unknown purpose? Even the strongest of the patriarchal realm shook their heads, calling out in their hearts that they could not understand. Inside the box, Su Yi managed to get this mysterious gold leaf after paying 350,000 coins. Snap! He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and opened the green-colored wooden box. When he saw the mysterious golden leaf, the ancient words recorded on it, the yuan veins in Su Ye's body began to resonate, sparkling with flecks of gold. Subsequently, these ancient words changed into a light and strange image that surfaced in Su Ye's mind. After the scene ended, Su Yi came back to his senses. The look of shock. Looking again at this mysterious golden leaf in his hand, the ancient words recorded on it had all disappeared. As for the other treasures that the martial artists were frantically bidding for at the auction, Su Yi no longer cared much. He was trying to remember at the moment the images that had just surfaced in his mind. Eventually, muttering. Extreme meta veins. Chapter 83 Unimaginably Ancient Bloodline. Desolate Ancient Emperor Butterfly. By recalling the various images just now, Su Yi realized that on this golden leaf, an ancient breakthrough secret technique was recorded. The 5 elements rotation secret art. The use of this secret technique allowed martial artists to break through the limitations of the 72 yuan veins. Open the 28 hidden yuan veins in the body. In the records of the mysterious golden leaf, Su Yi learned that there was a higher level in the cultivation of the Zhongshu realm. The name is Ultimate Meta Vein. And the number of yuan veins cultivated by the patriarchal realm was not 72. Instead, it's the limit state, 100 bars. If the 100 yuan veins in the body were completely quenched, the martial artist would be able to gain endless benefits. One's own foundation, too, would be stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. It was naturally easier to break through to a higher realm. Previously, Suyi had never heard of any limit yuan veins, nor had he heard any bystanders talk about them, nor had he searched for relevant information, and even Luoling had never told him about this matter. At this moment, Suyi came back to his senses as he put away the golden leaf, his eyes flickering slightly. I'm afraid that there are very few martial artists who know about the ultimate yuan vein within the Heavenly Prefecture base city, and even within the super base city, there certainly aren't many martial artists who cultivate the ultimate yuan vein. In his heart, Suyi guessed in this manner. However, in order to perform this 5-elemental rotation mystic art, one needs to possess gold, wind, thunder, fire, and earth, 5 different transcendent level talents to be able to do so. However, after thinking about the talent that one needed to possess in order to execute the 5 elements rotation secret art, Suyi could not help but frown. No wonder there was no news related to the ultimate yuan vein within the Tianfu base city. After all, within the Heavenly Mansion base city, an unusual martial artist, who could possess a transcendent level talent, would already be considered among the top 10 geniuses. Having 5 transcendent level talents was simply appalling. However, at this moment, Suyi already possessed a transcendent level flame talent and also possessed the origin law. It wasn't impossible to gather 5 different transcendent level talents. As I recall, among the top 10 geniuses within the Heavenly Mansion base city, there are 3 genius martial artists that possess the 5 elemental talents. Suyi thought carefully. Previously, he had already obtained a transcendent level flame talent from that foam Lai. As for the other 2, they were Baiyu alone, who possessed the transcendent level storm talent, and Lingkong, who possessed the transcendent level thunder talent. If these 2 people's talents were absorbed over, then Suyi would have already put together 3 transcendent level 5 elemental talents. Only the Earth System Transcendent Level Talent and the Gold System Transcendent Level Talent were left, and there were no targets to get their hands on for the time being. However, Suyi did not panic in his heart. After all, in this world, not only human martial artists possess talent, but ferocious beasts also possess talent. Ferocious beasts that possessed the Gold and Earth systems, the 2 transcendent level talents, definitely existed. It was only that it would require Suyi to spend a certain amount of time searching for it. Then let's set a small goal. First, gather all 5 transcendent level talents and cultivate the 5 elements rotation secret art. Suyi secretly said in his heart. The auction continued for the next while. The buzz is extraordinary. Until at a certain moment, that aged auctioneer, with a solemn expression, took out a golden wooden box. Buzz. Afterwards, he urged his yuan power and unlocked the ceiling formation in the golden box. Then, he stretched out his right hand and carefully took out a golden insect cocoon from the golden box and placed it on the tabletop. This insect cocoon immediately caught the attention of many martial artists. The auctioneer pointed at the golden insect cocoon, then spoke, "Guests, this golden insect cocoon, which is somewhat special, is a valued guest, sent here for auction. We know very little about the specific information, only that it is the offspring of an ancient insect beast with an extraordinary bloodline. And what's surprising is that this golden insect cocoon is sturdy and imperishable, water and fire are hard to invade, and even a martial king realm existence can't get their hands on it to destroy it." The old man looked around, then spoke aloud. Starting bid, 100,000 coins. As soon as the old man's words fell, many martial artists, their expressions moved. The offspring of an ancient insect beast? The starting bidding price is going to be 100,000 coins? Many martial artists, whose gazes fell on this golden insect cocoon, revealed their curiosity. But for a while, there were no martial artists who were in a hurry to make an offer. $100,000 is not a small amount of money. However, there were also martial artists whose gazes flickered slightly. The creature within this golden insect cocoon has yet to be born, and by virtue of the cocoon alone, it's already able to withstand the attacks of the martial king realm, so it's probably the descendant of a mighty king-level ferocious beast. TSK. If this hatches out and concludes a favored beast contract with it, it's the equivalent of, well, acquiring a king-ranked ferocious beast. King-level ferocious beasts. This was a very high-level favored beast, and most martial king realm ancestors did not have this kind of favored beast. Some members of the big families, too, were somewhat moved. Having a king-level favored beast was equivalent to having an additional king-level battle force. Being able to grow the family's base, again. Suyi was equally surprised. He swept a glance at the golden insect cocoon that lay on the table. The next moment, a message that surfaced before his eyes. Species, Draconian Emperor Butterfly Ancient Bloodline. Grade? Power Talent? Cracked Gold Talent? Extreme Speed Talent? Defense Talent? Emperor's pupil talent? Bloodline avatar? The series of talent information caused Su Yi to be stunned for a moment. It's too powerful. Why can't you detect specific talent information? In the next moment, Su Yi was puzzled. A moment later, it dawned on him. It wasn't because the talent of this desolate ancient emperor butterfly was beyond the detection limit of the laws of origin, but this desolate ancient emperor butterfly, which was still in the incubation period, hadn't fully hatched out. It possessed a talent that was still in a stage of metamorphosis, in constant flux, which was why it couldn't display specific information. Be sure to bid on it. Returning to his senses, Su Yi thought in his mind. It wasn't just because this desolate ancient emperor butterfly, with its powerful talent, could become a great help to him if it hatched successfully. Even more so, because this desolate ancient emperor butterfly possessed a talent for cracking gold. This kind of talent is a type of gold talent. And with the information that the desolate ancient emperor butterfly possessed, the grade of this split gold talent was definitely not low. If the hatching was successful, then Su Yi would be able to absorb this golden talent. At that time, if he wanted to cultivate the 5-elemental rotation mysterious art, he would be just one earth talent away. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Therefore, this desolate ancient emperor butterfly, Su Yi must capture it. $100,000. $200,000. After some fierce competition, Su Yi managed to obtain this golden insect cocoon at the terrifying price of 1,800,000 coins. Of course, the amount of yuan coins Su Yi had on him after auctioning multiple treasures before was not enough to cover the fees. Thus, he took out the one-star wonder, the flare star stone. After converting it into yuan coins, this was paid accordingly. After the auction ended, Su Yi took the treasures with him and quickly left. While some martial artists with ulterior motives were in the dark, following Su Yi closely. Su Yi had discovered them long ago. He purposely walked to a remote place and then disappeared into space. These martial artists who hurriedly chased after him looked at the empty corner with a depressed expression. Su Yi, on the other hand, had already performed an instantaneous transfer and returned to his residence. Chapter 84 Information on Extreme Yuan Veins. First target. Back at the residence. Su Yi first took out the treasure that he had just auctioned off. When he saw the mysterious golden leaf, Su Yi's expression moved. He didn't directly search for the ultimate yuan vein, but tried, instead, to search for some information about yuan veins. From the large amount of scattered information, Su Yi's knowledge of the yuan veins was further enhanced. Ha! This information about the yuan vein actually costs 10,000 coins? At a certain moment, a special piece of information caught Su Yi's attention. Upon seeing the information, which came from the fierce beheading division, Su Yi's mind moved slightly, and then he chose to purchase it. The price of 10,000 coins might require more consideration for other martial artists. But Su Yi was rich and generous, so naturally he wouldn't be stingy with this amount of money. He understood that knowledge, in any age, was more expensive. When the price was paid, a special piece of information about the yuan vein was sent to Su Yi's personal mailbox. After checking this information, Su Yi was enlightened. And in the information, there was also information about the ultimate meta vein. At the same time, the information also gave 3 ways to cultivate the ultimate yuan pulse. The first method is to utilize rare treasures to help martial artists cultivate the ultimate yuan vein. The second method is to have a martial saint powerhouse, that is, a saint-level existence, activate holy power day and night to constantly stimulate the hidden yuan veins in the martial artist's body, thus slowly cultivating the ultimate yuan veins, which is the slowest method. The third way, and the most efficient way, is to practice some yuan vein ancient art, and easily, one will be able to cultivate a limit yuan vein. But for most martial artists, these 3 methods were all as difficult as heaven. The first method, treasures that could help martial artists cultivate the ultimate yuan vein, must be incomparably rare. At the very least, Su Yi had never even heard of it. The second approach was even more outrageous. What kind of status is a saint-level existence? Within the heavenly prefecture base city, there was only that pavilion master of the fierce beheading division, who was a saint-level existence, with terrifying strength and an incomparably honorable status. How could such an existence stoop so low as to help a tiny sect master? Even the descendants of saint-level existences likely didn't have this opportunity. The third method was the secret art of the 5 elements rotation that Su Yi had obtained from the mysterious golden leaf. This was one of the ancient techniques of yuan pulse. Unfortunately, wanting to cultivate the 5-elemental rotation mysterious art was similarly ridiculously difficult. The talent required, it's just too much. No wonder, even if there are some martial artists who are aware of the information about the ultimate yuan vein, they simply haven't spread it. Suyi returned to his senses and muttered softly. The probability of all three methods, all of which are difficult, is close to zero. It's no use talking about it. Instead, it would cause most martial artists to, in vain, increase their worries and grievances. At the same time, Suyi also learned from this information that there was another benefit to practicing the ultimate yuan vein. That is to increase the probability of a martial artist breaking through to a higher realm. The probability of a martial artist with transcendent level talent, or even a martial artist above transcendent level talent, breaking through to the martial king realm without cultivating the ultimate yuan vein, is up to 90%. But a martial artist who cultivates the ultimate yuan vein will be able to break through to the martial king realm 100% of the time. At the same time, when impacting the martial saint realm, it will also be a lot easier than an unusual martial artist, a lot easier. After seeing this information, Suyi's determination to want to cultivate the ultimate yuan vein became stronger and stronger. He then turned his gaze to the golden insect cocoon. Suyi frowned. How should I hatch this desolate ancient emperor butterfly successfully? This desolate ancient emperor butterfly had strong fluctuations in its vitality, but according to that auctioneer, I'm afraid that it would be quite difficult to hatch it successfully. Suyi thought for a moment, and then he checked the information that was related to hatching ferocious beasts. After a while, he had an epiphany. The hatching of a ferocious beast was simple to say and difficult to say. To hatch a ferocious beast, you need energy. And the more powerful the bloodline of a ferocious beast, the more energy it needed to hatch, naturally. According to the information of the draconic emperor butterfly, I'm afraid that a very large amount of energy would be needed to successfully hatch it. After some searching, Suyi discovered that the ferocious beast essence blood was an excellent resource when hatching ferocious beasts. The higher the grade of the ferocious beast blood, the more energy it contains, the higher it naturally is. It seems that after a while, I'll also have to head out into the wilderness and keep hunting some top-tier ferocious beasts, pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts, or even king-level ferocious beasts, to obtain high-grade ferocious beast blood. Suyi thought about it and had some plans for his next cultivation plan. Just like the Donghai base city, outside the Tianfu base city, there was naturally a large, vast, and sprawling wilderness area. As for the wilderness area outside of Tianfu base city, the area was vast and boundless, with only 40% of the area being divided into clear slices by the martial artists. The remaining 60% of the area was occupied by countless ferocious beasts, in which groups of beasts fought for supremacy, and king-level ferocious beasts, one or two of which could be seen from time to time, were very menacing. Suyi took out the map, intending to head to the little glacier area, a place where this top-tier ferocious beasts lived in groups, to collect top-tier ferocious beasts' blood soon. Next, start practicing the golden dragon body tempering technique. After the plan was completed, Suyi then took out the golden dragon body tempering technique, intending to cultivate this higher body tempering technique and replace the purple yuan body tempering technique. After spending off a number of inheritance times, Suyi then saw the full content of the golden dragon body tempering technique. After a while, Suyi lamented. So, the higher body tempering technique is cultivated like this. The golden dragon body tempering technique, which possessed a total of multiple sets of movements and complicated steps, required the martial artist to possess a certain degree of enlightenment in order to be able to cultivate successfully. At the same time, Suyi learned from the information of the golden dragon body tempering technique that this body tempering technique was the untold secret of an ancient sect, the Golden Dragon Sect. Clan? Suyi was a bit curious, but didn't think deeply about it. He began practicing the golden dragon body tempering technique. 3 days later, Suyi finally took this higher body tempering art and cultivated it successfully. After practicing the golden dragon body tempering technique, Suyi was surprised to find out his own divine soul became a little stronger, and his physical body was also enhanced a little. Try to see how efficient it is to quench the yuan veins. Indoors, Suyi couldn't wait and took out a yuan stone, then activated the golden dragon body tempering technique and began to refine the yuan qi in the yuan stone. After only a few breaths, a strand of yuan qi was draped around Suyi's fingertips. Then, he began to utilize this strand of yuan qi to activate the golden dragon body tempering technique to quench the yuan veins in his body. After only a few minutes, this strand of yuan qi was refined by Suyi. What powerful efficiency! Suyi looked excited and let out a gasp. After that, he immediately began to continue refining. As time passed, 1 yuan stone was consumed by Suyi. It was a good thing that before, Suyi had excavated an entire vein of yuan stone. The number of yuan sure is enough. As for the yuan veins in Suya's body, they were constantly being quenched and refined under the yuan qi in the golden dragon body tempering technique. Article 42. Article 43. Article 44. A few days later. Finally, I finished quenching the last yuan vein. Suyi slowly got up and clenched his fist with a smile. Now, the 72 yuan veins in his body had all been quenched. Successfully broke through to the late stage of the sovereign realm. Strength has increased dramatically. Next, it's time to cultivate the 5 elements rotation secret art. The first target, who should I choose? After Suyi pondered for a moment, he picked one person. The White Knight Dragon with the transcendent level Stormwind talent. Chapter 85. The Miserable White Knight Dragon, Hands Up. During this recent period of time, Bai Yuelong, who was the heir of the Bai family, had a very miserable time. In the secret realm, because he had united a group of martial artists and tried to hunt Ling Feng, he was almost killed back by Ling Feng and was seriously injured. After coming out of the secret realm, because he was afraid of being retaliated against by the Ling family, Bai Yuelong had been hiding in the Bai family and hadn't dared to go out. However, Ling Feng's parents, who were both old ancestors of the Ling family, were also both powerful martial king realm existences with fiery tempers. What parent could not be angry when their gifted son was almost killed? Not to mention, the Ling family was even more powerful than the Bai family, and both of them were martial king realm existences, so they naturally wouldn't swallow this breath. Therefore, not long ago, Ling Feng's parents, with Ling Feng, as well as several martial king realm ancestors of the Ling family, came directly to the White family's territory. Justice. Some of the melon eaters who weren't clear about the cause almost thought that the Bai family and the Ling family were going to have a clan war. There was no way, forced by the strength of the Ling family, Bai Yuelong was seriously injured by Ling Feng on the spot, and deprived of the qualification of the heir of the Bai family. The treatment dropped again and again, living a very miserable life. In the end, after the Bai family paid a large sum of money, the Ling family was only able to return with satisfaction. Since then, the reputation of the Bai family once again fell, the members of the clan, to the Bai Knight Dragon, the former genius of the Bai family, but also resentment, quite a few words. However, Bai Yuelong, as a genius martial artist with transcendent level talent, not many people dared to taunt him to his face, and could only count his blessings behind his back. Like Bai Yuelong, the Luo family, where Luo Yunhai was from, was also patronized by Ling Feng, and was similarly living a miserable life. These two, in a way, are hard to get a hold of. Inside an ancient and elegant restaurant, Suyi sat in front of a jade table and listened with his ears. After roughly inquiring about the news, Suya's mind moved. This White Knight Dragon, as the heir of the White family, I didn't expect to live recently, but it's so miserable? However, this was also Bai Yuelong's own fault. If he wanted to hunt Ling Feng, he had to think about the possibility of being retaliated against by Ling Feng afterwards. Fortunately, the Bai family, which Bai Yuelong backed up, was also one of the big families, and its strength was not weak. Otherwise, if it was replaced by a martial artist without a background, I'm afraid that it would have long been wiped out by the Ling family's hand. And in the ensuing prying, Suyi learned that this Bai Yuelong had made such a big mistake, causing the Bai family to suffer many losses, that he needed to make a lot of credits to make up for his mistakes. The way White Knight Dragon chose to do this was to go out to the wilderness area, hunting ferocious beasts and gathering resources. Of course, Bai Yuelong naturally wouldn't go forward by himself, bitterly hunting and gathering alone. He planned to gather some free martial artists within the Tianfu base city and form a hunting squad before entering the wilderness area. And this White Knight Dragon gives the reward well. It's actually kind of fun. After poking around, Suyi paid a few yuan coins and left the elegant restaurant. After returning to his personal residence, Suyi took out the spirit grass of transformation and changed his appearance, transforming into a stout middle-aged man. At the same time, he also wore the Silver King bead and suppressed his aura, at the early stage of the sovereign realm. That's done. After simply packing up, Suyi left his residence and headed to the location in the intelligence where Bai Yuelong had gathered the martial artists. It was a small square for the White family. Come on man, stop. Upon arriving at the Bai family, Suya's unfamiliar face caused the two martial arts generals guarding the gate to be wary and open their mouths to stop them. After explaining their intentions, they let them go. Led by a black-suited servant, Suyi quickly arrived at the meeting place. At this moment, Bai Yuelong looked at the square, came to gather a group of crooked. A frown. Most of these martial artists who came to gather were at the cultivation level of martial generals, and there was only one patriarch, or an old patriarch who was on the older side. Cultivation, too, was only at the early stage of the sovereign. It is really bad. But it can't be helped. After all, the resources on Bai Yuelong's body had been taken away by the family for the most part, and he simply couldn't come up with any attractive rewards. Therefore, the martial artists who came to gather would naturally not be as strong as they should be. Young Lord, an unfamiliar patriarch has come to answer Young Lord's call. A few moments later, a servant, who came in front of Bai Yuelong, reported with a respectful expression. Another patriarch? Bai Yuelong was slightly delighted in his heart and hurriedly opened his mouth. Quickly, please. After a while, upon seeing the stout Su Yi, Bai Yuelong revealed a joyful expression and nodded. Then, Bai Yuelong looked at the assembled group and spoke in a deep voice, Gentlemen, for you to respond to my Bai Yuelong's call at a time when I am in distress, I, Bai Yuelong, will surely remember this sentiment in my heart. This time, if you go out to hunt and gather, the treasures you obtain, the ferocious beast blood, you can all get half of it. Moreover, I can make a guarantee that as long as you accomplish your tasks with excellence, you can join my white family and become a member of my white family, enjoying excellent treatment. After Bai Yuelong's impassioned speech, some of the martial artists present looked slightly pleased and had some intentions in their hearts. Su Yi, on the other hand, secretly smiled. This Bai Yuelong, on the contrary, is a talent who knows how to draw big cakes. That's an empty glove trick, but it's a good one. After gathering people's hearts, Bai Yuelong secretly nodded his head, then with a wave of his hand, he led this group of martial artists and headed to the wilderness area. Because of the lack of manpower, coupled with a weaker strength, Bai Yuelong picked the Red Mountain area. This area was named because the rocks on the surface of the ground showed a reddish color, and it was also the area where many high-level ferocious beasts and top-level ferocious beasts lived in groups. The level of danger, relatively speaking, is not very high. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Red Mountain area, and under Bai Yuelong's orders, they began to move. An hour later, the crowd took turns to take action, and it was quite rewarding, hunting quite a few high-level ferocious beasts, as well as top-tier ferocious beasts. Some fairly good quality resources were also collected. In response, Bai Yuelong was in a good mood, to a point. Half an hour later, with a wave of his hand, he let these martial artists simply rest for a moment. As a former heir of the Bai family, he naturally understood that he could not treat the people under his hand only as cheap tools, and that he had to let them rest as well. In this way, it is possible to make the people under the hand work harder and improve the efficiency of the work. As expected, the moment they heard that they were able to rest, most of the martial artists revealed joyful expressions. Bai Yuelong found a huge tree alone and sat down on a branch, preparing to use his resources to quench the yuan veins in his body and improve his strength. And taking advantage of the rest, Su Yi suddenly dashed to the front of Bai Yuelong. Bai Yuelong frowned, his heart secretly on guard. He spoke, Su Sun, what's the matter with you? Su Sun, this name, was the name of the vest that Su Yi had reported. Su Yi smiled and squeezed Bai Yuelong's shoulder, then performed an instantaneous transfer and brought him to a place 10 miles away. This is transient. Bai Yuelong looked shocked and completely confused. This crooked team of his own was hiding such a terrifying dragon? Reacting. Before Su Yi could open his mouth, Bai Yuelong hurriedly raised his hands and shouted with an anxious expression. This lord. I surrender. I'll do anything you want me to do. Chapter 86. Traveling to the little glacier area, news of the king beast. Su Yi's expression froze. This white knight dragon. It's a great awareness. He was still planning to open his mouth and ask Bai Yuelong to voluntarily admit defeat and absorb his opponent's attributes. As a result, this white knight dragon, on the contrary, was very sensible and took such initiative. Buzz. After Bai Yuelong raised his hands in surrender, at the location above his head, there emerged a brightly colored attribute bubble. Congratulations to the Sourcemaster for defeating the white knight dragon, gaining 5 points in the second order strength attribute, 3 points in the second order speed attribute, and 1000 points in the storm origin. Absorption. Su Yi secretly whispered softly and absorbed all of these attribute bubbles into his body. Transcendent level storm talent. Got it. After seeing the attribute bubbles, all absorbed by him, Su Yi was in a great mood. Subsequently, the white knight dragon that had lost its usefulness, Su Yi naturally ignored it. Phew. In the next moment, he exerted his instantaneous transfer ability and dashed away from this place. Phew. After seeing Su Yi leave, Bai Yuelong let out a long breath as his chest rose and fell, sweat pouring from his forehead. Heart palpitations. Just now, he almost walked on a ghost's doorstep. I didn't expect that this person actually possesses the legendary spatial talent. Moreover, at the very least, it's an intermediate spatial talent. It's just horrible. Just now, when Suyi performed the instantaneous transfer, his brain went down in blank, and his entire body was confused. In his heart, there was also no thought at all of striking out in defiance and fighting Suyi. How could he fight a powerhouse of the sovereign realm who was able to execute the ability of instantaneous transfer? Can't win. Can't win at all. No wonder the patriarch said to me earlier that within the Tianfu base city, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and many powerful martial artists are very low-key, so we must not be reckless and unruly and cause trouble. So as not to bring trouble to the family. Bai Yuelong muttered, looking a little downcast. Previously, in the secret realm, he was almost killed back by Lingfeng, and that was fine. After all, the other party had been famous for a long time, and was even the first talented martial artist within the Tianfu base city, so it was normal to lose. But this suddenly appearing Su, silent and without any reputation at all, was able to easily kill himself. It had to make him lament the vagaries of fate. But the next moment, he turned his thoughts. This patriarch named Su Sun was able to defeat himself so easily, along with his mysterious spatial talent. And although Lingfeng, who was in the dark, was stronger than himself, he was certainly no match for this person. This also meant that Lingfeng was simply not worthy of the reputation of being the first genius. At once, his whole mood soothed. Young Master Bai. Are you all right? At that moment, the rest of the martial artists, who had come to Bai Yuelong's side, looked slightly anxious as they inquired. Just after Bai Yuelong and Suyi disappeared, they were anxious and thought that something had happened. Then Suyi would be dead if he died, but if Bai Yuelong died, that would really be the end. All of them will definitely be liquidated by the White family afterwards. Only now after seeing that Bai Yuelong was fine did these people breathe a sigh of relief. Where's Patriarch Su Sun? There were martial artists with sharp minds who noticed this and were secretly on guard. But also had the good sense not to ask more questions. When Bai Yuelong didn't take the initiative to say anything, they acquiesced to Suye's disappearance. They all thought in their hearts that Suyi should have messed with the White Knight Dragon, and was dealt with by the White Knight Dragon, secretly. If Bai Yuelong knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be very speechless. After a short rest, the few people continued to start hunting ferocious beasts and gathering resources. After leaving White Knight Dragon's group, Suyi flashed to a slightly remote cave. After entering the cave, Suyi sat down on the ground and absorbed the attributes that he had just obtained from the White Knight Dragon's body. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 1000 points of Storm Origin and obtaining the Transcendent Level Storm Talent. Transcendent Level Storm Talent. It's finally here. A moment later, Suye's expression was joyful. As long as that Draconic Emperor butterfly is hatched again, it will be successful. After absorbing the attributes from its body again, Suyi wanted to cultivate the 5 elemental rotation mysterious art, and only the Earth Transcendent Grade Talent was left. Then, from his spatial ring, Suyi took out his silver wristwatch and checked the map. This is not very far from the little glacier area. Suye's mind moved, then he stood up and decided to move to the little glacier area to collect a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood. He had also previously found out that the Ling family's Ling Kong, who was Ling Feng's cousin, had recently been within the Ling family, practicing a very high-grade technique, and had no intention of going out for the time being. Therefore, Suyi then also gave up on this goal for the time being. His current target was placed on the Draconic Emperor butterfly. Phew! After finishing his thoughts, Suyi flashed away from this cave, then followed the map's guidance and headed to the little glacier area. The little glacier area, located outside of Tianfu Base City, in the western bit of the vast wilderness area. There do not know for what reason, all year round by the ice and snow cover, glaciers are extremely many, inside the living a lot, like the cold environment of all kinds of ferocious beasts. At the same time, the area there was vast and rich in resources, and there had once been a martial artist, who had discovered rare treasures and special wonders here, and had since soared to great heights and soared to prominence. Therefore, this place also attracted many martial artists, who came to explore. Half an hour later, Suyi arrived at the small glacier area. The weather here is, indeed, quite cold. Suyi sensed a little and realized that the temperature here was about 30 degrees below zero. If a martial artist whose cultivation was not very strong, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Suyi casually swept a glance and spotted several top-grade ferocious beasts on the huge glacier. In the next moment, a message that surfaced in front of Suyi's eyes. Species, glacial mammoth. Grade, top fierce beast. Defense talent, advanced. Endurance talent, intermediate. A few mammoths of huge size came into Suye's eyes. Not bad. With such a huge size, the amount of essence blood will definitely not be too small. With a thought, Suyi stimulated the yuan power in his body and casually shot out several silver-colored beams of light. In a flash, it pierced through the hearts of several glacial mammoths. Roar! Accompanied by a burst of hissing, these few glacial mammoths, rumbling to the ground, quickly died. After spending some time, Suyi collected the essence blood of these glacier mammoths. And the amount of essence blood was as much as 30 copies. Nice! Suyi found a slightly flat glacier, then from his spatial ring, he took out the insect eggs of the draconic emperor butterfly. Try it, the effect of top-tier ferocious beast blood. Buzz! When Suyi took the ferocious beast blood and approached the insect egg, on the insect egg, a rich golden light bloomed. Subsequently, the ferocious beast's essence blood in Suye's hand was turned around and absorbed by the insect egg. Inside, a very longing voice seemed to come. 2. And also. This thing, it's a bottomless pit. Seeing the 30 portions of top-tier ferocious beast blood, which was instantly absorbed by the insect eggs, Suyi couldn't help but hold his forehead. Afterwards, Suyi put away the bug eggs and started hunting at breakneck speed. Luckily, there were quite a few top-tier ferocious beasts in the little glacier area. An hour later, Suye's spatial ring had accumulated 300 copies of top-tier ferocious beast blood. At a certain moment, Suyi had just finished collecting the blood of the top-tier ferocious beasts when he heard a shocking roar that seemed to come from the eastern bit. This is the aura of the king beast. In the next moment, Suyi got up and looked towards the eastern direction. The god's color shifted slightly. Chapter 87 Temporary Team, Hunting King Beasts? After collecting the blood of the top ferocious beasts, Suyi followed the scent of the king beast and headed to that direction. With Suye's strength nowadays, an ordinary king beast was no longer his opponent, and even if he encountered a very terrifying king beast, Suyi was able to come and go as he pleased by virtue of his instantaneous shift ability. And the essence blood of a king beast could contain energy that was far, far higher than the essence blood of a top-tier ferocious beast. If Suyi wanted to successfully hatch the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, it was still slightly insufficient just by hunting top-tier ferocious beasts and obtaining the essence blood from them. Since entering the little glacier area, he had also tried searching for the footprints of the king beasts, but hadn't found the slightest thing. Now that he had encountered a king beast hissing, Suyi naturally had to go forward to check it out. I also wonder how effective the essence blood of the king beast is? With such thoughts, Suyi just moved towards the eastern bit, advancing not a moment before he ran into a group of people. It was a somewhat motley crew. Suyi casually swept a glance and found this group of people, numbering around 50. Half of them were all Zhongshe. There were 7 martial artists, who were in the middle stage of the Zhongshe realm, and 3 black-robed older martial artists, who were in the late stage of the Zhongshe realm, all of them not weak. And after checking out the information of these 3 late Zhongshe martial artists, Suyi realized that the strength of these 3 should be comparable to the previous Baiyu alone. Some of the remaining martial artists, although they were all at the cultivation level of martial generals, there were a few of them that possessed fairly decent attack-type talents, such as the strength talent, the wind blade talent, the lightning talent, and so on. Overall, the comprehensive strength of this team was considered, within the entire Tianfu base city, to be relatively strong. However, Suyi, who had been secretly observing for a while, realized that the expressions of some of these martial artists were very unnatural. Like it carries a deep resentment. And from time to time they looked around, as if they were searching for something. Could it be that the king beast let out that alarming roar because of these people? Maybe these guys, they know something. Suyi thought about it in his mind, so he found an opportunity, by chance, to bump into this team. Stop! Upon seeing Suyi, a few patriarchs flew out from this team. They came in front of Suyi and blocked the way. What are you guys stopping me for? I still have to go find that king beast and see if there are any treasures in the place where the king beast resides. Suyi's mind moved and deliberately said this. You still want to go after that king-level ferocious beast? Hearing Suyi's words, a patriarch, looking surprised, opened his mouth, then teased, your cultivation level is only at the early stage of the patriarch realm. Even if you're as strong as you are, you can't possibly be a match for a king beast. If you just like this, run in front of that king beast, I guess the other party can slap you to death with a single slap. This patriarch, after saying this, the surrounding patriarch realm martial artists also revealed smiles. This brat, who didn't know where he came from, after being attracted by the roar of the king beast, actually wanted to naively run to the king beast's territory to look for any treasures. When it really is ignorance. These people, they really do know something. Suye's mind moved. In the next moment, Suye was confidently speaking, even if I can't defeat that king beast, I'm still sure that I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Ha! You kid, is it hard to believe that you have some special talent? At this moment, in the group, an elderly patriarch came to Suye's body and smiled at him. If you have a special talent and want to travel to that king beast's territory as well, I can allow you to join our team. Afterward, I can give you my word that you'll get some of the resources we gained. Is that true? Suye inquired. Naturally, for real. However, you, a martial artist at the early stage of the Zhongshu realm, we won't take you in if the strength you display is not enough to qualify. The old patriarch spoke faintly. Those martial artists and their ranks were merely used to scout the way. To put it bluntly, it's cannon fodder. And the martial artists who really contributed were them, the Zhongshu realm powerhouses. Therefore, if the strength that Suye displayed did not reach a certain level, he would not take it. Phew. However, as soon as his words fell, Suye displayed 10 times the speed of sound. Advanced speed talent. After seeing Suye's speed, that old patriarch, his eyes lit up. Normally, the speed of a martial artist at the early stage of the sovereign realm was around double the speed of sound. And the speed that Suye displayed at this moment had already reached 10 times the speed of sound. This meant that Suye likely possessed an advanced speed talent. This was a type of special talent, and in their eyes, it was considered a very good talent. Good. You are qualified to join us. The old patriarch, as the leader of the team, waved his big hand and considered Suye's joining permitted. The beast group led by that king beast had a large number of top-tier ferocious beasts. All of these ferocious beasts required the intervention of a Zhongshu realm martial artist to quickly resolve them, so adding a Zhongshu of notable strength would also alleviate some of the pressure on them. Against the king beast? From the old patriarch, after learning about the group's purpose, in Suye's heart, he was astonished. That's a king-level ferocious beast. This group, although not weak, could not possibly be a match for a king-level ferocious beast. Apparently, there's a secret hidden in there. Good. We are indeed going to hunt that king beast. Kid, just don't worry, we have already sent people to scout it out. That king beast, because it has just given birth, its body is weak, plus, for some unknown reason, it has suffered serious injuries, and nowadays, its strength has dropped quite a bit. Moreover, we also have some underhanded means that are sufficient to deal with that king beast. The old patriarch stroked his white beard and said with confidence. The remaining few patriarchs, their gazes blazed and their expressions were slightly agitated. They opened their mouths one after another, promising that after it was accomplished, Suye would be able to obtain some rare treasures from the cave of that king beast. Trying to assuage the concerns in his mind. Looking around, revealing warm smiles of several people, Suye, on the surface, sighed in relief and climbed into conversation with them with each other. The heart is very clear. If he didn't agree to it, I'm afraid that these people, on the spot, would flip out. He might even immediately strike and wipe Suye on the spot. This is the true law of the wilderness area, the weak are the strongest. Only the strong have the power to make rules, to live and to die. Let's go. That king beast's territory is just ahead. After Suye joined the team, the old patriarch continued to lead the team towards the eastern bit, advancing at breakneck speed. Half an hour later, Suye and the others managed to arrive at the territory of that king beast. This is a large glacial canyon. A few sturdy peaks, strewn with snow, towered above the clouds. And just as they entered the territory of the king beast, that king beast had already discovered them. Rumble. In an instant, at the king beast's command, countless ferocious beasts, from all directions, roared hideously and furiously, like a raging tide, rushing towards them. And these ferocious beasts running at the front, which were also the most numerous ferocious beasts, were all elite ferocious beasts. Strike! Therefore, a middle-aged patriarch, towards the martial generals in the group, commanded in a deep voice. Thumbs up! These martial artists, even if they were unwilling, all took out their weapons and fought with this group of ferocious beasts. For a while, blood splattered. After a period of time, these martial arts generals with notable strength had hunted down a large group of elite ferocious beasts, all of them. Boom! Immediately after that, there was another group of ferocious beasts, roaring towards them. They are bigger. The breath is stronger. They are all top-notch ferocious beasts. Let's strike. After recalling the martial generals in the team, that old patriarch, standing at the very front, slapped a giant black tiger to death with one palm, then spoke aloud. And just as the crowd were fighting these top-tier ferocious beasts, a large blue dragon's head poked out of the clouds. Icy cold and merciless eyes stared at the crowd with bloodlust. That's... Suyi looked towards this ferocious beast. Eyes glazed over. Chapter 88 Sealing Formation. The king-level ferocious beast Ice-Feathered Dragon. When Suyi's eyes landed on the body of this king-level ferocious beast, the other party's specific information also surfaced before Suyi's eyes. Species, Ice-Feathered Dragon. Grade, King. Ice Blade Talent, Top. Speed Talent, Intermediate. Defense Talent, Intermediate. Strength Talent, Intermediate. Bloodline Avatar, Ice Crystallization. After seeing the specific information of this king-level ferocious beast, Suya's expression moved slightly. Ice-Feathered Dragon. He had once seen information about this kind of ferocious beast in the information he had gathered. This was a kind of ferocious beast with an uncommon bloodline, and often when they reached adulthood, they could grow into top-tier ferocious beasts, and some of the best of them, after continuing to grow for a while, would be able to make a breakthrough and become king-tier ferocious beasts. And the talent of this ice-feathered dragon in front of him was considered to be relatively powerful even when placed amongst all the king-level ferocious beasts. Immediately after, Suyi realized that this ice-feathered dragon, its breath was not vibrant, and at its chest, blood was constantly dripping down, as if it had been pierced through its chest by some kind of giant sharp blade, and was seriously injured. Strength has, as a result, dropped a lot. Almost 1 out of 10. But not to mention its own strength, how it really was, the top-tier ferocious beasts that were attacking over from all around were simply too many. No wonder, these sect masters want to gang up and gather some powerful sect masters to come over. This ice-feathered dragon, although he is too injured and won't be able to do it easily, the number of top-level ferocious beasts that he commands is just too much. Once they are too few in number, they will most likely be surrounded and killed by a large number of top-tier ferocious beasts. Suyi thought in his mind while killing the ferocious beasts. And as time passed, most of the martial generals in the group were hunted down and killed by the roaring top-tier ferocious beasts. All these military generals, I guess it's all over. After Suyi swung his palm and killed a jackal ferocious beast, he raised his eyes and saw a young martial general being trampled to death by a top-tier ferocious beast with 1 foot. And the deaths of these martial generals and martial artists didn't cause those leading patriarchs to have the slightest fluctuation in their hearts. In the sky, that ice-feathered dragon, looking at the human and beast bloodbath, didn't rush out. It was trying to recover from its own injuries. In its current state, once it struck out, even if it was able to win in the end, it was feared that its injuries would be too severe and lead to death. Unfortunately, it didn't have any healing talent and could only slowly repair its injuries. Now, it could only hope in its heart that the group of top-level ferocious beasts under its command would be able to hunt these damned human martial artists through and through. And after viewing the ice-feathered dragon's poor state, that old patriarch revealed a joyful expression. He waved his hand and crushed a giant wolf, then let out a loud shout. Keep striking. Boom. Under the joint attack of more than 20 patriarchs, these top-tier ferocious beasts, even though they were charging over desperately, were still retreating and their corpses and bones were flying everywhere. Almost every breath, there were a dozen or so top-tier ferocious beasts that died tragically on the spot. A moment later, the crowd was getting closer and closer to that ice-feathered dragon. After the crowd was less than 10 miles away from that ice-feathered dragon. Quick! Move the formation. That aged old patriarch, his face stained with blood, immediately hissed. These patriarchs, immediately understanding, took out a black array disc. Buzz! When these patriarchs took out the black array disc, the essence blood of the countless ferocious beasts on the ground were all absorbed by the black array disc. Immediately after that, a single patriarch, one after another, urged the Yuan Qi in his body to invoke the formations in the black formation disc. Rumble! In an instant, a thick black beam of light emanated from a black array disc, enveloping the dome of the sky. These beams of light transformed into a solid black barrier, completely trapping this ice-feathered dragon. Who? The ice-feathered dragon let out a roar and hastily stirred its wings, wanting to escape from the restraints of the formation. However, even as strong as the ice-feathered dragon, it was unable to blast open the formation. In the next moment, it looked ferocious, and a large number of sharp ice blades were inspired around its body, swiftly bombarding the surrounding formation barriers. Unfortunately, with its strength greatly reduced, it remained futile. There was no way to destroy the formation. Great! Quickly! Activate the sealing formation completely. That old patriarch opened his mouth with an excited face when he saw the scene. The crowd once again pushed their yuan power. In the next moment, the sealing formation was densely covered with purple thunder, constantly bombarding the body of this ice-feathered dragon, transforming into a tiny chain that locked the body of the ice-feathered dragon. Let it breathe, down and down. In the end, the strength of this ice-feathered dragon landed at the false king level. Even the bloodline aptitude could not be performed. Seeing this scene, many patriarchs all revealed excited smiles. It's a done deal. It was not in vain that they had spent a huge amount of money to purchase the sealing formation from the Formation Master Association. Nowadays, a severely injured false king level ferocious beast was enough for them to deal with easily when they joined forces. Ha ha! It's our turn to strike. That leading old sect master took out a medium yuan power weapon, then laughed aloud 3 times and took the lead. Immediately after that, there were several more zone masters with powerful breaths who took out their yuan power weapons and exerted their full power to fight with the greatly reduced strength of the ice-feathered dragon. Rumble! For a time, countless brilliant lights, mixed with roars, hisses, and loud laughter, filled the clouds. This ice-feathered dragon, it should be finished. Seeing this scene, Suyi stood on a giant ice rock and thought in his heart. After his strength fell to the false king level, the ice-feathered dragon was no match for this group of sect masters even if he possessed uncommon talent. Sure enough, in just a few moments, this ice-feathered dragon was wounded and hissing. The cries of grief continued, and his body was stained with blood. After a while, this ice-feathered dragon let out a long, unwilling whistle. Being killed by many patriarchs, they joined forces. It's finally over. The 3 middle-aged military generals who had managed to survive were now helplessly collapsed in a pool of blood, panting violently. They held a hint of celebration in their looks, as well as some excitement. After all, as agreed beforehand, as long as the matter was accomplished, they would be able to obtain a, considerable amount of resources. Thumbs up. However, in the next moment, a patriarch suddenly dodged to the side of a middle-aged military general, and he mercilessly swung out a sword. Kill this man, on the spot. Blood splattered all over the place. Ah! Don't kill me. Don't! Don't! I don't want any resources, I just beg you to spare my life. Damn it! I am a Bai family martial artist. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the White family if you do this? The remaining 2 martial artists, who were obviously taken aback, looked anxious as they hurriedly opened their mouths. Thumbs up. However, what responded to them was a merciless sword. Ridiculous to the extreme. On the verge of death, you still dare to threaten us with the Bai family. Another patriarch, on the other hand, arrived in front of that Bai clan's military general and reached out to pinch his neck. In the other party's look of despair, this patriarch laughed and snapped his neck. By now, all the military generals in the team, all of them died tragically on the spot. Kid! Why don't you run? At this moment, a middle-aged patriarch holding a long sword, suddenly, dashed to Suya's side. Sardonic grinned at him. Suyi possessed an advanced speed talent. Once he escaped with all his might, they really weren't sure they could catch up. However, Suyi glanced at him. Then, he reached out and pointed at the ice-feathered dragon and spoke with a smile, because, I need the essence blood of this king-level ferocious beast. Chapter 89 Worm Cocoon Alteration. As soon as Suya's words fell, that patriarch froze on the spot. Then he snorted, what? At this point in time, you wouldn't, by any chance, still be unable to see reality, would you? Do you really think you'll get the promised reward? A mere martial artist at the early stage of the sovereign realm, even if he possessed an uncommonly advanced speed talent, but with that alone, he actually dared to get his hands on the essence blood of a king-level fierce beast in front of them. Many patriarchs were amused. They weren't those weak zongsher within the Tianfu base city. Basically everyone possessed medium yuan power weapons, practiced uncommon techniques, and their talents were considered powerful. Even those geniuses ranked at the top of the list within the heavenly prefecture base city would not dare to say that they would definitely be able to kill them when they encountered them. How did this plain-looking Suyi dare to say such words? Ha ha. I think this kid, 80% has been scared mad. Which one of you will go and kill him? A middle-aged patriarch with a long sword in his hand smiled aloud and opened his mouth. I'll do it. A young sect master licked his tongue, and with a ferocious expression, he blasted his fist towards Suyi. The aged patriarch who was leading the group didn't stop it, but just stood on the glacier, indifferently watching everything. Boom! However, with just a slap, Suyi slapped this person away and swiftly crashed into an ice rock. Died on the spot. Damn! This kid hid his strength. He actually killed Wang Feng in one move. Seeing this scene, a patriarch's expression changed in shock. Wang Feng is not weak. Although he was only at the early stage of the sovereign realm, he possessed an intermediate strength talent, as well as an intermediate defense talent. But even so, it was surprising that he couldn't even block a single move. Let's strike! Immediately, there were 5 martial artists in the middle stage of the sovereign realm who reacted and roared ferociously. They joined forces and took out medium yuan power weapons to kill towards Su Yi. Unfortunately, for today's Su Yi, 1 zongshi or 10 zongshi, it could be resolved with a single move. Boom! Su Yi stretched out his right finger, slightly stimulating the yuan power in his body, and his fingertip shot out, a sharp and matchless silver beam of light. Damn! Can't hide. Ah! What kind of move is this? Accompanied by a hiss of despair, the silver-colored beams of light that Su Yi shot out had pierced through the chests of the 5 people with precision. 5 sect masters died horribly on the spot. And this time, they couldn't even get close to Su Yi. It wasn't until this moment that the remaining patriarchs reacted to the fact that this Su Yi's true strength was too shockingly strong. This son must not be kept. As for the aged patriarch who stood on the side, at this time, his face, too, became incomparably grave. He didn't want, though, to make an enemy of such a powerful person with terrifying strength. But he also knew in his heart that the grudge between the 2 sides had already been made. How easy is it to dissolve it? Therefore, he narrowed his eyes, his figure flashed, and he immediately took out a higher yuan power weapon. It was a heavy black hammer. Then, in a hideous rage, he roared. Strike together! Rumble! As soon as the old patriarch's words fell, the rest of the patriarchs gritted their teeth, gripped the weapons in their hands, completely energized the yuan power in their bodies, and executed their underhanded means to kill towards Su Yi. For a moment, countless brilliant lights, mixed with intense killing intent, completely enveloped Su Yi. Su Yi's expression was as normal as he took out the explosive Flame King's higher yuan power weapon, then facing forward, he lightly swung a sword. Thumbs up! In an instant, the sword roared. A piercing bloodlight enveloped the 8 directions. Almost all of the patriarchs were simply too late to react and died tragically on the spot. Damn! I'm not happy about this. As for that old patriarch with the strongest strength, he held on for a few moments, and in the end, he let out a roar of unwillingness. Click! Weapon breaks in hand. The head was separated from the head, and he died horribly on the spot. After killing these patriarchs, Su Yi walked up and collected their spatial rings. The supplies are quite plentiful. After checking it out a little, Su Yi put the contents, through and through, into his spatial ring. Afterwards, he looked at the already dead ice feather dragon and collected the fierce beast essence blood from the other party's body. And due to the large size of the ice feather dragon, Su Yi ended up collecting a full 20 copies of the king beast essence blood. This was the essence blood of a king-level ferocious beast. It was very precious, and within the Tianfu base city, these 20 copies of the essence blood of a king-level ferocious beast were worth at least 1 million yuan coins. Moreover, the king beast essence blood, which was of infinite value, could be used for direct cultivation or to create other rare resources. For example, Yuan Qi liquid. King beast Dan. Its true value will only be higher than $1 million coin. No wonder these patriarchs, they want to kill and exterminate. After collecting them, Su Yi's heart was clear. Such a large amount of wealth, if the news leaked out, I'm afraid that all those big families within the base city would come over, looking for trouble from them. The best way to do that is to kill someone. As for the corpse of the king beast, Su Yi wasn't prepared to plan to take it away, although the value wasn't low, but the size of the ice feather dragon was too huge for his spatial ring to fit. After searching around for some time, Su Yi managed to find the cave where this ice feather dragon lived on a steep mountain peak. Not bad. So many herbs for quenching the yuan veins. There are also many materials for refining formations. After entering the cave, Su Yi revealed a joyful expression. After spending half an hour, he packed away all the treasures in the cave, all of them. Then, he swept his figure and found a slightly remote woodland, sitting on the ground. He checked the inside of the spatial ring and found that the golden insect cocoon had already absorbed all of the several hundred copies of the top-tier ferocious beast blood in the ring. Life fluctuations, obviously increased by a fraction. Unfortunately, it was still too far from hatching. Try to see how effective the king beast essence blood is, in the end. After thinking about it, Suyi took out this golden insect cocoon. When he brought the essence blood of the ice feathered dragon close to the golden insect cocoon, the golden insect cocoon visibly trembled. Inside the cocoon, there seemed to come the violent fluctuations of a small life. 2. Buzz. In the next moment, one could only see the golden insect cocoon blossoming out a blooming golden aura, completely enveloping this king beast essence blood. After about 3 minutes, the light dissipated. This king beast essence blood was absorbed by the golden insect cocoon as much as it could. The fluctuation of life within the insect cocoon had obviously elevated a bit. Works great. Suya's expression was slightly happy as he then took out the remaining king beast essence blood and placed all of it next to the golden insect cocoon. After a while, the golden insect cocoon, absorbing all of the king beast essence blood, finished absorbing all of it. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of hatching even though the life fluctuations were much higher. You're such a loser, you little thing. Suyi patted the golden insect cocoon and couldn't help but speak. So much king beast essence blood was worth 1,000,000 yuan coins at the very least. In one fell swoop, all of them were defeated by this golden insect cocoon. Buzz. When Suya's finger touched the golden insect cocoon, inside came the fluctuations of a small being. 2. Dragon. Dragon blood. Chapter 90, Hunting the Skyhorn Dragon Swarm. Dragon's blood? After sensing this fluctuation, Suya's expression froze slightly. Could it be that the dragon's blood contained a bit more energy, of the same quality, than the blood of an unusual ferocious beast? Or was the dragon's blood, to the draconic emperor butterfly, a bit better? Although he couldn't know the exact answer, Suyi vaguely felt that perhaps using the dragon's blood to incubate this draconic emperor butterfly would be a bit more efficient. However, ferocious beasts that contain dragon blood are not easy to find. Suyi thought about it, then frowned. In the small glacier area, during this period of time, Suyi hunted a lot of ferocious beasts, but the number of dragon-type ferocious beasts that could be found was relatively sparse. Including that ice-feathered dragon, the total number was just a dozen or so. This amount was far from enough to hatch the draconic emperor butterfly. Suyi thought carefully, and then in his mind, he seemed to think of some kind of ferocious beast. I once saw in the information a kind of ferocious beast called the heavenly horned dragon. This kind of ferocious beast, its strength is not weak, and almost all of them are top-tier ferocious beasts when they reach adulthood, and these ferocious beasts reside in the Dragon Mountain area in the wilderness zone of Tianfu Bay City. If I can hunt down enough skyhorn dragons, I should be able to hatch the desolate emperor butterfly. Thinking of this, Suyi planned to try it. Of course, in the map's display, the Dragon Mountain area, which was more dangerous, was rich in resources, and from time to time, there were king-level ferocious beasts. Before heading to the Dragon Mountain area, Suyi planned to raise a wave of strength first. He first found a cave, and subsequently spent a few days, not only raising his own sword power, to the point of 60%. He also took that 5th grade sword technique that Luo Ling had given him, the Star Sword technique. The practice is introductory. Ever since obtaining the transcendent grade sword Dao talent, Suyi practiced sword techniques with half the effort, and in his mind, countless auras were constantly surging. Even if it was a 5th grade sword technique, it wasn't difficult to cultivate it. And the Star Sword technique at the introductory stage could give Suyi a 3-fold increase in strength, as well as a 1-fold increase in defense. Buzz. At this moment, as long as Suyi performed the Star Sword technique, his body would naturally emit a faint star light. Under the wrapping of this light, Suya's defense ability doubled. Strength has grown a lot. This makes traveling to the Dragon Mountain area even more secure. After putting the Star Sword technique into practice, Suyi was not going to continue practicing. To raise this sword technique to the minor accomplishment stage, even a transcendent level sword Dao talent would need to spend a longer period of time. Phew! After walking out of the cave, Suyi swept his figure and followed the map's guidance to the Dragon Mountain area. The Longshan area, with its vast area and treacherous terrain, is characterized by countless peaks, boulders, and forests, chaotically lined up and irregular, with steep terrain. The Yuan Qi here was very dense and rich in produce, thus attracting many ferocious beasts. Some of the more powerful sect masters, and even the strongest of the martial king realm, would choose to come here and gather resources. 1 hour later, Suyi concealed himself in space and arrived at the Dragon Mountain area. After searching for a short while, Suyi found a few gathered skyhorn dragons. The heavily horned dragon was huge, 9 feet tall, and on its forehead, it had a large black dragon horn that was very eye-catching. Suyi swept a glance and learned the specific information. Species, Tyangiosaurus. Grade, top fierce beast. Strength talent, intermediate. Defense talent, advanced. Endurance talent, primary. The talents of these heavenly horned dragons are not bad at all. After seeing the message from the heavenly horned dragon, Suyi was slightly surprised. At the same time, he understood why there weren't many martial artists that dared to hit the heavenly horned dragon. Once the heavenly horned dragon reached adulthood, it was a top-tier ferocious beast, with a powerful bloodline and notable talent, and many patriarchs were no match for it. As for the clan of heavenly horned dragons, there were quite a number of them, among which there must be king-level heavenly horned dragons in existence, and this clan, comparatively speaking, was also relatively united, once it was discovered by the king-level heavenly horned dragons. By then, I'm afraid I'll die a horrible death on the spot. However, the talent of the heavenly horned dragon wasn't strong enough, yet, to make Suyi jealous. Therefore, he vanished out of space and immediately struck out. Thumbs up. Suyi took out his higher yuan power weapon and chopped out a silver sword blade, killing these ferocious beasts with a single stroke. Afterwards, he directly placed the golden insect cocoon beside these several heavenly horned dragons. A few moments later, the golden insect cocoon had already absorbed the essence blood of these several heavenly horned dragons, all of them. Rumble. And the smell of blood here attracted a group of skyhorn dragons that had been foraging in the vicinity and rushed here. Upon seeing Suyi hunting the heavenly horned dragons, this batch of heavenly horned dragons went completely crazy, roaring and killing Suyi. Kill! 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 In just a moment's time, this batch of heavenly horned dragons were decimated by Suyi, and all of their essence blood was absorbed by the golden insect cocoon. And inside the insect cocoon, there was also a sound that came from that little being's unusually excited fluctuations. It seems that the effect of dragon blood is, indeed, quite a bit better than ordinary ferocious beast blood. After sensing the fluctuations, Suyi revealed a joyful expression. Boom! Not long afterward, a huge-sized heavenly horned dragon with a fierce face arrived. These heavenly horned dragons were all false king-level ferocious beasts. In less than a minute, there were more than 20 false king-level heavenly horned dragons that surrounded Suyi. Shock hissed. And in here, the strength of each heavenly horned dragon was comparable to that of a genius martial artist from Tianfu Base City. White Knight Dragon. Even if the group of Zhongshe realm martial artists that Suyi had previously beheaded were united together, they would still have to be terrified and flee in panic when they encountered so many fake king-level heavenly horned dragons. However, with Suyi's current strength of being able to kill king beasts, these heavenly horned dragons, even if they came in greater numbers, Suyi would be able to kill them with a single sword. Thumbs up. A star sword on was like a merciless harvesting machine, crazily decapitating the surrounding heavenly horned dragons. A corpse of a heavenly horned dragon fell to the ground. It wasn't until half an hour later that Suyi finally finished hunting all of the nearby heavenly horned dragons. He toned down for a moment, then waved his sword on the ground, digging out a large pit, and gathered all the blood of all the heavenly horned dragons inside the large pit. Next, Suyi took the golden insect cocoon and threw it into the large pit. Buzz! This time, on the golden insect cocoon, a rich golden radiance erupted, completely enveloping the entire large pit. With this much skyhorn dragon's essence blood, it should be able to hatch successfully. Looking at the scene in front of him, Suyi muttered. During this period of time, Suyi didn't even know how many heavenly horned dragons he, in fact, had hunted. At a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 heads. So much so that Suyi was a bit numb from killing at the back. Half an hour later, the golden light dispersed, and on the golden insect cocoon, the fluctuation of life that came from it grew stronger and stronger. In half a day at the latest, it should be able to hatch successfully. Suyi roughly estimated and then discovered a serious problem. That is, the favored beast he had taken in earlier. It all relies on the law of physical submission. But this desolate ancient emperor butterfly has a strong talent. Once it hatches, when the time comes, what if it slips away? But he remembered that the desolate ancient emperor butterfly possessed a special gift of extreme speed. If this talent reached the transcendent level, or even the level above transcendence, then Suyi wouldn't even be able to catch up at that time, and would only be able to stare dryly. Isn't this, like, a basket case? I remember Luoling seems to have said to me that generally if you want to take in a favored beast, you need to use some kind of beast taming formation to conclude a contract. Suyi thought carefully, then put away the golden insect cocoon and moved to return to Tianfu Base City. He planned to find Luo Ling and inquire clearly, then use the beast taming formation and conclude a contract. Let the desolate ancient emperor butterfly successfully recognize its master. Chapter 91 Medium Grade Beast Taming Formation. Suyi exerted his full speed, and after only half an hour, he returned to Tianfu Base City. On the way, Suyi then contacted Luo Ling and agreed with her to meet up at a large hotel. Not long afterward, the two met again in a luxurious 9th-floor private room in the hotel. After a brief exchange, Luo Ling curiously inquired, "Suyi, you need the beast taming formation. Could it be that you've discovered another ferocious beast with extraordinary talent and want to take it in as a favored beast?" Suyi nodded and didn't say it specifically and explicitly, but inquired, "Luo Ling, are you clear about this beast taming formation? Where exactly do we have to obtain it from?" Then he spoke somewhat helplessly. "As you are well aware, the two favored beasts I took in before were both taken in by me using brute force, and with this method, the probability of success is very small, and far inferior to the beast taming array." Hearing Suyi's words, Luo Ling also smiled. "Indeed, like you, the probability of using brute force to make a ferocious beast submit is really not high, and very few martial artists would choose this method. You've been lucky to succeed twice in a row." Speaking of this, Luo Ling also couldn't help but show envy on her face. Not only did Suyi succeed in taking in 2 consecutive times, but he also took in the favored beasts on both occasions. Talent and potential, both extremely good. Especially that little white mouse, but it has a legendary spatial talent. Returning to her senses, Luo Ling thought for a moment and then pondered, there's only one way to obtain a high-quality beast taming formation, and that's to join the Formation Master Association. However, without a talent for formations, the Formation Master Association won't let you join. So this method can be ruled out. Our Luo family, on the contrary, also from the Formation Master Association, purchased the beast taming formations, but they are also medium-grade beast taming formations. The probability of taming is not very high. Next, Luo Ling went into detail, explaining everything to Suyi. From Luo Ling's mouth, Suyi also knew about the beast taming formation. Beast taming formations, which were basically created by the Formation Master Association, were specifically subdivided into low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade. Among them, the low-grade beast taming formation had less than a 10% probability of being able to tame it successfully, while the medium-grade beast taming formation, the probability of taming it successfully, was raised to 30%. As for the high-grade beast taming formation, the probability of successful taming was 70%. Once the taming failed, not only would the rare formation materials go down the drain, the probability of successful taming would also be reduced a bit. This was why high-grade beast taming formations were extraordinarily rare. As for the Formation Masters Association, in order to attract talent and to ensure their lofty status, high-grade beast taming formations would not be sold on their own initiative. Even if one joined the Formation Master Association and obtained a high-grade beast taming formation, one had to make an oath not to spread it out. Once discovered, not only would they be stripped of their identity, but they would also have to face the pursuit of the Formation Master Association's experts. "Luo Ling, I only need medium grade." Suyi's complexion was slightly happy, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. 30% probability for him. It's enough already. Big deal, try a few more times. Unusual martial artists might also have to worry about the problems of consuming too much yuan power, not having enough of their own yuan coins, and how to quickly recover their yuan power after casting the beast taming formation. However, Suyi was not short of resources and was able to exchange them into a large amount of yuan coins at any time. The yuan power he possessed in his body also far exceeded that of an ordinary patriarch, and he even possessed a large amount of yuan stones, so the speed of recovering his yuan power was also very fast. Therefore, he naturally did not have to worry about these problems. Alright then, this is the medium-grade beast taming formation. Luo Ling nodded, then from her spatial ring, she took out a light blue scroll and handed it to Suyi. At the same time, he also handed Suyi a brightly colored blue array disc. Now that Luo Ling had become the Luo family's family head heir, with a great increase in power, she naturally had a way to get a mid-grade beast taming formation. And what was recorded within this scroll was that mid-grade beast taming formation. As long as the formation materials were placed into the blue formation disc, the disc would operate on its own and conclude a contract with the ferocious beast. Suyi, once you fail in performing the beast taming formation, you must completely restore the yuan power in your body before you can continue. Otherwise, it will cause some damage to the yuan veins in the body. Eyeing Suyi receiving the scroll, Luo Ling then reminded. I know, Lorraine, thank you so much. Suyi gripped the blue scroll and opened his mouth to thank him. No need for that, we're all friends. Luo Ling revealed a light smile, then she seemed to remember something and spoke, "By the way, Su Yi, soon, I'm going to start my seclusion, and it might last for a long time." "A retreat?" Su Yi swept a glance at Luo Ling and was surprised to find that Luo Ling's aura had, once again, strengthened quite a bit. It wasn't far from breaking through to the late stage of the sovereign realm. Su Yi put away the scroll and array disc and opened his mouth to inquire. "Luo Ling, are you preparing to go into seclusion and break through to the late stage of the sovereign realm in one breath?" Luo Ling smiled and shook her head, the exact reason, but did not explicitly say. She simply said that after swallowing the sword spirit grass and obtaining the advanced sword Dao talent, she was prepared to close the door and diligently cultivate her sword technique. As for the Luo family's sword Dao stone tablet, it was a 3-star wonder. Extremely valuable. Luo Ling naturally wouldn't say it. Luo Ling didn't explicitly say so, and Su Yi didn't ask much. "Then I wish you good luck with your cultivation." Before leaving, Su Yi raised his wine glass and spoke with a smile. "And good luck with the domestication." The two smiled at each other and parted ways. After leaving the hotel, Su Yi didn't return to his residence, but instead headed to the resource exchange place. With the few resources he had in hand, he went to a number of exchange houses and exchanged about 1,000,000 yuan coins. These yuan coins should be enough. Afterward, Su Yi moved to the Formation Master Association. The Formation Master Association, as the largest formation master power within Tianfu Bay City, certainly had a trading place within. All martial artists, after paying a sum of dues, could use yuan coins within the exchange to acquire some formation materials. After paying his dues of 10,000 coins, Su Yi entered the association exchange under the guidance of a young servant. Subsequently, a green-robed deacon within the exchange received Su Yi. Su Yi communicated with the other party in accordance with the formation materials recorded on the formation scroll. "This patriarch, the formation materials you need will cost 300,000 coins apiece." The green-robed deacon opened his mouth after a slight calculation. Su Yi nodded, then, to be on the safe side, he took out 900,000 yuan coins. "Buy 3 materials in one sitting." The green-robed deacon, slightly surprised. "That's a big client." He gently stroked his white beard and after accepting the yuan coins, he spoke, "Please also wait." 10 minutes later, Su Yi had obtained 3 array materials. Leaving the association exchange. After returning to his personal residence, Su Yi took out the golden insect cocoon from his spatial ring. At this time, the golden insect cocoon's life force fluctuated and was extremely strong. It emanated a rich golden light. It seems to be on the verge of hatching. Immediately after, a natural bloodline oppression made the golden stone beasts in the courtyard tremble. Heavens! What kind of ferocious beast did the master bring back? What a terrifying pressure! The bloodline of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly was simply too noble. There was a clear bloodline oppression against it. Little White, who stood on its shoulder, although not as exaggerated as the golden stone beast, also clearly felt a sense of oppression. And inside the room, Su Yi took out a formation material as he looked at the golden insect cocoon in front of him. "Begin." After that, he took this formation material and put it into the blue formation disc. Chapter 92, Making a Contract. Starburst Level Talent. Buzz. As the array materials were added, the blue array disc, on its own, operated. On the array plate, a brilliant blue beam of light shot out. Eventually, it formed, in the chamber, a sky-blue, tedious formation. Now, as long as I wait for the desolate ancient emperor butterfly to hatch successfully, I'll be able to conclude a beast-taming contract. Su Yi looked at the golden insect cocoon in front of him and looked slightly happy. As time passed, the fluctuation of life on the golden insect cocoon became stronger and stronger. Su Yi guessed in his heart that at most half an hour, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly would be able to hatch out. At this time, Little White, who was full of curiosity, used his instantaneous transfer ability and slipped inside Su Ye's room in a flash. It stared at the silver-white pupils of its eyes and walked around the golden insect cocoon. Finally, without blinking, it looked at the golden insect cocoon in front of it, its heart shaken. Heavens! The master couldn't have stolen the offspring of any holy beast, could he? Unlike human martial artists, ferocious beasts were very particular about their bloodline rank. Xiao Bai as a very rare space silver rat, not only was his bloodline very rare, but he also possessed an intermediate space talent. Thus, even though its strength level was not very high, an unusual king beast, even if its talent was very strong, would not give it much of a sense of oppression. But this ferocious beast in front of him clearly hadn't hatched out yet. But it brought it an extremely strong bloodline oppression. In its thoughts, it was only in the legends that the descendants of the sons and daughters of the holy beasts could have such an oppressive feeling. Even, it was a bit skeptical in its mind. It was the scion of an emperor beast. I'm not going to fall out of favor this way, am I? Xiaobai looked at the life fluctuation, the increasingly strong golden insect cocoon, tilted his head, and suddenly thought. And White's thoughts were, apparently, a bit redundant. Suya's purpose of hatching the desolate ancient emperor butterfly was just to absorb the gold system talent from the other party. And his ultimate goal was to cultivate that 5-elemental rotation mystic art and then cultivate the ultimate Yuan vein. For Xiaobai and these favored beasts, Suyi had always treated them equally. Specifically, the plan is to free range. Just let them stay together and play with each other. Suya's main focus at the moment was still on improving his own strength. Of course, if the desolate ancient emperor butterfly's natural ability was really very powerful, then Suyi would naturally tilt his resources to focus on cultivating the desolate ancient emperor butterfly. Half an hour later. Buzz. On the golden insect cocoon, a golden aura suddenly bloomed. Filled the house. And the golden stone beasts in the yard poked their big golden heads in. It held back the feeling of bloodlust fear within it, and put its golden head close to the window to look into the house. Ka-ching! At a certain moment, along with a crisp sound, it rang in Suya's ears. The golden insect cocoon began to shatter. Immediately afterward, the cracks grew larger and larger. Eventually, the insect cocoon shattered. A petite butterfly head pokes out of the cocoon. Bright gold in color. Very colorful. The desolate ancient emperor butterfly, after struggling for a moment, its entire body broke free of the insect cocoon. Subsequently, a golden butterfly with a wingspan, close to half a meter, surfaced in front of Suya's eyes. It vibrated its golden wings, emitting joyful fluctuations as it fluttered around Suya's body, circling around. Exceptionally pleased. Suya's gaze, which landed on this desolate ancient emperor butterfly, was very curious about its natural ability. Immediately after that, the specific information of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly was also in sight by Suyi. Species, Draconian Emperor Butterfly Ancient Bloodline. Level, Elite Beast. Strength Talent, Transcendent Level. Cracked Gold Talent, Transcendent Level. Extreme Speed Talent, Transcendent Level. Defense Talent, Top. Imperial Pupil Talent, Starburst Level. Bloodline Avatar, Emperor's Pupil Splits the Sky. Strong. Too strong. The Draconic Emperor Butterfly's natural ability was the most powerful beast Suyi had seen so far. A top talent. 3 transcendental level talents. As well as one that surpassed the transcendent level talent, the Starburst level Emperor's Pupil talent. Such a luxurious talent configuration was simply a bit stronger than the current Suyi. Of course, Suyi had the law of origin, the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly, the better the talent he possessed, the more excited he gets. Starburst level talent, it should be the talent level above transcendent level talent. I didn't expect that the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly's natural ability would be so powerful. After sighing, Suyi hurriedly performed the beast taming formation and concluded a beast taming contract with the Draconic Emperor Butterfly. Buzz. In the next moment, Suya's mind, with the help of the beast taming formation, connected with the Draconic Emperor Butterfly. The desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly, lifting its wings and hovering, with a curious gaze, stared at Suya's face. For the aura on Suya's body, it had a natural affinity in its heart. In a haze, a beast taming brand managed to land in the depths of the soul of the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly. The fact that it was tamed so smoothly made Suyi feel a little surprised. After thinking about it, in Suya's heart, he also had a guess. The desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly, which he had hatched with his own hands using a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood. During this time, the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly had familiarized itself with Suya's aura, and had a natural affinity for him. The probability of successful domestication, therefore, naturally increased quite a bit. There wouldn't be much resistance to domesticating the brand. However, if it was an unfamiliar ferocious beast from the wilderness area, then the probability of the martial artist trying to domesticate it successfully would be greatly reduced. After successful domestication, the Draconian Emperor Butterfly. It officially became Suya's third favored beast. The little white and the golden stone beast on the side were also both Suya's favored beasts, so now, when they were facing the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, they didn't feel, before, such a strong sense of bloodline oppression anymore. Hungry. Hungry. After becoming Suya's favored beast, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly lifted its wings and flew to Suya's shoulder. It gathered its wings, and in Suya's mind, it opened its mouth full of dependence. It's like a newborn baby asking its parents for food. Suyi took out 10 portions of top-tier ferocious beast blood and placed them beside the draconic emperor butterfly. In a few breaths, the energy contained within was absorbed by the draconic emperor butterfly, finished. Then, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, who still had a clear sense of hunger, had its sight fall on the shattered insect cocoon. It lifted its wings and flew to the insect cocoon, its body overflowing with rich golden light, and began to refine the huge energy remaining within the insect cocoon. Suyi was somewhat surprised to find that as the energy within the insect cocoon was absorbed by the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, its aura became more and more powerful. Until all of the energy was absorbed by it, the rank of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly was successfully raised to a top-tier ferocious beast. This speed of strength increase was too fast. Luckily, I was thoughtful enough to employ a beast taming formation to domesticate the draconic emperor butterfly before. Suyi looked at the flying and hovering desolate ancient emperor butterflies and secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly that possessed the transcendent great extreme speed talent, I'm afraid that Suyi would not be able to catch up even if he exerted his full strength. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Come back to your senses. Suyi reached out and let the desolate ancient emperor butterfly land in his palm. Afterwards, in the eyes of the desolate emperor butterfly, that was clueless and ignorant, Suyi revealed a gentle smile. It's time to take it from the draconian emperor butterfly here. Gaining the transcendent level cracked gold talent now. Chapter 93 Transcendent level split gold talent. Comprehending 10% of sword intent. In the draconic emperor butterfly, with a somewhat clueless and ignorant look, Suyi stretched out a finger and gently flicked it on its head. The desolate ancient emperor butterfly was in pain, blinking its big golden eyes and looking at Suyi with tears in its eyes. In its heart, it was puzzled as to why its master was hitting it. However, as Suya's favored beast, it still lowered its head honestly, its body trembling. Congratulations to the Source Master for defeating the draconic emperor butterfly, gaining 100 points in the strength attribute, 100 points in the speed attribute, and 1000 points in the split gold origin. Suyi hurriedly took out a large pile of top-tier ferocious beast blood, and after placating a few sentences, the draconic emperor butterfly, then again, enjoyed the food beautifully. It didn't remember in the slightest that Suyi was still bullying it just now. Finally, I've obtained the transcendent level cracked gold talent. Suyi gently stroked the desolate emperor butterfly's small head and said with a surprised expression. Since the draconic emperor butterfly hadn't been born for long, its strength level wasn't very high, so the attribute it absorbed was only a first-order attribute. With Suya's strength nowadays, he didn't look at this point of attributes, but mainly the transcendent level cracked gold talent in the back. He desperately needed it now. Absorption. In the next moment, Suya's mind moved and absorbed the transcendent grade cracked gold talent that he had obtained from the desolate emperor butterfly, Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 1000 points of split gold origin and obtaining the transcendent level split gold talent. A moment later, Suyi finished absorbing it and successfully possessed the transcendent level cracked gold talent. With the transcendent rank cracking gold talent, I'm now just missing the transcendent rank thunder talent and the transcendent rank earth talent. As long as these two transcendent level talents were put together, Suyi would be able to cultivate the 5 elements rotation secret art. As for acquiring the transcendent grade thunder talent, Suyi already had a target in mind, and that was Ling Feng's cousin, the genius martial artist Ling Kong. Right now, Suyi was waiting for Ling Kong to come out of the Ling clan seclusion, and then from him, he would obtain the transcendent grade thunder talent. But that last transcendent level earth talent, Suyi, for a while, didn't have the slightest clue. Even if you look for information, there are no clues. Come back to your senses. Suyi looked towards the desolate ancient emperor butterfly that stayed on the side, absorbing the blood essence, and frowned in thought. If only the same target, the laws of origin were absorbed more than once. The law of origin, although extremely powerful, is absorbed from the target only once. In other words, after Suyi had already absorbed the transcendent grade cracking gold talent from the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, he would not be able to absorb any other talent. As for the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, in addition to possessing the transcendent grade cracking gold talent, it also possessed the transcendent grade strength talent, as well as the transcendent grade extreme speed talent. These two major talents were coveted by Su Yi. Unfortunately, Su Yi had no way, for the time being, to absorb these two major talents from the body of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly. At this moment, Su Yi suddenly remembered that when he had broken through to the martial general realm, the origin laws, too, had followed and produced a metamorphosis. Not only did it allow him to see the target's information, but it also allowed Su Yi to absorb it a number of times each month. From 3, it's been raised to 5. If my realm continues to break through, will I be able to make the laws of origin further produce a metamorphosis? By then, perhaps this problem will be solved. Su Yi thought carefully and brightened up. The laws of origin had completely merged with him, and martial cultivation was an evolution of life. The higher Su Yi's cultivation realm was, the higher the level of evolution, the higher it was. The laws of origin, too, would follow him and produce an astonishing metamorphosis. Perhaps, there was a real chance for this idea of Su Yi's to be realized. Looks like I have to break through to the martial king realm as soon as possible. Su Yi's expression was slightly happy, then, in his mind, he pondered. Sooner, too. Just get the transcendental grade 5 elements talent. Cultivate that 5 elemental rotation secret art and then cultivate the ultimate Yuan vein. Su Yi would be able to break through to the martial king realm with the ultimate Yuan vein, without the use of any external objects, 100%. For the next little while, Su Yi cultivated inside the house while waiting for Ling Kong to end his seclusion and come out of the Ling family. In his spare time, he would also cultivate a relationship with the desolate ancient emperor butterfly as well. The desolate ancient emperor butterfly, since it hadn't been long since it was born, its mind was immature and it needed time to, slowly, grow. On weekdays, it was just like a child, and liked to play around with Su Yi. As for the draconic emperor butterfly, its favorite food was the essence blood of ferocious beasts. It has a lot of energy in it and is a good nutrient for it to grow. And Su Yi discovered that the more the desolate ancient emperor butterfly ingested the essence blood of the ferocious beasts, the higher the level, and the faster it grew, the faster it grew. To the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, ferocious beast essence blood was similar to milk, allowing it to grow rapidly. Watching the desolate ancient emperor butterfly grow day by day, its breath getting stronger and stronger, in Su Yi's heart, he was also a little joyful. At the same time, Su Yi didn't forget about Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin, and on weekdays, he would give them quite a few ferocious beasts' essence bloods and rare ores, so that they could swallow and refine them, slowly improving their strength. Luckily, Su Yi has enough resources, and there is no shortage of yuan, otherwise, just these 3 big money sellers. I'm afraid that an ordinary patriarch would have been eaten out of business long ago. And all this time, Su Yi had been indoors, envisioning his own sword power, as well as the next level of sword power. Sword intent. He possessed a transcendent level sword Dao talent, and it was natural for him to comprehend sword momentum and sword intent extremely quickly. This morning, Su Yi slowly opened his eyes and whispered with a joyful expression on his face, finally comprehending 10% of the sword intent. Buzz. In the next moment, Su Yi's expression slightly condensed, and a blanket of sword intent splashed up on his body. Sharp as a tack. And 10% of sword intent was already enough to cultivate a 5th grade sword technique, to the stage of great accomplishment. An ordinary patriarch, even if he exhausted his entire life, might not be able to comprehend sword intent. This was the limitation of his own talent and enlightenment. One could only say that the transcendent level sword Dao talent was just too terrifying. The speed at which a martial artist with this kind of talent could comprehend their own sword Dao was increased by an unknown number of times over a martial artist without the talent. Unfortunately, although I have comprehended 10% of the sword intent, if I want to continue comprehending 20%, or even 30% of the sword intent, the time I need to consume is more. Su Yi sighed slightly after sensing it in detail. Of course, being able to comprehend 10% of the sword intent, Su Yi was already quite satisfied. After practicing, Su Yi briefly rested for a while, then, he reached out and teased the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, which was feeding. Now that half a month had passed since the hatching day of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, too, had grown to a size of about a meter in wingspan. After accompanying the draconic emperor butterfly and playing around for a while, Su Yi was about to enter the chamber and practice the star sword technique when someone sent him a message from the silver wristwatch he was wearing on his hand. This person was a martial general that Su Yi had spent 100,000 coins to hire in the base city, with the purpose of letting him keep an eye on Ling Kong's movements. At this moment, the other party sent out a message stating that Ling Kong had ended his seclusion and was preparing to lead a group of young martial artists from the Ling clan to go out for training. Develop a class for yourself. This Ling Kong, finally planning to come out? After receiving the message, Suyi looked surprised. After that, he immediately moved and headed to the Ling family. Chapter 94 Star Sword Technique Minor Achievement. King Grade Fierce Beast. Thick Earth Horned Dragon. At this time, Suyi had already used the transformation spirit grass and changed into, once again, a burly man with a big body. Phew! He swept his figure and soon arrived at the Ling family. Rather spectacular. Suyi looked at the Ling family's buildings in front of him and marveled a little. The Ling family, as the second largest force in the Tianfu base city after the Fierce Beheading Division, naturally had strong financial power and strength. The Ling family covered an area of nearly 100 miles, with a large number of glorious buildings constructed inside, and from time to time, one could still see some martial artists with powerful auras, and some fast-flying boats of various colors, in the sky above the Ling family, traversing at great speed. The gate of the Ling family, on the other hand, was made of exquisite hard jade, crafted to a height of 3 feet. There were many defensive formations constructed inside, glowing and bright, ready to be activated at any time, able to withstand the attacks of an unusual martial king. Suyi withdrew his gaze. After that, he was in the vicinity of the Ling family, found a random hotel, sat by the window, and observed the Ling family's every move. Within a short while, that Ling Kong led a team of young martial artists out of the Ling family's gate in a glowing manner. Suyi swept his eyes at the group of martial artists and was surprised in his heart. These young martial artists, although their martial cultivation were not very high, most of them were elite martial artists and generals. However, the talents of these martial artists were all relatively good, and there were even a few of them that possessed top-tier talents. These people, once they grew up, would naturally be able to become Ling Kong's right-hand man. No wonder the previous informant passed on the information that this Ling Kong wants to cultivate the class. Suya's expression moved slightly, and after paying some yuan coins, he left the hotel. He found a remote place and cast his spatial talent to vanish into space, secretly following Ling Kong. Within the Tianfu base city, because of the presence of a martial saint, Suyi didn't intend to make a move. He was prepared to wait for Ling Kong's team, when he reached the wilderness area, to rest, and then he would repeat his trick. Perform an instantaneous ability to gain, from the other side, the transcendent level thunder talent. Depart. After seeing that the assembly was complete, Ling Kong led a group of people, vastly, towards the ice lake area. The ice lake area was considered one of the weakest areas in the wilderness area outside of Tianfu base city, and most of the ferocious beasts gathered inside were elite ferocious beasts with a very low level of danger. A dense forest. Dressed in a dry white martial artist costume and riding a handsome red-colored dragon horse, Ling Kong swept his eyes at the young martial artists in the group, revealing a joyful look in his heart. As long as these people can grow up, I'll even have a preliminary squad. These teenagers, almost all of whom were born from biased and attached clans, had good talent, and it was a team that he had spent a lot of effort on and personally assembled. Then, Ling Kong, who was thinking freely about the future, thought of Ling Feng in his mind. Then in his mind, defiantly, he said, "Cousin, the Qiankuan has yet to be determined. It's not certain who will be able to become the Ling family's family head in the future." Unlike the Pride of Heaven, Ling Feng, Ling Kong's parents, one of whom was a Zongshi and the other a martial general, were no match for Ling Feng's martial king realm parents. Secondly, Ling Feng was from the main clan while he was from the side clan. The two could be said to be worlds apart in terms of status and position. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Kong also possessed transcendent level talent, he would not have the position he has today, nor would he have the qualifications to compete with Ling Feng for the position of family head. But even so, many of the higher echelons within the family were still more optimistic about Ling Feng, believing that the probability of Ling Kong ultimately winning was extremely slim. In response to this, Ling Kong had been holding a breath in his heart, secretly vowing to prove it to these people in the future. He was airborne and not weaker than Ling Feng. Returning to his senses, Ling Kong looked at the group of teenagers behind him with high fighting spirit. Soon after, the crowd came all to the ice lake area. Roar! Some ferocious beasts spotted them and roared at them. Begin the hunt. Under Ling Kong's orders, the teenagers worked in tandem to fight fiercely against the ferocious beasts. 1 hour later, Ling Kong then told the gasping teenagers to take a break. As for himself, he found a slightly secluded place alone and sat on the ground, utilizing some resources to quench the yuan veins in his body. At one point, a teenager passes by, looking terrified and yelling, "It's no good. Young Master Ling Kong has disappeared." When the crowd heard this, they panicked. Young Master Ling Kong, but the strongest person in their team, how could he have suddenly disappeared? Moreover, once the young master was gone, how should they people explain to the family when they returned? With anxious faces, the crowd then looked around, carefully searching. Found it! Found it! Eventually, an excited-looking teenager found the disoriented Lincoln next to a large lush tree. At this moment, Lincoln, as if he had lost his soul, was unmoved by the concerned inquiries of the surrounding teenagers. Just the corners of his mouth, murmuring and whispering. So seek spatial talents. From Lincoln, after absorbing the transcendent Great Thunder talent, Suyi was in a great mood. Now, just short of the transcendent level Earth talent, Suyi would be able to gather all the 5 elemental talents and thus cultivate that 5 elemental rotation secret art. After returning to the base city, Suyi was secretly poking around for clues about the transcendent level Earth talent, while practicing that 5th grade sword technique. Star swordsmanship. As time passed, 7 days later, Suyi then cultivated the star sword technique to the small completion stage. And the star sword technique at the minor stage could increase Suyi's strength by 6 times, as well as his defense by 2 times. Strength once again surged by a fraction. Early this morning, on Suyi's communication wristwatch, Wu Feng suddenly sent him a message. Wu Feng, one of the deacons of the Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, was also the same patriarch who had previously brought Suyi and led the chamber's team from the East Sea Base City to the Heavenly Base City. The two hadn't lost contact with each other since entering Tianfu Base City. Previously, when Suyi exchanged yuan coins, he also traveled to the trading place of the Halian Chamber of Commerce, and was considered to have taken care of, slightly, this old friend's business. What did Wu Feng send me a message for? At this moment, Suyi looked at the dripping silver wristwatch, his complexion slightly moving as he pondered in his heart. Earlier, he did mention it to Wu Feng, saying that it was for ferocious beasts that possessed transcendent level Earth talent. Very interested. Murphy. This Wu Feng had discovered a ferocious beast that possessed a transcendent great Earth talent. After his thoughts returned, Suyi immediately checked the information. Only then did he realize that Wu Feng, as it turned out, had actually found the relevant news. Only, the two need to talk about it in person. Suyi utilized the Silver King bead to suppress his own aura, to the early stage of the Zhongshu realm, and then followed the address given by the other party, and arrived inside a large hotel. Inside a secluded elegant room. Upon meeting again, the two, both of them, were a bit saddened. After not seeing him for many days, Suyi had already become a Zhongshu, while Wu Feng was still in the middle stage of the Zhongshu realm and had not improved much. Wanting to break through to the late stage of the sovereign realm was just too difficult. The resources needed, too, are too much. If there were no accidents in this life, he was afraid that he had no hope of breaking through. Returning to his senses, Wu Feng proceeded to chat with Suyi freely for a while. Then, with a solemn expression, he took out a map engraved with a large number of handwriting and placed it on the table. Afterward, he stretched out his right finger and pointed to a certain corner on the map, saying to Suyi, Suyi, not long ago, the Martial King Realm Elder ancestor of my Sea Lotus Chamber of Commerce, while exploring the treasures here, returned with serious injuries. According to that old ancestor, the ferocious beast that injured him was a king-level ferocious beast that possessed a transcendent-level Earth talent. Powerful. Speaking here, Wu Feng slowed down and proceeded to name the specific name of the ferocious beast. A king-level beast. Thick Earth Horned Dragon. Chapter 95 The 5 Elements Gather. Extreme Yuan Veins. From Wu Feng's mouth, Suyi learned that this king-level ferocious beast named Thick Earth Horned Dragon resided in the White Rock Volcano region. White Rock Volcanic Area. This was a very special area outside of Tianfu Base City, within the wilderness area. Inside, the terrain is steep, the rocks are mostly of a special white color, the temperature is extremely high, and there are also a lot of active volcanoes spread out, from time to time erupting a lot of magma and thick smoke. Although this area was rich in resources, there weren't many ferocious beasts that chose to live here because of the harsh environment. And this also led to the fact that the ferocious beasts that were able to reside here were all relatively powerful. The Thick Earth Horned Dragon was one of the few king-level ferocious beasts in this area. Suyi, the White Rock Volcano region, the terrain is treacherous and the route is difficult to follow, so take this map and follow the route marked on the map and it will be much easier. Inside the hotel, Wu Feng picked up the map placed on the table and handed it to Suyi, then opened his mouth to propose. The White Rock Volcanic region, because it suffered from volcanic eruptions all year round, the terrain and landscape, at regular intervals, would produce obvious changes. And this map in his hand was the internal map of the Halian Chamber of Commerce, with the most detailed route division. Moreover, it also mapped out the range of activity of that thick earth horned dragon. Holding this map, Suyi would be able to more quickly enter the White Rock Volcano region and find that king-level beast, the thick earth horned dragon. Thanks. For Wu Feng's kindness, Suyi thanked him and gladly accepted it. The two of them continued to talk for a while, and Wu Feng proceeded to talk to Suyi about some of the dangers that one should be aware of within the White Rock Volcano region. Before leaving, Suyi took out some resources for quenching the yuan veins in his body and gave them to Wu Feng. These resources, for the current Suyi, were no longer of much use. A look of delight immediately appeared on Wu Feng's face. Although his mouth said that there was no need to do so, the movements of his hands were swift and incomparable. No way. What Suyi gave was just too much. A few moments later, looking at Suya's back as he flashed away, Wu Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This time, he bet right. In fact, this map, as well as that thick earth horned dragon, was originally within the Halian Chamber of Commerce, a relatively confidential piece of information. So he didn't say it explicitly in his communication wristwatch, but found a slightly hidden hotel to communicate with Suyi face to face. With this batch of resources, I think it won't take long for me to cultivate to the late stage of the sovereign realm. Wu Feng smiled broadly and thought excitedly in his mind. Returning to his senses, he carefully left the hotel and then disappeared into the distance. Phew! An hour later, in a dense forest, Suyi flashed to this place. Up ahead, it should be the White Rock Volcano region. He looked up into the distance, then glanced at the map in his hand and spoke softly. Being able to come to the White Rock Volcano region so quickly, in Suya's heart, there was also some celebration. If it wasn't for the detailed route marked on the map, Suyi estimated that he would have to spend a long time before he could find this place. After a few dodges, Suyi entered the interior of the White Rock Volcano region. The air here was thick with the smell of burning, interspersed with a searing heat that surged into the nostrils like a cascading wave. It makes people uncomfortable. Well, the temperature here is indeed warmer. Walking on the special white rocks, Suya's face slightly gloomy. The temperature in the air here, almost in the 70s and 80s, is unbearably hot and dry. Subsequently, Suyi searched for the thick earth horned dragon according to the map, which had marked out the range of activities. 10 minutes later, Suyi was right next to a large crater and found a huge black dragon beast. Suyi swept a glance at it and knew the specific information. Species, thick earth horned dragon. Grade, king fierce beast. Thick earth talent, transcendent level. Defense talent, top. Endurance talent, intermediate. Healing talent, intermediate. Bloodline avatar, crystal earthization. The talent of this thick earth horned dragon is not bad at all. After knowing the information about the thick earth horned dragon, in Suya's heart, he secretly nodded. Immediately after that, he took out the higher yuan power weapon. Roar! After sensing the human martial artist's aura, the thick earth horned dragon roared in shock and anger. There was a powerful aura emanating from his body, belonging to a king-level ferocious beast. Thumbs up! However, before it could react, Suyi chopped out a powerful sword on towards it, overflowing with majestic starlight. In an instant, blood splattered the sky. The thick earth horned dragon, even though it possessed an uncommon talent, and even more so a top-notch defense talent, it still couldn't block a single move. Despair hissed and rumbled to the ground. He was killed by Suyi with a sword. Congratulations to the Source Master for slaying the king-rank beast, the thick earth horned dragon. Gain 10 points of second-order strength attribute. 10 points of second-order defense attribute. 1,000 points of earth origin. After killing the thick earth horned dragon, Suyi collected the essence blood from its body and flashed away. After returning to his residence, Suyi immediately chose Absorb Attribute. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 1,000 points of thick earth origin and obtaining the Transcendental Grade Thick Earth Talent. Transcendent Grade Earth Talent. It's finally here. After the last of the 5 elemental talents arrived, Suyi looked excited. By now, he had gathered the gold, wind, thunder, earth, and fire systems. These are the 5 major transcendental level talents. It had already fulfilled the requirements for practicing the 5 elements rotation mystic art, this elemental pulse ancient art. Start practicing. After a period of time, Suyi quieted his mind and began to cultivate the 5 elements rotation secret art. Boom! After running this secret art, Suyi realized that the yuan veins in his body were constantly emitting bursts of rumbling. Immediately afterward, on his body, golden light, red fire, blue wind, yellow earth, and purple thunder began to emerge. 5 different visions. As time passed, under the operation of the 5 elements rotation secret art, the hidden yuan veins in Suye's body began to slowly emerge. Article 73. Article 74. Article 75. After more than half an hour, the number of yuan veins in Suye's body had risen to the 100th. 100 for completeness. This is the ultimate yuan vein. Suye slowly opened his eyes and was a bit incredulous himself. It's just too fast. He had also viewed in the information revealed by the Fierce Beheading Division that although using the Yuan Pulse ancient art, cultivating the ultimate Yuan Pulse was highly efficient. But generally speaking, it also takes anywhere from a few hours to a few days. However, the efficiency of this 5 elemental rotation secret art was simply too astonishing. Full stop, that's less than an hour. After thinking for a moment, Suye guessed in his heart. The 5 elemental rotation secret art, I'm afraid that among all the Yuan Pulse ancient arts, it is considered a very high-level ancient art. With this in mind, Suye slowly got up, and after a little bit of sensation, he was surprised to find the base power that he himself possessed today had reached a terrifying 30 elephants. It exceeded the power of an entire 20 elephants than an unusual late-stage Zongshi martial artist. The roots are incredibly strong. Originally, because of the effect of the iron tree silver flower, the yuan veins in his body, mutated and cultivated to the late stage of the patriarchal stage, his base strength was twice that of an ordinary patriarch. That is, the power of 20 elephants. And after cultivating the limit yuan vein, Suye's base power was once again enhanced by the power of 10 elephants. So when stacked up, it reached the power of 30 elephants. That's a real surprise. After collecting his smile, Suye looked within himself. He saw that inside his body, there were a whole 100 yuan veins, emanating a dense fluctuation of yuan power. Now, the cultivation of the sovereign realm, he had already reached his limit. The next step was to break through to Martial King. Chapter 96 Breakthrough. Finally becoming a Martial King. After cultivating the ultimate yuan vein, Suye was now 100% sure that he would be able to break through to the Martial King realm. However, if a martial artist wanted to break through to the Martial King realm, he or she would still need to utilize a huge amount of energy to break through the bottleneck of the realm. It would be best to supplement it with some high-grade yuan power cultivation room, so that the breakthrough time would be even faster. After thinking about it, Suye moved to the Cultivation Association within the base city. The Cultivation Association within Tianfu Base City was an organization created by a number of large clans that had joined together. Its interior had a large number of cultivation grounds with plenty of yuan qi, and martial artists could rent them for cultivation by spending a certain amount of yuan coins. After some time, Suye arrived at the Cultivation Association. A young deacon, in the Central Area 1, received Suye. What exactly are the yuan power cultivation rooms you have here? Suye inquired. This deacon, after seeing Suye unintentionally, emitting a powerful aura, didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly opened his mouth respectfully. It's like this, our yuan power cultivation room here is divided into heaven, earth, xian, and yellow, for levels. Among them, the best yuan power cultivation room is a heaven-grade cultivation room. The yuan qi content inside is more than 10 times that of the outside world. Hearing this, Suye didn't hesitate to open his mouth. Give me a heaven-grade yuan power cultivation room. Yes. This deacon, a newly promoted deacon, looked obviously a bit excited when he saw this kind of big customer. He hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired, the daily charge for our heaven-grade cultivation room here is 10,000 coins. I wonder how long you, my honored guest, will need to rent it? Suye thought for a moment, then spoke, let's rent it for a month first. A month? After hearing Suye's reply, the deacon's expression obviously froze. Rent for 1 month. That's 300,000 coins. Even the talented disciples of those big families wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly, right? He remembers. These genius martial artists, when they usually came over to pick a cultivation room, they were also all ground-level cultivation rooms, which were half the price of the heaven level, and the time of renting them was only 10 days and half a month at most. It was really the first time he had seen a new customer like Suye, who rented a heavenly cultivation room for a month as soon as he arrived. Of course, since his honored guest was not poor, he was naturally happy in his heart. Okay. Then please follow me. Under the lead of this deacon, Suye rode the express elevator and rose all the way to the 36th floor. This honored guest. This is your identity card, please keep it. After arriving at the 36th floor, the deacon finished the identity card and handed it to Suyi with a respectful expression. He then explained. Of the 36 floors, as long as they are ownerless heavenly cultivation rooms, you are free to choose. Suyi received the identity card and nodded. He casually picked a room, a heaven-level cultivation room with a sequence of 3, and after activating his identity card, he stepped into it. The heaven and earth yuan chi in here is indeed much denser than the outside world. It's around 11 times more. After walking into the cultivation room, Suyi felt the rich heaven and earth yuan chi and looked slightly happy. At the same time, remembering the deacon's language art from before, Suyi would smile. The heaven and earth yuan chi in here was indeed just as he had said before, exceeding the outside world by more than 10 times. After all, 11 times. Come back to your senses. Suyi looked at the many cultivation machines inside, and suddenly, his gaze landed on the force measuring machine. Heartbeat. He wanted to try how strong the strongest power he could strike was nowadays. Previously, within the elevator, Suyi had asked about it, and that deacon, too, said confidently. The testing machines in the heavenly grade cultivation room are all made of special materials, built to withstand the attacks of any martial king realm existence. Thus, Suyi was then also relieved. He came to the special machine that tested his strength, and then towards the machine, he threw a punch. 30 elephant power. Under the precondition of not utilizing any of his abilities, Suyi's base power had indeed reached 30 elephant power. Immediately after that, Suyi took out his higher yuan power weapon, exerted his full strength, and swung a sword blade swiftly towards the machine. Now, Suyi possessed a 30-fold increase of the top strength talent, as well as a 6-fold increase in power from the minor star sword technique. Stacked together, it was a 180 times increase in power. Such a terrifying increase ability was able to allow Suyi to burst out with 5,400 elephant power in an instant. And even Ling Knight, the number 1 genius within the heavenly prefecture base city, was still out of reach in the face of such a terrifying power. Not to mention some ordinary sect masters, the power they possessed, compared to Suyi, was simply a world of difference. Plus, Suyi had also absorbed some power attributes. Calculating like this, the strongest attack power that Suyi could burst out should be more than 5,400 elephant power. But it remains to be seen exactly what comes next. Boom! In an instant, the force measuring machine, which was chopped out by Suyi's sword on, swiftly chopped and blasted against the wall. The black force measuring machine, on the other hand, was visibly dented where it was struck by the sword blade. It's not going to break, is it? Looking at the force measuring machine, the dented part, Suyi's eyelids jumped. This force measuring machine, capable of withstanding any martial king realm attack, shouldn't be so fragile, right? Fortunately, this force measuring machine, with its miraculous recovery ability, was restored to its original state shortly afterward. And it also showed that the strongest power that Suyi was able to burst out nowadays. 5430 elephant power. For this data, Suyi was quite satisfied. This was also the fundamental reason why, before, Suyi was able to, with one sword, kill the thick earth horned dragon. One power breaks all laws. Many martial king realm existences did not have such a terrifying attack as Suyi. It could be imagined that once Suyi was allowed to break through to the martial king realm, then just how terrifyingly his strength would be raised. Then let's start the breakthrough. After the attempt was completed, Suyi sat cross-legged on the white futon. He took out the king-level ferocious beast blood that he had obtained from the thick earth-horned dragon, and together with the rich yuan chi around him, he began his closed-door breakthrough. The cultivation of the sovereign realm was to quench the yuan veins in the body, while the cultivation of the martial king realm was to quench the heavenly veins in the body. The so-called heavenly vein is something that is naturally born within the body of a martial artist after they have cultivated to a certain level. The cultivation of the martial king realm required a total of 9 heavenly veins to be quenched in the body. Eventually, after the 9 heavenly veins were all quenched, one could use them to communicate with the heavens and the earth, leap the dragon gate, and break through to the martial saint realm. That is, a saint-level existence. As for the Zhongshe realm martial artists, if they wanted to break through to the martial king realm, they needed to continuously compress the yuan veins in their bodies, and ultimately converge the yuan veins into a single point, which would ultimately give birth to a heavenly vein. In the case of an unusual patriarch, if his foundation was unstable, in the process, it would easily lead to damage to his own yuan veins, causing damage to his foundation and even disintegration of his body. As for martial artists with good talent and solid foundations, the process would be much smoother, but they would also need to be careful and spend a long period of time before there was a certain probability that the breakthrough would be successful. However, Suyi had now cultivated the ultimate Yuan vein, and the efficiency of the breakthrough was naturally far beyond the crowd. Just 3 hours later, the 100 Yuan veins in Suya's body then converged into a single point. Eventually, a celestial vein was born from the star point. The aura of his body began to skyrocket. At this moment, Suyi finally broke through the bottleneck of the sovereign realm, breaking through to the martial king realm. And the origin laws in his mind seem to have undergone an astonishing metamorphosis along with him. Chapter 97 Origin Laws Metamorphosis. Formation Genius Yun Tianlong. After a while, the metamorphosis of the laws of origin was finally over. Suyi only felt that his mind was clear, and it was only after experiencing it in detail that he reacted. After this origin law metamorphosis, he didn't get an increase in the number of times he absorbed each month, though. However, it is possible to absorb, at once, up to 3 natural abilities from the target. This also meant that subsequently, if he came across a multi-talent target, Suyi would be able to absorb multiple talents from the other party. This time after the metamorphosis of the origin laws, it's too useful. Suya's expression was slightly pleased. Then, he hurriedly got up and came in front of the force measuring machine, wanting to test how much his base strength, after breaking through to the martial king realm, had increased. Boom! Suyi swung out a fist and blasted it onto the force measuring machine. 120 elephant power. After seeing the data, Suyi was slightly surprised. The base power of an ordinary patriarch, after breaking through to the martial king realm, was the power of 100 elephants. Compared to the power of the 10 elephants at the late stage of the sovereign realm, there was a tenfold increase. As for Suyi, because of the iron tree silver flower, as well as cultivating the ultimate Yuan vein, after he broke through to the martial king realm, he had 20 more elephant power than an ordinary patriarch. It's kind of a surprise. And according to the information revealed by the Fierce Beheading Division, an ordinary martial king, if he utilized the Yuan Qi and the Yuan Stone to quench the heavenly veins in his body, he would be able to increase his strength by about 500,000 pounds per day, or 0.5 elephant strength. Calculating with such efficiency, a month is 15 elephant power, and a year is 180 elephant power. And the martial king realm limit was 10,000 elephant power. According to this projection, an ordinary martial king, even if the number of Yuan stones was sufficient, would have to spend nearly 56 years before being able to raise his base power to the power of 10,000 elephants. This was still the precondition that the number of Yuan stones was sufficient, the martial king realm existed, the efficiency of raising the cultivation level. If the number of Yuan stones was not enough, and one relied solely on oneself to absorb Yuan Qi and slowly and painstakingly cultivate, this time, I'm afraid, would have to exceed 100 years. The number of Yuan stones remaining on my body, there are still more than 700. Unfortunately, even if there are still so many Yuan stones, there may not be any way to support me, to cultivate to the middle stage of the martial king realm. Suyi frowned slightly. Then, he looked around and thought in his mind, if I can, for a long period of time, use this kind of high-grade cultivation room, then the time for a breakthrough, naturally, can also be shortened drastically. The Cultivation Association's heaven-grade cultivation room used advanced Yuan power formations, condensing out heaven and earth Yuan Qi that was usually more than 10 times that of the outside world. Cultivating in such an environment could naturally greatly increase the efficiency of breakthroughs. Suyi estimated in his heart that with his current qualifications, if he kept practicing in this kind of environment, if he wanted to raise his cultivation to the limit of the martial king realm, it would only take him 20 to 30 years at most. While the lifespan of an unusual martial king realm existence was around 500 years, Suya's lifespan, because he possessed an advanced healing talent, his life force was one step stronger than that of an unusual martial king, and his lifespan was around 600 years. In 20 to 30 years, one would be able to raise their cultivation to the limit of the martial king realm. This time, in the eyes of many martial king realm ancestors, was simply unbelievable. This was because Suyi had absorbed too many talents, transcendent level talents, all with multiple doors. The legendary spatial talents had all reached the intermediate level. Thus, his talent far surpassed those martial king realm ancestors. And the stronger the talent of a martial artist, the more efficient the breakthrough, naturally. Unfortunately, 20 to 30 years was still a bit too slow for Suyi. To further improve the efficiency of your practice, you can start in 2 ways. The first aspect was to obtain high-quality resources that were suitable for a martial king realm existence to cultivate. However, these resources, within Tianfu Base City, were basically monopolized by the big clans, and if one wanted to obtain them, they could only travel to the wilderness area and keep searching, with slim chances. The second aspect was to upgrade the level of the Yuan Qi formation. This heaven-grade cultivation room that Su Yi was using used nothing more than an advanced Yuan Qi formation. On top of it, there was the top Yuan Qi formation. Unfortunately, these formations were all the untold secrets of the Formation Master Association, and even the great families within the base city had no way to obtain them. Inside the celestial level cultivation room. After Su Yi briefly thought about it, he decided to make absorbing the talent his next goal. It was set to be a talent for formations. As long as he obtained a relatively advanced formation talent, Su Yi would be able to use it to join the Formation Masters Association, thus obtaining higher grade Yuan Qi formations. Further enhance the efficiency of your practice. Within Tianfu Base City, Formation Masters not only had honorable status, but were also very powerful. Kill formation, illusion formation, poison formation, sword formation. All sorts of formations, endless and bizarre. A lot of martial artists, they were quite scornful. Plus, behind the Formation Masters Association, there was the big backer of the Fierce Beheading Division, so even the big families in the base city had to be polite when facing this group of Formation Masters. After making the decision, Su Yi did not go out immediately. Instead, he planned to first cultivate for a full month within the heaven-grade cultivation room before doing so. 1 month. It passed quickly. Base power, raised to 200 elephant power. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes, looked at the spatial ring, the few yuanshi left, and sighed. Although in this month, Su Yi's speed of raising his strength was not exactly slow. But the price was that the yuan stones in Su Yi's hand had been consumed and there were not many left. It's time to go out and look for formation talent. After simply tuning up, Su Yi walked out of the heavenly cultivation room and moved to the Formation Master Association. The Formation Master Association, as the holy land in the hearts of all formation masters in Tianfu Base City, was naturally not bad, and the building was constructed in the central area, which appeared to be very luxurious. And underneath the building, there were all sorts of formations placed, top-tier Yuan Qi formations, there were several of them. This made the Yuan Qi inside the association incredibly dense. After Su Yi carefully probed, he found a young man wearing a white robe with an arrogant look. Name Yun Tianlong. Cultivation, Early Master Realm. Formation Talent, Advanced. Speed Talent, Intermediate. This person is actually an advanced formation talent. After seeing this person's information, Su Yi's complexion slightly agitated. You're it. Advanced formation talent, very rare. It wasn't that there were no top-tier formation talents within Tianfu Base City, but those who were basically formation masters of noble status. Su Yi, nowadays, could not meet these people. So, he then set his target on this person. Anyway, his goal nowadays was to join the Formation Artist Association, and an advanced formation talent was more than enough. Wait until this person leaves the Formation Master Association before I make my move. After setting his target, Su Yi secretly memorized this person. After that, he didn't leave in a hurry, but instead entered the trading pavilion of the Formation Masters Association, intending to acquire some basic formation knowledge. After all, talent is talent and ability is ability. Even if Su Yi had obtained an advanced array talent, it was impossible for him to, at once, set up a high-grade array. He needed to keep learning and acquire enough knowledge of formations to be able to do so. Come back to your senses. Su Yi stepped into the Formation Master Association's trading pavilion. Su Yi came to a fine counter. A sweet-looking female waitress immediately smiled and spoke. Greetings. This sovereign lord, may I ask what you need to purchase? Chapter 98 Formation Talent arrives. The 3 great tests. Su Yi was wearing the Silver King bead, and the aura he displayed now was at the late stage of the Zhongshu realm. The waitress, therefore, addressed herself as such. It's like this, you guys here, do you have any basic formation secrets for sale? Su Yi revealed a warm smile and inquired. The waitress spoke up, yes. A complete copy of the basic formation secret book is worth 100,000 coins. An ordinary basic formation secret book is worth 50,000 coins. And if the sovereign lord only needs entry-level formation secrets, paying 10,000 coins is sufficient. Complete. General. Getting started. A set of basic formation secrets could actually make so many doors. It had to be said that these executives of the Formation Master Association were playing quite fancy. Give me a full set. Returning to his senses, Su Yi opened his mouth. He wasn't much short of yuan coins right now, so of course he would choose the best one. Okay. One more moment please. The waitress flashed a smile, then moved to leave the counter. When she came back again, she held a large thick book in her hands and handed it to Suyi. Suyi received the books, then after a moment's reflection, he inquired, "I would like to ask, can you, here, purchase the drawings of Yuan Qi formations?" "The drawings for the Yuan Qi formation?" The waitress, slightly surprised, then slowly shook her head, "Sorry. This patriarch lord, only by joining the Formation Master Association can you obtain the drawings of the Yuan Qi formation." Suyi nodded and knew the reason for this. The core competitiveness of the Formation Master Association was the creation of a single formation drawing. Once it circulates easily, the core competence, naturally, is gone. I'm afraid, the formations within those great clans, as well as the formations in the Cultivation Association, are inviting some formation masters to personally set them up. Even they might not be able to easily get these formation drawings. Suyi clenched the books in his hands and guessed. It seems that we can only go and absorb the advanced formation talent before joining the Formation Masters Association in order to get the formation drawings. After walking out of the trading pavilion, Suyi thought in his mind. Good thing, he had found a target. Suyi was next to the Formation Master Association, found a hotel, and resided there, and had been waiting patiently for 3 days. But after 3 days of guarding, this Yun Tianlong still didn't come out of the Formation Master Association, and had been comprehending a certain formation. This can't go on. Inside the hotel building, Suyi frowned. After that, he once again spent some yuan coins and hired a marshal general to stay right inside the hotel, observing Yun Tianlong's every move. Once this person left the Formation Master Association, just contact Suyi in time. After the arrangement was completed, Suyi returned to the residence. Returning home, Suyi first played with the 3 favored beasts for a while, and then entered the quiet room and began to look through the purchased basic formation secrets. Unfortunately, Suyi, who didn't have the talent for formations, saw the mysterious characters that were curved on it, as well as the odd patterns of various colors. Frowning tightly, immensely headstrong. It's like reading a book from heaven. It seems that without a talent for formations, it's hard to figure out what these things really mean. After a while, Suyi snapped and closed the book. That was a relief. The whole world, at once, cleared up. In the next few days, Suyi then didn't look through the formation secrets anymore. He continued to comprehend his own sword Dao and occasionally practiced the star sword technique. This day, the marshal general that Suyi had hired sent a message to Suyi. After Suyi checked it out, it became clear that Yun Tianlong, due to being born in a small family, there weren't any resources within the clan that could be provided to him. Therefore, he hired a group of martial artists and prepared to head to the wilderness area to look for rare formation materials. Here's your chance. After being informed, Suyi revealed a smile. He repeated his trick of changing his appearance and moved to the wilderness area. 1 hour later, Suyi then obtained the advanced formation talent from Yun Tianlong's hands. After returning to his residence again, Suyi couldn't wait and flipped through the purchased basic formation secret book. And this time, the scene in Suyi's eyes changed significantly. In his eyes, a special character constantly surfaced on the secret book of formations in front of him. And now, Suyi was able to easily understand these characters, the meanings contained within them. For example, Formation Talisman of Force, Formation Talisman of Speed, Formation Talisman of Royalty, Formation Talisman of Killing, Formation of Yuan, etc. And through a deeper understanding of these formation symbols, Suyi had a slight knowledge of the basics of formations. No wonder, the Formation Master Association only accepts those geniuses who possess a talent for formations. Ordinary people without a talent for formations, trying to read these characters is as hard as heaven. After studying for a period of time, Suyi couldn't help but lament. It was as if before, Suyi had no talent for formations, and reading these secret books was similar to reading a heavenly book. Can't read it at all. Of course, it wasn't that martial artists without the talent for formations didn't have the means to, well, become formation masters. Rather, these are the people who need to spend far more time and effort than, say, a talented array master with talent. 3 days later, Suyi, who possessed an advanced formation talent, had finally fully grasped all the basics of formations. It's time to join the Formation Master Association. After grasping all of them, Suyi immediately moved and headed to the Formation Master Association. After arriving at the Formation Master Association, Suyi headed to the association's General Pavilion. The General Pavilion was the core building of the Formation Masters Association, and Suyi's face was unfamiliar, so it was naturally impossible for him to casually enter. In front of the main door of the general pavilion, a middle-aged patriarch who was guarding the door stopped Suya's way. "You want to join the Formation Artist Association?" When he learned of Suya's purpose, this patriarch, his attitude was obviously much better. He had been in the general pavilion, on duty for many years, and naturally knew clearly in his heart that someone like Su Yi, who was able to introduce himself in a furtive manner. Basically, they were all talented array masters who were incredibly confident in their array talent. In the end, all of these people, too, basically entered the Formation Master Association and became an honored Formation Master. Therefore, it is natural for him to show respect. "Please follow me." After that, under the guidance of this gatekeeper patriarch, Su Yi passed through an exquisite corridor and finally arrived at the trial pavilion of the Formation Master Association. What a profound attainment in formations! Upon seeing the plaque of the trial pavilion, Su Yi looked in awe. He discovered that the words on the plaque were not simply written with pen and ink, inscribed on it, but rather, they were combined using subtle formation characters. This requires extremely profound array attainments. Ordinary martial artists may not be able to see anything, but martial artists with the talent of array can clearly detect the extraordinary. After arriving at the trial pavilion, that gatekeeper patriarch first entered inside and reported, after which, he left first. Then, a purple-clothed girl walked out of the trial pavilion. She came to Suya's body with a respectful expression. "Greetings, this sovereign lord, may I ask if you're also taking the Formation Master examination?" Suyi swept a glance at her and realized that this young girl, too, possessed a talent for formations. Only, it's a beginner's talent for formations. "Yes. I'm going to take the Formation Master test." In the next moment, Suyi stated the purpose. "Please, follow me." Then, Suyi entered the trial pavilion under the leadership of this purple-clothed girl. There are actually so many people today who are going to participate in the Formation Master examination. After entering the trial pavilion, Su Knight was surprised to see more than 30 people lined up in a well-organized manner. Under the lead of the purple-clothed girl, Su Knight stood in the line. That's quite a day. Upon seeing Su Yi, a white-robed old man who presided over the examination gently stroked his white beard and spoke with a smile. Generally speaking, this kind of furtive person was almost always a genius formation master who possessed intermediate formation talent, or even advanced formation talent. The old man was naturally happy. Of course, we'll see exactly how it goes once we take the test. After learning Suya's simple information, the old man swept his eyes at the people who were accepting the examination on the spot. Afterwards, he took out a sky-blue crystal ball and spoke. "Wanting to join the Formation Master Association is actually quite simple. You only need to pass the 3 major tests. The first test is to test your talents." Having said that, the old man then placed the crystal ball on the jade table. Chapter 99 Golden Glow. Basic Yuan Qi Formation. After the old man finished speaking, the expressions of the people present to receive the examination changed slightly. It was important to realize that everyone's talent information was something relatively private, and once it was all leaked out, it would definitely do more harm than good. After all, if there was an enemy that knew the specific natural ability of a certain martial artist, they would definitely be on guard. Once this person made a move on this martial artist, he was definitely prepared, and there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him. Plus, once a martial artist, after revealing his powerful talent, would most likely attract the scorn of hostile forces that would send people to secretly hunt him down. And after hearing the old man's words, Su Yi naturally frowned. The information about the talent in his body, once all of it was exposed, I'm afraid that it would cause a great commotion. At that time, Su Yi would definitely be targeted by some big families. Even that martial saint from the Department of Fierce Beheading might be interested in him, intensely. After seeing the complexion of the crowd, the old man revealed a warm smile and then spoke. "There is no need for you all to worry. This crystal ball, which is a special artifact of my Formation Artist Association, will only detect your talent for formations. As for other talents, they will not be detected." After hearing the old man's words, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. First, Chen Tian. Afterwards, the old man swept a glance at the crowd, activated the crystal ball, and shouted aloud. As soon as his words fell, a young martial artist wearing a white robe came forward with a somewhat nervous expression. Su Yi glanced at him and realized that although this person possessed a formation talent, it was a primary formation talent, not very strong. Sure enough, when the teenager placed his right hand on the crystal ball. Buzz! In an instant, on the crystal ball, a flash of blue light bloomed. Immediately afterward, a line of blue text surfaced. Elementary formation talent. After seeing the teenager's talent, the old man nodded slightly. Junior formation talent, although not very strong, but hard work, still have the opportunity to become a junior formation master. Next. Mu-Lun. In the next period of time, several teenagers, taking turns, came forward and tested their array talent. What made the old man feel somewhat unfortunate was that within these people, not to mention advanced formation talent, there wasn't even a single person who possessed intermediate formation talent. Next. Chun Feng. At some point, the old man reported the name of a young man. Chen Feng, who wore a golden robe, was born from a remote clan of the great Chen family, and was originally not valued by the higher-ups. But ever since he was tested for array talent, he was given high expectations and his treatment was elevated. At this moment, he revealed a brash smile. The look on his face was full of confidence. Chen Feng walked forward in large strides, then placed his right hand, casually, on the crystal ball. Buzz! In a flash, a brilliant blue light bloomed abruptly. Intermediate formation talent. Upon seeing this person's talent, the teenagers undergoing the examination revealed a look of surprise. An intermediate level formation talent could be much rarer than a primary level formation talent. They hadn't had a single person, up to this point in their testing, who possessed an intermediate level array talent. Even the white-robed old man, smilingly caressing his white beard, nodded, not bad. Within these people, to be able to appear as a genius formation master with intermediate level formation talent was already considered very good. After a while, it was finally Suye's turn. Next. Sui. The old man slowed down his emotions, then looked at Suyi, his voice sinking slightly. The eyes, on the other hand, held a glint of expectation. I hope that this Suyi can possess an intermediate level formation talent. Or even, advanced formation talent. The other teenagers who had already finished their tests were also quite curious about this sect master powerhouse who had suddenly inserted himself in the middle of the process. Most of them, with respect on their faces. However, there were also a few people who were indifferent on the surface, while their hearts were quite disdainful. In their opinion, Suyi was able to cultivate into a patriarch, and was at least 20 or 30 years old. At this age, only to run over to participate in the formation master examination, it is likely that their own formation talent, only the primary just, not worth mentioning. Chen Feng looked at Suya's face and sneered in his heart. Suya's cultivation was certainly one of the most powerful amongst the people present, but this was the Formation Masters Association, which looked at formation talent, not strength. Moreover, these people were all from large families, and it was not uncommon to see patriarchs within their clans, and there were even martial king realm ancestors, who acted as backers, so naturally, they did not have the slightest bit of fear when facing the patriarchs. And as long as they pass the Formation Master examination, they will be able to become the identity of the noble Formation Master. Unusual masters see them, also have to be treated respectfully, cannot be slow. However, as members of a large family, they were naturally not stupid, and although they were disdainful in their hearts, on the surface, they were as usual, and did not show what was in their hearts, on display. Regarding these people's thoughts, Suyi naturally didn't care. He knew very well that words meant little in terms of winning or losing. As long as enough power was displayed, then all the rumors and gossips would, in an instant, be transformed into beautiful talk. And when Suyi came forward and placed his right hand on the crystal ball, buzz! Suddenly, on the crystal ball, a brilliant golden light bloomed, flooding in all directions. It was only after some time had passed that the golden glow, which slowly dissipated. A line of golden text that floated above the crystal ball. Advanced formation talent. Surprisingly, it really is an advanced formation talent. After seeing Suya's talent information, the old man's face flushed with excitement. After all, even his own talent for formations was only intermediate. Advanced formation talent was just too rare. Each and every one of them, a truly gifted person. Many teenagers, after seeing this result, cast respect and envy at Suyi. Those few members of the big families, especially Chen Feng who possessed an intermediate level array talent, were immediately embarrassed. Fortunately, I was quite cautious before and didn't make a mocking remark. Otherwise, after offending a powerful sect master with advanced formation talent, I'm afraid that if the higher echelons of the family know about it, my status, I'm afraid, will be in tatters. Chen Feng slightly lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Suyi, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. When everyone had finished testing, the old man took the names of some of the eliminated people and reported them out. These people, with dark looks, even though their hearts were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave the trial pavilion. The second test is to refine a basic formation. Next, the old man took out several sets of basic formation drawings, as well as a large amount of basic materials, and slowly opened his mouth. The so-called basic formations were those that were refined by the formation master using the appropriate materials and following the steps of the drawings under the precondition of being familiar with the knowledge of basic formations. And there is another name for this type of formation master: apprentice formation. You may come forward and pick a basic formation drawing at random. But remember, you have a maximum of 3 hours. The old man then admonished. A teenager, with a solemn expression, came forward and selected drawings and materials. When it was Suya's turn, he casually swept a glance at the various colored drawings that were placed on the jade table. In the end, he picked a drawing of a basic Yuan Chi formation. The white-robed old man beside him was slightly surprised at Suya's choice. Of all the basic drawings, the Yuan Chi formation drawing definitely counted as one of the most difficult. When everyone had finished picking, the old man took out the hourglass-like device and placed it on the jade table, then spoke aloud. The second test begins now. Chapter 100, Association High Tower. Formation Points Quest. After the examination begins. At the old man's command, one by one, the servants brought up basic array discs of different colors with respectful expressions. Basic formation disc, an important cornerstone for refining basic formations, the whole of which was made of special materials, was manufactured to possess the magical ability of inscribing formation symbols and stringing formation symbols so as to refine various basic formations. If a formation disc was not used, unless the formation master's formation attainments were, well, very high, the formation would quickly disintegrate and could not be refined successfully. Suya received a crimson-colored basic array disc from the hands of a servant. Afterward, he sat down on the ground, picked up the inscription pen on the side, dipped it in the special cyan liquid, and began to inscribe formation symbols. The basic formation that Suya refined was a basic Yuan Chi formation, which required a large number of Yuan's formation talismans. Soon, Suya inscribed the first Yuan Chi formation talisman. Immediately after, Suya again next to it, inscribed a second. Third. 10 minutes later. Until after inscribing the 23rd formation symbol of Yuan. Only then did Suyi complete the first big step. As for Suyi, who possessed advanced array talent, the speed of inscribing array symbols was naturally much faster than the others, by a long shot. 10 minutes had passed, and within the trial pavilion, most of the people had only inscribed 3 or 4 formation symbols, and Shenfeng, who had a higher natural talent, was only just about to inscribe the 5th formation symbol. There's no comparison to Suyi. And some teenagers whose basic knowledge was not too solid and whose inscriptions were a bit careless even blew up the array disk due to operational errors, looking anxious. Had to start over. Soon, an hour passed. It's finally done. Suyi stopped the inscription pen in his hand and sighed in relief. Basic Yuan Chi formation, it was worthy of being one of the most difficult basic formations to refine. Even though he had fully grasped all the knowledge of basic formations, it still took him a full hour to finally refine it. This was mainly because Suya's first time refining an array, for the steps of refining an array, was more rusty, and each step had to be taken with care, so the time spent was so long. When he was familiar with it, Suya's speed of refining formations would naturally be much faster. Not bad. I can't believe it was refined so quickly. And the white-robed old man who had watched all of Suya's actions in his eyes was extremely satisfied in his heart. In the usual times, there were genius formation masters with advanced formation talent who were high-minded and chose to refine basic Yuan Chi formations. As a result, that person had spent more than 2 hours before he finally managed to refine it. Suyi took more than half the time than he did. This showed that Suya's knowledge of basic formations was very comprehensive. The old man was naturally delighted. 3 hours, gone in a flash. In the end, some teenagers, who had failed in refining due to a variety of reasons, lowered their heads with a gloomy expression. Phew! It's finally done. Shenfeng wiped away the sweat on his forehead and dropped the last stroke, somewhat celebrating. Although he possessed an intermediate-level formation talent, he had spent his days drinking and spending all day long since the clan had given him a boost in his treatment. Some of the basic formation knowledge had long been forgotten. If it wasn't for the day before the test, he made a temporary haste and carefully looked over the basics. I'm afraid that today, it would be over. Well. Good for you. There are a total of 9 people that have passed the second test. The old man scrutinized each teenager's refining results and finally announced aloud. The teenagers who failed the test retreated. Then, the old man took out a single silver-colored compact device and handed it to the crowd, then explained. According to the regulations, but any trialist who is able to refine a basic array formation will be able to earn 50 points of array formation points. As for Sui, the old man slowed down, then looked at Sui with a satisfied expression. You have refined the basic Yuan Qi formation, therefore, you can earn 100 points for the formation. Formation points? Sui's mind stirred as he opened his mouth and inquired, Senior, what is the purpose of this formation points? The old man explained, and only then did Sui come to a realization. It turned out that the so-called formation points were the internal common currency of the Formation Masters Association. This was a joint decision made by the senior management of the Formation Masters Association after carrying out many meetings. Every point is precious. With the use of points, Formation Masters could exchange them for precious formation materials, formation knowledge, and formation drawings in the trading pavilion within the association. As long as there were enough points, even top-grade Yuan Qi formations were able to be exchanged. Looks like I'll have to accumulate formation points quickly. After Sui got the silver device, he looked at the 100 points of formation points displayed on it and said in his heart. As long as he had enough formation points, he would be able to exchange them for top-tier Yuan Qi formations. And in his conversation with the old man, he had also learned that the top Yuan Qi formation, the concentration of Yuan Qi inside it was, generally speaking, 30 times that of the outside world. Cultivating in this kind of environment, Suya's speed of raising his cultivation was definitely extremely fast. Patriarch Su, this is 25 points. Please also take it. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly came in front of Su Yi and said with a respectful face. Along with him, there were also 3 members of the big families. No way. After seeing Su Yi, possessing such a terrifying array talent. In his mind, he was really panicking. In his opinion, it might not take long for Su Yi to become a primary formation master or even an intermediate formation master. Previously, although he didn't show his heart, Su Yi was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse with a keen sense of God and extraordinary means, and might have discovered his true thoughts from the subtle movements of his expression. Therefore, it is still necessary to lift the small grudge between the two sides early. Otherwise, his days in the association behind him could be imagined. With regards to Chen Feng's several people's actions, although Su Yi was slightly surprised, he still accepted it gladly. There is naturally no reason not to want the points that are given for nothing. As it happened, he was also short of points right now, scoring 100 points at once. Just be comfortable. And the white-robed old man on the side, smilingly stood aside as if he didn't see it. A few seconds later, the points conversion was complete, and Su Yi successfully possessed 200 points. The third test is not really even a test. It's using special testing machines to check that the identifying information of several people is compliant and correct. In the past, there had been ferocious beasts, with special shifting talents, as well as formation talents, that had turned into human martial artists and joined the Formation Masters Association. In the end, it led to a tragedy. So, since then, a third test has been added to the association's assessment. Identity test. It's all a bloody lesson. 3 tests, all passed. Su Yi formally joined the Formation Artist Association. Became an apprentice in formations. Under the old man's leadership, the few people changed into the exclusive clothing of the Formation Master Association. Then, in order, they registered their identities on a large, silver-colored machine. Once the process was over, the old man left. Su Yi and the others, on the other hand, were within the association, wandering around. On the way, Su Yi inquired, Chen Feng, do you know how to quickly obtain formation points? Chen Feng, as a disciple of a large family, naturally knew a bit more information than Su Yi. Chen Feng thought carefully, then said with a respectful expression, Patriarch Su, formation points are exceptionally precious, and it is very difficult to obtain them. However, it's also true that there's a way to quickly obtain formation points. What method? Break into the association tower. The association tower? Su Yi's face was puzzled. Next, in Chen Feng's narration, Su Yi then learned that the Association High Tower was one of the most important buildings in the Formation Master Association. If you break through the first level of the association's tower, you get 100 points, the second level is 200 points, and the third level 400 points. And so on. However, the task of breaking into the high towers of each level of the association was different. The higher the layer, the more difficult it is, the higher it is. Therefore, this means of quickly obtaining points was only suitable for a small number of talented array masters. After exchanging words again for a few moments, the men parted ways. It's time to head to the association's high tower. Inside the hall. After Suyi thought about it, he moved to the association high tower. Chapter 101, Breaking Through 3 Levels in a Row. Points skyrocketed. However, just to be on the safe side, Suyi still headed to the trading pavilion, intending to purchase a copy of the complete information about the association's high tower. After all, his current understanding of the association's high towers was limited to mere hearsay from what Chen Feng and he had told him. The trading pavilion of the Formation Master Association was divided into an internal trading pavilion, as well as an external trading pavilion. Among them, the internal trading pavilion, which would only be open to formation masters who had joined the Formation Master Association, contained many rare treasures. The external trading court, on the other hand, is oriented towards the outside world and, as such, has more general resources. After arriving at the trading pavilion inside the association, Suyi met a staff member. After recounting his request, the staff member spoke with a respectful face. "This Formation Master Lord, if you wish to purchase information about the association's high tower, you need to pay 30 points. Hearing this, Suyi frowned slightly. Nice guy. A piece of basic information about the association's towers actually cost 30 points? It had to be said that the Formation Masters Association knew how to scavenge points from Formation Masters. After Suyi paid 30 points, he managed to obtain the information from the staff. It was only after flipping through the information that Suyi had a complete understanding of the association's high tower. The association tower was established by a former president of the Formation Artist Association, and that president, named the Heavenly Formation King. It was a renowned king-level powerhouse. This person possessed a transcendent-level array talent, and his cultivation had even reached the late king level. Not only was he almost unrivaled in his array attainments, but he was also one of the top 10 king levels within the Heavenly Prefecture base city. The large-scale defense formation that enveloped the Tianfu base city was the one that the Heavenly Formation King had led many formation masters to jointly create, and the king-level ferocious beasts were unable to break through it even if they joined forces. And this person's most famous means was a terrifyingly powerful and overwhelming killing formation. Years ago, this person had planned to head to the super base city because he was slow to break through to the Martial Saint realm. Tianhe base city. Looking for a breakthrough. Before he left behind this association tower, which was considered to be for the Formation Master Association, leaving behind his own formation inheritance. Within the association's high tower, the Heavenly Formation King had also left behind many resources of great value, including formation drawings, rare materials for refining formations, and so on. And as long as the intruder passes through layer after layer of tests, he will be able to obtain these resources. Each level of the test would, in turn, vary depending on the association status of the array maker. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the test would increase with the status of the formation master. However, Suyi learned from the information that so far, no one within the Formation Master Association had been able to seal the top breakthrough to the highest level. 10th floor. The Heavenly Array King had placed his life's work, as well as the most precious drawings and materials, on the 10th floor. It attracted countless array masters. But even though there were genius formation masters who had managed to break through the 9th floor, they didn't know why, but they all chose to give up and didn't dare to enter the 10th floor. Perhaps there was some horrible danger hidden inside, too. After looking through the information, Suyi moved to the association's high tower. The association tower, in the core area within the general pavilion, if one wanted to enter, not only did they need to be recognized accordingly, but also, every time they entered the association tower, they needed to pay 10 points. Here it is. Under the guidance of a staff member, Suyi arrived at the association's high tower. After taking out his identity card, as well as paying 10 points, Suyi successfully entered the first floor of the tower. Buzz. After entering the first layer, the scene in Suyi's eyes changed abruptly. Inside the originally lit and empty first level, it was suddenly covered in ice and snow. Countless snowflakes fell. Immediately after that, another ice cone, derived from the void in front of him, came towards Suyi, swiftly. Suyi subconsciously blasted out a punch, and it easily shattered, a blue ice cone. Unfortunately, it didn't pass the test. Unless Suyi's attainments and formations could rival those of that Heavenly Formation King who had built the association's high tower, otherwise, it would be impossible to break the rules of the trial here. Trialist. Suyi. Identity. Formation Apprentice. First level test, cracking the basic ice formation. In the next moment, a mechanized voice sounded in Suya's ears. It seems that one has to find out the breaks in the formation to pass the first level of the test. Suyi then realized. Afterward, Suyi looked towards the void where an ice cone was shot out. The scene in his eyes, once again, changed. Only to see a piece of ice formation talisman, strung together in the void, faintly appearing, together forming a number of formation nodes, and ultimately forming this basic ice formation. And possessing an advanced formation talent, Suyi quickly discovered that there were 7 major loopholes on this ice formation. Yuan power surged within his body, and a silver-white beam of light shot out from his fingertips, blasting at a formation node. Boom! It was only this ice formation that visibly trembled for a moment, but it didn't collapse. Suyi once again shot out beams of light, blasting at a formation node. In the end, this ice formation was successfully cracked by Suyi. Successfully passed the first level of the test. Boom! After completing the test, only an icy blue drawing slowly surfaced in front of Suya's eyes. Elementary ice formation. Triple mangled ice cone formation. Putting the drawings into his spatial ring, Suyi continued to start breaking in. The second level of the test could be much more difficult than the first. It is specifically divided into 2 major tests. For the first test, Suyi needed to crack a basic killing formation within the time limit. And this basic killing formation was randomly created by the Heavenly Formation King when he was still an apprentice in formation when he was bored. Suyi spent half an hour before he finally cracked it. For the second test, Suyi needed to survive 3 attacks from the primary killing formation before he was considered to have passed. Fortunately, Suyi was now at the Martial King Realm cultivation level, so the second test, Suyi easily broke through. After passing the second level of the test, Suyi obtained an elementary killing formation drawing and also obtained some formation materials of good value. After putting the things away, Suyi continued to break through. The third level of the test was a bit more troublesome. Suyi needed to crack an intermediate level formation. Little Green Dragon formation. At this level of test, Suyi spent several hours before finally breaking through. Breaking through the third level gave 2 drawings. 1 intermediate formation drawing, the small green dragon formation. 1 elementary formation drawing, flame formation. There are also some rare formation materials, that's not bad. After putting away the third layer of rewards, Suyi guessed in his heart that passing the third layer of the test was also strenuous. On the 4th floor, he shouldn't be able to break through. As expected, after a period of time, Suyi gave up the examination and retreated. By breaking through the 3 levels of examination, I can gain a total of 700 points, and with the original 160 points left over, it's a total of 860 points. The plaza where the association's tower was located was crowded with people coming in and out. Suyi walked towards the counter while thinking in his mind. With so many points, many of the intermediate level formation masters in the association might not even be able to have them. However, Suyi was still somewhat unsatisfied. With these points, I don't know if they can be exchanged for a Yuan Chi formation drawing of a more decent quality. With this thought, Suyi arrived at the counter on the right side of the association's high tower. A staff member, with a respectful face and a smile, said, "Greetings. What do you need, Master Arrayer?" Chapter 102, Redeeming a Higher Yuan Chi Formation. Top-ranked formation talent. I broke through the 3 levels of examination. Suyi spoke briefly. The staff reached out and took Suya's identity card, verified it and then spoke, "Congratulations Formation Master Lord, for breaking through the first layer, you were able to gain 100 points, 200 for the second layer, and 400 for the third layer. Therefore, you can earn a total of 700 points." Speaking of which, there was some envy in the staff's eyes. After that, he followed the procedure and gave Suyi 700 points. Then, he seemed to have remembered something and spoke again, "Formation Master Lord, if you are within the association's high tower and obtain some rare materials, or rare drawings, you can also turn them into the association and thus obtain the corresponding points." Oh? Still? Suyi was slightly surprised. In the staff's explanation, Suyi learned that the original Formation Master Association so far, there has not been a Formation Master who can match the formation attainments of the Heavenly Formation King. As such, the rare resources that the Heavenly Formation King had placed within the association's high tower were not something they could rob by force. And these rare resources, the association's senior management, but also very greedy are. That's why there is such a rule. Suyi took out all the rare materials that he had obtained by breaking through the 3 layers, as well as the rare materials that he had obtained in the secret realm before. Formation Master Lord, these materials of yours can be exchanged for a total of 350 points. After carefully selecting them, the staff took away some of the materials and opened their mouths with a smile. 350 points? Not bad. After the exchange was completed, Suye's array points at this moment had already broken through the 1,000 mark. The total number of points reached 1,210. I'd like to ask, how many points are needed for the top-level Yuan Qi formation drawings? Suyi thought for a moment, then inquired. The staff member checked with the machine for a moment, then spoke, 3,000 points are needed. 3,000 points. Nice guy. There weren't enough points, so Suyi could only give up. What about advanced Yuan Qi formations? 1,000 points. Okay, please give me a copy of the advanced Yuan Qi formation drawing. After hearing the price of the advanced Yuan Qi formation drawing, Suyi revealed a joyful expression and immediately opened his mouth. Advanced Yuan Qi formation, although it wasn't as good as the top Yuan Qi formation, but for now, this was already the best formation Suyi could exchange for. After paying 1,000 points, Suyi successfully obtained the advanced Yuan Qi formation drawing. Subsequently, Suyi spent some more points and exchanged them for a total of a dozen rare materials for refining high-level Yuan Qi formations. Basic materials, too, were exchanged for quite a few. As long as I am able to set up a high-level Yuan Qi formation, my cultivation efficiency will definitely grow a lot. After the exchange was completed, Suyi left the Formation Master Association and returned to his personal residence. In the quiet interior, Suyi took out the advanced Yuan Qi formation drawing and then flipped through it. Refining an advanced Yuan Qi formation is really difficult. After a while, Suyi finished looking through the drawings and frowned. If one wanted to refine a high-level Yuan Qi formation, one would have to inscribe a full 100 formation eyes. And for each formation eye, a large number of different formation symbols were needed, combined. As such, it was extremely troublesome to set up a high-level Yuan Qi formation. Suyi tried to set up the first complex array eye. As a result, after an hour, Suyi showed a bitter smile on his face. He still failed. The eye of the formation collapsed. Some of the base materials, too, hit the fan. It's too hard. After thinking for a moment, Suyi once again began refining. 3 days later, Suyi finally made the first formation eye refined successfully. During that time, he failed many times and wasted a lot of basic materials. However, during this process, Suyi's attainments in formation had also improved quite a bit. Next, Suyi began to refine the second array eye. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining the second array eye was a bit more difficult than the first one. This day, Suyi, who had failed once again, sighed with a look of emotion. Ultimately, it's still because my talent for formations is just advanced. If I can have top-tier formation talent, it's going to be much better. The efficiency of a formation master with a top-level formation talent in refining formations far exceeded that of a formation master with an advanced formation talent. After all, in the opinion of the association's top brass, an array master with this kind of talent would definitely be able to become a top-tier array master in the future as long as he didn't fall in the middle of the process. It was already considered to have stepped into the threshold of a formation master. As for formation masters, their status within the Tianfu base city was even more honorable than that of an unusual martial king realm ancestor. It could be imagined how rare it was for array masters with this kind of talent. At the very least, Suyi hadn't seen, so far, a formation master with top-notch formation talent. Suyi pondered for a while in the room. Suddenly, he looked at the information on the panel and lit up. Assignable attributes, 50 points of speed origin. These 50 points of speed origin were still what Suyi had absorbed from Yun Tianlong the last time he defeated him. But before, Suyi's attention had been focused on that Yun Tianlong, who possessed a high-level formation talent, so he didn't care much about the intermediate speed talent, and didn't rush to absorb it. That Yun Tianlong is an intermediate level speed talent. The speed origin I absorbed is 50 points. And as I recall, I gained the advanced speed talent when I absorbed 200 points of speed origin earlier. If these kindred origins can be stacked. Suyi looked as if he had discovered a new continent as he said with an excited expression. If his guess was good, then as long as he absorbed the intermediate speed origin of 4 people and stacked them up, wouldn't he be able to gain a total of 200 origin points? Thus gaining the advanced speed talent. Suyi pressed back his inner excitement, then thought seriously. Previously, he had gained the advanced formation talent after absorbing 200 points of formation origin from Yun Tianlong. And the amount of origin he had absorbed when he had obtained the top talent before was 500 points. Wouldn't this mean that he only needed to absorb 2 more advanced formation talents, formation origin, and wouldn't he be able to easily reach 600 points? Thus gaining a top formation talent. Try it and find out. Suyi took a deep breath. Practice, the only standard for testing truth. Afterward, he immediately set off and traveled to the Formation Artist Association once again. 50 points left. And this time, after Suyi searched for his targets, he decided to use the points betting battle to quickly obtain the array talent in them. Suyi was in the Formation Artist Association, and after loitering for half an hour, he finally found 2 targets. Name, Chan Tin Ho. Realm, Early Master. Formation Talent, Advanced. Defense Talent, Intermediate. Name, Yi Greedy Wolf. Realm, Mid-Ranking General. Formation Talent, Advanced. Speed Talent, Advanced. Just you guys. After selecting the target, Suyi went up to one of them and communicated. Oh? A points betting war? After pondering for a moment, Shen Tianhe agreed to Suyi's request. Because Suyi said that if he won, Shen Tianhe didn't need to pay the points, while if he lost, Suyi would pay 50 points. Shen Tianhe would naturally choose to agree. It's not like he's losing out anyway. A few minutes later, Chen Tianhe left the ring somewhat depressed. Take care of one. Suyi looked at the 200 points of formation origin that he had absorbed and looked slightly pleased. Then, he repeated the same trick, and once again, he obtained 200 points of formation origin from Yi Greedy Wolf. After returning to the residence, Suyi couldn't wait and entered the bedroom. Whether it will work or not depends on this one. Suyi sat on the ground and took a deep breath. Then, decisively, he chose to absorb it. Boom! When the 400 points of formation origin that had been accumulated were absorbed by Suyi. Congratulations to the Source Master for absorbing 400 points of formation origin, advanced formation talent, morphing into top formation talent. Chapter 103 Successful Refinement. The limitations of the laws of origin. I didn't expect that I'd really gained a top-tier formation talent. Suyi came back to his senses with a slightly agitated expression. Then, in his mind, he thought quickly. If the laws of origin could be stacked infinitely in this way, then wouldn't Suyi be able to, by virtue of absorbing a large amount of low-grade talent origins, thus obtaining talent abilities of a very high grade? For example, Suyi could absorb a large amount of intermediate-level formation talent origins, thus stacking them up and ultimately obtaining a transcendent-level formation talent. Or even a starburst-level array talent. Of course, this was just Suyi's current guess. Still, it's a real possibility. Try to see the effect of a top-tier array talent. After calming down a little, Suyi immediately took out the formation drawing and started refining the second formation eye once again. And this time, Suyi, who possessed a top-notch array talent, had a much easier time refining the second array eye than before. Efficiency, too, has increased several times. After only an hour, Suyi had successfully refined the second eye of the advanced Yuan Qi formation. Judging by this efficiency, even if I wanted to refine 100 array eyes, it wouldn't take me much time. Suyi thought about it and revealed a look of joy. Then, he stopped refining first, intending to immediately head to the Formation Artist Association and personally try to verify the guesses he had just made. This time, he once again resorted to his old trick of finding 2 formation masters who possessed advanced formation talent, and defeated his opponents by employing a points betting battle. From them, 400 points of formation origin were obtained. If Suyi's previous guess was true, then the number of formation origins he had absorbed had now stacked up to 1,000 points. You can raise your talent for formations to the transcendent level. Unfortunately, after Suyi chose to absorb it, he realized that his talent for formations did not change in any way. After thinking for a while, Suyi frowned and realized a fact. That is, if he wanted to continue to improve his array talent, he would have to absorb a talent ability of the same level in order to do so. In other words, if Suyi wanted to raise his top-tier formation talent to the transcendent level, he would have to absorb another top-tier formation talent. As of now, if I want to raise my talent level to a higher stage through this method, I'll have to absorb the same level of talent in order to do so. Suyi thought carefully and muttered. To put it simply, this way of raising his talent level was just like synthesizing inside a game. Only things of the same quality can be synthesized into something of a higher grade. After gaining an understanding of how talent levels were promoted, Suyi left the Formation Master Association. After all, he had already used 4 of his absorption times this month and only had 1 left. As for the formation masters with top-tier natural abilities, he was currently unable to access them, so he might as well go back and refine the high-level Yuan Qi formation as early as possible. After a while, Suyi returned to his personal residence. In the next few days, Suyi frantically refined formation eyes. Finally, in the afternoon of this day, Suyi successfully refined the 100th formation eye. Buzz! When the last array eye was refined successfully, the 100 array eyes in front of Suyi were quickly combined together, radiating a hazy starburst. It's like a convergence of bright stars. The first big step, finally. Looking at the combined array eyes, Suyi sighed in relief. Then, he followed the second major step on the drawing and began to inscribe a Yuan Ji formation talisman. After Suyi's attainments in array formation had improved, the second major step was naturally much easier to accomplish. Only a day later, the second tedious, complicated job was all completed by Suyi. Indoors, Suyi looked at the advanced Yuan Qi formation that had been fully completed and revealed a smile. At this point in time, a high-level Yuan Qi formation could be completely activated by simply placing a certain amount of Yuan stones in a central main formation eye. After Suyi pondered for a moment, he took out 10 Yuan stones from his spatial ring and placed them in the main formation eye. He then opened the formation. Boom! When the advanced Yuan Qi formation was completely activated, a large amount of dense Yuan Qi was gathered in the chamber by the formation. What a rich Yuan Qi! It's a bit more dense than the last time, when I was practicing in a heaven-level cultivation room. Suyi was quite satisfied with the Yuan Qi that had converged out of the room. After he sensed it for a while, he realized that the high-level Yuan Qi formation he had set up indoors was 15 times the concentration of Yuan Qi in the outside world. It was even stronger than the heaven-grade cultivation room that was used in the Cultivation Association. He guessed in his heart that the Formation Masters Association, when laying out the formations for the outside forces, had probably kept a hand in it. It wasn't wholeheartedly refining the perfect advanced Yuan Qi formation, which led to both sides, creating a gap. Try to see how efficient the cultivation is. Suyi sat down on the futon and began to cultivate. He utilized the rich Yuan Qi to continuously quench the heavenly veins in his body. After a day of practice, Suyi muttered softly, based on this kind of cultivation efficiency, even if I don't utilize the Yuan stone, I'll still be able to grow by 50 elephant power every month. For this cultivation speed, Suyi was still more satisfied. 50 elephant power a month, 10 months would be 500 elephant power. Moreover, he checked the main formation eye and found that the number of Yuan stones consumed after maintaining the formation in operation for a day was less than 1. He estimated that a Yuan stone could probably maintain the formation and operate for 2 or 3 days. Running for a month would only cost a dozen or so Yuan stones. With Suyi's current Yuan stone reserves, it was still more than enough to maintain the advanced Yuan Qi formation and run it for a few years. Next, I'll start practicing properly. In this way, after Suyi had practiced for a month, his base strength managed to grow by 50 elephant strength. And the number of times he had absorbed it was successfully refreshed. Suyi ended his seclusion. Xiaogu's body, how did it become so big? After ending his seclusion, Suyi came to the courtyard, and he noticed that the size of the desolate emperor butterfly was much more massive than it was back then. It had reached the point where it had a wingspan of 5 meters. The breath, too, was a whole lot stronger. Little Ancient was Suyi's name for the desolate ancient emperor butterfly. Suyi came close, he reached out and touched Xiaogu's head, and after exchanging some words with it, he then opened his mouth with some astonishment. What? You took all the ferocious beast essence blood and absorbed it all. Before Suyi's seclusion, he had purchased a huge amount of ferocious beast essence blood, a huge amount. It was handed over to the 3 favored beasts, allowing them to utilize the fierce beast essence blood to enhance their strength. But as a result, a very large portion of it was absorbed by the desolate ancient emperor butterfly. No wonder, the draconic emperor butterfly, at this moment, had become a top-tier ferocious beast. And the size, too, had grown to such a terrifying extent. After Suyi and the other party talked for a moment, Xiaogu then said to Suyi, Master, I feel like in a little while, I'll be ready for my first metamorphosis. Chapter 104 Draconic Emperor Butterfly Metamorphosis. The East Sea base city is moving differently. Sub-metamorphosis? Suyi revealed a puzzled look. Next, in the conversation with Xiaogu, Suyi then learned. Unlike ordinary ferocious beasts, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, as a ferocious beast that possessed an ancient bloodline and was extremely talented, it could undergo a metamorphosis every time it grew to a certain stage. And after the successful metamorphosis, Xiao Gu's strength not only could obtain a substantial increase, even his own talent could also be improved to a certain extent. This miraculous metamorphosis ability is simply unbelievable. Little Gu, are you able to sense how long it is until you metamorphose? Su Yi inquired curiously. The desolate ancient emperor butterfly hurriedly said, Master, in at most a month, I will be able to undergo my first metamorphosis. Moreover, if the fierce beast blood is in sufficient quantity and of a higher quality, the time for my metamorphosis can be shortened once again. After saying that, Xiao Gu looked at Su Yi blearily, with some expectation in his eyes. It needed huge amounts of energy if it wanted to grow and complete its metamorphosis. The essence blood of ferocious beasts contained a huge amount of energy, which was a superior resource to be used to enhance one's strength. Okay. Don't worry, Xiao Gu, the amount of ferocious beast blood will be enough. Touching Xiao Gu's head, Su Yi said with a big wave of his hand. In the market of Tianfu Bay City, the value of a single serving of top-tier ferocious beast blood was around 100 yuan coins. For 10,000 coins, one could purchase 100 copies of top-grade ferocious beast blood. However, if, in the short term, one needed to purchase large quantities of top-tier ferocious beast blood, one would need to pay a much higher price. After all, top-tier ferocious beasts weren't that good to hunt, and once too many were killed, the smell of blood would likely attract the attention of king-tier ferocious beasts. Therefore, as the number of purchases increased, the price of top-tier ferocious beast blood, too, would become higher and higher. But Su Yi nowadays, there was no lack of yuan coins, and if there was a shortage, just use some rare resources and exchange some. In this way, Su Yi had spent a full 300,000 coins to purchase a total of over 1,000 copies of top-tier ferocious beast blood from within the base city. And due to Su Yi's frantic purchases, it caused the price of the top-tier ferocious beast blood within the Tianfu base city to skyrocket in a short period of time. It reached almost $300 coins a serving. Some martial artists who needed the blood of top-tier ferocious beasts cursed angrily in their hearts when they saw this price. After that, it was still the fierce beheading division that stepped in and issued a batch of top-tier ferocious beast blood, which stabilized the price. And this matter, Su Yi naturally didn't pay much attention to it. He gave the fierce beast blood, all of it, to Xiao Gu, while he himself was in the cultivation room, practicing diligently. 10 days later. Boom! Su Yi was awakened by the violent noise in the courtyard. Little Gu, it's time for the first metamorphosis. Su Yi guessed in his heart. He then immediately moved to the courtyard. Only to see that at this moment, Xiao Gu was emitting a rich golden light, his body curled up together, gradually turning into a golden egg with a glittering golden light. As time passed, the aura inside the golden egg grew stronger and stronger. Click! An hour later, the golden egg began to break. At this time, Xiao Gu not only had his breath enhanced a lot, his appearance had also changed a bit. Not only did the body size increase to the point where, with a wingspan of 9 meters, the feathers on his body also became even more splendid. Su Yi swept a glance and learned the specific information about Xiao Gu at this moment. Species, Draconian Emperor Butterfly Ancient Bloodline. Grade, False King Fierce Beast. Strength Talent, Transcendent Level. Cracked Gold Talent, Transcendent Level. Extreme Speed Talent, Transcendent Level. Defense Talent, Transcendent Level. Imperial Pupil Talent, Starburst Level. Bloodline Avatar, Emperor's Pupil Splits the Sky. Awesome! Kogu. After seeing Xiao Gu's message, Su Yi couldn't help but lament. At this moment, Xiao Gu had not only become a false king-level ferocious beast, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, the previous top-tier defense talent had morphed into, at this moment, a transcendent-level defense talent. It could be said that with the strength of the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly nowadays, even an ordinary king-level ferocious beast would not be its match at all. Master! Xiao Gu, who had successfully transformed, was also exceptionally excited. After playing with Xiao Gu for a while, Su Yi returned indoors. By the way, although my array talent, for a time, was unable to metamorphose into a transcendent level array talent. But I can metamorphose the other talents, first, into transcendent level talents. For example, strength talent, speed talent and so on. The number of times I've absorbed this month has been refreshed, and there are 5 left. Su Yi was obviously stimulated by Xiao Gu. He checked the number of absorptions and then immediately moved off, heading to the wilderness area outside of the base city. He intended to look for some ferocious beasts with top-tier talents and from them, obtain the talent origin. Then level up your talents. A few days later, Suyi was satisfied and returned to the residence. At this time, the natural ability in his body had changed greatly. Source owner, Suyi. Realm, Early Martial King Realm. Strength talent, Transcendent level. Speed talent, Transcendent level. Defense talent, Transcendent level. Kendo talent, Transcendent level. During this period of time, Suyi carefully chose 5 targets and successfully put the top strength talent, top defense talent, and advanced speed talent that he possessed. Through and through, it was elevated to the Transcendent level. Strength has increased dramatically. With Suya's terrifying strength today, I'm afraid that he could be ranked into the top 10 strongest people in Tianfu Base City. Of course, the gap in the realm was still something that could not be ignored. Suya's only shortcoming right now was that his realm was relatively low. After his talent was raised, Suyi, who was satisfied, continued to begin his seclusion, quenching the heavenly veins in his body. Suyi had originally planned to, at the very least, diligently cultivate for a month, but as a result, on the 15th day, a bad news came over. East Sea Base City, encountering another beast tide? Looking at the message Luo Ling sent to himself, Suyi frowned slightly. He and Luo Ling agreed on a place. The two met again, in a hotel. At this moment, Luo Ling had already ended her seclusion, and not only had her cultivation reached the late stage of the Zhongshu realm, her own sword intent had also been raised to 30%. After meeting, Luo Ling looked serious and said, Suyi, this beast tide, unlike the usual small beast tides, is a large beast tide that is rare to see in 100 years. Donghai Base City, along with some small base cities, is just a small area that has been affected. The real hardest hit areas affected by the beast tide are the several large base cities including Tianfu Base City. I only learned of this news because I broke through to the late stage of the sovereign realm and have become a candidate for the Luo family's family head. My power has risen tremendously. Speaking here, Luo Ling's heart trembled and she looked melancholy. I have a premonition that this beast tide is likely to be even more terrifying than the large-scale beast tide, 130 years ago. More terrifying than the last large-scale beast tide? Suya's expression was serious and his heart was in awe. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he was naturally clear that the last large-scale beast tide, Tianfu Base City, had paid the price of 7 dead martial kings before it had a hard time getting through. The higher yuan power weapon he had previously auctioned off at the Heavenly Mansion auction was the weapon of the explosive Flame King. And the explosive Flame King was one of the 7 martial kings who died in the large beast tide. His cultivation level, which was at the late martial king realm, was powerful, but he was still surrounded and killed by the crazy group of beasts. From this, one could envision the large beast tides and how terrifying they were. With this in mind, Suyi inquired, Luo Ling, what do you think is the probability that the East Sea Base City will eventually survive? 0. Luo Ling's face was serious, and she spoke with barely the slightest hesitation. Even if the East Sea Base City is just a small area that has been affected, it will definitely not be able to withstand this beast tide. In fact, even Tianfu Base City doesn't have much certainty that it will be able to survive this crisis. Hearing this, Suya's heart was heavy. A rich, deep atmosphere filled both hearts. At this time, Suyi suddenly opened his mouth. Luo Ling, I intend to return to East Sea Base City. Chapter 105 Traveling to Donghai Base City, High-Level Meeting. After hearing Suya's words, Luo Ling changed her face on the spot. Suyi. You're crazy. This beast tide is a large beast tide. Luo Ling simply couldn't believe that Suyi would actually say such words. If Suyi had stayed in Tianfu Base City, with the defense system within Tianfu Base City, as well as the large number of martial artists, and some martial king realm ancestors who had stepped in to fend off the beast tide, he might still have a higher probability of surviving. And once Suyi chose to head to the East Sea Base City, then Suyas would have to be alone and face countless ferocious beasts. After all, the Tianfu Base City could only manage to defend itself during this large-scale beast tide, and it simply didn't have the energy to, at all, support these small base cities. Suya's cultivation nowadays was only a Zhongshu. Even if today's Suyi, like her, had also broken through to the late stage of the Zhongshu realm, his talent and strength were even stronger than hers. There was also no way to counteract this beast tide. In her heart, she was sure that there were definitely king-level ferocious beasts among the ferocious beasts that attacked the East Sea Base City this time. And, most likely, there's more than one head. Suyi was only at the cultivation level of the Zhongshu realm, how could he resist? In response, Suyi just smiled and said, Luo Ling, I'm very clear about my own strength, and this time when I return to East Sea Base City, I just want to try it out. In the event of danger, I will definitely be the first to flee. Saying this on the surface, in fact, Suyi was still somewhat confident in his own strength today. Not only did he possess multiple transcendent level talents, he had already broken through to the martial king realm, and his base power had increased greatly. Even if he encountered a very terrifying king-level ferocious beast, and Suyi was not its opponent, he could easily evacuate with his intermediate-level spatial talent and transcendent-level speed talent. After all, an intermediate spatial talent could perform an instantaneous shift at will within a range of 10 miles. Plus, the transcendent great speed talent, which was able to increase his speed by 50 times, with such a terrifying speed, the vast majority of king-grade fierce beasts would not be able to catch up with him at all. Therefore, Suyi still had some confidence in this decision. Seeing Suyi so resolute, Luo Ling, who was on the side, stopped saying anything more. She then spoke, "All right then. However, once you encounter danger, you must return to Tianfu Base City in time." Next, in Luo Ling's narration, Suyi then learned. Once a large number of ferocious beasts invaded over, then the large defense shields within the Tianfu Base City would be open throughout the day and used to block the attacks of the ferocious beasts. At that time, it would be very difficult for Suyi if he wanted to enter Tianfu Base City. Next, Suyi and Luo Ling talked for a few moments before both of them left with their own thoughts. Luo Ling needed to hurry back to the Luo family and then attend an internal family meeting to discuss what the Luo family should do next in this large beast tide. And after Suyi and Luo Ling separated, he immediately returned to his residence. After returning home, Suyi looked at the yard, the size and breadth, once again grew a lot of the Draconic Emperor butterfly, and took a step towards the front. "Little Gu, haven't you always wanted to obtain a large amount of ferocious beast blood? This time, I'll take you to a place where you can have enough." Suyi reached out, stroked its head and said. Xiaogu, who was absorbing the ferocious beast's essence blood, immediately spoke with an excited expression, "Really? Master. It is still in its growth phase, which is when it needs a lot of energy, and as long as it has enough energy, it will grow up quickly. Or even complete a second metamorphosis. Right. This time. Let's get you fed up." Su Yalong smiled and opened his mouth. "Good. Master. Let's hurry up then." The desolate ancient emperor butterfly stirred its golden wings and hurriedly urged. "Yes." Su Yi nodded. This time when he returned to East Sea Base City, Su Yi did not intend to bring Little Rock and Little White with him. After all, the strength of these two favored beasts was still a bit weak, so if they were brought over, not only would they not be able to help, but they would probably also become a burden to Su Yi. "Master. Just don't worry about it. I'll take care of the big guy." Little White stood on the shoulders of the golden stone beast, smilingly assuring Su Yi. "For the time being, you guys just stay at home and don't go out easily." Su Yi admonished a few sentences later. Then he put on the Silver King bead, simply cleaned up, took the Draconic Emperor butterfly, and left the residence. The Draconic Emperor butterflies, an extremely ancient race, not many people would be able to recognize them on the streets within Tianfu Base City. However, this rare favored beast still drew the attention of many people. However, whether it was Suya's cultivation at the late stage of the patriarchal realm, or the desolate ancient emperor butterfly, which itself exuded a pseudo-king level aura, it caused some of those with ulterior motives to put away the greed in their hearts. After displaying their identity cards and walking out of the Tianfu Base City, Su Yi and the Draconic Emperor butterfly arrived in a dense forest. "Xiaogu, you take me flying." Su Yi stroked Xiaogu's head and proposed. The desolate ancient emperor butterfly, but it possessed a transcendent great extreme speed talent, and its speed was not much slower than Su Yi nowadays. "Okay. Master." Xiaogu nodded, then he let Su Yi sit on the head. Nowadays, the size of the desolate ancient emperor butterfly had grown to the point where it had a wingspan of 9 meters. The width of the head, too, reached over a meter. Therefore, it was still more than enough to carry Su Yi and fly. Boom! After Su Yi flashed to Xiaogu's head, the desolate ancient emperor butterfly flashed its wings and rolled up a golden storm. In an instant, it turned into an extremely dazzling golden light and disappeared into the dome of the sky. Tokai Base City. It's mid-afternoon at the moment. Various martial artist squads and mercenary teams in the base city were moving in and out of the martial artist halls, shouldering the corpses of various ferocious beasts, talking and laughing. Some young martial artists, talking amongst themselves, were still imagining in their minds what kind of ferocious beasts they would be able to hunt and what kind of treasures they would be able to obtain tomorrow. There was not the slightest sense that disaster was about to strike. Tianfu Base City has decided to give up, including Donghai Base City. A number of small base city naturally will not pass the news over, so as not to cause a great commotion. However, the higher-ups within the Donghai Base City were vaguely sensing a faint crisis. After they sent people to investigate, they found that the wilderness area outside the base city, which had some powerful ferocious beasts inside, had recently begun to withdraw for some unknown reason. Moreover, they also snooped around and found out that within the base city, some of the organizations that were associated with the large base city, the top brass had also secretly withdrawn. That's not a good sign. In response to this matter, the head of the chopper division, Jinhua Hai, opened a meeting of top base city executives. The head of the Lin family and the top echelons of all the major powers had all traveled to a high-rise secret room of the fierce beheading division. And the one who presided over this meeting was naturally the most powerful Jinhua Hai. Sometime later, the major executives in the base city, each with something in their hearts, gathered in the secret room. Jinhua Hai sat on the main seat, looked at the crowd, and slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, I'm sure you should all know about the major organizations within our base city that have connections with large base cities, such as the Bright Moon Bank, the Heavenly Palace Bank, and other organizations. The top brass of these organizations have all secretly left the base city, and within the organization, there are only a large number of employees left, according to my investigation. These people, they all returned to the large base city. Returned to the large base city. Hearing these words, the people present, their expressions changed in shock. Chapter 106 All the Speculations. Descending to the Eastern Sea. Pavilion Master. Is it a large base city that has some kind of problem? Within the Department of Fierce Beheading, a deacon wearing a black robe couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. No. Jinhua Hai immediately dismissed this doubt, then, with a serious expression, he opened his mouth. According to the investigation, it's not a large base city, something has gone wrong. Rather, it's our Donghai Base City that may be in big trouble. Donghai Base City, is there going to be another disaster? A high-ranking member of the Lin family immediately said with a grave expression on his face. When he thought of the original ferocious beast blood chaos, his hands clenched. Last time, the Iron Blood Dragon led a large number of ferocious beasts and attacked all the way over, directly destroying the Tianya Base City. It also brought a large number of casualties to the East China Sea Base City, as well. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Sui stood out and killed that Iron Blood Dragon with a sword, ending the beast tide. I'm afraid the consequences, unthinkable. Could it be that this time, outside the base city, there was some terrifying ferocious beast that had broken through the realm and then led the herd of beasts and attacked over? The hearts and minds of the people were heavy. However, there were also some people who thought in their hearts that Jinhua Hai and the others were a bit overworried. At this time, an old man wearing a white robe swept a glance at these people, then spoke. Think about it, if it's these large base cities that have any problems, then even if these people go back, what role can they play? To put it mildly, their strength, when placed within our base city, is considered strong, but if placed within a large base city, they can't even make a splash. Speaking here, the old man looked serious and said, so, these people obviously know of some hidden secret, and feel that our base city, not long into the future, will experience a major calamity, and in order to avoid the danger, they have returned to the large base city. After the old man's words were finished, those people who still had a hint of fantasy before changed their faces. Pavilion Master, can you contact Tianfu Base City and inquire about the exact situation? Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family, looked at Jinhua Hai at this time and inquired in a deep voice. All the people present also set their eyes on Jinhua Hai's body. Jinhua Hai frowned tightly, then sighed. No contact. Jinhua Hai took out his contact device, then pointed at it and said, early this morning, I realized something was wrong, and wanted to contact the higher-ups of the Divisional Department of Vermin Beheading within the Tianfu Base City to inquire about the situation. Unfortunately, the signal is blocked, no contact at all. At that moment, a Lin family's military general guessed. Could it be the same as last time, when the Iron Blood Dragon led a group of beasts and attacked the East Sea Base City? This time there might also be a ferocious beast with terrifying strength that has broken through the realm and increased its strength greatly. Want to invade our base city? Unlikely. A middle-aged military general immediately retorted. Ever since the last Iron Blood Dragon incident, we've set up a specialized martial artist exploration organization and increased the exploration area, with the aim of nipping some of the terrifying ferocious beasts that are about to break through in the cradle. But so far, we haven't gotten any news about where there is a terrifying ferocious beast that is about to break through. This guess, therefore, is not very likely. Then, another martial artist pondered, is there a possibility that, for some reason, there is a very terrifying king beast that has set its sights on our East Sea base city, and that's why these people chose to leave? Lin Hai spoke in a deep voice. So what if it's a king beast? Since the Iron Blood Dragon incident, we've been in close contact with the nearest base city, Tianfu. If it's just a king beast, then the Heavenly Mansion base city, as long as a random martial king realm existence is sent over, will be able to kill this king beast. Apparently, not for that reason. Then why don't we head to the large base city as well? A martial artist was instantly anxious and immediately proposed. Simply put, he wants to run away too. No. Lin Hai frowned and retorted on the spot. If the disaster really happened in our base city, then those of us, since we didn't receive notification, were obviously abandoned by those higher-ups. It's useless to go. Besides, even if Tianfu base city is willing to accept us, our family is so big that it's hard to bring a family into Tianfu base city? Lin Hai's gaze, sweeping over the people present who held great power in their hands, his words were cold, yet incomparably realistic. Yeah. They were all family men, and even more so, they held the lifeblood of the family, and they were all at the top and in power. Perhaps, they were able to spend a huge amount of money so that they could enter Tianfu base city, but their clansmen, relatives, friends, and descendants definitely didn't have that chance. After all, those in power within the Tianfu base city were no philanthropists, and it was impossible to take them all in. Besides, the road to Tianfu base city was a full 10,000 kilometers. If they really intended to go, I'm afraid that before they even arrived at Tianfu base city, the entire team would have been wiped out. So what now? Damn. What the hell is going to happen to our base city? Is it possible that, until we die, we will not be able to know the truth? The crowd was in intense discussion and their hearts were heavy. In the end, nothing was discussed. Report to the pavilion master. A few moments later, a young martial artist with disorganized footsteps and a panicked expression quickly entered the secret room and reported towards Chenhua Hai. Pavilion master. Just now at the frontline sentry post, news has come in. There is a very terrifying large butterfly beast that is flying towards our base city at extreme speed. Ever since the incident with the Iron Blood Dragon, Chenhua Hai had joined forces with the higher-ups within the base city and set up a large number of sentry posts 100 kilometers outside of the base city. There were martial artists guarding the place for a long time, in order to be able to know, in time, the exact movements of the ferocious beasts. What? Could this be the source of the crisis? Damn! How did it come so fast? After hearing this, the crowd was, at once, in an uproar. As the supreme ruler of the base city, Chenhua Hai naturally couldn't panic. He took a deep breath, then stood up and inquired in a deep voice. Do you know the ferocious beast, what is its specific strength? According to the frontline martial artists, that ferocious beast. The martial artist who came to report, trembled and opened his mouth, but it might be a king-level ferocious beast. The rank of the Draconic Emperor Butterfly, even though it was at the false king level, its aura was simply too powerful. It was far beyond the ordinary false king-level ferocious beasts. Therefore, the frontline martial artists mistakenly thought that it was a very frighteningly strong, king-level ferocious beast. Surprisingly, it's a king beast. Hearing these words, Chenhua Hai sat powerlessly on the main seat, revealing a bitter smile. And the heart went cold. If it was a false king-level ferocious beast, there was some possibility that he would be able to expel it if he gritted his teeth and paid a huge price. But a king-level beast? How's this for a fight? A strong sense of despair filled the hearts of the crowd. Boom! However, the next moment, a violent sonic boom came from the skies above the tall building outside of the chopper division. The crowd rushed to stabilize their bodies and walked out in a panic. Only the sky above the chopper division was visible. A giant golden butterfly, breaking through the air, descended. Look! There's someone standing on the ferocious beast. A martial artist forced himself to endure the piercing golden light and exclaimed with a horrified expression. As for Chenhua Hai, after seeing this person's face, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his expression was thrilled. Old tears. Suyi looked at him, nodded and smiled. It's been a long time, Pavilion Master. Chapter 107 Telling the Truth. Preparing to refine the Golden Gate Defense Formation. It's Suyi. It's Patriarch Su. After seeing Suyi's face, a martial artist spoke with an excited expression. Ever since last time, Suyi had killed the Iron Blood Dragon and saved the East Sea base city. Chen Kuai then joined forces with the senior management of the base city to build a statue of Su Yi in the base city. Therefore, for Su Yi, many martial artists were familiar with him. We have met Patriarch Su. At the high building of the Fierce Beheading Division, a senior member of the base city willingly bowed and opened his mouth with a respectful face. Go inside and talk. Su Yi told Xiaogu to stay outside and then opened his mouth. Okay. Patriarch Su. The crowd responded in a rush. The mind, on the other hand, was relieved. Although the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly had restrained its aura at Su Ye's request, the powerful sense of oppression was still too terrifying. Is this the pressure of a king-level ferocious beast? Chen Kuai looked at the desolate ancient Emperor Butterfly that obediently nodded its head with a shocked expression. He had a feeling that this terrifying butterfly ferocious beast in front of him might be able to kill himself in a single move. Late Clan Master Realm. Then, he looked at Su Yi, and under his fine senses, his expression was appalled as he realized. Su Yi's cultivation nowadays had far surpassed him. It was likely to reach the late stage of the sovereign realm. And he remembered that last time, Su Yi's cultivation was only at the late martial general stage when he killed that iron blood dragon. Not only was Chen Kuai alone stunned, the other base city executives, including Lin Hai, were also shocked on the spot by Su Yi's current cultivation level. The reason why they had just called Su Yi as Patriarch Su was, in fact, a recognition of Su Yi's strength. It was because before, when Su Yi had killed that iron blood dragon, he had already displayed his powerful sovereign realm battle power, which was why he was given this reputation. But now, Su Yi had already broken through to Zhongshe, and his cultivation had even reached the late Zhongshe realm. Su Yi, who was at the late martial general stage, was able to decapitate the false king-level iron blood dragon. Then wouldn't Su Yi, who was in the late stage of the patriarchal realm, be able to decapitate unusual king-level ferocious beasts? How strong is he, now? Unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Ah! Surprise! After noticing this, the posture of the crowd lowered even more, and treated Su Yi with a bit more restraint. The crowd returned to the conference room. Patriarch Su, why have you returned? Chen Kuai was the first to speak. He looked slightly rushed, a look of awe passed through his eyes, and his expression was somewhat unnatural. There was no way, facing a strong person whose strength surpassed his own by a lot, even if he was once quite familiar with him, he now had to be respectful. Donghai Base City is about to encounter an unprecedented crisis. After learning the news, I came back. Su Yi sat down on the main seat and didn't hide it, telling the truth. On the way back to Donghai Base City, he was in his mind, thinking of some countermeasures. The implementation of these measures would also require the help of the senior management of the base city, such as Chen Kuai, so there was no need to hide the truth. Donghai Base City, to suffer an unprecedented crisis. After hearing Su Ye's reply, the people present, their expressions changed in shock. Rumble. In his mind, it was like a million thunderbolts exploding. They had guessed before that it might be the East China Sea base city that was going to face a terrible danger. But speculation is speculation and reality is reality. Now, after hearing Su Ye's personal account, they naturally chose to believe it. To know, the East Sea base city, from the Tianfu base city, tens of thousands of kilometers, Su Yi trekked over. Naturally there was no need to deceive them. A martial artist was terrified and said with a pleading expression, Patriarch Su, can you tell us what kind of danger the East Sea base city is going to face? Even if I die, I still want to be a ghost who understands. Looking at this martial artist, with that 10,000 begging look, Su Yi sighed and then opened his mouth. A large beast tide that is rare to see in 100 years will soon sweep through many base cities. Large base cities similar to Tianfu Base City, Manhwa Base City, and other large base cities are the hardest hit areas of this large beast tide. And like the East Sea Base City, the Iron Blade Base City, these types of small base cities, even though they are only a small area that was affected by the large-scale beast tide, they are also very likely to be attacked by multiple king beasts. I came back this time to do my best to fend off this beast tide. But you must also be mentally prepared that once even I cannot withstand it, I will not hesitate to flee immediately. As for you, whether you can survive in the end, you can only listen to God's fate. After hearing Su Ye's reply, the crowd looked confused. Large beast tide. Multiple king beasts. How can this be resisted? A martial artist trembled with fear and inquired with a trembling voice, Patriarch Su, do you know whether the king-level ferocious beasts that are attacking the East China Sea base city this time, to the end, there are several of them? If it was one or two or three king beasts, then, given the strength that Su Yi had displayed now, they felt that there was still some hope that they would be able to survive this calamity. But if the king beasts were quite numerous, then even if they were as strong as Su Yi, it would be difficult to resist, right? Su Yi swept his eyes over the crowd. Speaking in a deep voice, he said, "There's no way to predict this, we can only use all means to resist as much as possible." Patriarch Su. Su. Is it still possible for us to enter Tianfu base city? There were family executives in the base city who inquired with faces full of resentment. No way. Su Yi swept him a glance, then shook his head and said, "To tell you the truth, even if you are as strong as the Tianfu base city, when facing this large-scale beast tide, you don't have an absolute certainty that you will be able to get through it. Moreover, once the beast tide strikes over, the Heavenly Mansion base city will activate the large defense array. At that time, all the foreign martial artists will have no way to enter Tianfu base city. If you dare to force your way in, your end will definitely be incomparably miserable." Hearing this, the faces of the crowd, at once, turned slightly white. That's when they have been discouraged, trying to evacuate. Then, Patriarch Su, in the face of this beast tide, what should we do now? Chen Kuai took a deep breath, then inquired with a serious expression. After Su Yi briefly thought about it, he opened his mouth and commanded, "Next, I need you guys to cooperate well. There's still a long period of time until the beast tide breaks out. During this time, I plan to set up a defense formation around the East Sea base city. Use it to ward off the attacks of the ferocious beasts." With that, Su Yi took out a formation drawing and placed it on the jade table. This door defense formation was called the Golden Gate Defense Formation. It was an intermediate defense formation that Su Yi had exchanged from the Formation Master Association within the Tianfu base city. A defense formation? Could it be that? Patriarch Su, you're still a formation master. Chen Kuai was completely shocked. He came from the large base city, Bright Moon base city. In his heart, he naturally understood that the status of an array master was honored. Moreover, even if he didn't know anything about formations, he could tell from the drawings of this complex defense formation that Su Yi's formation attainments were probably not weak. Nice. Su Yi nodded. Then, he spoke seriously, "I need you all to fully cooperate with me and collect the materials for refining defense formations as soon as possible." Chapter 108 Refining completed. Ferocious beasts gather. Spatial rift. The materials that Su Yi was talking about also included a single defense-type array disk, which was made in uncomplicated steps, but required the use of some relatively rare materials. Su Yi told Chen Kuai and the others all about the drawings, the various materials marked out, and the method of refining defense-type array disks. In the end, Su Yi also took out a defense-type array disk from his spatial ring and handed it to Chen Kuai as a reference. "Okay. We got it." Chen Kuai and the others nodded their heads repeatedly, then they respectfully retreated. They intended to join forces, quickly collect these materials, and order the foundries in the base city to start work overnight. Quickly build a single defense-type array plate. After Chen Kuai and the others left, Su Yi took out one golden defense-type array disk from his spatial ring. These array disks, which he had exchanged from the Formation Masters Association, were limited in number and would definitely not be able to cover the entire base city. That's why he asked Chen Kuai and the others to create some more for him. Start refining. Looking at the individual array disks placed on the ground, Su Yi took a deep breath. Refining. Refining madness. Buzz. Su Yi urged the Yuan power in his body and kept refining a Golden Gate defense formation. Su Yi's formation talent nowadays was a top-tier formation talent. Refining these intermediate defense formations was naturally extremely fast. The reason why he didn't choose an advanced defense formation was because, for one, the drawings of an advanced defense formation were too expensive and required expensive points. Secondly, it was because advanced defense formations, which were extremely complicated to refine, took too much time, and Su Yi simply couldn't make it in time. As time passed, Su Yi inscribed one by one the Imperial Formation talismans into the formation disk. Boom! After only half an hour, Su Yi had successfully refined a Golden Gate defense formation. Su Yi briefly tried it and found that the Golden Gate defense formation was enough to withstand the merit strikes of the elite fierce beasts. Not bad. Keep refining. Putting the refined formation aside, Su Yi continued to start refining the next one. In this way, as time passed, Su Yi's attainments in formation arts, too, continued to improve, and his skills became more and more skillful. The time it took to refine the formation was not counting the reduction. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Su Yi wasted his sleep and food refining formations. Every day, he was probably able to refine more than 50 Golden Gate defense formations. Now, after 3 days had passed, Suyi had successfully refined 163 Golden Gate defense formations. And the area that each Golden Gate defense formation could cover was 1 kilometer in a square. 163 arrays stacked up were also enough to cover the entire East Sea base city. After the refining was completed, Suyi then had Chen Kuai and the others place these Golden Gate defense formations on the walls and under the ground within the base city. And during these 3 days, because of the orders from the higher-ups of the base city, no martial artists were allowed to go out, and for a while, it was quite disturbing. In everyone's mind, they were terrified. They all realized that a storm is coming. Suyi, on the other hand, rested a little for half a day. After all, frantically refining for 3 days had caused his mind to be a little tired. He needed to get himself in shape, back to his peak. After all, the so-called Golden Gate defense formation was not able to stop the attacks of top-tier ferocious beasts, pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts, and king-level ferocious beasts. It's still up to him to really win. The next morning, a golden figure, sweeping up a golden storm, arrived above the division of Severance. Suyi flashed to Xiaogu's body and discovered that Xiaogu's breath and size had once again grown a lot. Little Gu, during this period of time, have you devoured a large amount of ferocious beast essence blood? Suyi stroked its head and inquired. Which did? I only devoured a little bit. Kogu hastily defended himself. How much exactly? Talk to me. Suyi curiously said. It's just over 1,000 top-level ferocious beasts, 33 pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts, and 2 king-level ferocious beasts. Xiaogu blinked his big golden eyes and said somewhat heartily. You call this a little bit? Suyi was instantly speechless. Xiaogu, how's your scouting going in the outskirts of the base city? Then, Suyi's expression straightened and he opened his mouth to inquire. During this period of time, while Suyi was refining the formation, he ordered the extremely fast Xiaogu to patrol the outskirts of the base city all the time, observing the movements of the ferocious beasts. Kogu thought carefully, then said. It's like this, Master. I observed that in a place 7,000 kilometers to the east, 7,000 kilometers to the east, from the East Sea base city, there are a large number of ferocious beasts gathering, king-level ferocious beasts, all 3 of them. Then, Xiaogu spoke with some scorn. Moreover, I also discovered a very terrifying spatial rift in the western bit of the base city, 11,000 kilometers away. It stretches for hundreds of miles. Countless ferocious beasts are coming out of the spatial cracks. Hundreds of miles of space cracks. Suyi looked shocked. At this moment, he also finally understood why when he had questioned Luo Ling earlier, Luo Ling had said to him that there was absolutely no chance that the East Sea base city could survive. Luo Ling and the girls, they must have discovered this spatial rift a long time ago, and that's why they dared to conclude that the small base cities, including the East Sea base city, must have no probability of survival. Hundreds of miles of spatial cracks. This means that every moment, there will be a large number of ferocious beasts coming out of the spatial cracks and gathering together. This is still just the spatial rift in the small base city. The spatial rift next to the Tianfu base city must be even more massive. At this moment, in Suyi's heart, he quickly pondered. The other end of the spatial rift was most likely one of the layers of the ferocious beasts, and the only way to end the beast tide was to break into the other end of the spatial rift and completely crush the ferocious beasts, or close the spatial rift. The difficulty of doing so, however, is just too great. Not to mention Martial King realm powerhouses, even Martial Saint realm existences wouldn't dare to take such a risk. Suyi collected his thoughts. It was imperative to tide over this beast tide first. Kogu. You continue to patrol the outskirts of the base city. Once you find a beast tide approaching, notify me at the first opportunity. Afterwards, Suyi commanded with a serious expression. Okay. Master. Kogu nodded. Then he violently stirred his wings and left the chopper division. After Xiaogu left, Suyi then continued to instruct Chen Kuai and the others to build a large number of defense-type facilities within the base city. Examples include fortified bunkers, shelters, etc. So as to allow some old, weak, sick, and ordinary people without cultivation to hide inside. Though there was no guarantee that they would ultimately survive. But the point is that those who have power must go and do something about it. Suyi himself, on the other hand, began his cultivation within the high building of the Department of Vicious Beheading. Each day, his strength increased by 1 point. The chances of an eventual victory, too, increased by 1 point. Another 2 days passed. This morning, With a somewhat agitated expression, Xiao Gu returned to the division of fierce beheading. Master. There's a large group of ferocious beasts coming towards Donghai Base City. Chapter 109 Beast Tide Invasion. King Beast Split Gold Tiger. The tide of the beast is coming. Hearing this reply, Su Ye's expression was solemn, then he hurriedly inquired. Little Gu, are there any king-level ferocious beasts in this encroaching beast tide? King-level ferocious beasts were exceptionally powerful, far from being comparable to top-level ferocious beasts and pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts. Once there was a king-level ferocious beast invading the East Sea Base City, then there would be no one other than Su Yi who could fight against it. If it was just some weaker king beasts, Su Yi could naturally kill them with ease, but he was afraid that the king beasts that invaded over this time had very terrifying bloodlines, as well as powerful talents. Between the king-level ferocious beasts, there was a huge difference in strength, and the weaker king-level ferocious beasts couldn't even resist a single sword from Su Yi. However, some of these extremely powerful existences were even able to cut down martial saints in reverse. However, logically speaking, even if this was a large-scale beast tide, the king-level ferocious beasts that invaded the small base city shouldn't be that strong. Master. After my investigation, I found that there are a total of 2 king-level fierce beasts that have invaded over this time. There are roughly dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts. For the top-tier ferocious beasts, there are thousands of them. Other ferocious beasts of lower grades are even more numerous and densely packed. Xiao Gu said with a serious expression. 2 king-level ferocious beasts? And dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts? Su Yi frowned. Within the East Sea Base City, Qinhua and the others combined together could hunt some top-tier ferocious beasts, but these false king-level ferocious beasts, as well as those 2 king-level ferocious beasts, would have to be left to him and Xiao Gu. Returning to his senses, Su Yi faced Xiao Gu and said, Xiao Gu, I'll deal with those 2 king-level ferocious beasts, and you'll deal with those pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts, can you be sure? Xiao Gu stirred his wings and said with extreme confidence, Master. You have not underestimated me too much, have you? With my little Gu's bloodline and talent, hunting these ferocious beasts with weak bloodlines is simply easy. All right. Then these false king-level ferocious beasts, I'll leave them all to you. Su Yi showed some joy. With Xiao Gu holding these false king-level ferocious beasts at bay, Qinhua and the others would have the opportunity to join forces and deal with the remaining top-tier ferocious beasts together, as well as a large number of other ferocious beasts of lower ranks. And after Xiao Gu finished hunting all the false king-level ferocious beasts, he could also assist Qinhua and the others by speeding up the efficiency of hunting other ferocious beasts. Su Yi himself, on the other hand, was going to quickly kill those 2 king-level ferocious beasts. Now that I've broken through to the martial king realm, and after a period of cultivation, my base strength has reached 300 elephant strength. And I have a transcendent level power talent that is able to increase my power by 50 times. Plus, I've also practiced the Star Sword technique to the minor completion stage, which is able to increase my power by another 6 times. Therefore, my limit increase state is 300 times. In this way, my strongest attack power has reached the power of 90,000 elephants. Far beyond the base power of the martial king realm limit. The base power at the limit of the martial king realm was the power of 10,000 elephants. And the limit power of a king beast without a power talent was just around 10,000 elephants. However, once this kind of king beast with a high level of cultivation had a special talent, then it would not be easy to deal with. Thinking about it. After a few dodges, Su Bai arrived in front of Qinhua. At this moment, Qinhua was busy directing the martial artists in the base city to quickly construct some underground facilities. After seeing Su Yi come over, Qinhua looked startled, then he wiped away the sweat on his forehead and opened his mouth in a somewhat puzzled manner. Patriarch Su, you're here, what are your orders? In his heart, he guessed that Su Yi should have something important to do this time when he came over. The beast tide is coming, gather the martial artists within the East Sea Base City. Prepare to head to the city walls to meet the battle. Su Yi's expression was solemn as he spoke straight. What? The beast tide is coming. After hearing Su Yi's reply, Chen Guanghai looked horrified. He didn't expect that the beast tide would actually come so quickly. Because the schedule is very rushed, so until now, there are still some planned to be built in the defensive shelter facilities, have not yet been built perfect. Once the swarm of beasts broke through the defense formation, the fate of these ordinary people who had no way to hide in the defense facilities could be imagined. Patriarch Su. Su. Can you tell me if there are any king beasts in the beast tide that has invaded over this time? Qinhua forced himself to hold back the fear within him as he took a deep breath, then inquired in a deep voice. This encroaching beast tide has a total of 2 king beasts, dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts, and thousands of top-level ferocious beasts. Boom! After hearing Su Ye's words, Chen Qinghai's face turned pale. In his mind, it was like a million thunderbolts exploding. A deep sense of despair hung over the entire heart. There were no words for a long time. One must know that the last beast tide that almost caused the destruction of the base city, its leader, the Iron Blood Dragon, was only a false king-level ferocious beast. However, the beast tide that had invaded this time, there were dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts that were comparable to the Iron Blood Dragon alone. Not to mention, there were also thousands of top-level ferocious beasts, as well as 2 king-level ferocious beasts. What's to be done about this? Just as he was in despair, Su Yi patted his shoulder, bringing him back to his senses. Your task is to hunt the top-tier ferocious beasts in the beast tide with the help of the Golden Gate Defense Formation. Remember, don't blindly send yourselves to death to hunt false king-level ferocious beasts. False king-level ferocious beasts, leave it to my favorite beast, Xiaogu, to hunt. And those 2 king beasts, just leave them to me. After I kill them, I will come over to help you. Patriarch Su. You can hunt king beasts. Chen Kuai was stunned. Although he had guessed before that Su Yi, whose cultivation had reached the late stage of the sovereign realm, might have been able to exterminate the king beast, it was just a guess. Now that Su Yi had personally spoken to him, Chen Kuai naturally believed it. Because of the Silver King bead, Chen Qinghai and the others were not aware that Su Knight had already cultivated into a martial king. Of course, I can only decimate ordinary king beasts. Once an extremely strong king beast appears, I might not be able to deal with it. Su Yi said frankly. Patriarch Su. You can rest assured. We will definitely do our duty, install these top-tier ferocious beasts. Chen Kuai sighed in relief and swore. That's good. Su Yi nodded, and then disappeared into thin air. And Chen Kuai, who had learned the news, immediately opened a short meeting early and summoned all the participating martial artists in the base city. A few moments later, on the walls of the base city, a number of martial artists holding various types of weapons arrived. Su Yi and Xiaogu stood at the very front. The eyes look out. He saw that in the distance, there were countless hideous hissing ferocious beasts that were heading towards the base city, raging. It's like a colorful, monstrous wave. Su Ye's eyes were not placed on the forefront, these lower-ranked ferocious beasts. He looked towards the back of the group of beasts, and his gaze finally landed on a giant tiger that was overflowing with surging golden aura. This giant tiger, with its body glittering with gold, was tens of feet tall, with a shocking aura and extremely strong pressure. Species, split gold tiger. Rank, king. Cracked gold talent, top. Strength talent, advanced. Defense talent, intermediate. Bloodline aptitude, tyrannical goldization. Chapter 110 Sword chopping old acquaintances. The split gold tiger struck. This king beast, its talent is not weak. After seeing the specific information of the split gold tiger, Su Ye's expression moved slightly. On the city wall, a martial artist holding a sharp weapon, they had their eyes open, looking into the distance with a slightly frightened and anxious expression. There were some more timid martial artists, even the weapons in their hands were somewhat unable to hold them, their bodies trembling a bit. In the face of this terrifying beast tide, Chen Kuai had no intention of hiding anything. And upon learning that there were 2 king beasts, as well as dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts in this beast tide, many martial artists almost lost their confidence in engaging in battle. If Chen Kuai hadn't given them repeated assurances that the king-level ferocious beasts and pseudo-king-level ferocious beasts would be dealt with by Su Yi, I'm afraid that many of the martial artists would have already completely lost their will to fight. After all, in front of an absolute gap, the so-called will to fight also lost any meaning. As time passed, a heavy atmosphere lingered in everyone's heart. At some point, an elite martial artist with sharp pupils saw in the distance a terrifying ferocious beast that was swiftly running towards the base city. In a hurry, he looked horrified and said, "The ferocious beasts are coming." At the very front, there are countless top-tier ferocious beasts, dozens of false king-level ferocious beasts, and a huge black wolf with a body length of 100 feet. Rumble. As expected, this martial artist, as soon as his words fell, a roar came from not far away. It was intense. Many martial artists, one after another, changed their colors. The body is slightly trembling and pale. Silence. You are all martial artists. You should all know very well that there is no reason for coexistence between martial artists and ferocious beasts. Only one side can win, and one side can lose. If we fail, then not only will we ourselves die, but our family, friends, and descendants. And even everything within the base city will be trampled by the relentless ferocious beasts. Chen Kuai swept over the people present with a solemn expression, then spoke aloud. But in reality, he was scared to death in his own mind. It couldn't be helped, as the person in charge of the East Seabay city, once he even showed a look of despair, then the team of martial artists that had been formed with great difficulty would, in an instant, come crashing down. The rout is on. Therefore, he could only pretend to be calm. Su Yi, on the other hand, flickered his gaze slightly after seeing the giant black wolf. Unexpectedly, here, he actually ran into an old acquaintance. This black giant wolf was the king-level giant wolf that Su Yi had found in the canyon a long time ago. At first, Su Yi had also stolen a red-colored fruit from the side of this giant wolf. Little goo. Later on, don't bother with the other ferocious beasts, go and hunt those false king-level ferocious beasts first, and that black giant wolf, just leave it to me. At this moment, Su Yi withdrew his gaze, looked serious, and said to Xiaogu, who was at the side. In reality, even if Xiaogu's speed was extremely fast, he was simply unable to do so and hold back the entire beast tide. The battle lines of the ferocious beasts, which were stretched too long and extremely numerous, could only survive this crisis by hunting down the powerful ferocious beasts first, and then slowly hunting down the ordinary ferocious beasts. Okay. Master. Xiaogu nodded, then stirred his wings and turned into a speeding golden light, rushing towards the group of beasts. Su Yi also dodged as he took out his higher yuan power weapon and directly killed the giant black wolf. When coming not far from the black giant wolf, Su Yi swept a glance at the other party and learned the specific information. Species, black Stygian wolf. Grade, king. Speed talent, advanced. Strength talent, intermediate. Defense talent, primary. Bloodline avatar, black flame. After seeing the specific information of this black wolf, Su Yi's expression was slightly stern. The talent of this black Stygian wolf is not too weak. The aura of this black Stygian wolf was not very strong, probably equivalent to the cultivation of the early martial king realm. Su Yi swept a glance at it and roughly estimated that the base power of this black Stygian wolf should have the power of 500 elephants. And it has a medium strength talent, capable of increasing its strength by 5 times. That is to say, the extreme power of this black Stygian wolf should only be 2,500 elephant strength. It wasn't Su Yi's opponent at all. Roar! And after seeing Su Yi, this black Stygian wolf also seemed to have sensed the powerful aura on Su Yi's body. It hissed, looking scandalized. There was no rush to make a move. Kill. Su Yi wasn't going to be polite with it and directly gripped the higher yuan power weapon in his hand and executed the star sword technique with surging breath. Towards the black Stygian wolf, he swiftly killed. And after seeing Su Yi chopping out the terrifying sword awnings, the pupils of the black Stygian wolf's eyes were wide open, and his expression was terrified. Phew! He swiftly moved his hooves, his body swept up a black whirlwind, towards the back of the herd of beasts, fleeing at breakneck speed. During that time, it was unknown how many ferocious beasts had been trampled to death. The strength of this human was too terrifying. As it ran, the black Stygian wolf looked horrified, and in its mind, the thought surfaced. Thumbs up. However, the starburst sword aura that Su Yi chopped out swept past its head at extreme speed, bringing up rushing animal blood. Next moment, the black Stygian wolf crashed to the ground with a loud bang, completely dead. And the powerful strength that Su Yi had displayed had completely ignited the hope that was deep within the hearts of the martial artists. Kill. On the city walls, countless martial artists, gripping the weapons in their hands, hissed and roared. Afterward, they formed a small group and left the city walls one after another, fighting with the swarms of beasts that were running over, killing each other. One time, blood spattered and broken bones flew. A wild roar. Roar. It goes on. And the walls were far away, about 50 kilometers away. Xiaogu transformed into a blistering golden light, and in a few moments, he killed a fake king-level ferocious beast, as well as a large number of low-grade ferocious beasts. Xiaogu, who possessed a transcendent-level extreme speed talent, a transcendent-level cracking gold talent, and many other powerful talents. It didn't even need to perform the strongest pupil art, and on its wings, a rich golden aura blossomed, transforming into the sharpest of blades. Just sweep back and forth across the herd. In just a matter of moments, Xiaogu had harvested the life of a ferocious beast. It was like a herd of beasts reaper, slaughtering madly. And even if countless attacks landed on Xiaogu's body, it didn't hurt at all. After all, Xiaogu was now a false king-level ferocious beast, and even possessed a transcendent-level defensive talent. The attacks of the swarm of beasts, even if the numbers were as dense as they were simply unable to break through Xiaogu's defense. Heavens! What kind of ferocious beast did Patriarch Su adopt? Chen Quanhai, who was on the side, was completely stunned after seeing this scene. He even felt that at this moment, little Gu was capable of decapitating king beasts. In terms of the speed of killing group beasts, even Su Yi was far inferior to Xiaogu. In that case, there's hope for us. Seeing that Su Yi had already decimated the king beast and Su Yi's favored beasts, they were slaughtering one ferocious beast after another. Chen Kuahai's mind was invigorated as he raised his arms and roared, leading the martial artists and fighting in blood. And Xiaogu's frantic hunting soon attracted countless hatred. Plus, since it was a ferocious beast, it actually helped the humans and hunted them, making the group of beasts' hate value degree even deeper. Unfortunately, even when surrounded by a group of beasts, the powerful Xiaogu was able to kill his way out and kill a large group of ferocious beasts in return. Roar! Right at this moment, the split gold tiger, which was at the back, let out a low roar and looked at Xiaogu with deep eyes. It flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Boom! Immediately after that, it ran wildly, sweeping a golden surging wave of air around it. Towards Xiaogu and Su Yi, he swiftly killed.